Hello guys.
Bom dia.
So Felix, what's for you to be agile?
It means to be the most annoying guy in the team, bro.
Oh.
I have to pick up in everyone like.
Plus one.
Yeah,
I agree.
it's kind of bad, but in some ways it's really good. Like to tell people what to do and stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also think it's good if you have another guy that can be like that, you know.
Yeah.
That can be like saying, guys, we can, like individually, you can't be doing that, you can't be doing that. Because if you're always the guy, like it feels like they can start being annoying, and you don't want to do that, obviously.
And also, you don't want to be the guy that's hated in the team.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like you're always the one telling you, don't do this, don't do that.
Yeah.
So if you're all like on the same page, then it's a lot easier to do your job.
I was saying, like holding everyone to a standard and like understanding, like having an identity, I guess, also is like the IGL is kind of enjoyable at least. To, like your team understands and like buys in, and like you all play a certain way.
I mean, that's where the coach also is good, right? On the aspects, you know, to have a coach that can do some of the hard work of telling people, you know, so you don't have to do everything yourself.
Right now we're the IGLs. We're here, and our team is in the pool in the hotel.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah,
some responsibility.
some
for sure.
responsibility.
Us always working, them. That's what happens.
No, I'm agree with all of you. Also, I think it's high pressure because you have like what about me? I feel like if we lose, I'm mainly the reason why we lose. You know, because I'm making the decision in game and I'm giving the key and everything.
Yeah, and if you're a good IGL, I think you're going to take the responsibility for the team. You know, you have to take it because you are the one calling the shots. So I agree with you. It's a lot of pressure.
Especially in a game like Siege, like you, like as the IGL, like you are the main problem solver of like understanding like what you want to put like your pieces basically, and like what utility, what you need to clear, to help you enable when they're around.
That's why it's also good having that second person too, because
Yeah.
hey, say it, none of us are going to be right 100% of the time. And so like, as I see, to have people that also see the game from like a high level, like strategically, that can also call is like so beneficial.
You need the credit, I feel like, you know, like if you are telling these people all the time, you also need to be like there to be sure that you are giving positive reinforcement, you know. Like if you are going to say when you do something bad, you need to make sure you also say once they do something good, otherwise
Yeah,
it's
it's negative.
just negative balance,
Yeah.
you know. You need to always make sure it's positive or neutral, you know, kind of thing.
I feel like as well, you need to have aura.
Yeah.
Like you need to know how to tell people like the good way. People need to listen to you. Like I mean, you can be like really intelligent in the game, but if people don't listen to you when you speak, then you will not be a good AGL.
Yeah, respect thing. Respect, yeah.
That's true.
Right now we are at the studio with those guys. Very colorful clothes because we are in Rio de Janeiro. So of course they are wearing flowers and a lot of colors. And this is the reality. We have all these things and cameras and microphones just to do a good show for you. So you see this scenario on your TV, cell phone, but we all have this structure to make things work, which is really cool because, you know, that's a lot of cameras. Now they are done, let's talk to them. I want to talk to the colorful guys, the one with Hawaiian clothes. Or Rio de Janeiro clothes, come on, Milosh, let's talk to you.
You're part of our team now.
Oh, thank you so much. You are very Brazilian right now with these clothes. What's the idea behind it?
I mean, the Reload event in Rio. I mean, why not dress a chord? I mean, it's nice outside. You got to look apart. I mean, it's beautiful people, beautiful culture, beautiful food. I mean, I'm trying to fit in. So this is kind of why this whole get up is what's going on right now.
That's cool.
Great in pink. Honestly, pink fits him so well. It's one of the manliest colors out there. And I agree. I wish I had something that's pink that could fit with it. One thing I do wish I had, and I could wear on broadcast, are like swim trunks. Because that would really fit with being in Rio and being in Brazil in general. But I don't think my boss would be happy with that.
No, he would be not. Also, we are in Rio, so have you got the chance to, you know, walk around?
Let's just say my bikini is still packed. So hopefully I'll be waiting for an off day until I go and have some fun in Rio.
Okay, have you been to the beach?
I have not gone to the beach, but I've definitely gone to the top of the pool at the hotel, and you're going to catch me there tomorrow. So, hey, the faster we wrap this up, I'll be right there.
I'll be there too. Just find us.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Reload in Rio, where today you reload to survive. All of that is on the line on day 3 of competition. What a great time we've had so far. I'm Milos, your host. With me are wonderful Foxay and Mr. Laxing himself. I almost mistook you for Jojo Joestar. If you know him. Great guy. You really give me the vibe. It's fitting very well. Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Well, I mean, obviously, as you just recently saw, I was talking to Maria saying, I'm going to be at the pool as of yesterday. That didn't happen. It rained all day. So
that's true.
Vibes are a little down for me. Hopefully today I can make it there, but we got to get through a lot of games.
Yeah, and if what brings up your vibe is reveling in the destruction of some teams, that's exactly what we're going to get today. There's a lot to talk about when it comes to Annihilation, and for that we'll talk about the format, kind of refresh you how things have been. Now, the start of the tournament only 2 days ago, all teams, all 20 of them, went in with 6 bullets each. There's a lot that's happened since then. Some have gone way below that, some have gone way above it. The total prize pool is $520,000, $170K for the winning team. But those 8 teams that move on to the quarterfinals, we won't know about them until we hit next week, or well, actually the end of this week's weekend for the 3 days of the main event. And gentlemen, surprise at the top. We see Furia, Dark Zero going well, but what's that third one over there again?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, like I said in the beginning when we covered FearX, I mean, this was a Korean dream team, and to see them in third right now, it's not a shock to me, but a lot can change today and what we're going to see throughout the day.
Yeah, everything's just been so sporadic. We've seen a bunch of upsets. I mean, FearX beating G2, I don't think anybody had that in their cards. Oh, you did?
Yeah, it's best of 1.
Oh, well.
Maybe not a 7-1.
Anything really can happen, especially as the pressure just packs on. So as the days go on, I mean, today's going to be a really stressful day.
Well, we packed and stacked the top 10, but the bottom 10 look as they do. 2 APAC teams, and of course it has to be G2 and the lowest third here of this system. But again, some of the big names are just stuck here also.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, it could be a part of a bigger plan. There's so many things that you can do in this system to be able to bounce back into the standings. So obviously, it's not the end of the world, especially not for G2. We see you down there. We see you down there.
Especially for the lower teams. You get to pick your opponent, and depending on however many bullets they have, you can reload that. And the maximum has gone up today.
Exactly. So you used to be on day 1 and 2 only being able to reload 1 to maximum 2 bullets per day. However, starting today, that has gone up to 8 bullets. But there's also some extra changes. 2 new cards have entered play, and our first one is our extended mag. Now, what is extended mag? How does that work, Davide?
Well, every team came into the tournament with 6 starting bullets. The extended mag is essentially another reserve 6 of bullets that you can only start using on day 3 to be able to risk more bullets, gain more risk for that reward. But it kind of goes both ways, because the amount of bullets that you put up, if you end up losing the game, you could also go into the negatives if you are losing all of your extended bullets and the extended mag.
And that is, of course, single use. This is part of what we call the active cards that you have to put in yourself. And in this case, extended mag could only be played at the end of the draft once the matches are all being set up and what rounds you want to play and what bullets that is. However, we have a second card that is gone, and an automatic one, basically a passive one that would be invoked. And in this case, it is called our duel card.
Yeah, Milos, this is the heavy hitting card, as you can see with the fist there. This is a card that is only going to be activated if you go to 0 bullets. You have risked all of your bullets. You find yourself in an elimination round. This is what can essentially save you, or for the other side of it, a team can send you home and be eliminated from said tournament. And how the bullets work, if you are the team that is in this situation of facing elimination, you can gain a maximum of 3 to keep yourself back in there based off round differential.
And of course, these two cards, both dual and extended mag, interact together, because if you play the extended mag and you lose, well, technically you can go into the negatives, but immediately bumps you up to 0 points and then automatically invokes the dual card, which means you're gonna have to fight to survive in the trenches, 1 game, 3 rounds, just to see what you can do. Maybe you'll survive, maybe you will not. And today we're guaranteed to have a dual card played with how things have gone out so far. Gentlemen, that's been a bit of a recap on what's happened so far, but the emotion itself, that's something you're gonna have to take a look at our next video for. What a day we've had. It started off a bit slow and then really picked up real fast. We got flawless cards that were also invoked, but today we focus on our next 10 matches. Of course, as always, split between this stream A and B. And with that means 5 best of ones on each show. Our first one is Furia versus Team Secret. And for those who didn't catch the draft at the end of yesterday and the day before, these matches and their format is all decided live on camera and then shown to everybody as we speak. So you get to pick who you want to play against during the group stage. I hope you enjoyed yesterday's draft. We're going to have another one set for you today. Gents, though, let's not delay any longer. It's mostly on me. Furia, what have they to offer so far? Because they're looking fantastic. They look like a top 3 team.
I mean, they're looking like the Furia that dominated a whole year 2 years ago. They've just been firing on all cylinders, especially since they haven't been matched in any department. Aggressiveness, nobody can match them. Teamwork, the way that they're able to play 3-2-1 positions, constantly go for these aggressive fights, nobody's been able to match them. One of the biggest players, but not the biggest, that I want to highlight is Featurette, because he's been doing so well for the team as the IGL. He's the 3rd best rated player in the tournament, and if your IGL is shooting like that, then you know you're in a good position to be Furia right now.
Now, we're talking about in-game strategy, but out of the game, how many bullets did they reload? Did they invoke any extra cards? We're going to have to see in our update. Well, no, actually. They start off with 10 rounds, 10 bullets, and they just add an extra 2 for this game. That's all that they're putting down, Gabe.
Yeah, that's not it's not a bad spot to be in. You're already at the top of the pack here, sitting at 10 bullets. You're adding a 10. You aren't risking anything just yet, where you can easily go into that tomorrow. And again, remember, like you said, a maximum of bullets can be put down today. Are 8. They're only putting up 2. So they're still playing it safe. Again, there is a lot of thought process that goes into how you want to approach this, and their coach right there, I think he knows exactly how he wants to do this.
Yeah, I mean, they understand completely how they want to play, and obviously, risking 2 bullets, they know that they can just play it slow right now, especially against their opponent Secret today. I mean, Furia's only gotten better and better as stronger their opponent has been. So obviously to them, they know that it's a little bit of a walking game. They don't need to sprint to the finals. They just need to be able to make it there at their own pace, test the different teams, especially on CGX. They don't need to risk anything.
Yeah, and for a team like Furia, you expect them to be performing at that top level. You want them to be at least in the top 4, but there are players that enable that to happen, Davide.
I mean, we talked about Featurette, but the best player in the tournament right now is JV92. We can't not talk about him. He is so pivotal to Furia's success because he's that player that can kind of do everything. He's able to constantly get these opening kills for his teammates, but he's so consistent on that second supportive role. And that's not something that you see too often. Usually we're hearing about KZ, usually we're hearing about Hertz, but JV92 is the consistent backbone of this team, where if anything's on the line, he's going to come clutch in the end. And especially if you watch Furia and the way they play, when they call for those aggro plays, to see him full sprint from sight to instantly go help his teammates, he's all over the map. He's really hard to keep control of.
Gentlemen, we have to talk about the other end of this spectrum here, which is Team Secret. And for those who have not really kept up with the team, there's been some changes, but this squad has kind of played under different iterations of it as an underdog, a dark horse, over the past year and a half, even of different iterations.
Yeah, I mean, they're finding their success. They're finding their strides. So far, they're 2-0. They haven't risked as many bullets to put themselves up there, but they are currently at 8. So they are sitting in a good spot. So, you know, there's no secret to this roster. They're finding the success that they need. They're getting it done. They find themselves a very formidable opponent in Furia here today, where they can, again, accumulate a few more bullets. I don't believe they're using in the extended mag at all, similar to Furia. So there is some scenarios going into tomorrow if they can find success here. Exactly, they are not using any cards. They're putting up 2 bullets as well to match Furia's, and they can end today with 12 points going into that next.
However, they did use the chicken card last night in the draft. Twister was up against the wall and he said, no, I am moving out of this game. And that is, of course, in my opinion, a good moment at the end of day 2 to play it and really get yourself into it. Reloading 2 bullets for this third day with a pick like Furia. What are you expecting to see today, David?
I mean, we're going to see the best from Secret because I believe that this is a proving ground for them. The other teams that they've played are good teams, but not at the level of Furia. We need to see where Secret stands amongst the top teams that we would argue are going to be making it to that main stage. So this is a good limit test for them. This is exactly how we want to see them play. And obviously, they don't want to throw away too many bullets. They just want to be able to, again, play that slow game, confirm their position, and if things get dire, then maybe we'll see them shake it up a little bit. But right now, I mean, they're playing one of the best teams in the tournament.
Now, David, you talked about JV92 and Fellapox. Who's that equivalent on the Secret side?
I mean, again, it's no secret. It's the dynamic duo, a Savage and Noah. And, you know, we talked about that chicken card that they did pull out. It's now allowing them to verse another Brazilian team, because the first 2 teams that these guys actually ended up playing, they beat Liquid 7-5, they beat Loud 7-5. And again, a lot of that has to do with the simple fact that Savage and Noah are the ones who are putting up that performance. And again, Savage being their IGL, as you talked about, Fellapox being number 3, the fact that Savage is the one doing the damage here, and then Noah coming into this role, playing the position that he is, also backing up his teammate, that is the best case scenario. So you want to talk about, are they going to bring it to the table? I think they're already showing that in these matchups. Again, versing Loud, versing Liquid, having those 7-5 performances. I think going against another Brazilian team where, again, Twister is from Brazil, so he knows that playstyle. They are going to be more than prepared and ready for Furia and to possibly walk away with the 12 bullets.
And I think it's something to commend, especially Savage and also Fellapox, but most importantly Savage, is with all the changes that have come to CJX, to be able to be the IGL, all the elements that you have to keep control of, the bans, to do all of that and still perform at one of the highest levels as one of the best players on your team, it's a very difficult task at hand. So to be able to stay on top of it. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm necessarily as good as any of these guys.
Sure.
Absolutely.
You were at some point, David.
Yeah.
Don't put yourself down.
You have the player experience. When you're in IGL, you know what it takes. You know what it's like to also compete at that level and also to put on a performance while leading a charge.
Your head is split in 2 different ways, focusing on your team and also focusing on your play. So the IGL is doing well. You know the rest of the team is going to be succeeding.
Well, we're going to go to Lair on this matchup and I think that plays very well into the IGLs of both sides of Fellapox and of Savage, because Lair is not an easy map to play around. The attacking side can have difficulties at times, but there's also a lot to prepare on the defense, David.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this map is so innovative. There's no real team that's found a meta on, and I really love the way that Brazil and Europe play it differently to North America, because the Brazilian teams go very aggressive, very fast-paced. They try to abuse those shields to get inside the map, whereas the European teams, and Secret specifically, they are a fast team, but Europe is still finding their footing on it. It's a lot of angles, a lot of wasting time, stalling out. So we're kind of seeing a what's the term? Immovable object against an unstoppable force at the moment, especially on this layer.
Yeah, that's a good analogy to put those two. Yeah, I think this is a very balanced map for both these teams to try to figure out the best course of strategy. Because like you said, I don't think any region has figured out Lair just yet. There's still a lot of complexity that you can play into this map, whether you're playing vertical pressure, like you were saying, using those shields to brute force your way in. There's a lot of things, but again, in a best of one, the IGL specifically of Fellapox and Savage need to be on point, ready to adapt and switch switch any operator at any given moment to make whatever they can possibly make successful.
Oh, Laxing, I'm hearing an update that Guz was kind of fooling around at the production room. That's why your graphic did not go up. So let's bring it up. Savage Noah, that dream duo that we wanted to see. What a graphic it is, Gabe.
Yeah, I mean, look how beautiful they are. But this is what I was talking about, the performance that they had. And again, why they used that chicken card to end up getting Furia in the long run. You look at both their EPSs, both sitting at 114, both an IGL and an entry kind of role. I mean, both these players have very similar stats. Their cost sitting at 67%. This is, again, what you want from an IGL, but also as an IGL, this is what you want from your players. Someone that is also putting the exact same amount of effort, the exact same amount of work in. That is what is going to carry you through and through every single tournament and every single competition.
The difficulty of being an IGL at the tippity top of Rainbow Six is not just being able to give calls and have everything in your mind, but it's also for you to perform, put up numbers on the board. But that's why it is the most stressful position anybody could be in as a player on the team during it. However, speaking of stress, we might be going to overtime today because we got Des and Ace joining us on the A stream. Gents, how you doing today? Look at these beautiful gentlemen, and of course the floral shirt there. What's going on?
Got to be the way in it. Laxton really showed up the other day with the pink one. Sorry, so I had to go with the blue one today. What can I say?
Look, you guys both look amazing as always.
Thanks, man. I was really worried for a second when Milos was like, speaking of stress, I was like, what have we done? What?
Surely not.
And he just saved it with the whole overtime thing. So granted, Milos, you're okay.
It's the stress of the overtime. You know,
We'll do what we can.
I respect the craft. I always know that we're going to get a good game regardless. So Des, Ace, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. I've been dying to say that. I'm so glad I finally get to bring it out. This is a big game to start the day. There are 5 games to come, of course, today here on the A stream and over on the B stream. And we're kicking it off with a bit of a banger, Tim. What I'm really excited about this game, though, is Furia. They don't play this map. It's their permaban. We barely get to see them on Lair. They played it once in the last year. That was against Liquid about 7 months ago. So really, there's nothing to go on here except a secret. They're coming into this thinking, yeah, we can do this against the big bad boys of the region. However, imagine Furia got something in the back pocket here to cause a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the day as a whole, I think it's a fascinating example of we've got 2 different strategies really coming out. We've got teams like Furia and Secret that are slow and steady. You know, they're the tortoise in this race. We're just going to go with a 2-bullet reload. We're going to play into day 4, day 5. We're just going on that slow accumulation.
If you were a team coach, this is what you'd do. That's a Tim strategy.
Nice and steady, nice and easy, boys. Let's get it done. But then you've got your teams like G2 and SSG that have just lit the blue touch paper and stood well back. Do you know what? We're going all or nothing today. So you've got these really different polarizing strategies coming out from teams, and it's fascinating stuff. So let's get into these bans. We've got Furia, we've got Secret. New banning phase for anybody who hasn't caught the tournament so far. Quick explanation, both teams start off with 2 bans of the opposing side of operators. So Furia on defense get to ban 2 attackers. They've banned Monty and Blackbeard, gone for that double shield ban. And then Secret on attack, ban 2 defenders, and they've gone for Mute and Warden. Now we'll play like that for the first 3 rounds. And then when we get into that beginning of the 4th round, they will have an opportunity to ban 1 more, and those bans will then, 6 banned operators will persist through the first half, and then we wipe it clean and do it all again for the second half after the sides.
And you might have been looking at those bans and wondering, what is the bans? I love it, absolutely love it. I was speaking to Kangaroo Kenny actually about this yesterday on DZ. I was talking about the ban phase that they had against SSG. And I remember actually it was on air, I forget who was casting, I want to say it was Devin Pengu. They were saying like, oh, okay, well they've banned away the Warden here, the Ying's gone away as well. Like, do they really play things like Glass? And then for 3 rounds straight, they just play Glass. And had a lot of fun with it. Obviously, they're an undefeated team so far here. But I was looking at these bans, the double shield ban makes a lot of sense. It's a target against Savage. He absolutely loves playing shields. It's why you're now seeing him across on that blitz. The other side, though, is the one that interests me the most, the Mute and the Warden. You look at that and think, a Mute ban? That's kind of weird. In a way, it's not, because for Furia, it's one of their most played operators. 3 different players have got it in their top 3 most played operators across the last year or so. Looking towards Philippe, Pox, Hertz, and Nade when I say that. So I think here they're identifying what it is that makes Furia a really difficult team to break down on defense and taking away a linchpin of their defensive setups.
Mute's a great operator. Mute brings an awful lot to the table. You know, you immediately think wall denial, but it's not all about that with Mute. Think about your other powerful operators, your Deimos, your Dokkaebi. Mute can deal with them. Mute can help to neutralise their effect. Nitro in hand, decent guns. Mute brings an awful lot to the table. So yeah, I think that's a smart ban from Secret there. We'll see how it plays out. We are defending up on the top floor with Furia for the time being. Secret have had a little prod, a little poke. They've put a few mav holes in that Mask's wall. No joy found yet, and they've repositioned a little bit, but they're playing this nice and cautiously.
I think it's quite smart then, sort of coming to maybe a bit of prep done to play Maverick an awful lot, because a lot of teams have been banning away hard breaches on the attacking side. You fully expect shields against Secret for what it's worth, but I think teams now are going to have to make sure their Mav is up to standard. We saw, for example, M80 against PSG banning away 3 hard breaches and making it almost impossible for the Korean side to do anything. So I like how we're seeing Variety come on through. Speaking about coming on through, there's a couple of kills kicking things off though, Tim. Moby's gone down, Noah's got a trade elsewhere. It's down to a 4 versus 4.
Trying to get some value out of this shield here is Savage, but look at the health on Noah and Doom. It's not looking great for Secret right now. However, even with limited hit points, Noah manages to find Herds, brings it back to a 3v3. It's almost like we're at the last 20 seconds of the round here, but there's a minute 10 left on the clock, and Secret, they just keep on pushing towards site. But Furia, they've stood tall, they've backed them up, and Secret are having to rethink a little bit here. But I tell you what, Des, that's going to help them do some thinking. Noah finds a third.
He's just completely sliced off this sort of like left-hand side of the map now. So Mask's wall, where Savage is around Mez, for example, it's all in Secret's control. And I love this. A plant's getting lined up, but they've got a glass on the other side of the Mask's wall that isn't open, mind you, but enough that they can see in towards sight here. With Noah going down though on those stairs, that's a problem. Savage has got to make a play happen, but 2 players have bunched up here to deal with this shield. He can't easily go forward and challenge 1. They might be a little bit stuck here, Tim. It's 2 versus 2. They've still, of course, got to get Glass back to join them, and Jumi's had a pretty poor tournament so far, has got to make an impact.
This is his moment. He's managed to just maneuver himself around here. The plant actually was going down. Savage was trying to secure it, but when Nid takes him down, this really stacks the chips against Jum. He's taken out. Secret, I feel like Secret were a little bit unfortunate. They might have made I don't want to be overly critical. They might have made a little bit of a bad decision.
That's so critical, Tim.
They might have made it. The thing is, it's one of those. If it works, you say, yeah, genius, brilliant. It could have gone either way. The results kind of made it a bit of a bad decision. And that was, you've got Noah on low health, and you've pushed June outside onto the holes you've made on Mask Wall with the map to use the smokes and the glass scope. So I don't hate that. You're using the situation you've created on Mask's Wall, but the problem is you've left Blitz inside with a very low health supporting player in Noah, who was fairly easily taken out, and then we saw what happened. As soon as Noah went down, the Blitz then is, Savage is backing up and saying, look, I can't keep taking this fight, there's 2 of them stacking up on me. But Jum cannot easily get into a position to support him then, because he's stuck outside, stood at Mask's Wall. So I get what they were doing. They were trying to create that space for Savage to get in and put the diffuser down, and Furia recognised that and they dealt with it well. And I say for Secret, it's unfortunate more than a bad decision. I'm probably, they've gone for it, they've committed to it, but I just don't think they quite had what they needed.
You're against one of the best teams in the world at the end of the day.
Yeah, you're going to be punished.
Nade challenging onto Jube, so he couldn't cover the plant going down, was the most important part of that as well. So again, just a nod towards Furia, and even in the 2 versus 2, that team play shines on through. Here we go for the second round, though. Of course, got a lot more of the map to clear through now as we find ourselves heading downstairs. A couple of interesting changes in the lineup from Secret as well. They're going Roma hunting at this point, Tim. Got the Jackal on side, you've got the Deimos being lined up, and you've even got Noah for a little bit of maximum damage coming through on that Nook as well. Of course, it's got to slip the net here, and with the Valkyrie coming on side, just screams there's a little bit of prep that's been done here to know that Furia are going to lean in towards playing these intel-heavy operations, looking at the bulletproof cam, of course, in the back pocket of Felipox. They can get around this. They can do some real damage.
Got 3 players at the minute off site for Furia. If you may be a little bit newer to watching Siege and you're thinking, how do you know that? How do you know that so easily, that they're all offside? If you look at the bottom left of your screen, you can see the locations at the bottom of the player cards for each of the Furia players, and basically anything that's not a B, because we're on the basement side, and anything that's not a B shows that they're on a different floor. So at the minute we've got Noah playing out on the first floor, and they're getting some value from it. JV92 manages to pick up Adrian. That's a big start as well. That's the ram gone, and believe me, you really want some verticality for this site, so now they're going to be limited to maybe the secondary for Doom. maybe the soft breach of Savage trying to do some of that vertical work. They have managed to get JV92 in response with a little bit of a late trade and can now start to maybe gather a little bit of that map control. Couple have been forced back to site, but KZ Herds are still a danger, but not anymore as June manages to cut down the Valkyrie.
Secret just playing this very slow and controlled so far. Again, Noah on that Nook, slipping through the net, managing to be in a spot to get a late trade. June working his way down from the top floor. The main thing I'm nervous about, Tim, is this isn't really like looking at the site itself here. We're talking about someone coming down the stairway from the second floor down to the first. They've still got a head down towards the basement here. They can start moving a bit quicker now. There's only 3 players left on this side of Furia, but it's at this point where the team has got to get themselves lined up. But what you've really seen from Secret is a very spread out attack, players in all kinds of locations, and it's keeping Furia guessing on what's going on. Really suffocating play. And they're in.
Ogle's just looking to get aggressive now, moving towards site on the back of Savage's kill, but once again, Furia stand up pretty well. 1v2. The problem they've got is KZ, low health and off-site. Opportunity for Noah to potentially put this diffuser down. That's exactly what he's going to start to do. Gives it a little tickle, but backs off, but we start seeing the value of those Deimos scans. A 1v2, and you're tracked as well. KZ has really got it stacked up against him. Nitro goes out and gets him, though. That's Mowgli taken down, but Noah finds the trade after putting the diffuser down, and what a start Noah has had to this one.
He is flying. Noah's a really interesting player because I know for a while he's floated around and people have always been like, there's so much potential in this guy, like he's the next up-and-coming Shaiko, and for a while it was like, okay, you're not really seeing that come to light. At least from what we've seen over the last couple of days, you saw it earlier on in the comparison between Savage and Noah, the performances they've both had so far at this tournament. Noah's starting to cook, and in this game especially, he's working a bit of magic. A 3K in the first round, a second in that one just then. Great start for him. A bit too early to get too excited, of course, because you've got to see how the rest of the game plays out, but you're certainly not complaining when you can see that potential building up.
Just got our highlights from the last round as we work through the prep phase, and it's going to be a lot of Noah and June because of June's had a little bit of a slow start to the tournament, but certainly got himself involved in that round.
He got the one kill that he had, I'd say relatively for free. That second one there on the replay does him no favours, being fair. This is what's happened over the last couple of days. He's had a couple of gunfights he's come into that really should have taken and just couldn't get the shots. And in that case, there is onto a player that wasn't even looking at him. That's painful. You can't be missing them. It's been a tough tournament for him so far. I've said before that I remember when Fabian was coaching on Delta projects, he was saying, look, there's so much potential in this guy. He's a great player. Not yet seeing it this tournament, but we've seen so many times to him when we come to big events like these that some players have a really poor group stage and they warm up, they hit form at just the right time. And normally, that's when you get into the live stage. That is when you want someone to really come into their own.
Yeah, exactly. The timing of your form is particularly important. Like you say, you'll quite happily have a quiet first few days if you can have a great last few days. Nobody remembers the start then. Joom is going to be the one on the sense, just walking in, looking to take a bit of ground here on that first floor. Gets in, takes out the default camera. There are a number of Furia once again spread around the map. They're not making things easy. The Secret here in Joom just losing his life early on there, and that could be a big blow for Secret. The sense, obviously you're going to be looking at those light screens as being some utility that can assist your plant. It's going to help that execute. That's gone now, so they've got to start thinking, where does this plant come from?
You ban the Warden to make use of operators like the sense looking in towards the Blitz, for example. Of course, recently changed, you can't see this, that's kind of half rubbish I'm talking there, but the smoke's in the back pocket of Savage, another thing that it would help with. And I'm just thinking at this point, you've invested this much in trying to make this set-piece play work out. You've engineered bans around it. You've got the idea what you think is a good counter-prep and counter-analysis to how Furia play the game. And you've lost a pretty key operator in that set-piece play early on. The blessing still being, of course, you've got Savage here. We know what he can do on the Blitz. We've seen him on many a shields, many a time, and that's why Tour banned away against him here. So there's something they can do with it, but it's definitely going to be diminished having lost that key operator so early on.
And the thing is, you've got to... Nice shot from Adrian there, just sees Herds peeking out, he's going to pick him up. It's not necessarily there, you know, about June specifically. I'm asking Secret, really. If you've got a key operator that's part of your execute like that, why are they the first in the building? You've got to think about these things as well.
You assume it's safe, and then it turns out there's someone at the door.
Yeah, you know, who's going in for those challenges? Who's going in to take out those default camps? Who's going in to take that space? And how important is that operator? Savage is going to continue just trying to feed a bit of intel, I think, behind that shield. trying to make sure that they've got everything located, knowing what they're going to be facing up ahead of them. But the problem at the minute, concern for Secret, they haven't dealt with that top floor and the verticals on this side. You can see straight away bullets raining down on them. It is a tough ask, a tough nut to crack if you haven't got that top floor control.
You've got Mowgli starting to poke from the side though, up here towards Highway, and if he can get in and just start putting some bullets down, distracting these top players, that's the way to go about it. Sees one, almost manages to get an extra shot down to layer and a bit more damage. But with 3 players up top, it's not easy to do. Savage taking the time on that distraction, has pushed his way in here, needs to win out this fight. You can't be losing it, no! Adrian's there for an assist. Mowgli finally up top, walks away with a kill. Sure, Casey gets one back, and that's sight for now at least sacrificed, but 2 players have dropped in. They've got it, Tim. It's hell versus heaven at this point. The 2 from above, the 2 are on the site itself. They're not going to be able to stop it, Tim. This one's going down.
This is the problem. Furia have put all their eggs in the vertical basket, and it's not paid off for them, Des. They haven't been able to stop the plant, and now they're on the back foot. They're above. They've got to fight their way back into sight, and if anything, they're now doing the job of the attacker, trying to get themselves established. Mowgli knows this. He knows that they have to either drop a hatch or play down the stairs. He's waiting for it, but he loses his fight. Felipox comes away with a kill somehow. Adrian picks up KZ. We go into a 1 versus 1. Adrian finds him through the soft wall. Absolutely beautiful stuff. You might well smile, Adrian. That was a great double to finish things off. Secret take round 3.
And a 4K for himself in the round as well. He'd had a slow start a couple of rounds, not picking up anything, but makes it count when he needs to. 2-1 to Secret on the attack inside. On there, you'd expect to split down the middle, really, but it's looking good. Now we're into these next bans. Have you seen the shield taken away? Because that blitz has been a little bit of a nuisance. Wouldn't be shocked to see it go, and sure enough, away it goes. I love the smoke ban, because the one thing I looked at earlier on, I feel a little bit bad for nading this one. Guess what his 3 most played operators are, Tim?
Are they mutant smoke in Warden?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, come for the full target ban. But a similar story again, where across 2 or 3 of the players on this team, Smoke is in their most played operators. So they really are going in a fury here with target bans and taking away the 3 operators that they know they play the most across every single map. Really cool to see.
Back up to the top floor we go for Fury, then they will continue that rotation. We've spoken about this a few times now. A lot rarer do we see teams going back-to-back on sites. We used to see it all the time. You'd go top floor, lose top floor, try it again, because that was your favourite site. Whereas now, teams have got much more locked into this strategy of our rotations to play. Round 1, 2, 3 are these sites. And win or lose, they move on. And I was saying the other day, Des, I think mentally it's potentially a good thing, because even if you lose a site, you move on. You're going somewhere new. You're not trying. You don't have that element in your mind of we've just lost this site, and it gives you a couple of rounds before you play it again to put that loss out of your mind. Whereas you know that those wins are going to build confidence for the next one. So it's great to see. Really, it's a little bit of a change I think that we've seen over the past 12 months or so, particularly. It become much more common for teams to do that.
All right, let's see if Furia can battle their way back through. They've gone for their triple target ban against Savage, and as mentioned, Secret have kind of spread across the team, but gone for their 3 of their most played operators. Both teams are really going neck and neck at each other. Onto their 3 site rotation, as you remarked, Tim. Top floor to kick things off, and in comes Tune from below on the Deimos. Saw Mowgli playing this a little bit earlier on, and Savage has gone across to playing on that Ying. Take away the shields, that's totally fine. We know you haven't got a Warden. Guess what's coming at your face? A whole bunch of Candelas and smokes. Could well prove to be rough, assuming, of course, they get in spot to actually pull off this execute. Last time round, they managed to get a lot of it done. It was Noah with a 3K working his way up Rocket that got them a lot of control and a lot of ability to move through Mares and start putting pressure onto Mass Wolf, for example. Look at a plant, but it was a very well played 2v2 by Furia that saw the round going their way.
Furia so far at the tournament have actually had a 90% defensive win rate, Des. 9 out of 10 rounds they've won on the defensive side. So Secret are doing a real job at the minute. They're giving themselves a great foundation to move on and win this layer.
Shotgun, okay, nice. I mean, I like it. I like it, because they're probably expecting to see electrification coming out, which is what you got with the Kaid, so why not shotgun from below?
Well, I've said this about the Deimos before. The Vendetta it's such a good gun. And if you're using your tracks, you're stuck on the Vendetta anyway. So a lot of the time, those are the fights that the Deimos is taking. So why not bring the utility of the shotgun?
You saw there how it almost managed to get them a kill as well. They were not really almost, but more a bit of damage down to Felipox. They knew that wall was being reinforced off. She wasn't quite in the right place at the right time to capitalize. But Tim, I saw the Candelas in hand then for a second for Savage. They're starting to think about what this execute looks like. It's very heavily east side focus, and Adrian carries on now. 5 kills in a row he's found himself, but the team is starting to move their way forward.
KZ will pick up Doom, leaving us 4 versus 4. Candela's about to go in, but Savage rethinks it, repositions, and sends one in from elsewhere. Philippox manages to pick up Noah, but the diffuser's going down. Secret have been playing the objective game so well so far today, Des, and that's going to be another success for them. They have the lines that they need to support, but can they hold on to it in the post plant? That's going to be the big question. 1 kill goes either way. Furia 3v2, so they're on top in terms of numbers, but can they fight through the Secret defenses?
Mowgli's missed there as well. He had the long angle from up on highway. The diffuser's going down. You've got Adrian coming from the top, but the cover is there. Furia have seen this one a few too many times. They know what's coming. And again, play out a end of round scenario on that top floor excellently.
I like that from Furia. As soon as the opportunity presented itself, KZ straight on that diffuser, looking to disable it, get the round done. 2-2, and 2 of our top teams here at Reload so far, showing exactly why they are in that position. They've both played very, very well, and we're having a great contest between the 2 of them. A reminder of what we're playing for here. Both of these teams have stuck with just reloading the 2 bullets, not getting too carried away. Secret have reloaded 1 each on day 1 and day 2, so they're currently having won both of those games, sat on 8 coming into this one. And we've got Furia that went for 2 bullets on the first day, 2 bullets on the second day, won both. So they currently sit on 10 coming in. So there's 2 up for grabs and 2 to be lost on either side. So I guess more of that slow, steady pace for these 2 going through. We'll see that change up as the day goes on.
5 seconds to go.
5.
I could acknowledge the change, or the thing they need to change from the last time around. Remember that we lost the Ram very early on, and then lacked vertical destruction for the rest of the rounds. So here now, instead of leaning in towards bringing the butt, I tell you what, they've lost the Ram again, Tim, at the very start. But as I was just saying, they've brought along an insurance option. They've got Doom, and as long as he doesn't go down next, please don't cast the curse it, then they should be fine to still get open what they need to. Cover a plant from above as well is a key one. They won't be forced to go and hit deep in towards the site itself. Instead, you use the verticals, you make use of the Sen's light walls, and that is what your execute then gets built around.
Yeah, it's certainly not making your life any easier when attacking onto the basement if you're going to be losing all that verticality early on. They've just been unfortunate when you go into those peaks, you don't get to pick who it is. And losing Ram at the beginning is a tough blow, but one that Furia will be happy with. We're going to see the Deathmark track go out. It's going to pick up KZ on the Scopos, so he's just going to get himself somewhere where he's got a little bit of support. He's got a teammate there in Philippox who can work with him, JV92 as well, so we can kind of try and keep him safe. We're going to see the Vendetta taking a few pot shots through the wall, just feeding that information back into the team Mowgli, letting him know what sort of direction. But Secret, they've got a lot to deal with on this mid floor yet.
It's smart because they've got Doom above, who was opening up the floor above, forcing KZ to move, so he was then exposed to that line of sight from Mowgli. I think shot him in the booty a couple of times, but that's all he managed to get away with. There is that second player up here, JB92, who's ratting in a corner, hoping that they'll come and chase down the Scopos and they'll get a freebie off the back of it. Not yet to come. In fact, Noah has just completely deleted him from an off angle. Didn't know he was there, I think, at this point. Straight there to the back right, off towards the right-hand side of your screen. Easiest kill in the world that they'll find as JV's attentions were elsewhere.
Yeah, Noah's continuing to have a great game, 7-3. The thing that Secret are going to be looking, or Secret fans particularly will be looking towards, is that second half. Is Noah going to be able to continue at this pace on the defensive side of things as well? Sometimes we see players go even crazier. Sometimes we see them really settle down in the second half. But right now, they're going to be very happy with his performance. Finds himself 7-3 and continuing to look unstoppable. We've got Philippox and KZ still trying to work together. We saw this last time from Fury. They really wanted to hold this site from above, so much so that KZ ended up in a 1v2 whilst still above, and a lot of work for him to do. He wasn't able to win it out. Nade does manage to win out again. Savage finds another one onto Noah. That's big. Nade and Mowgli then trade each other. That's a huge triple for Furia from Nade, just when they needed it most.
Absolutely, a great way to shut this round down as it is. Unless Doom could pull off something magic, and I was going to say, as we've always said about his tournament so far, He ain't that guy to do it, I'm afraid. Furia up now to 3-2. Winning the last 2 in a row, Tim, puts them in a great position because Secret were ahead for a short amount of time, let's not forget as well. But it feels like Furia have now adapted to those bans coming through. They've got Secret figured out a little bit better, and Secret have just gone a little bit blunt in the tooth.
Final defensive round will be... Nice shot from Noah there, just JV92 leaving the tippy top of that head, peeking up over the wall. Get punished for it, but coming into the final round, I'm going to see them go into Weapon and Armory this time, where they try to hold on for one last time. Furia, I think if Furia come away with a 4-2 here, Des, they can count themselves almost lucky, to be honest.
You reckon lucky?
Not lucky's maybe a strong word, but I just feel like Secret, for me it feels like Secret have been on top of this. They've been the driving force. Furia have been playing a little bit reactively some of the times. It's been Noah, it's been Adrian going in there, creating space, and Secret have had the command of a number of rounds there, and I feel like if they don't come away with a 3-3 half, Furia have got away with one a little bit there. They've been kind of let off.
Yeah, I could kind of get the point where you're coming from.
I'm not saying that they've not been in the game, but I feel like Secret could have been 4-2 up. It could have been their half.
Yeah, satisfied with the
easily.
For sure. Secret, they want that 3-3. They want to get. They started out strong. Let's not forget again. 2 of those first 3 rounds went their way and struggled to get one across the last 2. It'd be good to end the half with another one on the board. It's going to again be this focus on the vertical players. We're down that first floor. But of course, with the Brava on side, Tim, well, guess what happens now? You get in there and you hack the living hell out of anything, because come back to that ban we spoke about, the mutes, those Brava drones unimpeded by anything except bullets.
Yeah, good shout with the Maestro on side, of course. Just interesting to look across the kills and deaths at the minute as well, and we've got 2 different games going on here. Furia really playing a team game at the minute, very, very even across the board. Unusually it's JV92 so far that's a little bit quieter than the others, but still making his contribution. Whereas if we look at the side of Secret, very reliant on Adrian and Noah, Mowgli chipping in a little bit as well. But you've got this sort of front line and back line aspect with Secret, whereas Furia, everybody's rolling up their sleeves and getting involved. So another little interesting contrast between these 2 teams.
Focusing on this top floor for now, because that, of course, is where the focus should be. Secret have tried this whole plant under the vertical once, and sure, they largely got away with it, but couldn't always fully close things out off the back of it, except for an Adrian 4K. You don't really rely on lightning striking twice like that. You've got to play a little bit more by the books and get that vertical control done. Of course, leaning in towards Adrian being on the Ying. That should be the big focus for them. That's going to be their execute. But you can also, of course, make use of the Ying, not just for hitting side, but for hitting these rooms that are currently held by enemy players. And there's 2 or 3 of them on the top floor. You've got JV inside the bathroom corridor. Casey's up there by the art window. And then we've got a 3rd player also sat inside of our 6 rooms. So a little triangle of death going on up on that top floor.
Yeah, there's no way that Secret get away with a plant without getting that top floor control here. Adrian will pick up KZ to kick things off, so that's going to be 1 of the top floor players. Still 3 remaining up there. Philippox, Herds and JV92 all above. As you say, there's all working together. It basically shows you how much value there is in this area. It might not be a top floor site, but you kind of defend it like it is, and then you just worry about the verticals after that. Secret are maybe going to try their luck here. Now that they've taken nade, they'll know that site is clear. The question is, can Furia hold it from above? We've seen them fail previously. Do they have the angles that they need to prevent a diffuser going down?
I mean, Hertz is off in Narnia right now, needs to get himself back towards site, and JV, I think, is going to play for the verticals, so largely the same as before, as you say, is give away that control and just say, fine, you want to try and play for it, then we'll try and play for the verticals and deny you out.
That's
but look
huge!
at that! I'd say he was off in Narnia, Tim. They had no idea that he was out there. A huge 2K on the flank, finally traded out by Mowgli, but the damage has been done. JV and Philippox could clutch this, and there's 1 of the 2 kills they need.
Secret just haven't controlled the flanks well enough. They've put the track stingers out there. They've thought that it was enough, but even with the gunfire taking them out, they haven't responded to those players that were going to hit them on the flanks. And now Noah 1v1, time ticking down, low health, nothing he could do, and that was 2 great flanks coming in from Furia to save the day in that round.
You know what it looked like to me there at the end as well? Noah was just a bit paralyzed by choice. Do I try and play for a kill here? Do I go up the stairs? Do I try and find the diffuser and get a plant down? I think if he committed towards going for the diffuser, he gets it in time and can try and stick it, but then you're always in that situation where you've got, what, 6-7 seconds sat putting that diffuser down when you're going to have JV92 coming down to collapse onto you. So I get it. Choice Polaris is a painful one, but ultimately they lose the round and the half. 4-2 to Furia. Let's go for some bans then, shall we, Tim? Sticking things relatively similar on the attacking side so far, with the Monty being taken away. Sen's interestingly being taken out here, so identifying the Furia like that for the set-piece plays and just getting it off the board nice and early. Also to follow on the other side, Guide and Bandit. Electro Bros offline.
Fairly standard, so what we're going to see there from Furia is plenty of breaching, which makes sense on there. If you think about the sites that we're going to be looking at, top floor, you can go and get Mask Wall open really easily. Even if there's a mute jammer on there, we can see, you know, Doom is going to be playing on the mute. It doesn't really matter too much. You can work up towards the top corners. You can use your impact TMPs. There's so many options to deal with those mute jammers reasonably easily. So they're not really consistent wall denial anymore. So you're going to see Mask's wall getting opened up. There's the option then to potentially work into R6 room, get that wall opened up, really create some crossfires inside a site, open the wall up inside of Ops that goes through into the corridor there that you can see. There should be ample opportunity for Furia with that double electricity ban to get lots of breach. I want to see this site looking like Swiss cheese at the end of this. Plenty of holes in it, plenty of lines of sight, and an opportunity to get that diffuser down. They should be able to force Secret away from anywhere that they want to play.
I think it's the speed aspect that you bring along too, right? Is when you haven't got to worry about playing this little mini game to get a wall opened up, then you can move with a bit more pace and purpose. And for Furia, so then they're certainly not going to complain about all that much. I was just looking down how things have gone so far, and back in that first half, both the rounds that Secret won were off the back of clutches, which says a lot about how hard Furia have made it for them. Even when we see people like Noah hitting that 3K in round 1, they still couldn't quite convert things. So with how things shape up here, I would be shocked to see Furia just walk the next 4 or 5 rounds and close this out.
We need to keep an eye on KZ in this round. He's gone in immediately underneath on the Deimos. He's kind of tracking his way back out a little bit. He's changing his position. But think about it. If he gets underneath somebody and gets one of those tracks active, a lot of this floor is destructible upstairs. So he can then start working with those vertical shots with the Vendetta and just make their life a nightmare. He's just going to bide his time and wait for the opportunity. Once they make some noise elsewhere, they get a breach, they start pushing Ops, and everybody's focusing up on that. That's when the track can come in, when the eyes are elsewhere, and that's when he can make a quick challenge onto somebody and maybe get a kill from underneath.
I was going to say, there's 3 players all trying to get rid of Mowgli here, holding on to this Ops double reinforcement, but he's managed to get a kill and said, thank you very much. I'll take my free, but you can have Ops now, it's no problem. The Grim has gone such a critical operator to execute into this site with as well. Love to see it, and I really like that Mowgli has shown the constraint there to back away. Look at him back on walls, he'd have gone up to 2nd and 3rd kills there and probably died in the process. Now Casey's got a bit of a track on, so he'll back away behind his teammates, keep himself safe. And I doubt Casey gets anything from that.
No, exactly as expected. He was just waiting for that moment where his team were taking ground, they've moved into Ops, and he tries to catch Mowgli unaware. But Secret have responded well. They were ready for that. Mowgli moved to safety. There was nothing that KZ could do to find the kill, and now he's going to have to wait his time and try again. The problem is you've already shown your hand. You've already shown maybe that's what you're going to go for. Adrian now has been tracked, but again, he's holding on well, but he's not! He's only holding on to a nade that KZ sent in. Beautiful kill from the Deimos. Mowgli goes down as well, and Furia, they are hitting the gas pedal, Des. They are finding some momentum on attack.
So well played by KZ with that nade to force Adrian down the stairs into his waiting, loving embrace. And with that, Mowgli also falling on site, it's all starting to fall apart. But Jume's found at least one for himself. Down onto a second, actually. Philippox hits the deck. Will probably get himself pulled back up here. Jume is underneath, no C4 in hand, I don't believe. In fact, it wasn't in his hand, Tim, because it was on the ceiling. Gets himself a second into a 2 versus 2. Herds, so there is no one anywhere near him. Both players coming up from Rocket here. They win one. Herds has got to go massive.
Manages to get the diffuser down, a point in his credit at least, but doesn't know exactly where he's being pushed from. Jume has waited for a big round, and he's delivered when Secret needed it. He goes underneath and deals with the Deimos that's making their life a misery. He then hits a Nitro to get the kill above and comes in and sweeps through, cleaning things up and killing Herds at the end for the post plant. Fantastic stuff from Jume and a great, resilient defense from Secret.
What I love is that it wasn't even just Twister, the whole team there. They know that Jume's had a tough time so far. Hitting a big 3K like that is great for the confidence, but having it like compounded by your team also saying, God, yeah, go on! having that kind of energy behind you is exactly what you need when you're not having the best start to a tournament. Wonderful round from June. You'll see some of the replays. I spoke about that nade play that came out from the Deimos of KZ. It was beautiful. June there, cheeky little down as well, coming off the back of it. A great C4, and then to go on and march with a couple more kills. Absolutely beautiful stuff from Secret. And in a way, they've done back to Furia what Furia did to them back in the first round of the last half, if you remember. Really good stuff.
Who's trying to hold angles against me? Let's go! I mean,
you know what? Fair play. I love the size of his balls, man.
It's a fair shout. It was a hell of a peak. It was JB92 that he hit on the reverse angle.
I just don't know who's saying that. He knows who he's playing against, right? One of the best rosters.
I don't think he cares.
Angles against me.
I don't think he cares who he's playing against. Absolutely slammed him. But
excellent.
Look, Secret there. That's a round that Furia are going to feel that they should have won, in reality. 4v2, they dominated the mid-round. Secret should have gone underneath earlier, I think. They knew that KZ was down there on the Deimos. He'd already tracked and attacked Mowgli, and they left him down there, and that cost Adrian his life ultimately. They left him alone, and he just kept hounding them with the tracks, with the utility, and maybe Secret should have done something about that a little bit sooner. But once it became a serious problem, i.e. they'd lost Adrian, June then did go down there and did something about it, and did a lot about a lot of other things as well. So a good round overall from Secret. A lot. He did a lot.
Yeah.
He did.
My head hurts. First call coming out from the Dokkaebi. I spoke wax lyrical about this operator all the time and how valuable she can be in the right hands. Teams that know how to push forward as a unit when that call comes out are the ones that you tend to see being really successful. Look at Falcons across the last year.
Oh,
it's a golden example. Moby has been slammed. June falling by the wayside for Leapox on a little bit of a tear here, Tim. Picking up 2 for himself. No Ram being brought down early here, Tim. It's the Ram that's doing the slamming.
Secret has a great round in round 7, and then it all seems to fall apart quickly as Furia come into A, wipe 3 of them out, and you're now in a position where you feel like the round is almost done. Felipox manages to get a 3rd, cutting down Noah. 5v1, Adrian with it all to do. He's been having a decent day, but I tell you what, this is a real ask. 1v5, not only 1v5, but against Furia. He's battling left and right, front and back, but he just cannot find a kill, cannot buy one there, Adrian. As Furia, they managed to get themselves 1 round closer to a win. It's 5-3.
Yeah, this is what I thought we might see from Furia. They'll just kind of turn the gas on now and just say, okay, cool, we've had a solid first half there, a few rounds and we're done. Let's just time out for Secret.
Mais o louco, né? Tipo, tentando agressivar, mesmo aquele all-in ali embaixo. Que boneco vocês acham que a gente tem?
Let them keep in going in and bring more resources to do the game into your favor. It will be one of the best things. They're bringing these hunt operators because they don't want to spend much time on the drones. So what we do, we can even just play like even the video to just spend a little bit more of time or more resources. Because even in the first round, they were doing the play with the capital and the nades on the bottom floor just to isolate kills. That's what they would be based on. They try to get the opening pick and then they go for the site over there to try to execute after with the bomb. If we stop them in the middle of this with our resources and then playing aggressive, I think it would be good for us because they will struggle and won't have any further plan, you know? Yeah. Let's go, you guys got this. Let's go. Have fun.
Let's go.
Goes back to the degree what we spoke about, and Twister's there very spot on the money. They're going fast. And when we spoke about this kind of bandit ban being something that you want to just get out of the way and not have to spend this time playing mini games in the mid-round, clearing away walls you can think about and execute, slow them down. What he was saying there was use the resources. Any C4s that you've got, any gadgetry you can bring along that can slow things down that little bit more. This is why you're seeing things like the Goyo and the Goo Mines and the smokes coming online here. It's just to try and stem the bleeding a bit and slow down this Furia side.
I mean, I know they haven't gone for it, but I'm pretty sure I heard Twister there suggest maybe something like a Vigil as well.
Yeah.
As it is, they've got a Legion. You know, they've got other operators. They've got the Goyo there. Anything to, like you say, slow them down. How can we burn time? How can we set the problems? I'm going to watch this round for Secret particularly. Where's your presence offside? The problem is with that, you're up against the Furia side that will hurt you in gunfights.
5 seconds to go.
We can see Secret win as many gunfights as we want, but ultimately you're going up against players like JV92 and KZ and Herds, and they are going to hurt you in gunfights. If you commit too much to roaming in the map and causing problems elsewhere, you better make sure that you're winning those fights, because otherwise, like we saw in the last round, you're going to very quickly find yourself 5 versus 2 when Furia come in and just wipe everybody out. So that's something that Secret need to make sure that, yep, committing around the map is fine, causing problems around the map is fine. You got to win those gunfights and keep those positions.
Charge. Stay clear. See how things play out from now. Of course, this top floor should once again be the focus for Furia to kick things off. But they have got the Deimos. Don't forget, we had this dance last time around Rocket Stairs. It's Doom who's dancing around this area of the map now, I think, looking to remind KZ that it's not a free walk in the park. That said, here we go. We're in for the low as well. That was such a key one to land, but KZ, you don't miss those very often, Tim. Noah, though, elsewhere, gets one back and hits double digits.
No, and that's good for Secret. They managed to get another one, taking down the Deimos, and this is what I was saying. Yes, you can cause them problems around the map, but you got to back it up with a couple of kills, and they've done that brilliantly well. 4 versus 3. Now Secret can start thinking more about sight, because Furia don't have the numbers to play that fast game, to try and just hit sight. Now Secret can think about, how do we use this man over that we've got? Do we put an extra player on site? Do we just drop back a little bit, invite Furia on and burn out a little bit of that time? Let's see how they play in the late round.
It's a key one, and what I like is when this whole little scrap was going on around Rocket to try and get rid of the Deimos, Adrian up on Highway was going pretty aggressively out there along with Savage to make sure they had control of that part of the map as well, because no doubt Twister's words rang true in their head. You know, they like to try and get the entry and then hit sight. Don't let them. Challenge them around the map. It was good stuff. Savage, the C4 being thrown out, at least for now not popped out, but of course waiting for that chance for the call to come through from those Valk cams. You can see Doom, even though he's dead, he's sat on that camera watching and waiting, made the call but doesn't find anyone from it.
No, it can be a tough one when players like this just do not stand still. As you can see, I think it's basically Secret have done what I said pretty much. They've dropped back from a lot of the pressure points on the top floor, and they've just taken up slightly more dug-in positions, headed themselves a little bit closer to sight, and so we've had this big lull because there's nobody for Furia to find. They're trying to use the verticals. Secret are giving them nothing, and I love the way that Secret have played this. Get in there, cause them problems, get a couple of kills, and I tell you what, it's taken the pace out of Furia, hasn't it?
In case you're wondering what's happening on our other game over on the B stream, BDS have beaten KAG Osaka 7-2 on Lair, Tim, the very same map, winning 5 of their attacks. A real dominant performance from BDS. Of course, now a very different roster, and KAG not quite putting up the numbers they needed to be able to hold on. But now, though, back into this game, it's looking like it's cooking, Tim. Secret in a 3 versus 2, but clock is running down, which might make this a little bit easier for them. They've still got smoke to play behind as well. Pushing as they might. JV finds one. For Leapbox, another. Can they start getting the diffuser down? He's nowhere near the site itself, and that one's done.
Secret have played that well. They've managed that round fantastically. I referenced NIP, old NIP, sort of 2021-22 NIP, and it was something that they used to do really well, was go in there, aggressive at the beginning on the defense, get a couple of kills, much like Secret did onto Furia, and then just manage the round from there. Don't allow them to play their game. Secret did that beautifully, dropped back, Furia want gunfights. They know how good they are mechanically. They want those gunfights. Secret, after the initial battles at the beginning, no, we're not giving you any more, drop themselves away, play a little bit of cat and mouse with them, cause those problems, and I'm sure after that timeout, Twister's going to be very happy with that.
A couple of bands coming in. It's going to be the Mute and the Deimos.
No surprise for the Deimos.
The Deimos, no, it's been a bit of thorn on their side here for the majority of it. And Mute, you touched on it at the time we were speaking about the target ban coming in against Furia. It makes a lot of sense to think against pretty much every team, because if Mute is not in your core lineup of operators that you can play as a team, there is likely a problem.
Yeah.
So not at all surprised to see it taken away and denied from them.
Let's get into round 10 then. We're back up to the top floor. Furia managed to maintain their lead by 1, but Secret are hanging on for dear life here and not letting Furia get away at all. Not letting them gain any ground whatsoever. Last time around when we saw Furia attacking onto this site, Secret made it difficult for them. They tried to send KZ in underneath with the Deimos. Doom had a huge 3K, got down there, took out the Deimos, got a Nitro kill back into site. Despite the plant going down, Herds couldn't hold on. It was a little bit scrappy. Furia with a great start, Secret with a great end to the round. I'd like to see Furia get a bit more sort of confident site control this time. Have a nice a couple of the plants have felt like they've been, not just by Fury, but Secret as well. It's kind of like we're throwing it down because we've got to. We're 2v2, we're coming towards the end of the round, we've got to put this diffuser down. I'd like to see a nice controlled execution here. Get control of some of site, wherever that is that you choose, whether it's over by B-bomb chassis, whether it's inside a mask's wall, get control and put that diffuser down with proper cover established.
Throwing being a bit too aggressive. It's the one thing I'd really like to have seen him kind of curb a bit on this team. I spoke about before on walls, a bit of a wild card, a lot of potential, but sometimes a bit too aggressive. But may have someone paid the price here. It's very rare that a team is going to let you get away with a play like that without any kind of support, and he's been taken down largely for free very early into this round. Don't forget, of course, though, Tim, we've got that Vigil on side here from Savage, something we heard Twister speaking about. Just try and waste a bit of time. For the first, 60 seconds of the round, he was sat on cams, toggling between default cams, seeing where the push is coming from. Of course, being the IGL, he wants to know what's going on there so he can make the right calls to his team, where to move resources around. They'll have to do so though in a 4 versus 5.
Yeah, for now it's a little bit of a mini-game between KZ and Savage as they hunt each other down underneath while the rest of Furia continue to work on this top floor. They've got Mask Wall open, they've got Ops Wall open, so they are shaping themselves up to, as I said, what I wanted to see, a nice controlled execution. They need to now establish cover, and KZ needs to start doing that work from underneath to force players away, out of sight, with that verticality, and create a situation where his team can get in and put that diffuser down.
This is the key one. KZ has had this focus for the last minute and a half now on getting in underneath and trying to threaten the vertical. I was just looking at this lineup here between JV and Noah, I believe it is. 2 blinks first, who dares move? Of course, Secret have the advantage here, no real requirement to move. But Noah went now, could be a bit of a freebie for him, waiting to be lined up. With that vertical play being done by KZ as a remark, this is where now Furia start lining up for an execute, knowing they've massaged some of these Secret team players around, moved them away, and now it's all on nailing that blitz to get the diffuser down.
Yeah, and despite opening Mask's wall, they're now moved across to that B plant. They've got the R6 room wall open, they've got the smokes down, they should be in a safe position here. JV can hold the cover, is going to do so, takes down Noah, and this is the kind of execution I wanted to see. Jooms drop below to try and deal with KZ again, but it might be too little, too late, as KZ finds the kill, the diffuser's down, and Furia surely lock this out in a 4v1. Adrian low health, he's having the kitchen sink thrown at him right now. Nade will find the final kill, and Furia put themselves on to match point.
Excellent round from Furia. That is the kind of set-piece play you can go and analyse back and just appreciate how amazing Furia are.
That was great.
It was a little bit unfortunate for Secret because they had the ping on the floor. You saw it earlier in the round. Yellow ping in the floor on where the C4 needed to go. So as soon as that attempt came on through, they blow it up, diffuser would be down, everything would then be a little bit of chaos. I love how there was that awareness from Secret on what was going to happen. They read into the game plan, but it didn't matter because that C4 was a second too late. They get in, the plant starts going down, and even with June being a little bit risky in the moment, dropping down, trying to regain control of the vertical, everything still fell apart from them. But again, one of the best set-piece plays that you can see in Siege. Wonderful stuff from Furia.
We came into the game, of course, talking about Savage. He's had a fantastic couple of days alongside Noah. Really quiet today, 1-9, and I think Secret are just struggling to maybe find that impact elsewhere. We had him on the Vigil in that last round. He should have been the one to do something about KZ to remove that vertical option from underneath. But as we saw, KZ battling with and killing Doom at the end of the round as well. He was never really bothered by it. So I always say this about the Vigil. Vigil does not bring any utility that helps the team. And I mean, you know, in terms of bulletproof cameras or something like that, electrification of a wall, denial, nothing like that. He's a selfish operator. And that's not to say that players are selfish using, but it's to say that he has to get kills. If you're going to bring the Vigil, he has to waste time and he has to waste kills. Sorry, get kills. And that's not something that Savage managed to do in that. It was just kind of, for want of a better phrase, a little bit invisible, which I know you want from Vigil, but not quite that invisible.
Yeah, again, a large part of it, I think, was more in playing the IGR role. I mentioned that he was sitting on cams for the first 60 seconds of the round to know what was coming, and
well,
that's why
it.
they had
Vigil's not going to do its job then. You need your Vigil around the map, using the scanner, keeping them guessing. That's what you need.
They had the read, but just couldn't quite execute the way they did. It was really, really unfortunate. But here we go. Speaking of Savage, under quite a bit of pressure as a nade came sailing in towards him. Does get out of danger for a second. And has to back up once again to Nora on that Azami to make sure at least the window is cordoned off for now. Fury, though, you can already feel starting to breathe down the Nexus Secret, who are just, again, taking into mind what Twister said. Get out there, meet them, slow down the mid-round as best you can. It's all well and good saying that, but it can be very hard to do against a team of this caliber, and they've got those Dokkaebi calls both cooking up.
Mid-floor battles are going to be really important this time around. We can see that Furia are not really stacking up like they did last time. Much more focused direct to site. This time they want those verticals. They know how important they are. So it's another one where if Secret, as you say, can win those couple of fights, they could get themselves a real advantage. Herds manages to find Noah, but not before Mowgli had been able to take down KZ. So kind of even Stevens at the minute, and Secret are holding on to the mid-floor, which is what is important. Adrian traded out after picking up JB, but here come Furia. It's 2v2. This one is anybody's. There's Savage, though, after a quiet game, cannot get loud when needed, and Furia close it out, claim themselves another 2 bullets, move on to 12, and keep themselves at the top of the table for now.
That last round was such a heartbreaker as well. They thought they managed to hold off some of the attention going on the first floor. Mowgli got a kill. Then what happens? Hertz in the basement just hits you in the back, gets rid of 2 players before you can blink. Brilliant bit of flanking play on such a slow and loud operator in the sledge as well. For me though, Tim, it's summarised best with Fury in that half. They are dominant. So hard to stop once they get moving, and who cares if they've only played Blair once in the last year. They may have lost it, but they look absolutely fabulous here. We'll go to a break though. When we come back, the desk will break it down for you a little bit more.
what a game from Furia. Oh my god. Congratulations, FearX. But we need to talk about some stuff that happened on the first half. You guys were all over the map while defending the site, and that caused you some problems because Secret could get the bomb planted with the site clear. So what was the conversation to change that?
Yeah, so they banned Mute and Warden. They're both really good defenders, and they can abuse like Ing, Glass, and Grim, Deimos. So we knew that if we do nothing, they would like execute in us, and we could do nothing. So we started to play really aggressive against them, and it worked. I think 4-2 defending against a ban like that is a really good half. So I think our strategy worked. And in the attack was really, really easier than defense.
Yeah, we saw. You also, let's talk about the bans. As you mentioned, you guys banned Blitz because Savage was really bothering you guys on the first half. So I want to see what your thoughts as an IGL about this new banning system and how you can adapt and have like 2 games, 3 games inside of one.
Yeah, I like it a lot. They're a team that abuse shields for a long time now, and we can ban the 3 shields of them, so it's really good not to play against shields. And you can do whatever you want, like they did banning Ward and Mute. Is a really different game. You would never see a thing like that in the older banning system, so I think it's really refreshing for the game.
That's cool. You remember what you guys talked while the tactical pause?
In the second technical pause? Yes.
Yeah, the last one.
Igor talked to us that the game was easy. We were on attack. That's our best side on the map. So we just keep the composure, keep things going, and everything would work for us.
Just trust you a lot, right? Just do your thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, do you think that Secret had a bold attitude picking to play against you, or no?
I think so. I think they had a bold. They used the chicken card and then they picked us. I don't know why, but I don't know.
I want to know why. I may ask them later and tell you guys on the desk. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. I think at that point, it's not like Team Secret had many options left, really. They had to choose, and there was like 3 really good teams at the other end that were waiting for them. Anyways, however, here we are, Furia Secret, and to be expected, a 7-4 victory for Furia on Layer, but Secret still gave it a good game, really.
Yeah, it was a great test for Secret's, like, what they're bringing to the table, and obviously they weren't able to close it out, but still, you can't be too upset about that. Furia have been firing on all cylinders. Their individual play was really good, but something that was a little bit different in this game is, we'll probably both touch on it, but the bans. I mean, strategically, it looked like Furia was just winning this game when it came to the bans, when it came to the fundamentals, because they understood what they needed to do. They understood their opponent, and that's what we wanted to see, because their first 2 games, they were brute forcing their way through wins. This game, they had the brains behind it. Those bans, getting rid of the shields, they understood exactly if we take this element away from Secret, they're not going to be able to capitalize on the Ying. They're not going to be able to capitalize on the Glass. It really was the shields that would give Secret that push. They still tried, but that was really good.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I also want to touch upon the bans because, one, this is a brand new banning system, which obviously creates a whole different aspect in how you can approach things. But yes, them banning the shields, they said that they're really good with the shields. Getting rid of those shields, that allowed them to play aggressive. And that's when we saw that aggression on the defense. They were taking the fight to them. Sometimes the best defense is a great offense. But then when they immediately switched to their attacking half, they removed all of the denial operators. They got rid of Bandit. They got rid of Mute. They got rid of Cade. That almost immediately was going to allow them to open up the site, then be able to aggressively push into the site. So again, these bans are really interesting in how teams use them. And I said this, it's going to come down to the IGLs and how they're going to adapt. And I think FeaturX understood exactly how he wanted to approach this.
Oh, it came exactly down to the IGL. I mean, FeaturX was at the top of the leaderboard, but the ideology behind an IGL being at the top means all of the preparation that you do before the game is working. It doesn't mean that you have to apply too much mental power to be able to adjust things individually. It means their game plan going into it is what actually carried them through. It allows FeaturX to just have to focus on getting his kills. I mean, they had 3 players in the double digits, but FeaturX being on the top, I mean, he's just keeping that run going of him being at the top.
Being able to trust your teammates to do what they need to do in their moment and their game sense. Furia's roster has so much experience. It is pretty much as easy as it gets. But Gabe, you had something to show us. What was it?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about how well Furia is and their ability to adapt. I mean, this was a big round specifically in round 6. It was these flanks. Especially, like I said, sometimes the best defense is the best offense. And you see Herds leaving the site as Maestro, going for that flank, netting 2 kills. Then you have Pelipox coming from up top, hitting this flank, putting pressure on the likes of Secret, where that interrupts the flow of comms. You are chaotic. And that was just such a good read. And that allowed them, and again, shields weren't on play, so that allows them to get aggressive, and that's exactly what they did, and it's why Furia is playing at such a high level, and those bans play such an important factor.
I mean, that's what sets them apart from the rest of the teams, is on defense, a lot of teams just sit still, they wait time. Not Furia. When they know that they need to win based off of making a play, they don't just do it individually. All around the map, they pressure. Somebody's going to find that gap. Most of the time, they do. And it just looks so beautiful, so well put together, like a masterpiece when everything works out.
Very well orchestrated.
With a layered map like Lair, it definitely works out well. However, it's time for a blacklight detail. And of course, this is brought to you by one of our wonderful sponsors here at Reload in Rio. Reload to survive in Rio. Blacklight, you had something to show us here, Mr. Davide. Is there a moment that you wanted to highlight?
I mean, it was round 7, although Secret did not end up winning. It was a beautiful retake from Joom and Noah in a 2v4 situation where they understand we need to take down stairs control. Joom gets a nice 2 early picks, the C4 in positioning to anticipate the run over, and now just a beautiful 2v2. These shots to re-enter into the site were disgusting. I mean, Secret understood what they needed to do to retake, but the shots are what carried them through. But it just goes to show, Secret put up a fight. They understood exactly what they needed to do, even in the man-down deficit. It didn't work out all the way through. Furia adapted, but those shots from Joom, the retake into the site, beautiful.
Again, I think where they lost, most importantly, was in the ban phase. Other than that, the gameplay that they put up, it was right next to Furia's.
Yeah, but that's a difficulty with banning against Furia, is they don't need to abuse anything. If you get rid of shields, they're playing the Deimos. If you get rid of Deimos, they're playing the shields. They just always have one step ahead of you.
Exactly. That's just the flexibility that comes with being a top-of-the-line team. However, we've had this Savage Felipox game that we're talking about as IGLs. Well, there's 3 others, the total 5, that sat down and talked about their reasoning and how things work for IGL, the IGL Summit after the break.
All right. What do you guys think of the new ban system?
I definitely think it's good. Refreshing.
I really like it, bro. I think every map was like being played the same, and with the new bans, every game is like different. So
yeah,
I like
mean,
it.
attacking can definitely be a lot harder now, like especially if you're not prepared for.
Really? I actually would have said the other way around.
Really?
I actually think because like on attack you have like so many like oppressing ops, like the shields, Ying, Grim, Glaz, all that kind of stuff. On defense you have like. It's not like crazy different. Like, there's just like classic operators. Like smoke on bank is like a classic.
I just think I was thinking more about around the art bridges. You know, like a lot of maps are about opening the walls and you being able to.
Yeah. I get that's definitely like club and stuff like that.
Yeah, if you're not like having the counter bans on the attack to ban the defenders. Like imagine just giving a scenario. You get Maverick banned and you have Bandit and Kate open. You're like on a clubhouse or on a night
Labs, Labs was bad back in the
I agree with you.
Yeah, they can be cooked.
I think it also like makes it so you have to have like a bigger bag. Like you have to understand how to play like with certain bans, and like you can't just crutch like certain operators compared to like how people used to. Like for instance, like your teammate Zach, Spirits, he mained.
I know.
He mained Blitz and BB every time, so like he was able to just kind of no bag those. But like now because of that, you have to develop like a better understanding of like more operators.
Is he on Fraud Watch for these events?
Spirits,
that's
I've scrimmed him, and I would say he learned something. He learned to crutch a new op.
That's fine, exactly. Pick your poison. You ban 2 shields.
That's all I'm saying. I just learned to crutch a new op. That's all I did.
That's nice info here.
Yeah, but now you got to guess with joppies.
Now, I would add one thing you guys didn't talk about. I think Savage did a bit. It will be also a lot of mind game. I think.
Yes.
Like you said, if you just ban Bandit Cade, then you just don't ban anything to anoint the opening bridge for the attacker, for example, the game can be really bad for you on one side. Or like if you ban Warden, for example, and any team is just playing Glass Ying for 3 rounds. That can be really annoying.
Especially on the long run. Imagine like you're running like the same operator bans for quite a few matches, and then just on the grand final you swap it up, and the team is like not expecting it or didn't really do it at all. Like that could end the entire map, you know.
That's also why I kind of do and don't like it, because like Club, for example, it used to took like actual like brain power to go and get breaches off. Like on Labs 2, it would take like skill, and there's teams here, in my opinion, which can now just ban 2 Warden Arlops, takes 0 IQ, wall open.
Surely
back in the day, they'd be on the wall for like a minute. Like just scratching their head. Like,
but then if you the
team punish them.
bans like Kaiden bandits, like the default ban, and you ban Termite and Ace, like the ban that they did,
100%.
It goes to the trash, you know.
Yep. And you ban Felma Ace, baby blitz up.
It is about that. It's like
that's what it is.
You ban a few like a Warden, so to force them onto banning an Ingar Glass, and then you go and you just play the shields or you
that's what I think this event's going to be. I think the team that's going to go far are the teams that just abuse the bans the most.
And they are able to adapt on the spot.
I also think a big thing with like banning like Warden specifically, like on Obster you have to play like the site, like the floor above. You can't play the win con of like killing like planners or anything from the top. So you have to like learn like you have to have a new strat basically to like stop it.
Overall, I think it's really refreshing.
Yeah, for sure. Refreshing is like the best word to describe it. Especially because like maps like Clubhouse that were being played the exact same for years. It's like a whole new map almost.
But that was the favorite map of the Nave. That's why
it's You can't go wrong with Clubhouse. It's just classic. Just classic.
Yeah.
You just put Siege players together, especially IGLs, in a room, and these are conversations that can go on for weeks on end. Like, genuinely.
Literally.
It's how we got through it, and of course you love to hear the theory crafting that's going on live and the counter ones and different maps and different sites. This is what you're thinking about anyways when you're in game, but on a lighter scale in this conversation, Gabe.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's good, again, with SiegeX being brand new, with the ban system being introduced. I mean, it reinvents the wheel that allows you to really think about what you can do differently, where you, again, like they were saying, when you only have 2 bans, there's only things that you can kind of expect. Yeah. Now it's a lot of mind games that go into it that you can easily change up on the fly, given against any opponent you're going up against.
Yeah, the mind games is the biggest thing, because even you heard at the end, Packer said like, oh, well, if you ban the Warden, you're forcing a team to have to ban the Ying or Glass, because if you don't, you have nothing to really respond to them. But then it adds another element where if you ban that, then a shield could be up or a hard breach could be up. So it just adds so much more, and it just, at the end, Packer was right. It just means that you got to depthen your bag a little bit more.
Depthen your bag.
Depthen.
Yeah. Just more
For
depth in
real.
that bag.
For real.
Type.
Anyway, type. Anyways, gentlemen, we have to talk about it because 2 cards will be invoked in here. First up, we talked about it before. We'll say it again. It's time to dual card.
Yeah, the dual card. Once again, this is where you are going to find yourself if you don't have any bullets remaining. So you are going to be brought to that 1v1, and you can accumulate a maximum of 3 bullets off round differential. But this game, we're going to see this.
It 100% is guaranteed for upcoming matchup of Elevate versus PSG. Talon, it's going to happen no matter what. Somebody's going to sink down, and they're going to have to be revived. They're going to need to win that duel, and this is an automatically invoked card. It's one of the passives that we talked about. However, if you happen to eliminate a team on the other side, there's another card that gets played, in this case, the Eliminator card. Davide, how does this go?
Well, when you eliminate a team, you get an extra bullet just by eliminating the team. So it's fairly straightforward. If you're the team that sends another team home, you just get a little bit of reward out of it.
Another passive card that gets automatically put into play. There's 6 cards in total. A reminder, 4 of them are passives. So that's how it gets put into it. My God, this game, we might have a team just, well, we're going to have some. We're going to have somebody just removed out of the tournament in 3 days. We're not even getting it. This is the difference, really, between this and other majors we've had in the past where you have phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Here it's phase 1, but then it's cutthroat even in phase 1 in the group stage. So let's talk about our teams. Elevate is up first on the chopping block, and you've heard of Elevate as an org picking up different players in completely different regions. This time we're back in Brazil.
Yeah, and this roster, you know, they're now competing in APAC. Psycho's going to be the biggest name on this roster they're going to look at all the way back, winning that SI with NIP. But I don't want to focus too much on stats with these guys because they really aren't playing that well. They aren't playing to their expectations that I think people believe them to be. They lost to Furia 3-7. They lost to Keg 3-7. Now, for me, I'm theory crafting for this team. I want to see them pull out the big cards here. I want to see them pull out some bullets here because they desperately need it as they are putting all of their bullets on the line.
So what is their team status? How many bullets did they put in, and what have they played? The extended mag card has been put into play. 6 bullets now are gonna be put automatically on top of 3 that they had loaded in.
And this is what I was already theory crafting last night, well before I even knew what these teams were putting up. So again, they are putting 9, well, there's a total of 9 bullets, adding that extended mag from their already 3 if they win today. Not only do they save themselves from having to worry about that dual card and using it for themselves, they now gain a total of 12 bullets, which is going to significantly put them in a safe spot. 12 is the threshold that does let you feel comfortable, but by no means does that mean that you are safe from elimination. But again, if they lose, they are in the negatives, going to -11, and then on top of it, they have to play their dual card, which they can only gain a maximum of 3 from there.
And it's not going to be any easier because it adds a whole lot of pressure. And since this is the first time this team is playing at an event, the pressure is already on them. And that was a big factor as to why they were struggling so much in their games, especially against Cyclops, to be able to lose that game. Now, you can't even say, oh, we're going up against an easier team, let's bet the bank. It's essentially that they're having to risk everything, and they haven't looked that great. So they needed to snap in now, or it'll be too late.
What's the word for it when you risk it? What
risk it for the biscuit.
Oh,
that's what they got to do. They got to risk it for the biscuit here, and I mean, that's what they're doing. They're putting everything on the line. And you know, this is just goes to show these are the losing moments for Elevate here that you will be able to see in their face expressions and everything that, you know, they obviously want to perform. They want to have a better result. It's just not what they're getting. And again, this is a new team. Sure, you can say, hey, these guys are new, they need more time together, but you are going against the weaker region. You're also competing in the weaker region, and the quote-unquote weaker region teams are now beating you. So not only is this setting you up for failure here, then when you get to your regular stage, you aren't looking too hot already. So again, this is not something where Elevate wants to be finding themselves, but this is also a chance at redemption to gain the maximum amount of bullets from this and be sitting in a good place.
Now PSG Talon on the other side, they've risked it themselves. themselves. We saw it yesterday, and Joker picked Fabian, of course, the two coaches for the squads, and we end up in a situation where the squad has a lot on their back here. I mean, there's a lot of pressure here.
Oh, there's so much pressure. I'm happy that, you know, I can respect the confidence of them going for the M80 pick, but it didn't work out in their favor. I mean, Talon, we can say day 1 looked pretty rough. Day 2 looked even worse. But where can we go from here? That's what you need to figure out if you're PSG Talon. How do we get better? And the biggest issue is just giving away clueless and mindless kills, playing off of each other, helping each other. It's the basics. Against M80, they died opening every single round. They had 0 opening kills. Against C9, they were able to get a couple opening kills, but then they were giving away free bodies. It's always pushing for the extra. They don't really trust on each other. If somebody's pinched in an isolated position, nobody comes to help. They're so spread out around the map. It doesn't really look like they have an understanding. If they can just focus on playing time, it'll go much better for them.
Well, how do they consolidate for this game? What's their status right now? They have played the extended mag card, which is 6 extra bullet. And if we are playing the math, well, they're up to 8, so which means they put down 2. How does that function here, Fox? What's your take?
I mean, they have to do this, right? You're going up against Elevate. They haven't looked too hot. They just lost to CAG. This is a situation for you to bounce back, because essentially, if they're in a situation where they lose here, you're going to be going home either way. So you gotta risk it for the biscuit. Like you said, both teams are in the same positions. The only issue with PSG Talon is it doesn't even look like they have the fundamentals right now. And I know Joker watches what we say, because he talked about exactly him picking Fabian. If Joker is listening, I would challenge you guys to just try to play around where you don't even worry about winning, you just worry about staying alive. Because I guarantee it would go much better for PSG Talon if they can just play their lives. They'd be able to at least get some rounds based off time.
Rounds based off of time. I see here Joker, a coach that was left with big shoes to fill. Fabian has some pretty big feet from what I have checked over the years. Don't ask me how, don't ask me why. You see at the bottom of the screen an R6 share ad with PSG Talon on it. This means this is just a bit of a teaser here, because all 20 teams that are present at Reload are part of the R6 share program, and of course they're gonna have a skin in the game at some point in time. That's a little teaser of what's gonna happen. Make sure you support the teams and the players when they do.
One of the big things to notice too is PSG didn't risk all their bullets, where Elevate did. So they still have one, but again, them adding that extended mag is what's going to set them back in the first place. So again, it is a tough situation that they're finding themselves, but they definitely want to try, again, just similar to what Elevate is, they want to try to get as many bullets out of this that they can.
And because extended mag is a two-way street, it works one way where if you win, fantastic. If you do not, then it's gonna get you way back. It's like those holes, all the breach holes that we open up on maps, they work both ways.
But I could understand not risking all of your bullets if you have a good amount of numbers to be able to play with, so you're not falling within the ranks. But this is a potential elimination game. To not risk it all, at the end of the day, if you lose, it doesn't matter. If you risk half or all, you're going to go home if you lose. So why not put it all on? It doesn't really make sense. It doesn't fully understand why you wouldn't want to risk it all. I think you should just put it all on the line.
Absolutely.
I think all the analysts were kind of discussing that to see what's the logic behind it.
So many scenarios.
Pretty much so. But let's take a look at our map for this series. It is elimination for one of these two teams. The decider will be Bank. So we get to see repels all around again.
I'm not too happy for PSG in specific. Both these teams have not played Bank at all. Both teams have either played Club or Labs only. So the fact we're seeing Bank, it's great. But you know, when you want to talk about core fundamentals and these guys just playing off each other, trusting one another, you're going to be brought to a Bank where that's going to take probably the most communication, the most teamwork. I can't see this working in favor of PSG Talon, where at least Elevate in their matches, they do look more in sync for sure. They definitely have their struggles as well, but in terms of overall coordination, I think Elevate by far is going to be the superior team, just with how big and in-depth Bank is.
I agree completely, because with how big it is, it comes down to the attacks. The attacks are going to be what get you that advantage. So Elevate has looked a lot more coordinated when it comes to managing time, getting into it. But Talon at this point, I mean, I think they're just trying to look for those easy defenses, because at least on Bank, you have to stay alive. You have to be bunkered up in the site. So that's step one for Talon. If you can do that, then maybe we'll see a whole new Talon. I don't know.
For a bit of history here, a bit of a history lesson, Psycho, who is pretty much leading the Elevate squad in this case, back in 2018, 2019, 2019 in the days of Black Dragons and NIP when he was on those 2 squads. He was known for being an excellent glass player, specifically on bank, where he'd be able to hold out from garage or on those east side windows very effectively. So all that strategy is going to flow into what is the present in 2025.
Hey, and on CJX, we haven't seen what bank looks like, so out to.
Exactly. We're going to get to see it all, and we're going to get to see our casters here in a sec. Oh my God, there's an ace. What a beauty we got on the other end. Gentlemen, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Milos. It's Elimination Monday, Tim, and we'll get to see teams getting sent home. We get our 1v1s coming out. What more can you ask for?
I've been really struggling with the days of the week, actually, Des. You just said it's Monday there, and I was like, is it?
I can confirm it is, Tim. I can confirm it is.
I've been having some real difficulty the last few days. I've been thinking of everything in terms of day 1, 2, 3. Because it's just been easier for me. It's Elimination Day 3 now.
That doesn't quite have the same ring as Elimination Monday, let's be honest, though. It's a big one.
As our desk have covered, of course, we know that one of these teams is going to be put into an elimination position, but that does not mean, Des, that one of them will definitely go home. So what will happen? Just to make it clear for everybody, once we get to the end of this, the loser will drop below that 0 bullet total, which would put them into elimination. However, because we're on day 3, the duel card, duel as Milos likes to say, will be thrown in.
He couldn't quite do the
I can hear him on the other side doing it.
Man's throwing back to the Yu-Gi-Oh days, I'm here for it.
So that will be played automatically, so the losing team will have an opportunity in a 1v1 to save themselves. Simple as that. The winning team, they don't really face any detriment from the 1v1. They'll have what they win from the game is locked in. If they win the duel, they can get themselves an extra bullet because they will then get the eliminator card for the extra point because they will have sent the other team home. However, if they don't win that duel, they won't get that extra point.
Ace band, surely? Yeah, so I love this pairing. We saw this in one of the games yesterday when you have a banner and an ace band away on this map. It becomes impossible to open that double wall at the end of White Corridor. And we saw one of the teams playing a mirror from the top of White Stairs, facing up towards top floor windows, and also had a shield just outside of the elevators looking up towards main stairs to make it a bit of a nuisance for shields to work their way around. It was a really interesting way of doing it, so as it stands, you'll struggle to get this wall opened up.
So who are we looking at on the side of, let's say, Elevate to kick things off?
Semper and Romeo.
Yeah, Semper and Romeo are the two. Psycho's been very quiet so far.
Look, don't pull any punches to him. He's had a crap tournament.
He really has. To say, formal work, but he's doing other jobs. You know, he is at the centre of the team. He's going to be calling a lot of shots.
Mr. Nice Guy, Tim.
I'm just being realistic. He's doing a lot of other work, but he hasn't necessarily played the way that we know Psycho. So I feel like he's been a bit of a sleeper so far. I feel like there could be a big performance coming from PSG. They've really struggled. They've won 1 round so far. Obviously, the call going against M8, it was, let's take Fabian on. It was always going to be a tough one because Fabian knows exactly how they play. He knows exactly what they're going to do. And that showed. They got 8 kills total across the entire game yesterday. They got battered. And it wasn't. They got the lunch money taken yesterday. It wasn't pretty.
Talking about Bank for a second as well, it's actually one of the most successful maps for them over the last year. An 80% win rate, played it 5 times, won it 4. Last time they won it was actually back at SI where they beat Dark Zero on it. And bearing in mind, Dark Zero, the best team we've currently got here at the tournament, they beat them in map 3 of a best of 3. It's not the kind of map that PSG will pick. Like, they haven't picked it at all in the last year, but they're happy to let other teams take it in best of 3s, or they're happy to let it be decider maps all get picked up in a best of 1 like this. So I actually think for them, coming into a map like this, and given how things have gone for them so far, going back to a map where you've got a little bit of proven success and confidence on, I don't blame them for it at all. With Elevate, because it's a new team, it's hard to know what their history is like on this map. But for PSG at least, I won't be feeling too bad about knowing you're going to Bank here.
Look at this already. Psycho downstairs. Just what we were saying, bit of a sleeper. Maybe he'll have a big tournament today. He gets 1, walks into a crossfire. Soldier's going to pick him up. Not a terrible start for either side, really. It was a little rush attempt, really, from Elliot, but not a fully committed rush attempt. It was just, let's just sort of send Psycho in down the main lobby arch. We'll see what we get from it. They've got themselves a kill. They've taken down the Goyo. It's Yas off the board. It's not the end of the world for PSG either.
Nah, losing the Goyo isn't the end of the world indeed, because once you've got those Vulcan canisters down, it's often why you'll see the Goyo being used as a roamer. It's got a great gun, very, very high rate of fire, good to get headshots with, and can also just send him out around the map doing whatever he wants once he's got those Vulcan second canisters down. Problem here now is Semper's under quite a bit of pressure. Smokes on him, Yokais are on him, pushed by multiple players. He is dead to rights. I love this. The Des spoke about this, is that PSG often find themselves with one player stuck against 3. There's no support coming in for anyone else, but here they've changed that up. They have gone hard as a group of 2 or 3 there and slammed Semper out of the basement.
Yep, well played from PSG, keeping themselves a man advantage as well. They do still have the double shield combo to deal with, and Naka is going to get in there and start putting it down. We picked up Romeo, he showed why. Beautiful little pre-fire, takes out the man, allows the plant to go down, and all of a sudden, Des, PSG were playing this round really well. They dealt with the garage side, they dealt with Semper, and now they're on the back foot. They've got a plant down, and they're against 2 shields.
What more can you say? This is where Soldier's taking his eye off the ball for a couple of seconds there. This is going to be so rough to be able to claw this one back. Try as they might, as you say, Tim, they're against 2 shields. There's almost nothing that you can do. Ion sat up on the hatch. There's only one left in Soldier, and he can do nothing. Romeo with a comfortable closeout. There is definitely a pun in there about his name at some point. I haven't decided what it is yet, Tim, but it's a good win to start out round 1.
Yep, Elevate looking pretty solid there.
Are you particularly au fait with Shakespeare?
As much as anybody. Well,
Yeah,
no,
so
that's not true.
Not really.
Saying as much as anybody includes me, like in a, some Oxford scholar who knows every word of it.
As much as your average.
Your average Joe. Yeah, you know, I've got. I can't say I'm like the biggest fan.
No. Something you grew up in UK schools.
Interesting.
Really...
Fun fact for you.
What?
Shakespeare died on his birthday.
Oh, fantastic. Cheers, Tim. My life is so much richer now I've got that knowledge in my life.
The thing is, you see, you're always like this, and then you're going to sit at a pub quiz one day in the future, 5 years down the line, and there's going to be a question.
When did Shakespeare die?
Which famous literary person died on their birthday? And you'd be like, thanks, Tim.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
I'll have you in the pub quiz team then, so it'll be all right.
Thanks, Tim.
10 seconds left.
It really won't be. Or I hate you, Tim, when I realise that you're actually right. Round 2 is going up to this top 4, and this is where, as I mentioned, I'm really curious to see how it plays out, because we've got that double reinforced wall off towards the left-hand side of your screen at the end of White Corridor. We have no easy way of getting through it. The banner's been taken away, the ace has been taken away, which means things are going to have to be a little bit different here for Elevate to make this one work. Now, this is PSG definitely having the ability to slow them down, but I'm still looking at this and thinking, well, there's a shield, there's a glass on side, there's a Capitao. There are a lot of smokes they can roll out. 6 in back pockets plus 2 of the bolts. Psycho's going to have a field day.
But we've got to ask, what difference does it make as well? So if you can't open that wall near elevators, what difference does it make? How does it help the defenders, that double-ranged hard breach ban? Well, it helps them because they can use the whole of vending corridor at the top of marble stairs, outside of stock. They know that their movement is going to be free in that area until Elevate are able to get up gold stairs. If they don't manage to achieve that, PSG can continue to rotate and continue to use that area. Elevate really need to get themselves established either top gold stairs or inside of stock so that they can prevent PSG having that sort of freedom.
It's why they started so early on with the Roteros of the Flores rolling up those white stairs to take away the barbed wire that's there. If nothing else, just to threaten PSG and let them know, hey, someone could come creeping at the bottom of these stairs at any time. I hope you're aware of this. But now that they've had 2 or 3 players dancing around it, we've had the mirror set up there, we've had the key barriers deployed around that area. Again, to turn this into a bit of a fortress and make it hard for Elevate to be able to push their way through. I wouldn't be shocked, by the way, if the more we see Bank, you see this pair of bans coming out for the team that's on the attack, on the defense, sorry.
We're going to have the Monty trying to push up gold stairs, exactly as I'd spoken about, try and clear out that spot at elevator. They know that he's there, they've just got to go and deal with him. I wouldn't have thought PSG will fight this too hard. As soon as they know the Monty's at the top of the stairs, it's not too much that they can do about it necessarily, depending on the position of the Yokais. Nitro comes out, does a lot of damage to Naka actually, but as I suggested, we start to see PSG dropping away from that position a little bit. Soldier's going to wish he'd drop back quicker because he gets himself taken out. Psycho's going to find the kill with the glass, and that gives advantage to Elevate.
Just Semper coming in below, trying to work onto Yasu, sat around the main stairs. So everybody is under pressure right here. Just like Skittles, Tim, they're falling one after the other. All too easy. Yas at least wins one and Gotzi another. So a moment of stabilization here for PSG, but the kills keep on coming on through. Yas, as so often is the case with this team, is the last one left alive. Van is going to go down, then in a 1 versus 3. I know how good he can beat him, but I don't quite back him to close this out against Elevate.
Attackers activating.
Agree. Is going to step around the corner and get that final kill. Nice round from Elevate. Again, they recognise that danger area at the top of Elevator. We can't get that wall open. We're going to have Soldier or somebody playing in there. We've got to deal with it, and it was a good plan to do so. Send up the Monty and then cut him off with Psycho, just having that angle across, and as he tries to relocate, get the kill. Good round from Psycho as well. We picked up on him being a little bit quiet in the tournament so far. Coming into this, he's got himself 3 kills, both of the entries, and he's looking good so far. It's really going to be a big boost for Elevate, is that?
I just love in the spot there where there is so much smoke around the map that he's the only person who can see anything, Tim. Like, what more can you do? There's no warden coming on the other side, which maybe is a little bit of a nod to PSG there, and really thinking, yeah, what should we expect to see with these bans that are coming through? How can they possibly force their way in towards White Corridor or Vending Corridor, as you want to call it, knowing that we can't get it opened up? Smokes are a great way of doing that, and we've seen teams employing Capitan a number of opportunities to attack this map in general, not even when things are hard to break through. So maybe not quite reading into what could have come then, and they've paid the price for it as a result. Elevate up 2-0 on their attack.
PSG move into open area as their third choice bomb site. I think we will see here Elevate with maybe a fairly similar attack. They're going to look to get themselves top floor. So it's going to be getting that Monty upstairs, bullying any PSG players that are on that top floor, moving them around. At the minute it's Gotti and Misa. Ryder's just moved up there as well to support. So it's going to be getting those 3 shifted out of there, get a couple of kills along the way, and Elevate will be very happy with that. They can then start working the verticals a little bit. They've got Romeo on the thermite, but they might struggle to. They don't have any hard breach gadgets, so they're going to be having to kind of hope that those hatches haven't been reinforced, that they've been opened up, because it's going to be difficult to use them. They're also going to struggle a little bit without any soft breach charges to get any verticals in the floor. So really, it's going to be, I think, force everybody away from top floor, and then it's going to be open the wall at the bottom of square and force your way into cafeteria.
Keep it simple, stupid. I mean, looking at the lineup, you've touched on it a little bit here, but for me, it's more about the Lion, the Dokkaebi, and the Deimos all coming together. That dangerous trifecta of operators that are perfect at hunting down those that might be out on their own. So there'll be no nasty surprises from PSG. And that means that everyone's boxed back inside a side by those 3 operators, as you remarked. We only need to get the 1 wall opened up, so I can't imagine they'll feel too bothered by this. Maybe even thinking we don't need the hatch, but of course with 2 exothermics, one could go for the hatch, one could go for the square wall. We'll see what plays out, of course. First phone call coming on through here just to force everyone back at least a little bit. I've remarked a few times that the top teams you'll often see make use of a Dokkaebi for the whole team to be able to push forward at the same time. When every player on that enemy team is being called out, well, guess what? They can't exactly stand still. They have to pull back, have to try and group up a little bit further, and that should give a lot of space over to Elevate. That said, though, have gained loads of ground off the back of that first call.
Romeo just going to be positioning that drone. They're aware quite often you'll get this player lurking down in basement looking for that late round push up blue. As it is, they're very, very aware of that. Romeo's got the flank drone in place. He's a little bit free at the minute because he's got himself positioned in electrical. He's just waiting for the support to get the wall open. Now that Psycho's there on the he's going to be able to do that. And Elevate, with 1 minute left on the clock, they've got plenty of time and they're working pretty well. But they need to find a couple of kills now.
There's that main ball open that we spoke about. Again, keep it simple, stupid. They haven't got to go super deep on this one. Semper is on his backside, mind you, and will get finished off. Exploded in towards sight by the looks of it, Tim, and caught one off guard. However, he's now been traded out. They know that one's laid down at the back here, but they've got to pick him off at this point. They can't see him. He is tucked in tight. Tim, now they know he's there. Soldier is no more, and the Monty has made the cross. This should now mean the diffuser's going down in a second, and this one should be Elevates.
PSG are actually holding on pretty well here. They're using their utility. Oh, that's so unfortunate for them. The toxic vape canister's not quite touching Psycho. It will do now, though. Diffuser goes down in no man's land. 20 seconds left to go. This is going to need a gargantuan effort coming in from Elevate. They're trying to take fights. They're trying to look for kills, but PSG are just holding a deep back line. That's not going to work for you, Romeo. Misa cuts him down. PSG almost certainly locked this one out as Misa finds another onto the downed Ion, and that is a much better round from PSG, Talon.
Much stronger for sure. Admittedly there for Elevate. I know I said keep it simple, stupid, and they did, but I didn't mean keep it that stupid.
Maybe a bit too simple.
Because they completely forgot about a lot of the crucial utility. Things like the canisters burning out and the double smokes that were sat in back pocket. I don't know if that's what Semper's idea was in bursting in from Beeper's side, was to try and get rid of the smoke. But with that smoke still up, that Monty was never going to be safe in that position. So just forgot about a few key things there that really could have upset that attack. And let's be honest, Tim, there wasn't a whole lot of it. It was always going to be the Goyo, it was going to be the Maestro, and it was going to likely be any C4s or smokes that had come their way. Just didn't respect that. And PSG, fair play to them, have now got a round on the boards.
We're going to see our next banning phase come in, where they each get to take an extra operator off the board, given that we're moving into round 4. And we can see that Monty and Azami have been taken away. Now, how's that going to impact things? Azami being taken away is going to make the top floor particularly difficult to hold on to, because we know that Azami is so popular to hold on around stock, vending machine, janitor, all around that area tends to get locked down with the Kiba barricades. So that's going to make life a little bit more trickier for PSG on the defense. But by contrast, they've taken the Monty away, and we've seen some great work from the Monty so far. However, I don't know, I sort of feel like at the minute there's sometimes with like a Monty after you've done 2 hard breaches, people just use the Blackbeard or just bring the Blitz. I don't know how much value. Obviously they're slightly easier to deal with because you can shoot the feet, or you can maybe get a little bit more of a challenge onto them. I don't know if you just see this through as PSG and say, right, there's Thermite as well, you can't break anything. You're going to have to break Maverick.
There is that to a degree. The key thing about this site in particular, where this banning pair plays into it, again, you'll see this banning pair a lot on bank for this reason, is that now downstairs, the single wall that leads in towards security from site itself, typically you'll see things like the mirror in this case, plays quite low down. For you to be able to break that wall out and get a little crouch plant position in, you need to go for, I was going to say for an ace or a Havana down, but right now, Tim, they're charging straight in towards Staff. Double C4, and he's down with both, and he's swatting them away. No issue at all. They've dropped back down and towards site here and keep themselves alive. That's a great response to what could have been a disastrous scenario coming out for PSG. But to come back to it for a second, the single wall inside of A site, you need like a Habana or you need an ace to get it opened up to be able to get the plant in. You can't put a Thermite on that wall now to open it up because of the mirror window. So that single wall stays fully closed. You have to then charge deep in towards site as Elevate if you want to make something happen. How do you charge deep? You bring along shields. They've also adapted really well to the kind of defense they're expecting out of PSG. I half thought we might see a mirror ban. Instead, it's been the Azami. Both are great bans for them based on what PSG have played, but they've chosen to try and deal with the mirror in a different way.
Misa has been tracked and has managed to get back safely to site, so Elevate can now be confident that they're in complete control of the map apart from site. 1 minute 30 left on the clock, plenty of time for them. We can see they're still working on opening hatches, getting that verticality that they want, putting the shotguns to use before they start posturing and positioning how they are going to get this diffuser down. As you said, Des, they're going to have to work to find themselves a little bit of space because that single wall is not going to be easily dealt with, but with the shields, they should be able to create some space. I like the use of the Zoto canister as well, just to prevent that hatch being opened up. It's all delay, delay, delay from PSG this round.
This is what I mean here. They can't open up that single wall, so they're a little bit stuck, a bit hamstrung on trying to push it through the single doorway. Shields do help with that. But now it's a case of getting the plant down. It's definitely going to be more difficult. You've still got those 3 smokes to deal with. You've still got 2 C4s to contend with. Hopefully they learn from round 3 here that you can't just ignore utility in back pockets or it's going to come back to bite you guys. We're down to the last 40 seconds though. Every player is still standing. I get the sense that PSG can hold on here, Tim.
Yeah, very possibly. We saw Elevate struggle a little bit last round when everything didn't quite go their way. That's a big pickup from the Twitch drone there, just taking out the mirror window, just going to give a little bit less security. Normally you'd see that on the red corridor wall. They've decided to play that a little bit deeper. Nades are going to be thrown into red corridor, and that's the reason that Yas has played that deeper. It gives him the flexibility. Psycho with an essential kill onto Soldier. We saw the Nitro going out, but he just couldn't pull the trigger as the diffuser goes down. 4v4, Gotti finding one with the Toxic Babe canister. But again, PSG are in a position of having to fight back. They need to retake this upper floor. And as they do, they get caught in a big crossfire. Semper gets 1, Semper gets 2.
Oh, man. If this was any other team, you don't lose that. One player across both teams died during that execute. yet they still manage to stick the diffuser through the whole thing. That is absolutely bonkers. Yes, once again, last player left standing. It's always the case with this team, but I do not know how PSG have let this one get away. Don't take it away from Elevate. They've played that really well there to make sure it goes down. But with 2 C4s in back pocket, with smoke canisters to play behind 3 of them, they still managed to stick the diffuser. Elevate really shouldn't have been able to get that one done. They've stole one away there, and PSG, very understandably, Tim, they call in attack timeout.
Yeah, they can maybe feel a little bit hard done to on that round. There was definitely opportunity for them to win it. There was a couple of things that they did well that I liked. You spoke at length about that single wall and how they created difficulty for Elevate, a problem. We always talk about these problems for teams to solve.
A gente fazer phaser perfeito. Vai de blitz. Acho que é boa, mano. Tá sendo um bom shield, tá arregaçando os caras. Se você for de blitz e for os dois reforços, se a gente não conseguir abrir o live, pega, pede o sense e tu planta de costas 나 파리? 키가 따면서 서퍼 쪽 버텨볼게. 그러면 현성이가 캐슬 말고 뭐 해야 돼? 워든하고 적적 버티면 될 것 같은데 10호 들고. 그게 낫죠. 진입하면 10호로 잡고. 파이팅. 이거 접수처에 그냥 그거 하나 깔아줄게. ADS.
I've still a bit of Joker's input there, unfortunately, but I hear him talking about Warden.
Warden and Blitz.
I spoke about it earlier and I said I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen the Warden because we knew that the response was going to be, oh, they keep this wall closed up so we can play here. How do you get through that? Oh, they bring a lot of smokes. Now, obviously, in response to that, you're probably going to see Elevate change it up again. They won't try and run exactly the same thing again because there'll be an answer. And at least from the screen that I can see off to our right, Tim, Romeo's on the sense. So again, they're just constantly adapting to what it is that PSG are bringing along. They're always one step ahead. That last round there, they weren't one step ahead, Tim. Again, it's a bit criminal. I really feel like we should have been at a 2-2 scoreline here, but Elevate have just smashed and grabbed that round.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, the way that they dealt with a couple of things created these problems for Elevate. Yas playing in the mirror deeper, for example, rather than playing in the red corridor. We saw the nades coming in. It didn't matter to Yas. He was able to still hold on to his position, but ultimately, especially with the mirror window having been removed, it was just that little bit too difficult for PSG. So they're going to move on up to the top floor, continue their rotation as they will. And we'll see whether they can deal with that main lobby push that may well come along again. We've got Ion on the blitz, could use that operator to get up gold stairs. They may choose to go elsewhere this time. I'm looking at Naka on the thermite. It could be to try and get into top of square, open up the walls. An old school take, really. We don't see it at pro play too often, but try and get those walls opened up from square, move on in and get a plan from there. Maybe using that gadgetry from Romeo to create the space on the windows to do so.
Romeo's all about this. There we go. He's got it this time around. I was going to say last time it was from the bottom of the stairs, and it's nice actually that Misa's managed to keep the shield up here. I bet Semper's looking at that like, how? But last time it was from the bottom of those marble stairs to clear out the barbed wire. Now it's trying to get rid of the shield, and he'll try his damnedest, and surely at that point, I was going to say, there's no way when the actual drone is on the shield that you kill the drone.
That would be some real precision. That would be some real precision.
That would be something. That would really be impressive. But no, not to be. The shield has been cleared out. Good stuff.
You can just hear the nitro on the ceiling above Yas there as well.
They haven't got rid of the barbed wire on white stairs this time.
No, exactly. He's ready for anybody getting inside of stock and punishing them. As I suggested, Naka is going to open the walls at the top of the square. This is where the push is going to come from Elevate. You've got Romeo on the windows using the sense gadgetry to create a little bit of space inside the site. They need to deal with Soldier, really. Semper manages to find Misa, and that is going to make things difficult for Soldier because he knows in Janitor that he's now got one moving in from behind, from stock side, and that could be a big problem. Here goes the blitz, but they don't manage it. Soldier finds the kill, and that could be big. That could be round defining for PSG.
Well, they managed to get rid of Gossip to trade things back. It's now Semper versus Yas that I'm keeping a close eye on. But there we go. He's been taken out as well. Yas had the potential side swipe onto Janitor, but the flank watch was there. And once again, with the help of that Dokkaebi, Elevate have made this look pretty straightforward and easy. Ryder is so far away from where the execute is going down. He can do nothing but look on. Elevate continue their dominance.
Yeah, they're looking pretty comfortable, aren't they? No matter what PSG do, no matter what problems they try to prevent, to sort of provide to Elevate, Elevate always have the answers. And there's another element that we've not really had in competitive Siege that might start creeping into that mental game as well here, Des. And that is, on the side of PSG, one of these players, I kind of liken this to a little bit of a penalty shootout.
Okay.
In the back of their mind,
the 1v1.
It's going to be the 1v1. We don't know who it's going to be yet, but somebody is going to step up into a 1v1. For argument's sake, let's say this continues and PSG lose this match, they will face elimination. one of their players will go into a 1v1 against a player from Elevate. If PSG were to win that, it keeps them in the tournament. So you've got that, you know, I always wonder, I always find it fascinating, you know, I reference penalty shootouts in football and it's like, is it predetermined who's going to take them? Do you decide in the moment? Is that the case for PSG? Are they all kind of wondering, is it going to be me or do they know who it's going to be?
You know what's really funny? I was watching Spoit and Ambi. They were playing 2v2 wagers yesterday on their stream. It was really funny, really enjoyable to watch. And I couldn't stop thinking about how it's going to feel like that today when it comes down to this best of 5, this 1v1, knowing that your teammates are obviously completely away from the desk. They're not there while you're playing, they're elsewhere. They can't help you. You are literally by yourself. It's going to feel so intense like it did watching those games yesterday.
And so strange for these guys because they're used to sitting in their team, in their 5, having all that noise, all that input, all those comms.
It's going to be
and all of a sudden, it's going to be deathly silent for them.
And you're the reason whether you're going home tomorrow or not.
Exactly. It's where we're heading. It's where we're heading.
It's the kind of chaos that I want to. It's the kind of chaos that I embrace. And I
you
love.
live for it.
Oh,
and it is one
through
way
and through.
One way or another, it's where we're heading because whichever team wins, the other is in an elimination position.
So you mean PSG are in the elimination position, Tim?
Whichever team wins, the other team is in the elimination position.
What's this? They're cooking.
So ultimately, it's going to be the case, as you said.
They're going to explode it. They've got 3 of them ready.
Straight in through this wall, straight into
from
the
last
open
time?
area, I would imagine.
Don't forget what happened last time, mind you, when they tried to push in through with the Monty. There was Goyo canisters, there was Evil Eyes, there was smokes, lots of utility, and now you also got to deal with goo mines too.
Banshees, goo mines, Goyo.
I'm not sure about this, guys. Okay, we're going to try. This is going to get messy now. Smoke on the door, Goyo canister pop. They're being cooked alive, Tim! It's a barbecue and elevator on the menu. Oh!
PSG have just absolutely dominated. They've put up the brick wall against that rush, giving absolutely no ground whatsoever. Elevate, you can understand why they risked it. They're 4-1 up. Let's have a look. Let's have a go. I think this round is pretty much done. Ion's going to find himself taken down. 1v5 now. It's all up to Naka on the Flores. He's moving down marble stairs, but there's no way that he does this.
No. I'm just like, I'm so frustrated.
I think it's one of them where they're mentally committed to it. So it's like, we've all been there. We've all been there in ranks.
The stack,
and it's
everyone
like,
else
you're
wants to
committed,
rush, and you
you're
don't.
going for it. And as you're going in, you think, this ain't going to work. You know it's not going to happen.
In the round now, we've got to.
And nobody wants to back down.
I'm just surprised there's no Twitch being brought along to deal with something. Brava, because you're seeing the Evil Eyes on side. There's something they could have tried to use and simply haven't. They've tried to make the same thing work again. At least Naka's going to get an exit frag, but that's all they'll really get here. PSG will get 2 rounds in the half here. You won't knock them too much. It's the defensive side of Bank. You expect to see attackers doing pretty well. That said, though, with the change in the bans that we saw, I would generally expect to see defenders, especially locking down the basement, but obviously they whiffed on that one big time. Interesting half, though. Enjoying how the bans are impacting this map more than most. Now let's see how things go in the second half. Elevate get to ban 2 attackers. PSG ban 2 defenders.
The problem that PSG face now is that they're going on to the attack. They only have a 25% attack win rate here at Reload. So, big problems for them. They're going to
I mean, Tim, let's not dress it up in a way. They've won 5 rounds total so far. No, up to 7. It's a celebration.
Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday's 7-0 drubbing at the hands of Matey was not pretty. I think you're going to see the same 2 bans here as mentioned, by the way, especially against PSG, because we saw Matey really exploit this yesterday. Against teams that aren't quite as experienced, as disciplined, as put together, banning away hard breaches is a fantastic way to slow them down. You also heard Nave talking about it in the IGL video earlier on, saying, you know, there's a bunch of teams that are here, as you kind of gestured to other teams that are at the event, saying you ban away a couple of hard breaches, or bringing up wall denial, for example. They sit there for a minute scratching their head like, what do we do? I think you're probably going to find PSG having to figure this out. However, as they banned away these 2 operators themselves, I would expect to see them have some idea on how to deal with it, or at least something in mind that they've theory crafted over the last 24 hours ready to bring into this game.
We have got the Tachanka on side for Elevate. Romeo
Smoke ban.
That's going to be as the response to that ban. So instead, the problem here is, if you're looking at it, well, you know, it doesn't really matter about the small ban, then you've got the area denial from Tachanka. The problem with the area denial from Tachanka, and we see it on this side, the reason I mention it is we see it on this side specifically so often, is the area that it's going to impact is small. You've got to be more precise than you do with the smoke canister.
10 seconds to
and
go.
we see a lot of the time the canisters being fired over from Janka and missing the mark. We've quite a few times seen people get plants down even when those canisters are coming in. You've got to make sure that you're hitting your shot with them. They are not as straightforward to use as the floor.
We've seen a few teams use them over time, and as you say, the placement has to be so precise that you have to have practiced exactly where you're lying, the exact thing you're aiming at to make sure it goes in the right spot. And even then, a team can disrupt that by, I don't know, bringing along an Ossa and planting on the wall that leads in towards the server directly rather than in towards the one that leads towards blue stairs. Like,
difficult to get them.
And suddenly everything's completely a wash and it all falls apart from there. So hoping Romeo's got this practice locked down. We'll see, of course, if it even comes to the executing. We've got to assume that PSG get there first, which, of course, you'd trust them to be able to do, but with how things have gone so far, maybe the motivation is a little bit on the down low. No doubt a lot leaning as well in towards Yas on that sense as part of this execute.
Romeo taking a chunk of damage there as well. If you're the plant denial, you've got to make sure you're still alive, Romeo. Going to drop himself back down.
He's a chunky boy, he's all right. Not Romeo, the operator.
Just sure that he is still there, left to fight come the end. The Mozzie Pest is going to prevent the drone going in there ahead of the Monty. They're not going to be completely sure. They are pretty clear here. It's not too much of a concern for them. You're going to be able to get in there, get control over open area, start getting those hatches, start a little bit of pressure onto Elevate. The first step here is get them moving, get them out of those positions that they've chosen to play.
Got to know there's a player down blue stairs as well. It's now been dug in on the Warden. Bit of a classic setup on this site. Used to seeing the hole coming in there. Sometimes the smoke can be the one dug in, but a Warden's just as good, especially when you've got flashes and all manner of things being tossed at you as you stand on there. Of course, reminding again that the Sense Light Wall now cannot be seen through by the Warden. So I'm not saying you roll one of those down the stairs, but at least it will help you with putting a bit of pressure onto them if needs be. And here the pressure starting to build up now on this side as well. Semper really starting to dip things in with those keeper barriers. And there's the first victim. In fact, two fall in quick succession. Both Naka and Semper taken offline. Yes, Scotty goes down, but he'll get picked back up. Great start for PSG.
Yeah, that's absolutely perfect. It creates them space. That's the big important thing. They've got themselves into server now, so they are effectively one step away from being able to get this diffuser down. And that step is clearing out the utility, creating the space. They've got manpower to leave people up on the hatches without leaving themselves short-handed downstairs. Psycho gets one, but then he gets sloppy. Tries to continue on up the stairs and gets shot in the back by a Ryder. And again, PSG just having the answers. Make it 3. Ion, you knew he was there. Make it 4. Ryder cutting through Elevate like a hot knife through butter in that round.
4 kills he's racked up in that round. Fair play, Ryder. A really weird one, to be fair. Like Elevate, you expect they're going to lose players when trying to defend onto blue. The Warden, you kind of leave as a sacrifice. You want to waste time. And sure, they were down to a minute left on the clock after they killed the Warden, but Semper somehow got sucked into that on the Azami. He was really trying to lock down server, making use of the Kiva barriers, and then paid the price for it. He stepped in, took a gunfight, lost, and before you know it, well, it's a 5 versus 3 for PSG. A real mistake being made by him there, overcommitting a bit too much, and it opened the door for PSG to close things out. I think even if they'd lost that fight out towards square side, it wouldn't have mattered because Ryder has gone absolutely nuclear there.
He's had a great round, hasn't he? There's absolutely nothing stopping him. Oh! Oh, it's disgusting, Des!
Styling on people,
it's
wow.
Disgusting. Drops the hatch, hit by a headshot. Beautiful stuff.
All right. It's not over until the fat lady sings, or in this case, until there is a 1v1. PSG only a round behind here, and with that first round behind them and in the wind in their sails, if you start thinking they can get something else on the go here. We're up to this top floor now. I said I wanted to see this site. I was really curious how it was going to play out because we've got those 2 hard breach bands coming through. That means the wall that Psycho is currently reinforcing off towards the end of White Corridor cannot be opened. It will stay firmly closed up. Thank you very much, Mr. Observer. So they can play inside of this White Corridor. Now, when Elevate were attacking it, they used Flores an awful lot. They got rid of the barbed wire that was on White Stairs, for example. They chewed their way through destructibles like the deployable shields and then put a lot of focus on opening up the square walls and making use of Sense to execute inside of the site. PSG here, Tim, it looks like they're going hell for leather for the site. They've got Glaz, Yas in particular, alongside the sniper of Ryder. There's a lot they can do here at distance, so I imagine you're going to see a ton of window play, which there are already 3 players here.
Yeah, they've brought the Cali along to get rid of
I tell you what, Tim, everybody is here. There is not a single player anywhere else on the map. They're all here.
The fact they've brought the Cali kind of telegraphs that they're going for a window fight, because they've brought that along to be able to deal with the mirror window that Naka's currently playing behind, because that's going to be the sticking point for this, is getting in through those windows and and getting the diffuser down. Misa does manage to find Romeo with a nade. PSG, Talon, they've woken up here. They've got themselves another entry. They're just waiting for everybody to get into position. They will then take away that mirror window with the Kali, and they will look to push forward and get themselves into sight. This is really good stuff from them so far.
A reminder as well that we aren't going to see players from Elevate throwing themselves out of these windows, because now you can't ADS when you're vaulting over something where the drop is too long on the other side. So this is a real safe spot for them to be in. Like, they can lean in and just go deep. They've got claymores, but have barely had to use them. Only 2 on side. Why even worry about that? You're perfectly safe here. Walls have been opened up by playing in through the window. Everything. It's feeling like a SWAT operation, Tim. It's all being done from the windows. I love it.
At the minute is they haven't dealt with the mirror window. Naka is still in Janitor and still has that utility to play behind. It's up to the Kali to get that lance in there and make sure that that glass is shattered. Either that, or you're going to have to work in and get the kill physically inside of Janitor.
Yas being here feels a bit off. They've still got 3 smokes to play behind, but he's not in a spot where he can leverage them unless the walls... In fact, sorry, yeah, the wall is slightly opened up, so he can do a lot here from square. Semper's trying to push it from the side at the same time, so they've got to pay respect towards this. But Tim, they're inside of the site here, and with the window cover they've got and the smokes all around, they can get a plant going here once they've dealt with the C4. Speeds are in towards 1. Semper does get 1 back onto Yas. That's Glaz offline. Those smokes now aren't all that helpful, Tim.
They haven't dealt with the mirror window, Des. That's where they've just lost the diffuser from. Gotti was trying to put it down.
Now.
It's far too late now. Naka steps out and gets the kill, puts the diffuser down in no man's land. Soldier has been able to go in and grab a hold of that case, but now the question is, can they create enough safety for him to be able to put it down? Because they are being hassled on every side. Soldier is gonna try. Naka manages to find Misa. Can they get out of the windows? Can they create some safety? It's all up to Ryder.
This is so horrible now, because even with the plant down to, they can't bolt out to go for a kill. They're a bit stuck having to watch the window here. They're going to have to play this super smart or run out from the ground floor. But where do you run out? There's not a lot that they can do.
They need 1 to play on the windows here. This is right from Naka. He needs to play on the windows exactly like that. Make the challenge whilst they go for the diffuse. And that's exactly what they've done. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful problem solving. Elevate can't go out of the windows, Des. It doesn't matter. They'll just go and use a different one.
Really smartly played. I was going to say, that's one of the only options you can think of, but surely PSG expect that and have a drone ready and waiting, but nothing.
PSG would have won that round if they'd have dealt with the mirror window.
That's 2 rounds now that I'd look at, honestly, for PSG and say they could have won those rounds. Think back to the plant went down with 9 players alive, for example, in the basement. 2 rounds that I don't feel PSG should have lost. Yet they managed to let it go, because the approach to that round, you know what I said earlier on with these 2 bands coming in, they should have an approach to this side that meant that they thought this through. Clearly they had, but they forgot, as you remarked, on that one crucial step of getting rid of the mirror window. It's the most simple things. It's like top of the checklist on what you've got to get done, and they pay the price for it.
It's not to say that it's impossible, you know, for Naka to still stop that plan if the mirror window's been taken out. But the fact is, he's stood there looking at Gotti planted.
Yeah.
He can pre-aim it. He knows exactly where to look. If you've got rid of that glass, then you just watch that corner. And he has to come around, and you've got that extra half a second whilst he has a look. Where is Gotti exactly? And that's when you hit your shot. You get the kill, you stop him, and you protect your planter. It was almost impossible. Really a bit frustrating, to be honest, to watch PSG struggle with that. He was so close to getting that plant down, and the answer was there for them. Just didn't take it until it was too late.
What I will say
Great round from Naka, to be fair, as well.
For sure. And again, for my view of how things have been so far, PSG without a couple of basic mistakes here would be up 5-3. And I do want to give them credit for this. I think many came into this game thinking, oh, after yesterday they're getting slammed. I won't lie to my fantasy team, I've gone hard against PSG. I thought they were getting rolled, but they played pretty well. Again, a couple of basic mistakes have stung them, but overall the team is having a good performance, and Elevate are really struggling at points, I think, to get this over the line. I wouldn't be shocked if this gets drawn to like a 7-5, potentially even overtime, unless Elevate can really tighten things up here in round 9.
Yeah, there's definitely gaps for PSG to exploit, and I think, you know, a team that we were seeing better performances out of would be doing that, and we've, you know, that's why we've seen Elevate struggle so far. But I don't know, I feel like they've maybe got a little bit of momentum now. They've been let off the hook once or twice, and they're going to start to take advantage of that. They're just getting a picture now of where everybody is located on this PSG push. Riders taking damage, Soldiers taking damage. They're starting to push them around. Semper manages to take out the Ash. 5 versus 4. Elevate do lose Semper though. Yas manages to find him, but Iron's there with a response. It's all going in Elevate's favour.
Oh, Yas. Down to a slither of HP. Like you say, the numbers definitely sit on the other side in a really weird way, a weird twist of fate, Tim. PSG have fallen down to the same things that Elevate did. I was tucked in on that quad wall, the square wall, and the shot of players has gone across to try and make the plant happen. Whether it's shooting Goyo canisters or shooting players, it doesn't really matter. Point being, they've stopped the plant going down, and they've basically won the round off the back of that. Romeo gets one more. Yas is all alone once again. How many times is the last one left alive? Nice clay pigeon shooting, but one player to find two, gets rid of him. Yas is good for a 3K, Tim. He's got a single point of HP to his name, though. One bullet will be enough to see this one out, and they've got pings coming down on him from pretty much everywhere. A minute still to play. Romeo's got to hold on.
Yeah, Romeo's 8-4. He's playing well, full health. Honestly, I'm not really sure I see a way for Yas to win this. This could be a little precursor of what's to come. There's Yas versus Romeo in a 1v1.
Romeo and Juliet was a bit of a tragedy. Hopefully this one doesn't prove to be. Yas had the right sort of idea.
It's certainly looking that way, though.
30 seconds to go. Almost had his number, but Romeo's giving nothing over towards Yas. May have found a 3K in the round, but he's not winning out that 1v1, Tim. Is that a sign of things to come?
I think that's the 1v1 that we could see, you know.
I don't think they put Yas in the 1v1.
Not think?
I was looking at it earlier. I think either they give it to... Who's it talking about? Either Misa, because he's like their generally best performing player, or they give it to Gotti. And Gotti sounds like a really weird one to pick out here. But I know that he's quite a confident guy.
Yeah.
I think cocky sounds like a harsh word to use.
I think maybe Misa. I think you might be right with Misa. I think it will be Romeo.
The mental game
or maybe
in the 1v1.
Psycho from the side of
Oh, I don't know about Psycho, but I just think Gotti, I'd like to look like you got to do it, because I know that, again, he backs himself a lot, and mentality in that 1v1 is going to be so crucial. You don't want a player that's going to wilt away after losing one of the rounds, or maybe two of them. You want someone that backs themselves from start to finish, and I think he could be that guy, even though he's the support player on the team.
Will he be that guy?
Someone's got to be that guy, Tim.
Someone's got to be that guy. So, just as a reminder of what is on the line here, if you look up at the top of your screen, you've got the bullet figure in red. That's how many each team has reloaded here. So, Elevate went with 3 plus the extended mag card to put them onto 9 bullets reloaded, meaning if they win, they gain 9 bullets and go up to 12. If they lose, they drop below 0, because they lose 9 bullets, they drop below 0 and would face elimination. Same for PSG. They've reloaded 8, they would go up to 11 should they win. They drop below 0 if they lose. On day 3, if you drop below 0, then automatically the duel card is invoked, which means instead of being eliminated immediately, you go into a 1v1 against the team you've just played. And if you're able to win that 1v1 best of 5 rounds, you save yourself. You keep yourself in the tournament. And that is, one way or another, what we're going to be facing. It looks like it's going to be PSG as they now face 3 match points, but it could be reversed. If they manage to get themselves through to overtime and win this, then it's Elevate that would face elimination in that 1v1.
Let's see if we get there first. 2.5 minutes, we could be facing off in our first of the bunch, but they've got to get through this round first and foremost. It's been a bit of a calamitous affair down in the basement across both teams, to be fair, on their executes. Some of them you look at scratching your head thinking, how the hell has this team not won this one versus the other? No one's gone down too early on, though. I imagine there'll be a lot of focus on towards server side, but Misa's gone down. Oh, the fire's already burnt out and taken him. Not ideal to be losing the buck there. I mean, it's not the end of the world to lose a buck, but if this wall, for example, were closed off in the way that it is sometimes, they'd be in a lot of trouble here. Naka trying to do what he can to win out the next one, but the Monty should kill him out of here. And then fair enough, there's a trade that comes on through. Still numbers advantage to Elevate, though.
Yeah, Naka was just trying to survive long enough, I think, for Romeo to get to him there. They knew that they had the Monte in there alone, so you just got to push forward and get aggressive, get a 2-on-1, and you're going to win out that situation. Ryder's kind of hanging around in Dirt Tunnel at the minute, but he knows he's still got this problem with the player in behind the server stack.
He's got to know where he is now, roughly, as well. It's good making use of the Grim here as well to at least force Romeo away. Not force him out of the room entirely, still in a spot where he can challenge onto things, but now they're getting pressured in from the south side at the same time. PSG are trying to build the pressure up, but Tim, I feel like they've lost so much here. Everything rode on Soldier being able to get inside of sight and either plant or cover the plant going down. That's no longer an option.
Well, all the Elevate has done have kind of dropped back deeper into sight. The problem that they've with that is they're kind of inviting PSG to have a look and try and find a few shots to try and get a challenge onto them. And PSG, you know, they're happy to give that a go, but you just feel at the minute if the next kill goes in Elevate's favour, then PSG are in serious trouble. However, they continue fighting. Romeo flashed out, low health. He's in trouble here, and he's going to be finished off by Ryder. And PSG, they're getting the diffuser down, Des. I think they're going to do this one. Psycho has to drop into sight. He's trying to make a challenge, and he can't. Yash shuts him down. PSG, they keep themselves fighting for another round.
It really does feel like a scrap at the bottom of the table, doesn't it, Tim? Not going to lie there.
Oh, we're down into it now, Des.
They had a 5 versus 4. They get down to a 4 versus 3 where one of the dead players on PSG was the shield. Really, PSG had no business closing out that round, but again, I can't take it away from them. They're the ones that have turned it round and won it out, but Elevate should not be giving rounds away from that kind of position.
No, you got to roll your sleeves up and win dirty here, Des. That's all you can do is just get into those scrappy rounds and fight for every inch until you've got a winner. PSG Talon keep themselves alive for another 6-4. Elevate have another 2 chances here. Going to be up onto the top 4. They've got that mirror there again. Romeo this time is going to be playing it rather than Naka. I hope PSG Talon don't make the same mistake. Take that utility away. However it is that you do it, take it away from them. Interestingly, we've got Raura being brought.
That's what my big I was thinking about it on this site, and obviously when the mirror plays inside the janitor, it's no use there. It's not very effective. But more looking at closing out certain internal windows, like the double window that you see inside a B site, looking up towards the windows, or the one that goes out towards Banana. Thank you very much, Mr. Observer. This could be really interesting, but look at the investment as well coming out with the double Arunis. It's almost like they're expecting this to come, and it's worth touching on the interaction between those. Based on the side that the laser gates are on, if it's on the side facing outwards, which obviously it can't be here, it would destroy the Raura immediately. On this side, it will still stay intact, and it won't really be a problem for them, but they'll still have to clear it out if they later on want to try and go through that, or of course, shoot anything through it. Problem is though, Tim, they've got nothing to do with the mirror window here. That makes me a bit nervous.
Especially after they were hurt by it so badly last time. I mean, you know, maybe you could get Sensor's gadget in front of the, you know, maybe create at least a block in that line of sight and make it difficult. Reloading. But, you know, Naka, again, it doesn't help with the Sense gadget, but he's in there on the warden behind the mirror. He's giving themselves every opportunity to keep fighting from that position. They're recognising exactly how important it is. PSG Talon stacking up, trying to get themselves inside of stock. They wanted to use that Raura gadget to close off stock door, but it was dealt with very quickly. Explosives will destroy the gadget, so they're going to have to go back to the drawing board.
Well, it's more just about taking the time here. You're certainly in no rush. I like at least what we see in PSG have got something else in the tank, another idea to bring along to the table. Semper being forced back is the key one. Nade comes on through and will at least momentarily push him back, but he's still here, Tim, and ready to challenge. There we go, they've got the kill they need. The Raura, it may have made a temporary appearance there. Wasn't really the influencer in the outcome of that fight, though. Key thing is, Semper is dead.
It was more of a distraction, wasn't it, as they came around with that impact nade. It made it a free fight and took out the Azami. 5 versus 4. PSG Talon have got themselves control of stock by opening that wall. That's equivalent of what I was speaking about earlier, Des. They can't open the elevator wall, but opening the stock wall prevents them playing around vending machine, around top white stairs. It makes it more difficult for Elevate now. They've been cut off effectively and have to play inside of sight.
And now they can start playing on the windows because they've managed to move Semper away, and Naka is now permanently under threat. Problem is he's got cover from Ion, who's been sat around elevators for the majority of this round, so he knows if someone's pushing up and forwards. That's the key one. I was going to say the only thing we could see that could come along and deal with these is either you take the ground yourself and remove the mirror window, or you get rid of it with Yas. He's managed to do just that. A trade coming in onto Misa here as he finds Ion in the first place, so 1-for-1, but Gotti's in, Senz is in, Plant is going down. Elevate might not be able to stop this one, Tim.
Nitro shot out of the air as we watch on. Gotti this time will secure the plant, and you see the big difference to last time they tried. They've dealt with the utility so much better. Naka fighting back, takes the planter out. 3 versus 3. Elevate trying to do what they can, trying to work onto those windows, but this time with extra manpower, PSG are ready, and Yas takes his man out. Romeo is down. It's all up to Naka. He manages to get the down onto the Blackbeard, but surely, yes, it's too little too late.
It's the windows. You can't do anything about the windows without going off to ATMs. He's got no chance, and PSG will take round 11. Really well played by PSG. For Elevate, there'll be some frustrations, I think. It felt like they were sitting there waiting to get beat in that round. Wasn't a lot of proactive play, just kind of waiting to see what was going on. Didn't really know what PSG were up to, understandably so. Lots of changes coming in with the ban system, as we've regarded before. Elevate are going to call in attack timeout, very understandably, because their backs are against the wall.
Yeah, they very much need to get this over the line. It's going to be...
Foi bom, os caras tiveram dificuldade. A única play pocket que eles tinham pra esse ponto, provavelmente eles podem fazer algum domínio ou passar fome, tá ligado? Estão fazendo WCTM, só fica ligado com isso. Eu não acho que vai ser outra play rápida. Full, eles estão abusando de sense, qualquer coisa. Se eles fizerem qualquer coisa com relação a isso, no bomb, beca todo mundo, mano. Se movimenta e ajuda. Foda-se, tá ligado? Joga o jogo full juntando pra gente travar essas plays. Eles estão ganhando o jogo em play pocketzinha, mano. Joga com biriba na comp, essas paradas, mano. Não toma esses bagulho besta assim, de pocketzinha. Então, ganhou esse round. Vamos falar nesse round.
Bora.
Esse round.
Worth a shout as well, we've had fantastic access to the tactical timeouts throughout this event. We've had it once or twice with the...
이거 블리츠해? 뭐 어떻게? 아니면은 그냥
I understood both of those teams.
With the coach's headset. We're usually kind of reliant on mics that are in there picking up. We're getting absolutely crystal clear access to those tactical timeouts, and it's very fascinating. Obviously, you know, we don't speak Portuguese, we don't know what Huxord was imparting there, but Maria usually helps us out and comes with a little explanation.
It was
to get an idea, but it's been very, very fascinating to listen into.
Obviously, we were off yesterday, and I was jumping around a few of the co-streamers. Shout out to the co-streamers, by the way, doing a fab job. There's all kinds of content out there to tune into and enjoy this too, as well as the mainstream, of course. But I was listening to Mint for a while as well. Really good analysis being provided. He was listening to some of the timeouts that was coming in from PSG, and I remember him saying something along the lines of, if you're having to make the comments around, you know, play behind the shield, work together and execute, it feels like you're reteaching the basics in a way. And that's what PSG were really lacking yesterday. They lacked that team play, that cohesion, to the stage that Joker was having to reiterate the basics and say, boys, just remember the fundamentals. And it was a comment from Mainstream where it was like, if you can't get these things right, do you deserve to be at a competition like this? Yesterday, it definitely looked that way. They got 7-0 today. They're looking far better. They're coming with a game plan. They're playing as a team. They're executing onto isolated players and Elevate with perfection. Their executes are looking good. Like they had the Sentinel down.
They've learned as well.
They've
going down. There.
We had Ryder on the window shooting out C4s. Again, it just looks like a team, and it didn't really seem that way yesterday. It's great to see.
Yeah, it's that adaptation. You know, we lost this last time. Why did we lose it? The mirror window, other elements. We've recognised and dealt with that. We've changed the strategy slightly. We've tweaked it, and that's what you need to do in Siege. You need to... It's not all, you know, it's not the end of the world losing a round, so long as you don't lose it in the same way again. You've got to come back, you've got to offer something different. PSG Talon certainly offering something in this one. 6-5 it stands. Elevate, one more chance to get this done. The challenge comes in. Misa, absolutely beautiful kill onto Semper, takes out the Warden, and just like that, PSG Talon start taking over this top floor. And right now there's a big problem for Romeo, faced down by two shields. He manages, however, to find the thermite, and that could be big. It's going to mean that that wall stays closed.
So Hail Mary, just seeing a triple shield come at you. It's like, oh, it's just horrific. It's like hell has opened up and the devil has stepped out trying to face off against this. And fair play to them, they've come away with just one player going down in Semper. They managed to get rid of Ride on the other side, which is quite crucial because that means that the Thermite's offline. They can't probably get that main wall opened up. They're just going to have to brute force their way into this one. And given Tim how often it has gone wrong on a push-in with that, with things like the FNAT still on side and the Yokai still available, there is so much here that Elevate can do to stop PSG winning the round. But this is the thing, Tim, it's what they could do, not what they will do.
Just going to be holding that vertical angle with the Monty for the time being. I think just hoping to get a little bit of something to start pushing them forward. Like you say, those three shields could be absolutely terrifying. But the question is, do you have enough of the other utility to be able to get this one done? Yokai drone's just going to be watching the bottom of Marble Stairs there. PSG feel like they're just stalling out a little bit here.
They are. I mean, I'd kind of expect it. Knowing you're potentially facing off against C4s, of which there are now none available. The fact that you've got Yokais, you've got FNATs, and still mirrors available. There's a lot here that can still be a bit of a nuisance and a thorn in your side, but with 3 shields, you should be able to find a way through. I'm more alarmed, Tim, that we're down to the last 20 seconds or so, and only now are we starting to move forward.
Misa having a little tickle of the diffuser there, thinking about trying to get it put down. Romeo manages to find a melee onto Gotti. Naka takes down Yas, 2v2. It is 2 shields. This is almost certainly over for Romeo. As good as he might be, he's going to try and get himself back in. What a challenge onto the Blackbeard. He's now 1v1 against the Monty with diffuser down. A hell of a shot to keep him alive in this one, but can he take on another shield?
Oh man, I mean, Romeo's had such a good game. He's got to be able to win this out.
He's got to go for the shield.
Misa's measured here. Is Misa enough of a strong player to be able to know how to play around this? I'm not sure that he is, Tim. Might find himself taken down. He's gone low again. 20 seconds left to play. Can he hold on against the onslaught? For now, yes. But you can see it being exposed. Romeo, he gets the quad. He gets the 4K. And this is not going to be the tragedy they thought it could be.
Elevate managed to get themselves over the line at the very last time of asking there. That means that they take 9 bullets away from this. They catapult themselves up the table on their new total of 12, Des. And we're going to be seeing a 1v1 between PSG Talon and Elevate as PSG Talon fight to keep themselves in the tournament. There's a couple of things that could happen here.
Tell us about it, Tim.
There's a couple of things that could happen as we go into this 1v1. So, if PSG Talon win the 1v1, they will be reset to 0 bullets as the winner of that 1v1. They will then also score the round difference. So if they were to win, it's a best of 5, so if they were to win 3-1, they win by 2 rounds. So they would be reset to 0, and then they would score their 2 bullets, so they would sit on a final score of 2, and they would survive in the tournament until the next day at least. If Elevate win, they will then invoke the Eliminator card, which will get them an extra bullet. So they currently sit on 12, that is safe. The 12 is safe for Elevate. They could go to 13 if they get the win in the 1v1.
You know what's even more important and exciting than all that info, Tim? That was fantastic. Thank you very much for explaining it.
Oh, you're more than welcome.
What do you think is even more important than that?
What, more important than staying in the tournament?
No, than what you've explained to us just now. What other info would you love to know in this situation?
Who's going into the 1v1?
Oh, yes, Tim. It's Ryder versus Ion.
Versus Ion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which surprised me a little bit.
I mean, the thing is for Elevate, every point counts. Don't get me wrong. Every point counts. There is another bullet on the line here for Elevate. If they can win and they can eliminate PSG, they get an additional bullet. But their win, their 9 that they've just picked up is safe. It's done. It's locked in. It's on the table. So it doesn't really matter too much who they send. Maybe Ion's a bit of a 1v1 specialist.
He's a bit. The thing is, he's a bit of a.
He's had a bit of a.
He's a shield merchant, Tim.
He's had a mid game.
I don't know.
I think he got 4 kills.
He's had a terrible game. He's gone 4 and 9. I wouldn't base the selection on this game, truthfully. I'd more base it on your overall
environment.
For sure. Look, whatever score you've seen across the tournament so far, it is such a different affair coming into these 1v1s that it's hard to break it down. You know what I love? And it's a really weird thing about being human. We kind of love seeing these moments of turmoil that others go through. It's why we love like dramas on TV, right?
Penalty shootouts. I love watching a penalty shootout, just not when my team's playing.
Exactly. We're not involved in it. So it's so like, oh, it's crazy sitting here watching it. Again, Elevate are safe in the knowledge that they aren't going home if they lose this one. It's the key thing to stress. At most, then guarantee themselves another bullet if they want to take it into a future day. It's all about PSG. They need to win this 1v1.
I want to say as well that this is, of course, obviously a first in competitive Siege. I don't know if it's quite a first, because I think we had a similar situation could happen on the B stream, and I don't know if it has or not. So we may be...
It hasn't happened yet. They've gone the full distance in their
Are we the first? I think we may be...
So they are in overtime over there.
They're in overtime. Okay, Des. So we are going to preside over the first 1v1 in competitive Siege.
I know Dev is going to be fuming because he was gagging to catch the first 1v1.
He was like, I hope our match is quicker than yours and we get the first one.
Oh.
Never mind, Dev.
Look at that now. Wow. Isn't that a weird sight? All the chairs empty.
It's so strange.
Except yours and the cameraman. Even he's looking around like, this is so weird. Mics, like, headsets are silent.
It's going to be so silent for them. In many ways, I can imagine that this is going to be a way more pressured situation because you're outside of your comfort zone. When you sat there and you've got your team around you, you're part of something bigger, but now it's you. The spotlight is on you.
No one to hype you up.
Nope.
No one to bring you down when you get too excited. No comms, no coach, nothing.
Silence.
All about you. And this is where I think you're really going to see.
This is brilliant. This is the equivalent
This
of
is class TV.
This is exactly. It's that moment where two football teams are lined up at the halfway line, and that poor soul has to walk down to the penalty spot on their own. That is these two players right now. Ryder is sat there waiting for his fate. All alone.
So I'll just check chat for a second to see how it's all going in there as well. Someone said, can we predict on this 1 versus 1? I feel like you've got to be able to as well in the chat. Like, come on now, that's the one. Oh, I mean, who do you back?
So excited.
Who do you back in this team? Do you think Iron takes it, or do you think Ryder does?
It's so difficult, isn't it? Because you can look at it, and it kind of sounds like I'm sitting on the fence. It's difficult not to. Ryder's got a lot more to play for. He's trying to keep his team in here, but with that comes a lot more pressure. You could sort of look at it and think, well, Ion, he's only playing for 1 bullet for his team. It's not really make or break. I mean, yeah, I guess if you get eliminated tomorrow or tomorrow or day 5, with you're short of 1 bullet, then yeah, it's going to be a big deal. But right now, Ion's maybe willing to take a bit more risk, maybe. He's willing to just play a bit more loose. Yeah, I'll just have a peek in there. Whereas Ryder, every footstep that he takes, he's going to feel like his team is hanging on it.
Why is his keyboard half off the table? Is that how he plays? I didn't even notice that. One of the things we're stressing to Marul, because I'm sure some of you are wondering about this, no, you can't play shields in a 1v1.
No, there's no shields. It's on Chalet.
You can play Fuse.
On Chalet,
you can play
no
Fuse.
shield.
You can play Fuse, but you can't
play Fuse shield.
Exactly, and yes, you are right, it is on Chalet. Just getting that lobby set up now between these two. Just let them sweat a little bit more. See who kind of cracks first. The real 1v1 team isn't actually...
I feel like stressed and
excited.
excited.
The real 1v1 isn't actually in the game. It's who runs out the room crying before we even get into the game of Siege.
This is great. Like this morning coming in, we knew that we were going to have a duel in match 2. We knew this was going to happen because of how the reloads had gone. But I just didn't anticipate quite... Oh, the teams are all together
All together as well.
Oh, God.
It's supposed to be so nerve-wracking stood watching your team play as well. I mean, to be fair to them, PSG seem relatively calm for a team that could be getting sent on the next flight home.
Yeah.
And to leave sunny Rio.
Absolutely. Just you and an admin. Oh, dear.
And he ain't your friend. He ain't here to help you.
Cut the tension with a knife. It's great. Oh.
And to think we've got to see this a whole bunch more over the next couple
I don't know who's starting on which side as well.
I guess we'll find out as we start.
We will find out. I'm not going to look at the lobby. Obviously, we can see the lobby screen. We don't have either player in yet. And so I kind of half have an answer, but it could just be that the teams have just been put on those sides and it might switch, before we get into it. So we'll see when we actually start things as to who is going to be where. But
if you're wondering about the rule, Tim, it's the side that wins the game. They get to choose the side to start. So it's the one who doesn't invoke the challenge. In this case, Elevate.
So Elevate get to choose the side that they start on.
Correct.
And it switches every round as well. So it switches every round.
It does,
so if you start on defense, your next round will be attack, and vice versa. That switches every. So
Laxing has just walked into our casting area. I'm pretty sure I've seen you in some 1v1s recently, Lax, have I not? Yeah, I swear I've seen you playing someone in 1v1s recently somewhere. Were you against Lonnie? Yeah, I remember he's playing against Lonnie recently, so he's also got some experience in a 1v1.
I'd back Lax in a 1v1. Did you? No, I'd back you all day long in this situation. Yeah.
Drop the headset, jump on. Why not?
I'd back you all day long in this situation, Laxi.
You see how this one's going, hey?
Hello?
Hello,
Can you hear
there
me?
he is. We can hear you.
There you go.
Can you hear us?
Welcome.
I can't hear you guys.
You
don't need to hear us.
I mean, unless I put my... Hold on, let me put my earbud.
Production, you can't hear us if it helps. If you've got to turn it on his box or something. But we've got Laxin to come in and join us for the 1 versus 1. The first one that we've got in Siege history to determine if the team stays or goes home. It's one of those, Tim, that I think across the event...
Obviously, you've not directly been in this situation, Laxin, but as a player, how stressful do you think it would be, that silence of not having your team there and like that out of your comfort zone?
I would say this is more stressful for the simple fact that your team is playing for their life right now. So everyone, it's kind of like when you're playing baseball, it's 2 outs, 2 strikes, you're up, it's on you, bottom of the 9th. Like, this is the exact same scenario as for PSG, is that you are essentially the one keeping your team alive here. So there's a lot more pressure than I think there is just even in a regular 1v1 scenario in an official match in a 5v5.
Who you picking? Who you backing?
I mean, when you saw Ride pull out that 4K, especially when he dropped that hatch and did that, you know, if I saw Romeo on that other side, not to take anything away from Ion, I want to go with Ride Reload. Ryder. That's my boy. What about you guys?
Okay. I think you're right. I think Ion just has less to play for. You know, he knows that he gets a bullet for his team if they win, but other than that, he's had a bit of a quiet game. Like you say, Ryder, I think, will come in with some confidence here. More pressure, of course.
Here we go, it's starting.
You know, diamonds are forged under pressure, aren't they? So.
And we're into it. 1v1 begins, the best of 5 to see if PSG Talon stay here with us at Reload and Rio, or if they're going home. Ion versus Ryder. No help. A pure 1v1 to settle this down.
See, there's so many things that I haven't thought about. Coming in, it's like we've spoke about the fact that they can't pick the shields, but then who do you pick? Who, you know, all of a sudden you've got this completely different dynamic of which operators are good in these situations. Ion's going to immediately lock in Vigil on the defense, which I think is a great shout. Could take himself off the drone.
I think the defender, it makes sense to bring Vigil. You got that one-shot capability, but for Grim, that's a question mark for me because you're going to have to pinpoint where this Vigil is, and then on top of it, you have that access to Deimos. Why not run Deimos so you have that information almost immediately? So now seeing these two matchups right now, I don't think Ryder's playing this into his best ability.
Ooh.
Strong call.
Or maybe somebody like a Twitch or an Iana. Get yourself extra droning capability.
But that's the worrisome part because you have to be the one swapping on and off those cams, so it's not really that important of a aspect, especially if it only got to Vigil.
In watching Ambi and Spoit playing their 2v2s yesterday, like, Ambi rocked out the Vigil at one point, and it was a bit of a joke pick, like saying, oh, we're like 4-0 up here, I'll bring out the boss sheep, we'll have some fun. It seemed as a... I want to say a troll pick, but you get the gist. Like, it's not one of the kind of go-tos that you jump to by nature. But Ion here clearly feels very capable that he can get away with it. No one to sit and toggle through default cams for you, I'm afraid. You've got to do that one yourself to figure out exactly where they're coming from.
Hey,
sure enough, you'll see him in a moment.
This is important for every pro player in rank stack that you hop on cams. This is what you're supposed to do. He's already identified now where he is, and he's going to post up.
I think, you know, what you said there, Lax, as well about that one-shot capability is super important for Ion. At the end of the day, there's a lot less risk for him here. His team is cool. They're done. Their points are on the board. They get an extra bullet if he wins. So, yeah, take your chance in the gunfight. Take your chance with the one-shot.
Something else you should be doing, Lax, in ranked on the drones.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously a big one, getting on cams. And Ion was doing his due diligence. I mean, Ride's going around trying to find an opening here. Again, you see Ion on the cam trying to figure out where he's going. I think the big thing here for Ride, he has to play off sound. He can't rely on that information, where Ion can kind of get aggressive. And there's that one-shot potential that I was talking about. So I'm expecting Ride, once Ryder gets on that other side, he is going to bring that Vigil because it's just so strong. That boss G, it's a G for a reason.
All right, that's them up on the one for now. Ryder knows he's got 2 more chances to make this work, else his team are going home.
There's a little bit for both of these players as well. One of them gets to be the first person to ever win a 1v1 in competitive Siege.
Do you really want to have the accolade of being the first person to lose a 1v1 in professional Siege?
Exactly, it's just added pressure, isn't it? Ryder had his chance there in reality as well. Ryder had his chance. He came around, his shots were just a little bit high. But like you said, if he's going up against the Vigil, he can't be missing any shots. And he's chosen to bring the Fenrir himself, not going with the Boss G.
Now, again, I think Ion has the better approach here to how he wants to go with the attack and defenses, but I actually don't disagree with bringing the Fenrir here, especially if the Deimos is going to be on. Essentially, you set up those Fenrir traps around each area, whether that's blue, whether that's wine cellar, whether that's main stairs, and you activate those based off where you're seeing the Deimos come from, because Deimos is going to have to end up challenging you one way or another. If you have those set up, he has to come in blind. That then totally Ryder can take advantage of, but still, I think the Deimos should realistically come out on top here just for the fact of those tracks.
Also worth mentioning as well, by winning even one round, Elevate start to limit PSG's potential. So now, even if Ryder can come through and win this, the maximum bullets they can gain is 2, because he would win 3-1 and just gain the 2 because it's off the round difference. So every time Elevate win a round, it reduces PSG Talon's capability in terms of how much they can win.
Of course, to make use of his drone as well in that prep phase for a second to see exactly what he was up against. Has that ability to change away from the operator that he's on if he wants to, based on what he's facing up against. knows that it was the, in this case, Featurette, and has chosen to deal with it with the Deimos not turned away. But here we go, track coming out now. Vendetta in hand, and the Vendetta it may well be. Has got the right idea. You favour him to win this one, but with the Nade gonna force him off to one side, steps around, and Ryder wins it out, but my God, was it close.
Yeah, I mean that was a great play from Ion, forcing out with the nade. Just couldn't, you know, when you're being tracked that entire time, that also leaves both scenarios. And in that scenario, the MP7 is going to be better for that pre-fire going around that corner, where Ion just runs straight into that.
You know what I maybe want more than anything? Someone like Shaiko going a 1v1 against someone.
Not to take anything away from Ion and Ryder,
no, but
they played this one beautifully. But yeah, it's making you think of the other possible matchups.
Yeah,
I really love seeing the players' faces and reactions whenever their player wins or loses. I mean, that's the most exciting thing about this entire format and how everything. This is something that we've never experienced here on a competitive level. That just creates a fun atmosphere for everyone to watch and digest.
Let's get into it then. Round 3. Ion is going to double down with the Vigil pick, given the success last time. That round was winnable for Ryder. He missed a couple of shots. Got to call it as we see it. And Ion was able to punish him. Ryder this time, interesting choice, going to bring in the Ying. Now, I can see the power of that. I can see the line of thinking. Again, it's back to that Featurette pick. If you can get him blinded and take the gunfight then. However, again, you've got to find Ion. You've got to get him into a position where he can't run away from the Candelas and get out of dodge. It's going to be difficult to make that utility stick.
I'd love to see some analysis from the dev team after this tournament on like how many 1v1s existed before the tournament and how many after. Because this is going to start like creating such a meta of 1v1s that people are going to start
1v1 me, bro.
I mean, I will say this, in terms of 1v1 and showcasing Siege X here, you do get to see how beautiful the map is before it gets destroyed and utility gets set around the map. And I got to say, the visuals are absolutely stunning.
Agreed. I do like it.
So I really like what Ion's doing here. He's really trying to meet any position that Riders come from at the forefront, especially because that Boss G. Exactly. That is what I want.
God damn!
Ryder! Ion was so ready for he was so ready for it. He played him like a fiddle there. He takes out the drone, a big garage door, and he knows he's going to trench. Beautiful stuff.
No, like I said, I think Ion is playing this 1v1 exactly how you're supposed to play it, taking advantage of that Boss G and just trying to stop any entry point where a Ryder is trying to come in. I mean, this was just a beautiful shot, and then you zoom in on him. He's nerves of steel, cold as blood. I mean,
well, we're about to get a little nerve check on Ryder right now because his team is 1 round away from being eliminated.
Now he goes to the Boss G.
Exactly that. He thinks, no, it's time. I need to go for the big one-shot cannon here to try and keep PSG Talon in this. If Ryder cannot win this round and the next, PSG Talon will be the first team eliminated from Reload.
Now, do you guys think that this is going to be the strategy going forward for every single 1v1 that players are going to be choosing Dokkaebi or Vigil specifically on that defensive half?
I don't think so. At least, from, again, it was 2v2 I was watching yesterday. I've seen some 1v1 tournaments on Twitch before. Like, you get a bit of variety beyond just these two. So I don't think so. You'll get more than this. However, for today, I think this is all you're really going to see.
I think if you're the team with everything on the line to bring your team back into things, I think you have to go for these two options.
You reckon?
I think so. It's a 1v1. It's a 1v1.
You are in the one shot.
That's true. That's true. So far, Ion's been pretty confident, and he hit a headshot where you would only need one bullet anyways.
No. I don't see enough 1v1s taking place where it's only about Boss G's. You're putting too much on that first shot, I think. Like, I don't know. I don't like it.
Right now, Ryder is not just putting a little bit on this first shot. He's not even putting a lot. He's putting everything on that first shot. PSG Talon's future in the Reload tournament is on the line, and he needs to find it. He knows he's going to come in through library. Here's the barricade taken out. He switches focus, looking for that double window. Ion's just teasing him right now. He's playing with him. He's just going to send that call in, but Ryder, he's not going to back down. He's happy to just hold his position and just wait. But then he dips out.
Like, if you've got these phone calls, play around the phone calls. Just wait it out a little bit. What I like is that Ryder's actually built way back in here. So that phone call is now gone. It's useless, right? It does give a little bit of entryway to Ion to get into a part of the map and actually get in the building without having to worry about windows like he was there for a second with Library. now coming up to the similar spot where they actually faced off last time, and we're about to get the next phone call online in 10 seconds' time.
I think Ryder just hops on the cam right here and then swings off of it, or just continues to play off sound. I mean, that's the best case scenario when you're in this defensive situation or in a 1v1 on defense. They have to come to you. They either have to get the bomb or you have to take that 1v1 engagement. And I think Ryder is doing the right thing here. This is exactly what I'm going to go through the cams, see where Ion's going to be coming from, get that information, then let Ion play into your setup.
Ion's dipped. He's full dipped.
I love this. I love, because obviously in a 5v5, you don't always have this much room.
Absolutely.
There's so much room to play with here that it's like constantly switching up. Now he's coming back from library and Ryder keeps second guessing himself. Can he beat Ryder? Yes! He hit the shot onto blue stairs. Absolutely beautiful headshot from Ryder, and we go all the way.
Again, that's the beauty of these 1v1s, because this is a true testament to both of these players, because like you were saying, in a 5v5 scenario, when you're moving around the map, you have to take into account that there could be drones somewhere. There could be a cam spotting you. You really have to be aware of your surroundings, where in a situation like this, it's just you and them. You don't need to worry about them being on a cam or not. You can follow that game sound, and Ryder did that beautifully.
Elevate did not look best pleased there for a second. Which I'm kind of surprised, because they're not getting sent home if they lose this, let's not forget.
They get one bullet.
It's a bullet that they don't get. And that can be the difference when it comes round to it in a couple of days' time. Like, you need everything you can get now.
This is what I said. If on day 5 you get eliminated by one bullet, all of a sudden you're looking back at this 1v1 if you've lost it and you're thinking, that was kind of important.
That feels like me right now. Villa in the Champions League run, all that
there
stuff.
You go.
I know how painful
You know
it
how
can be.
it
I know
feels.
exactly how it feels.
You're holding
man.
your
It's
heart.
not
I'm
good.
holding my heart. My heart's racing right now for Ryder.
Damn.
As if they didn't need any more pressure. The 1v1 goes down to the final round again. As I said
goes
previously,
for a rehost.
I know as well, just to make Ryder sit and sweat for a little bit longer. Just a reminder of what I said previously as well. If PSG Talon are able to win this, if Ryder can come through and win on the attack, he will save his team in the tournament, but they are now restricted to only gaining 1 bullet because Elevate have been able to get 2 rounds. It's just the number in round difference that PSG Talon would gain. They would be reset to 0, and then they would gain 1 bullet for winning by 1 round.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely in quite the predicament. The nice thing, they do stay alive if they do get this win here. But like you were saying, they only get 1 bullet. So going into tomorrow's matchup, they have to be better. And they also have to take on a team that has a fair amount of bullets as well.
And the other thing is they don't get the lifeline tomorrow. There are no dual cards on day 4 or 5, only today. So, you know, for argument's sake, PSG Talon survive here. They finish on 1 bullet. They go into tomorrow. They can actually reload more bullets than 1. You can reload the number that your opponent has.
Yes.
So they will have an opportunity to gain some back, but that game is then going to be all or nothing because there is no 1v1s, there is no duels to keep you in it. If you lose, you lose. You're going home. So PSG Talon, they've got it stacked up against them.
Well, before we get this started, obviously we see Ion's going to be starting on attack and Ryder's going to be starting on defense. What do you guys say? Who's winning it?
So far, it's been all defense. I back Ryder to keep PSG Talon in it here. I back him.
Bez?
I don't know.
Jack?
I think the
Jack is here. Who do you think? Ion? Okay, Jack's got Ion.
Yeah, I think the pressure's too high now. I think it's when it matters most, it's going to just not work out.
Okay, so you're going to say Ion?
I think I'm going to.
I'm going to go with you. I'm going to put faith in Ryder. I'm going to put faith in Ryder that he's going to keep his team alive. They're going to go into tomorrow.
He's cool as a cucumber. He's ready to go.
Nah. You don't see, he's hovering IQ, but I'm like, surely you don't see an IQ.
I think he's got Ion rattled. He's just won the last round. He can go in on the Vigil again. Is Ryder going to do that? Is he going to double down on the Vigil? Good call on the IQ,
that's what I'm
potentially.
thinking.
I was just about to say, I think Ion's been playing this entire 1v1 very methodically in terms of the best advantage and now taking it away that advantage of Vigil being able to hide from those camps. So I think what Ion's going to do here, he's going to get close to sight. He's going to drone it out in hopes to see that Vigil pops that scanner and then immediately hop on that IQ scan, figure out where he is, and then go from a challenge from there.
Got rid of the first drone at least, so that one won't get tucked away somewhere unbeknownst to Ryder. One more still to find out, but of course that could be the bait. You clear out the drones, you think, cool, yeah, he's got no chance now. I can run around and do what I please, but that IQ could really do some work. Could be a 35,000 IQ play coming out of Iron if this goes right. Ryder, it's all about him. Those nerves, gonna be high.
We've talked about player IQs, and if Ion can make something happen with this IQ, it's only a matter of question where we're putting him on an IQ scale.
That's it. Ryder looks like he's pretty committed to just playing this down on site in the basement. just like locking in, waiting for the challenge to come. He's just, it's a question of if he can identify where Ion is coming from quicker than Ion can get to him, really.
I mean, you can tell the nerves are going right now. Both players, especially Ion, is taking this as slow as possible. And he's the one with the least amount of pressure on his shoulders right now, where on that other end, Ryder has to be flawless here.
The Ryder's wondering what's going on because he's heard that there's not a Boss G in his hands.
Would anybody else love to see a plant right now?
This is exactly what I said. This is exactly what I said.
In round 5 of a 1v1 team.
I called this. I literally called this. I called this. I said Ion is 100% going to use that cam, call out that vigil, make them pop that scanner, and then use that IQ scan, go in for the kill. That's exactly what happened. That's why I'm an analyst.
Ion has played that absolutely perfectly, just using his utility to the max, and he's gained that extra bullet for his team. Elevate take another to add to their 12 they already had. They move on to 13, they rocket up the table, and by eliminating PSG Talon, get that little bonus. PSG Talon, their days are done here at Reload in Rio, Des.
It is maybe not in the fashion net of lights. They almost managed to claw things back on Bank, but couldn't quite make it happen in round 12. And they almost do it in the 1v1 all the way to the 5th round. But Ion is just that little bit better when it mattered most.
I gotta say, Des, as the first ever competitive 1v1,
that's an image.
That was some serious entertainment. I was unsure coming in what we were gonna get, how they were gonna play it, but I have just absolutely thoroughly enjoyed that. Just been on the edge of my seat for the last 5 rounds. Absolutely beautiful stuff.
Well, that's our first team done and going home. Elevate, they crack on, they take the lion's share of bullets as well. They jump up the table. Can't wait to see what that looks like later on today. For now, we'll go to a break, and when we come back, the analysts will break this down for you.
is really, really, really happy right now. They just won the first duel in this tournament, the first 1v1. And, you know, before we begin this interview, this guy looks like someone you know, maybe. He is Pinos from NIP Brothers, so yeah, they very look alike. But now let's just talk about this 1v1, how it feels to, you know, depend on your teammate, only one, to win the game.
It's pretty much stressful, I would say, but at the end of the day, he won it for us, so all good.
So it's good. Ian, you know, took that fight serious and won. But now we need to talk some serious stuff too. Because you must be really happy right now because you've won, but also it's the first win in Reload. That must be pretty disappointing to be on the position you are right now in the tournament, right?
Furia wasn't on their best day, so we could have won against them, but we played very, very, very bad. And the same thing happened with CAG, but today the game is on our hands. We were anxious to close, but oh good, you got it.
So you don't mind your position in the tournament right now?
No. Okay, you got it. All right.
Okay, also, Uxorid, the Brazilian accent just came. Uxorid told in a tactical pulse that the PSG Talon was doing some pocket plays, so I guess that was cutting you guys off guard.
Yeah. That was a hard part for us of the game, but we managed to get the win, even though.
Short questions. He's just very simple, you know? Very, very short answers. But also, I want to know now what you're going to do next to come better for the next match that you guys are going to have.
We got to stay calm on the game, not get anxious to close the game, and just play.
You know what? It's kind of difficult for us to talk in English because we are used to speaking Portuguese the whole time. So, yeah, for me, it's a little bit difficult. But we are getting there, right? Thank you so much. Obrigada sempre. Tem recadinho?
Not a man word, so no problem.
Thank you so much. Back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Maria. It's good to hear. We just got our first duel out of the way. PSG Talon are officially eliminated, and let us make it clear, an extended mag card does count into the negatives, which is why they went into negative after losing the game, which invoked the duel card, and they lost duel. And I have to say, that was an incredibly fun 1v1 to watch.
Yeah, I mean, for the first official 1v1 to kick off the new event, the new format, I mean, it was absolutely, I mean, I was there. I was casting it.
Yeah,
it was wonderful. It's super fun, super exciting. Just goes to show why this format, this entire tournament and how it plays out, again, is just fun for everyone across the board.
We had just no idea what it was going to look like, but constantly seeing each round, the players adapting and evolving, the operators that they were bringing, it was always swapping up. And then at the end, you had that big call, Lex, the IQ to come out, and then the IQ to close it out. And it worked out so beautifully because we didn't see any cams. There was no information on that IQ coming out. They just thought it was going to be the same round after the same round, but that's the beauty of the 1v1. You can constantly adapt. There's no rules to it, really.
Again, with all the cards, with all the bullets, with the 1v1s, everything is a mind game. Everything has a strategy around it, and Ion definitely took advantage of the strategy, using the Boss G, forcing the Boss G on the other side on that Vigil, and then almost bringing out that IQ just to seal the deal.
And it absolutely did. I mean, it was a beautiful moment of actually knowing, hey, we're expecting the Vigil on the other side. It has been a crutch for 2 rounds during that 1v1. There's only one way to deal with it, IQ, realistically. However, that's the 1v1. What if we zoomed out just a bit, a few minutes prior to that? That was the actual matchup between Elevate and PSG. Talon, where Elevate really had the reins on the game, Davide.
Absolutely. I mean, there was so much innovation coming from Elevate, especially on the new build. We saw a lot of the new stuff that we wanted to talk about in the ban phase. Right here is one of them, the Glaz walking up red stairs. Right off the rip, when we saw Elevate do this, using the Monty smokes first to hide the Glaz, then Glaz walks up and then reuses his own smokes to maintain the position. I mean, you called him, Milosh, to use the Glaz. It was Psycho on Glaz, but not just that round. Every single round afterwards, Elevate had a really good understanding of how they wanted to win these rounds. They were abusing the shields well. They were playing Glaz well. it didn't really look like PSG really had an answer for him.
Yeah, I think PSG did a good job trying to keep this as competitive. I mean, it ended in a 7-5. At least they brought it back. But like you were saying in the beginning, they struggle keeping that man advantage. They struggle just staying still. And I hope it's something that they can look back and watch back on, because they're a strong team. I mean, look at the numbers that they put up. They clearly can fight the fight, talk the talk. But in terms of sitting still and not making a move, that is where they can't. They are too overly aggressive. And if they just learn to just slow down, we could have seen this in the other scenario where they're playing the 1v1 to knock Elevate out.
Yeah. And then that's what we said with PSG Town. If they can just slow it down and focus on playing their lives, they would find themselves winning a lot more. It was a better situation, and if you're PSG, you might be thinking to yourself, man, if only we didn't pick M80 as like an ego pick yesterday and put us in this situation where we had to fight for our lives. Maybe if they had a couple more bullets to play with, we'd be having a different story, because it looked like in that game that they were getting an understanding of how they wanted to approach the next days forward.
I didn't even know if that was an ego pick or they're trying to play it smart like BDS was doing.
No, it was
also?
an ego pick, because Joker said that's what we talked about in the draft phase, and Joker was like, yes, Fox is the only one that actually understood why we picked M80. It was to beat Fabi.
And that was the wrong thing to do.
It didn't work. You didn't beat him.
Even then, adding the extended meg, I understand you want bullets, but those extended megs actually end up hurting them in the long run, because they saved one extra bullet, but because they added those extended megs and those extra bullets, that's what put them in the negative and put them in the situation that they're in, and now going home.
Well, Gabe, I want to talk of a few more situations. Actually, you got some clips for it.
Yeah, I do have a clip. Obviously with PSG not having the performance that they want, this actually was a really good round in round 3 of how they singled out this Montagne. They basically forced a checkmate here. Monty pushes through, as you would typically see, try to get behind that kitchen to go for this plant. Little do they know, all of those fires are about to explode from the Goyos, and then now what is Monty left to do? Nothing. Be stuck in a corner, smoked off. It's checkmate. They have the Maestro cam feeding that information, and they played this round beautifully. Sure, you could say Elevate didn't do their due diligence of clearing everything, checking for the cams, but it was because PSG played slow. They played methodical. They played off of one another that they sealed that round. And again, it just goes to show they have everything in the kit to make it work.
Yes.
It just comes down to finding the right moments to keep it all in cohesion.
Now, both of these teams played the extended mag card, which meant that they got 6 extra bullets that are added into play. So what does that reflect on the standings for Elevate? How is their status so far? We have the fill-in 13 bullets, Fox.
I mean, just like that, a team that could be at the bottom of the leaderboard can jump up with a huge win. So obviously, risk was taken. You got to risk it for the biscuit. And now Elevate is sitting in a pretty good, comfortable spot. Obviously, it's not done there, but it is a start. And that's what Elevate needed, because we heard it in the interview. They could have beat Furia. Maybe they just needed a little bit more time. Well, you were almost at your limit, and now you're back into it. You have a little bit more lifelines left. Go from there.
Again, it just goes to show risking it for the biscuit actually paid off here. And not only that, they put up what they put up and they were guaranteed 12, but winning and beating out that 1v1 gained them that extra point, which is why you now saw them at 13. So again, Elevate is in a very good spot, because like I said, 12 is that threshold that you want to find yourself. Doesn't mean you're safe, but it does put you in a very good standing to hopefully push through all the way and make it into that second phase.
And it helps well that you eliminated a team, because you get an extra bullet on top of it. That is an extra card that is invoked passively immediately once you knock out a team from the tournament. Well, gentlemen. Our final section for this part of the show, Blacklight Detail. Of course, one of our wonderful sponsors here in Rio. What do you got for us, Stephanie?
I mean, it was a beautiful 2v1 that turned into one of the new mechanics that came to CJX, which is the shield break, where whenever you hit the shield a little bit, it ends up swinging out, and you can have an easier fight against the shields, because that was so frustrating in the previous edition, and here it is. Just punching the shield away, and the shield will just naturally swing, and it gives you that opening. And it was a really nice 2v1 situation. To close out the game. I mean, that's exactly what you wanted to see.
And there's those small changes. Sure, they might seem small in the grand scheme of things, but being able to actually force a Monty out of that extension of that shield, that is what really allowed that whole scenario to be played out, and that put Elevate in that driving seat right there. Just goes to show these small changes do impact very big.
I mean, it almost went the other way. It's going to make shield players have to evolve in actually learning when they need to swing, how they need to swing. He was a little bit of fancy footwork there, but it didn't work out in his favor. But we all know how frustrating it was to go up against that shield in a 1v1.
In a corner, in a doorway.
Unless it's Kino. Then you knew you were going to win.
You're safe.
But it was so frustrating. So now to have that ability to have an easier fight against a 1v1, it feels a lot more even.
It's good that we finally get to talk about these 1v1s. There's actually one happening right now on the B stream. The dual card had been invoked. Gentlemen, that is our second matchup done and dusted. However, have you ever had a dream, especially if you were 13, you want to just play competitively? Well, sometimes you have to swim across the ocean, and maybe you want to be the baby shark. A featurette about baby shark right after this break.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
I'm Baby Shark, French young player for Wildcard. When I was young, I was like passionate by sharks. I was like, playing Black Ops 3 at the beginning when I was 10. When I started playing Rainbow Six with like some famous people like streamers, etc. Like they called me like the young player from the community. I was thinking about like Baby Shark and like the music is funny, so then I changed to Baby Shark. My mother is like teacher, so it was hard to mix the school and the game. So the first goal was to get my graduates in France, and then after that I will be able to like do whatever I can. They were supporting me, like pushing me to get my dream, and then my dad was supporting me since the beginning. Ça va et toi?
Salut la famille! Bonjour! Allez, on défonce tout, let's go!
At the beginning of the year, like Wildcard came to me, and then they gave me a trial, and it went well. So now I'm there and happy to be a trio. I moved to from France, like Avignon, the southeast of France, to Houston, Texas. I knew I had to move if I was like getting picked by Wildcard. It was hard for my parents at the beginning, but they're really happy for me. Like all my friends, etc., are happy for me, so I'm happy to be there too. I'm trying to represent them as much as possible. The most important is the team. Since we are a young team, I think we're there to like take experience, mainly for me and like for two other players who are like, it's their first offline tournaments, and me, that's not my first offline tournament, but like that's usually my first major tournaments. I went from T2 to like without playing like in a professional league to like literally play an offline event, and that's like unbelievable for me. It's maybe one of the first time on stage it's happening. I'm just so proud of the work I've put in, and just have to focus on it, just take pleasure when we are playing, and that's it.
This is so adorable. Seeing Baby Shark as someone who has played the game and really tried his best ever since he was 13, now making it. And even yesterday, Alphama and Fresh were both saying like, this guy just came out of nowhere because he was so good that he was immediately recognized as golden ticket talent. He should be brought in even directly to North America. I know Alphama is kind of seething a bit on the inside because he had to grind through also Tier 1 EU before getting picked up and going to NA. And we also had Blaz that went to North America. This is the third French player to change his life through Rainbow Six and make it to NA, completely different region to compete in. It's beautiful.
It was a big surprise to the North American community seeing Baby Shark being picked up. Everyone was wondering who they were going to get. Yeah, it was a big surprise, but I mean, shout out to Wildcard for having their eyes open in different regions and seeing up-and-coming talent. That's something that every Siege team is always keeping an eye on. You know, we've had amazing rookies that have popped up in the past couple of years, and right now, we've been in a little bit of drought of that level of good players, but Baby Shark's been performing for Wildcard very well so
I mean, something that stuck out to me that I appreciate that he said, especially being so young, is the fact that he said, you know, he finished school and then pursued his career. And that's something that I always thought is, you know, if you want to pursue this career, focus on school first and then do this. And sure enough, Baby Shark made it work, and I'm super happy for him.
It's understandable. I didn't get into this career until I finished university as well. And
I dropped out of elementary school for this.
Well,
that's on you, buddy. Anyways, we have it. I see that laughter behind it. Anyways, G2 versus Wildcard. We talked about the second ever Frenchman to go from EU and into North America. That's him in front of you on the screen. Blaz from G2, and him and his squad are facing a really rough time. Yesterday and the day before, they did not go through, plans did not go through as they were expecting.
Yeah, definitely not. You know, we know the G2 and what's capable of this roster and the players on it. It's just we haven't seen that. But we also know the same G2, when their backs are against the wall, when they're in LCQ, we do see a miracle run from them. But there is one player specifically that we have to talk about, and that's going to be Uno.
Uno, then we'll focus in on him, but I want to zoom out for a second and see, Davide, what cards have been invoked by the G2 squad?
I mean, it's going to be the extended mag card. Of course, almost every team is going to be pulling that one out today just because you want to maximize the amount of bullets that you can get. And G2 is really going to the wall on this. They're putting up an insane amount of bullets. And, you know, we were saying that they had a little bit of a rough run leading into this, but I had a chance to speak to their manager, and he did not look phased at all. He actually was saying, oh, it's a little bit of a strategy because if you bottom out on the second day, you get your pick of the litter going into day 3, and then you're able to put as many bullets as you possibly can on a team that hasn't been performing well, and then boom, you bounce back up in the standings.
But that's what worries me, is because your first 2 games against SSG, sure, you could write that one off. SSG's a formidable opponent. You lose that game, but then you get to FearX. Then you lose 7-1. So, I mean, sure, you want to say, you know, this is a strat sort of thing. You want to bottom out. You want to go against, you know, a weaker team. But, I mean, given how Wildcard has performed recently for being a brand new team and in a best-of-1 scenario, I don't think, you know, you're putting too much emphasis on the situation that you actually find yourself in.
G2's too smart for that. They lost on purpose.
Saving strats for SI, saving strats for
They've been doing it for 6.5 years. They're still saving strats, even in a brand new format on a brand new game. If anything, I'm just a happy man seeing Uno in front of me. I've always had a smile on my face whenever he's on the camera, but what is more to this player?
Yeah, like I said in the beginning of this is someone that we have to talk about. We can't just wipe off yesterday. As Uno, as you know, yesterday he went 0-7. I don't want to harp on that too much. It obviously, when you find yourself there, it's unfortunate. When you lose 1-7, that's not just on Uno. Yeah. That's the entire team's problem. That's everyone not fundamentally being there, not playing to the best of their ability. So it's not just on Uno, even if that performance is there. But today's the day. Today's the day where he can pull out a new set of cards, a new deal, a new hand. Like we saw already, they pulled out that extended meg that now can put them at a total of 13 bullets by the end of this, and then also invoke a dual card if they do end up losing. So there is a scenario where G2 possibly could go out today because they are putting up a ton of bullets for a maximum return of 13, but also being in that deficit if they cannot find success against Wildcard.
I'm glad you mentioned him going 0-7 because, yeah, when your team's getting stomped, the support player is always going to look like he's doing the worst, because if everybody else on the front line's going down and you're left in these 1vx situations, it's not going to look pretty. But Uno has been such a consistent backbone for the team. He will have to show up today.
Now, G2 took out a loan of 1 million bullets to get back into this game. What about Wildcard on the other side? Their opponents who want to be really lifting that North American pride up, even though they have a Frenchman on the squad there. Kansan has been playing well with the squad. Can they bring it home and knock G2 out?
Absolutely. I mean, Wildcard has been impressing everybody so far. Nobody had any expectations of them coming into Reload, and so far, they had an amazing day 1. Yesterday, when they played against Falcons, it was such a close game. There was moments where I thought Wildcard was going to beat Falcons, and there's 2 key factors to why they're so good. It's problem solving and identifying the win condition. That's something that even experienced rosters have difficulties in, but bringing on Dash as the IGL has really been able to figure out what the problems are and how to win. And exactly, we see Wildcard as a team execute on that on all cylinders.
So now the question is, have Wildcard pulled out any cards of their own? No, it's pretty clean here, Gabe.
Yeah, it's kind of worrisome because, I mean, I think they got in a little of their head during that Falcons game because, like you were saying, that game was extremely close. And realistically, there were big clutches that came out of that game that Wildcard were in the driver's seat, that they could have found success. They just got a little overzealous. So I think they are definitely playing it safe today. I would have liked to see an extended meg out of them, but it is what it is.
I mean, and that was the biggest issue for Wildcard going into today is, as a new team that has almost everything in the server figured out, what's something that can affect them? The mental game. Losing to Falcons, you can't let that affect you. Wildcard has something that's working so far. They shouldn't change it up. They shouldn't try to overcomplicate it. I hope they're able to stick to the roots of what's been getting them this far and not get in their own head, not let that one loss affect them.
Well, gentlemen, this is all going to rely on what map we'll be playing in this series. We've seen Bank, we've seen Consulate, we've seen Lair, we've seen Nighthaven Labs. We need to see more of it, and this time we're going to get Consulate again. Chalet still always hanging in the balance there in the top 3 maps, but Consulate is where we end up going with G2 banning out Set Chalet?
Honestly, looking at this map just off the start, I do think it favors G2 a little bit more just because of the play styles that come into it. And NA has been struggling on Consulate in the tournament so far, but when it comes to play styles of how Wildcard's been playing strategically as a team and how G2's been performing, the slow pace that Wildcard can have by holding down the fort could break down G2 because G2's been playing so loose, so individualized, and Wildcard hasn't. And this is a map that obviously thrives when you have a structured team behind it.
I do think this is a situation where it can be good for Wildcard also because realistically, G2 doesn't have a lot of prep on these guys, especially with the new additions of Dash and Baby Shark coming onto this roster. It is a little bit of a wild card, you could say, picking this map against them. Just for the sole fact you need to adapt. We need to see that because what we've seen from G2, it hasn't been there. And especially when you're going against an unknown entity, you don't know the little idiosyncrasies that Wildcard has, you are going to have to develop something quick. And that, like you said, I believe Loira's taken over the IGL role, so it's going to be even more imperative that he is on top of his game going against Wildcard.
What's more imperative for me too is just Alamau in general, because he is the player that has been struggling since leaving that IGL role, and so far in the tournament, he's the person that you're going to look to in G2 to be able to carry, and he just has not been showing up just yet.
Gentlemen, our game is pretty much set here. Let's bring up our casters, have a quick old chat. Hey, Des. Hey, hello. Tim. You just went out of a 1v1 cast. First of all, how do you feel after it?
Pretty good, actually. That was fun.
It was a lot of fun. The tension was... I wasn't sure what to expect coming into it, and then it was... They were at each other the whole time. There was always something going on. It was fantastic.
I said it was like watching reality TV. Like, it's such a drama-filled moment. It feels good because you're not in it. Like, you're watching it like, oh, I can't wait for it. But if you're in there, it feels horrible.
How was Gabe's casting? What do you think?
Oh, he's amazing. I love having Lax here anytime. It's great.
I might be back there. Who knows? We might get a 1v1 after this situation.
It should be my turn.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. We gotta
Let me in there. Let me in there.
Hopefully,
right,
we'll
give you a rating out of 10 afterwards based on how you stack up against each other as well, right?
We'll get the stats on it, though. G2 versus Wildcard begins with Ace and Des. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh. And this one, Tim, I felt like a lunatic. You know, like the whole meme of the guy that's just like all over there? That's what I felt like the last day or so. Because I think G2 have actually big-brained the living hell out of this, and none of us have realised. They've talked all this crap about being like, oh, we have such a good boot camp, we played so poor. Well, then last night there were a few cryptic tweets out of them, and I was like, hang on a minute. And then today I've seen what they've done. I'm like, I messaged Doki, and I was just like, you had us all on. You lot are 10,000 IQs. Like, oh yeah, baby. I was like, don't do this to me. Don't build up the hope for it. Because G2 have had a really tough year, and there is a world where they get knocked out here. But if they don't, they just fly up this ranking, and suddenly you're just like, oh my god, G2 have actually done it. That's what I think is going to happen. Well, we'll see.
We'll see what the IQ is when we finish the game. It's a big risk, one way or another. They've basically put everything on this game.
2 wild cards, let's go!
everything is on here on this game. You know, by going in with the extended mag, by, you know, throwing in as much as they can, like you say, they either put themselves in a position whereby they're coming into tomorrow looking pretty comfortable, or they're fighting for their lives in a 1v1. There is no in between. If we go, but it's the direct contrast of the first game of the day between Furia and Secret, where it was just 2 bullets each and sort of gently as they go through the tournament. This from G2 is just throw it all at the wall and see what sticks.
I love it. I think it's going to be such a fascinating map as well. Consulate, one of the ones that both of these teams have enjoyed over the last year. For G2, it's their most successful map, the highest win rate of any of the maps that they play on. Wildcard has been one that they've been looking to play, but often get banned away against them, so don't get a chance to do so. I think both have been pretty confident coming into it. Where it's really going to come down to things is the minute details. I think I'm looking already at the bans that we've seen, for example, while we get ourselves into game here. We have the Azami and the Fenrir coming out from G2. Really interesting bans. Azami you'd look at and go, yeah, pretty strong. More looking towards certain lockdown elements on this map in particular, I think. Alongside the Fenrir, it's a very boxy map. Lots of single doorways you have to work through, so Fenrir is really powerful. It should just open G2 up a little bit. In response, open up G2, open up Wildcard a little bit. In response, Wildcard are then banned away to get the shield. So I think going in towards the Blitz here is just to try and slow G2 down. Not make them as oppressive. You can deal with a Monty a bit better, arguably, than the others. Not as lethal as a Blackbeard, and certainly not as quick as a Blitz. So they've got the ideas in mind here and how both teams want to approach this. And I think generally, as we've seen from everyone's team, we heard the IGL speak about it in their content piece, the change of the ban system, it's refreshing. It gets a new take on a lot of maps that for the longest time haven't really changed. We spoke about it on Bank on our last map, for example.
Exactly, you know, it's giving that freedom to say, like you say, Bank, for example, we're going to keep elevator wall closed. We're going to keep that whole area locked down because we're going to take away Ace, we're going to take away Hibana, we're going to take away your ranged hard breach capability completely.
Yep.
And it's also that we see two things happening with the round 4 ban. It's either adaptation or it's pre-planned. It may be sort of finishing off a plan, i.e., you know, in this case, taking out the 3rd shield and just, you know, giving absolutely nothing after round 4 for that part of the game, or it's reactionary. We've seen that a few times, like, oh God, you know, we're getting absolutely battered by Monty in these first few rounds. Yeah, get rid of him. And, you know, maybe you've taken hard breaches out alongside him. So it's been really fascinating to see how the different teams are using it and handling it differently. And the thing is, you've got to remember as well, this is the first tournament where we've seen this. This is going to develop, and they'll, you know, it'll get more strategic and everything as we go.
I was speaking to Kangaroo Kenny about it, and he said exactly the same. He was like, this is literally the first exposure people have had to it. Yeah. Throughout this year, it will come on so far in terms of what teams think and how they approach it. It's going to be great. Just to reiterate again, in case you need a reminder of what the stakes are of this game, if G2 win, nothing really happens. They fly up the table, Wildcard lose a few bullets, end of the world, something in the world for anybody. If Wildcard win, G2 are then forced into that eliminator where they have to win a 1 versus 1 to stay in the tournament. Otherwise, Wildcard send them home. So if you want the more exciting and drama-filled route, Wildcard need to win. If you want the, well, G2 are suddenly good again, what the hell, then G2 need to win.
I just think G2 have taken such a big risk with this strategy. I love it. I love it. From our point of view, I think it's brilliant entertainment.
It is worth touching on. Wildcard, I think, have equally big brain this more than G2. So if G2 are 10,000 IQ, Wildcard are like 99,000.
10,001.
No, a bit more than that. Because what they've done today is kind of taken, again, a safe bet and just said, okay, we'll put 3 bullets up. This is fine for us. Tomorrow when they come into it, if they lose here to G2, and they know that G2 want to win this badly, otherwise they're going home, so G2 have to win. If Wildcard lose, it's not the end of the world. They go down to 4. They get one of the first picks about who they play tomorrow. You're going to look at those teams that today have played their extended mag and flown at the rankings, pick them, and just farm 3 points off them. And that's what I think Wildcard are going for. So they've almost delayed their play, their move by a day, whereas G2, alongside people like SSG and Cloud9 earlier, have made that move today. Elevate, sorry, not Cloud9.
Let's get into things.
Spicy, Tim, that's what it is. It's spicy.
After a short little technical pause before we get the game going, we are ready to roll. Interconsulate, G2 versus Wildcard. We've been over what it means. It's just time now to see what actually happens. G2 kick things off on the attack. They're going to be attacking onto top floor. What will we see? We've got a couple of options here. We've, of course, got the CEO window, yellow stairs side of things, where teams will play quite directly towards site. Alternatively, we might see an admin take, where they will look to get into this right-hand side of the map and sweep their way across, getting themselves into meeting and planting in and around that door. A little bit of pressure, usually from Spiral in that case, and try and force all the defenders away from that side of the map. We'll see which G2 go for it. Looks like they're lining up for a fairly direct take towards yellow stairs and sides here, Des.
Yes, I mean, fairly so. Why not go towards site as best you can? Got to try and work your way about through, getting through like the FNATs. That, of course, being banned away now means things like top yellow are far simpler to crack your way through. Things like the Keepers mean that you won't be able to hold down that main long hallway through the centre of this top floor as easily either. So a lot of options open to G2 where normally it might be quite frustrating to deal with. It's significantly easier.
G2 have already taken out 2 Goyo canisters, I think it is, at the beginning of this one. So they are chewing through Wildcard's utility very, very quickly. Uno is on the rappel by the window, diffuser in hand. This screams that they're going for a CEO window plant. Uno on the Thatcher. He's going to go in now. He's likely to use an EMP potentially to stop any nitros coming in, but the problem is he's going to get shot. Alamau is in there though to take out Dash. That is great support from Alamau, really backing his man up. He grabs the diffuser, he slaps it down on the ground himself. That's a really heads-up choice as well for Alamau to go with it because he had full health. Uno gets out of the window to protect, and G2 just need to hold on.
It's a good read in here. There weren't many C4s being brought along, just the one, and they found their answer with a very, very textbook execute here. The Wildcard seemingly were not ready for. 4 versus 3 and not a lot of time to play with. Cans and at least finding one, but Tim, in these situations, it's very hard to see our Wildcard come back.
Alamau's ready for this one soon as he sees that barricade ripped down. However, Spiker does get onto the diffuser. Baby Shark takes Uno. Could they win this one? Blast is there. Do they have time? No, they're unable to get onto it. And that's going to be G2 holding on to the round. There was a second there, just a second, when Blast gets taken down. You just wonder if they can get on there quickly or not. but they were unable to. G2 hold on. Alamo really was the linchpin of that round. He really won that one. Uno goes in. G2 hadn't, despite having the book, they hadn't dealt with Dash behind desk. So he takes Uno down, doesn't manage to get the kill. Alamo goes in and wins the fight. That's the real key moment in that round. Alamo repels in, wins the fight onto Dash, picks his teammate up, grabs the diffuser, says, Uno, get out of the window. You're only on 20 health. I've got full health. So he goes for the plant instead. Just really cool, calm, and collected play from Alamo.
I just love how Doki's got straight into the chat there and just been like, bots. The bomb site is above, not below.
Reloading,
Probably because it felt like they were so focused on being downstairs. There's very little denial, let's stress as well. I spoke about them only having the 1C4 on side. They were trying to play with players down there. Just not able to get enough done. And I think G2 probably wondering there, how on earth have they not managed to stop this? Why is there not enough presence on the upstairs? But a really good execute, and they get that first round on the board. Now we go down into the basement, Tim, in towards Cafeteria and Garage. See how things set up. We've got the Tuber out and the Kaid combo coming in. Admittedly, we've seen Kaid banned nearly every single game, so it's one of the
awful lot of Kaid bans, yeah. He's not seen too much joy at the tournament in terms of play time. But
too much joy, Tim. He's had a great time. He's just put his feet up.
Well, yeah, he's been kicking back on the beach.
Exactly, yeah.
Hasn't he? No problem.
G2 want to be tomorrow if they can win this, yeah.
Breaching sequence activated.
Uno's just going to be holding the long angle for the possible run out onto balcony. It's not going to come though. Wildcard, as we have the privilege of the outlines, can see that they've dipped away. However, Bait is just waiting on the main door there, looking for a potential little run out. Just waiting for those rappel sounds, I think, for a little bit of intel, a little bit of information to give him the go.
I think we're waiting for someone to shoot it out and start heading in. The number of times that I've seen like clips of streamers, pro players, whoever, just sitting in that corner and waiting for someone to step in and just not thinking to drone that one corner or the one towards the left is ridiculous. Has now stepped away, though, as he's aware that pressure is coming in elsewhere around the map and no one's coming into that front door, so can slip his way back through the building, find somewhere else to set up there, and hopefully catch out someone else on the side of G2.
Spiker, Nitro in hand, is going to send it out. He's going to get caught on the top, so he's not going to find his target. Zoto canister will delay the exothermic as well. How about this? Lyra doesn't even react to the shots coming his way. He's far too focused on his main target, which is taking down Dash. Spiker will finish him off 4v4, but Blaz has worked in from the back. This is a beautiful pinch push from G2.
They've kind of just said, you know what, you want to keep the wall closed, that's fine. You keep looking at that wall. They've had two players walking the back, Tim, and killed two players on the side of Wildcard. Baby Shark at least gives a little bit of control to the chaos. I mean, Lyra and Uno should have been dead to rights a long time ago. They get a second, and now finally, it looks like Wildcard have reinstated some form of control because this round was going crazy.
Baby Shark 5-0 as he finds that kill onto Alamo. Having a great game so far. Kansan's going to close that one out. Wildcard get their first round on the board, leveling things up at 1-1. A little bit unfortunate for G2 there. A good reaction, a good response coming out of Wildcard. They weren't rattled by what went on. Blaz and Lyra working in from that backside whilst Uno was getting that front garage wall open. Was absolutely beautiful stuff from G2. It just didn't quite pay dividends because Wildcard were able to dig their heels in, back against the wall and win some important fights.
Interesting when our G2 have tried to kind of thrive on chaos in the first couple of rounds. I can't imagine it will carry them through forever. I did want to give a nod, though, to one of the players, actually, that you can see on the far right side of your screen, Baby Shark. He started out real strong here so far, and reading his name, you might be like, man, is this guy like 14? Because it feels like all the thing that the very young kids were very obsessed with for a long time, Tim. But I remember actually seeing him a while ago, speaking to him when he first appeared in the pro circuit. He's just a really nice guy, really grateful for where he's got to be as well, really excited about everything before him. And it's a big move to get imported to Wildcard, the team as well. And a lot of people look at the pickup like, huh? You're picking up a player that's mainly voted around tier 2. What the hell is going on here? But you can't really ignore that so far at this event, he's been playing really, really well. He's now like top 25 players or so. He started this game strong as well. So I just want to give a nod. Real nice guy. I'm sure you're going to see some drama out of him at this tournament when he starts getting a bit loud and lippy, but that's part of the fun. But it's real cool seeing someone delivering so well after they made such a big move to play for a team halfway around the world.
He's really shown that he can do some amazing things there.
So how long did it take you to cut that one up, Tim?
I love that I can hear chat collectively rolling their eyes at me, and I'm here for it. You got to remember, I'm a dad. It's in my blood. It's in my nature.
Is your daughter into all that?
No.
Oh, thank God. I've never come around your house again.
No. I'm just into bad jokes and...
I know. You're a dad, it comes with the territory.
It certainly does.
All right.
You're welcome.
Onwards.
We can move on.
Onwards. Shield on side this time round. I spoke about the double shield ban and how it would be a little bit slower with the Monty, feeling like you can deal with that. Clearly going to rely on it, but not a big focus on the window execute. This time around, it is top yellow that has been the point of focus. And as remarked earlier, with the FNATs taken away, that Fenrir removed, feels like this gets a little bit easy once you've dealt with those smokes, and already Dash's smokes are being consumed here, being chewed through the first one at top yellow, forcing Alamal back at least temporarily. Probably want to draw out a second one here, and then they can start making a move and start thinking about what comes next.
Jockey just working his way up behind Alamau on the Monty, just trying to create a little bit of space for him, but it's going to be Dash that opens things up with a kill onto Loira. Doki does manage to make some use of that cover though. LMG putting it to good work here with a double. G2 managed to find themselves a man advantage. Can they go in and start really claiming some space? They might not need to, Des. Blaz is getting the diffuser down, but no, Baby Shark, he's going to be there to take him out with a nitro.
That's all you need. No cover on the window, no one to shoot that out, but Alamal stepping back in. There's no C4 left, I believe, to play with here. They're going to have to push into the Monty, but Doki needs to get some control of the ground here. He's being pushed by Bay at the same time, and he kills Doki. Alamal is all by himself, gets at least one back. Where the hell is Uno right now? He's finally got on the window. Alamal needs support, but it's too late, Tim. Uno's in a 1 versus 2, and when it looks so good for G2, it has started crumbling. Wildcard surging on forwards and taking control of this round. Bay's going to close things out. Great round from Wildcard.
Again, Wildcard showing that great resilience. Despite losing those couple of bodies to Doki, they're able to dig in and fight their way through. And G2 right now, they're having a little bit, they're on the struggle bus on the attack here, as they had that good first round, which, let's be honest, could have gone a very different way if Alamau doesn't win that fight on the rappel through. It was certainly a roll of the dice for him. Round 2 and 3, Wildcard have been put under pressure, but have not buckled. They've been able to fight their way back into round at man disadvantage, out of position, and they've been able to deal with what G2 are throwing at them. And you know what, I don't want to get carried away. It's early in the day yet in terms of this match, but if I'm a G2 fan, I'm getting a little bit concerned.
Probably also scratching my head a bit here about the ban onto the Valkyrie. Like, we haven't seen it played once across those first 3 rounds. Clearly, more the fear of it being brought along that they're bothered by, but I'd lean towards something like a Smoke here. Like, you've seen that brought out a couple of times and do a bit of work, stall you out. Also seen a lot of comfort for Bay on the Vigil. There's various things they could have banned out, but chose not to. The Kaidas, we know, slowed them down. So, for all I said about the 10,000 IQ played, Tim, maybe it's more like 10,000 IQ. I'm not too sure G2 are quite looking as put together as maybe we've been used to seeing from them historically.
They're like maybe a Legion ban. You know, if they're going to give you the Monty, if they're going to let you have that shield, I mean, you don't necessarily know that because the bans are happening simultaneously. Maybe they assumed that the Monty ban was going to come in as, you know, to round out the shield bans. But, you know, take away one of those trap operators that's going to slow you down and then really start hammering the use of that shield. But for the time being, we move into round 4. G2 need to be getting themselves a couple of rounds here. They will want at least a 3-3, I think. You know, I'd say a 2-4 is enough on the attack of Consulate. Yeah. I'd expect G2 to win 4 rounds, but they don't want to be aiming for overtime here. They want this done. Let's not forget, sorry, they have reloaded 13 bullets. They'll lose this. They're in a 1v1.
I want to know who's in that 1v1.
They don't want to be 2-4 down, Des.
I think it'll be Loira. It's definitely not going to be Uno, to be honest. Loira's the guy I'd imagine being their main entry that you step him up for there. But you probably go against Kansan in that case.
Or maybe Alamau, you know, we talk about confidence. We talk, you know, he's the sort of player to really back himself.
He is. But it don't strike me as a 1v1 merchant, to be honest.
No.
We'll see when it comes round to it. Let's see how things go with these bans in effect. Obviously, a lot more comfort being offered to Wildcard with the dock taken away as well. It was only playing in 1 round, our second when we were attacking on the downstairs, but it gives you a lot of comfort that you can play the map more freely. And I think they're probably identified they're thriving when they can play the map, when they aren't being constrained in by the Dockerby. And so far, it's working wonders. Blaz taken down by Spiker. Second one falls. Loira also gone. Uno gone at the same time. They're literally falling like dominoes, Tim. There's only Doki left. Another round completely crumbling for G2 and Wildcard. Not giving them an inch in this game.
Nope, Baby Shark going to take a lot of damage, but that's about as close as they could get to preventing a flawless round. Didn't manage to take him down. It will be flawless. It's Kansan to pick up the final kill, and that is going to be G2 now 3-1 down and on the back foot. It is only the attack, but there's only so long that you can say that for.
G2 tap timeout coming on through. I'm sure we'll get a chance to listen in a second because there's got to be some choice words being offered up here by the coach.
We're not gonna have the gap like in the back. So I think like we have two options. One is you play Ashe, then we have a hard, soft bridge if they do more turtle, and then we're gonna have the map, and then we can play for first floor. Or other like we force like server with you playing the mount. So two options. And for CO guys after like let's do the spider push. We have the mount open. Okay, so like just like be aware to clean the goal in gate door after you have admin first. Okay.
Well, the face, it's not easier.
Also can be good. Face also can be good. Okay, like just because they if you go for a split, like be in mind that they can be more turtle, and we can also play for first floor.
Yeah,
Let's go, guys.
I think in general can even do the roam clear maybe, bro, because like the win con of the other.
Riley worries me a little bit about this. I'm certainly not anywhere near as good as Romario or any of these players. I'm not going to kind of pretend that I know the right answer to solve their problems.
No, don't you sell yourself short, Des.
Shut up, Tim. But the focus there is on really small things. Like, maybe you play the Ashe here, get rid of that Goyo, don't forget, maybe I could do this instead. Yeah, maybe we do that instead. I don't feel the issues are in forgetting little bits of gadgetry. I feel the issues are far more systemic than that. Like, as we've remarked, it's been very isolated as team play. It hasn't looked like the put together team-based G2 that we've seen historically. Yeah, exactly. It's dead weird. And I feel that's probably a bigger issue that needs to be addressed. And that's what decided, look, we ain't fixed that the last 2 days. We can't easily fix that today. Let's focus on what we can control, which is the smaller things. But I don't see that having a massive impact on the next 2 rounds, being honest.
G2 are generally going in, getting themselves a couple of kills, but then once Wildcard get going, G2 are really struggling to impact on that. You know, it tends to be, you know, maybe 4 versus 3 in favour of G2, but then it's 3v3, 2v3, 1v3, and Wildcard don't lose anybody along the way. And this is what we need to see from G2. More team play, like you say, more being in a position to impact on the other players' deaths, because if not, this one's going to run away from them quickly. They desperately do not want this to be a 5-1 half. I would back G2 on the defense of this map. They are so good on Consulate that they will be difficult to break down, but you don't want to be chasing 5 rounds just to get to overtime.
Sure. Big one to watch in this round for me, because we saw it out of Loira and out of, I think it was Uno in the previous round when we attacked down here. Just kind of waddling into the back of sight, completely isolated. Loira almost went down, managed to stay alive and get a kill, cool. But it just looks a bit uncoordinated, a little bit ill-informed as well, not moving as a unit. So that's the big focus for me, is do they move as a group, and do you see the kill feed reflect that? If not, Wildcard, they just keep on sitting pretty, Tim, and keep on collecting these rounds that G2, for now at least, are donating to them.
Yeah. Last time around, it was a split push from G2. They've moved in from the rear side with Blaz and with Loira trying to put some attention over there, whilst Uno opened the main garage. That's not really the case this time. They're all stacked up on this rear side, apart from Alamau. He's the one to watch out for. Alamau is on the Ashe, and he's just waiting outside of yellow stairs at the minute. Wildcard need to be very careful here, that once they recognise this is coming from the rear, that they don't just take their eyes off the ball and completely front up. As it is, they are aware of Alamau's presence, I think, there. So, are they? It was Bay that Bay was moving around in piano, and I wasn't sure if he was going to hold down that angle or not, but I don't think he is. So Alamau still out there, one to watch.
Kansan has got this all under lock as well. Every single move that G2 are making, perfectly spotted out by the Pulse. It looks a bit too simple for them. Just waiting to see when G2 come in, but here we go. Dash going aggressive and gets a freebie onto Blaz. Was not expecting the swing, and there's no one there to secure a trade.
Look, Alamau has moved into sight, but he's got absolutely nothing to go on, because all of Wildcard have kept themselves safe. He finally manages to get Baby Shark, but it's too little too late. He's now in a 1v4 because Wildcard have done the damage elsewhere. You've just got to feel like the timing was slightly off from G2 again. That teamwork that we've spoke about wasn't quite there. And Alamau wandered all the way through sight before he could find anybody. And by the time he did, Wildcard had picked up the kills at the rear. He needed to just be there a little bit sooner. Alamau keeps searching and seeking here, picks up Bay, finds himself now 1v3. He's got time potentially, but he doesn't have the health. That's the major problem for him.
He's got to win 3 separate 1v1s here, Tim, with a slither of HP to his name. It's just not going to go his way. G2 will be down 4-1 at that point. I'll give it to Wildcard, Tim. They are slamming the door in the face of G2 right now. And when G2 look to get a little bit settled and pause, what happens? Well, they just slam them. They go pushing into them aggressively. And try what they might. There's a 2v1 being forced out at the end there. Nothing he can do. Wildcard up 4-1.
Fantastic play again from them, like I say. I like the idea from G2. 4 players pushed from the rear. Alamau worked in from yellow, moved into garage, but they just, again, misread the situation slightly. As Alamau's coming in, that was the point that Wildcard had actually pushed into G2 at the rear side of site. So they weren't in a position for Alamau to do anything about it because they were deep in cafeteria. They were out at bottom spiral stairs. Alamau's all the way back in car garage, so he's not in really a position to challenge onto them. And by the time he does get his first kill onto Baby Shark, 3 of G2 have gone down. And it's just not a great situation for them. Again, a tough one, but Wildcard dealing with this G2 side fantastically well, who have really rolled the dice on this game, Des, and right now it's not looking good for them.
I'm really excited to see what happens when Wildcard get on the attack as well, because they're defending extremely well. And I remark that Consulate is one of those maps that they love playing. They never seem to ban it away, always happy to let other teams be the ones to take it off them, which suggests they're the ones that are quite keen to go to it and see what they can do and show what they're made of on this map. And so far, well, they're showing up in style and really handing it to G2. Don't really seem to have any way back into it. That attack timeout doing nothing for them in the last round. A bit too micro-focused for my liking. They're paying the price now.
Back up to the top floor we go then, in the final defensive round. Honestly, if Wildcard come away with a 5-1 here, there is a very good chance that we're going to be seeing our second back-to-back 1v1, which I can't hate, Des, because I loved the last one. It was an awful lot of fun to cover. So, G2, can you avoid that sticky situation? Right now, a lot of attention coming from the admin side. It's the opposite. They're not going to go for the plant on the window again. There's no way that they get away with that at this level of play. So they're going to work themselves into admin. They've got that copy wall breached. That's forcing Wildcard back a little bit. They're now into sort of vending corridor, meeting corridor. Just being forced back. G2 need to go forward. You feel like they need to pick up that opening kill. Get themselves that space so that they can start working towards meeting and long desk.
Again, I'll come back to the bans as well. The Kiva barriers being taken offline with the Azami, I think does weaken the hold that you can have out here. So admin should be pretty easy for G2 to take. I like they're not trying to Hail Mary it in entirely towards the window or pushing up yellow stairs and been blocked out before. They've still got the... I was going to say, they've still got Uno on the shield to hide behind, but now he's down as well. Had the fuser in hand, and that's just shield offline. Like, what is going on? Uno's getting nothing today. All is 0 and 6. Shield's offline. Doke is falling. Surely another one falls soon after. Wildcard bunches together here around this long desk and punishing G2 every step forward they take. Wow. Absolutely slammed. A second flawless round this half.
G2 are better than this, is the reality. The players are better than this. But it feels like another tournament where we're seeing G2 come in and just fail to deliver in the server.
Don't forget, it's not just a tournament, because throughout all of the last year, every event they've been to has been through the LCQs. They didn't finish high enough in league play to get to the event in the first place.
I don't want to take anything away from Wildcard, because Wildcard are playing very well. I want to make that clear. Wildcard have been a joy to watch so far. Like I say, the way that they have reacted, the resilience that they've shown in a couple of rounds to play from man deficit, the way that they've worked together as a team, they haven't suffered trades when they've got kills. Wildcard have used their utility well. We saw the smoke canister dealing with the shield of Uno. Like, Wildcard have played well here, but G2, as individual players, they are all very, very capable, very talented players, but I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, G2 fans.
They look awful, Tim.
They do.
They really do not.
And that's me saying that.
Yeah, it sounds like quite a harsh comparison, but I look back to PSG Talon, how much we were praising their attacking prowess on Bank, how they were pulling together well for these attacks. They had a game plan that was built around the bans against them, including the ones they've made for them, different approaches to each site. For G2, it feels like a bit of a lump it in hope kind of vibe in a way. Like, again, Uno there is going down on the Monty, completely isolated, is unforgivable. You can't be losing the spearhead of your attack that quickly. And to then lose one after the other, just seemingly in rhythmic fashion, the same way they got flawless rounded in round 4, I don't know what's going on. It just does not look good, especially not on a map where, again, they've had the most success over the last year. You would expect better, regardless of what Wildcard have done.
And I tell you what, Des, I don't know who it is on the side of G2 that will have been lined up for the 1v1 should it come. But if you were any of these players right now, would you want to or feel confident going into a 1v1 after this performance?
Being frank, Tim, it doesn't matter, because if they lose all their extended mag points, not like today, and they can't issue the card again tomorrow to try and get back in. They're way at the bottom of the table.
They've got a big problem either way.
They would have to challenge a top team to get 8 bullets as best they can.
They've got a big problem either way, but you just look at it and think, would you, after the way this game has gone so far, feel confident rolling into a 1v1? You just wouldn't. It's, you know, they've been absolutely beaten up by Wildcard, who've had them beaten at every single step at the minute. And like I say, let's focus on Wildcard because, you know, what a great performance they're showing us. This is a critical round that's coming up here. G2, they need a win on the defense to get them rolling. Maybe that will be the spark. That'll be the positivity that they need. That'll start bringing out that performance that we know is hiding in there that they're just not showing us. But Wildcard, I'm certain, are not going to make it easy. They are starting to remove utility already, using those Flores drones, taking the barbed wire away, clearing yellow stairs, keeping G2 guessing as well as to maybe where this attack is going to come from. At the minute they shaped up towards yellow stairs, they've opened the window, but are they going to go for a plant there, or are they going to try to work in elsewhere?
Having the window available is good for the later round plan. That's why you've got the player right now. I want to say it's Spiker who's on the upside down rappel, just waiting for the call on get in there and get planted, but they need this top yellow control first. That's where a lot of their focus is. You got a couple of players on G2, Stoke and Alamau squaring off towards this direction to make sure they can challenge on top white, but it is a Blackbeard bearing down on them. That's not the easiest thing in the world to clear. Second smoke canister coming out now from Alamau. In fact, no, it's third one coming out. So at this point, with half a round still to play, Wildcard have removed the main bottlenecks that stop them making progress here. There's still one C4 to worry about, but they'll be feeling good right now.
Potential challenge coming in from Alamau there, just looking to try and disrupt the progress of this Blackbeard, but struggling to. Plaz manages to find Dash, takes down the shield, much better from G2 as they pile on the pressure. Loira goes in and gets 2, and they find themselves suddenly 5v2, and this one is all but over for Wildcard. Baby Shark manages to pick up Uno underneath, but it's surely too little too late. Spiker does have Diffuser in hand. He's going to go for a plant, Des. What am I seeing?
This is interesting. Very, very interesting. Starting to get away with it low. He's got dropped him and said, okay, you have the vertical, just no issue by me. Now get shut out. Loira onto a 3K. All this focus on the top floor. All well and good, Tim, but unless you can get control of it in the first place, you ain't walking away the winner, I'm afraid. And G2 do get the first defensive round on the board.
They desperately needed that. Like I said, a critical round. For me, I think they need another 2. I think they need another 2 in a row. They need to come in here and get themselves back to 5-4, and then they can start, if Wildcard pick one up, maybe they can, they only need to find a couple of rounds to get themselves to overtime. But there is a lot of work for G2 left to do. Wildcard not looking maybe quite as confident on the attack. I thought they did good work to get themselves into the top of yellow, but then they were dealt with reasonably easily. Loira getting a double up there, the Blackbeard taken out as well. It was
the first 90 seconds were great. They drained away utility, cleared out Barb, got all 3 smokes out. The problem was no one was contending around Spiral, and Loira was the one who was sat on long desk and thought, well, if no one's coming up, I'll have to go and challenge you. He steps across the window here, gets 2 kills. That's what shuts this round down. Don't get me wrong, any other way about it. It was because of that small oversight by Wildcard, not giving it enough attention or respect where Loira spotted a gap and capitalized. Without that, they probably do get some real good ground gained on yellow stairs and start a push forward to force G2 away, get the vertical control they need in place, and then get a plant down. Loira was the man of the moment that they sorely needed to go big, and that's exactly what he did.
I mean, I guess with G2, you know, they're a team that are familiar with playing in adversity, Des. We've seen it plenty over the last 12 months, so they're not going to be rattled by being behind in a tournament. It's not going to be, you know, a new stress, a new pressure, something they haven't encountered before, so maybe they can use this as a foundation to start building on and get themselves a couple of rounds. As I said, I think they need at least another 2 here. They need 3 back-to-back rounds to kick off their defense, to get themselves right back into things. Wildcard looking to get themselves in towards admin by the looks of things and work across. It's going to be a top floor attack. Work across from there and try and get something going on around meeting.
Sure. Probably more of the same as well with the focus. CG2 trying to lock things down. Of course, we've got the Chanka and the Smoke on side here to really try and stall things out. We spoke about this back on Bank though, Tim. I haven't always seen the most effective use of Tachanka, so curious to see what Uno's got in mind, assuming he doesn't get picked off too soon. The Wildcard, I think all these drones have it now rained on through, lost half of the ones available to them. They know what they're facing up against him. They know what that enemy lineup is, and they're going to have to figure something out. Of course, eyes should fall towards Dash here, playing on the sense, along with the Capitao. Very good combination to execute with, especially when paired up with something like the Grim and those bees to help track out any players that are trying to push forward into the area where you want to get an execute down.
Yeah, 3 of Wildcard have got themselves established inside of admin now. They're trying to push forward, but Doki says, no, not today. Steps out, gets a beautiful kill onto Kansan at copy door. Goes in for afters, but he's not going to get a treat. He's going to be taken out by Dash. 4 versus 4 as the Wildcard march continues.
Good from Dash. He kind of reaggressed there when Kansan had died, didn't wilt away and get back on drones, pressed on forward to look to take that ground. I think Doki probably wrongly assumed that Kansan was the only one coming forwards and has paid the price for it. So, Wildcard still keeping things competitive. You've lost the Nomad. I wouldn't say that's the end of the world, and you've got rid of the smoke on the other side. That's going to stop G2 wasting as much time as they could with Doki still available.
Wildcard need to find themselves a little bit of progression here. Going to be increasing the numbers of players inside of copy, but they haven't really grabbed any ground for the last minute or so. Being held at bay for the time being. Uno's doing some work with the Tachanka. Meanwhile, the Sense gadgets will start to go out. Bay picks up Uno, so that's the Tachanka and the denial gone, but Blaz and Loira step in and manage to find one apiece. 3 versus 2.
That's the problem with the Tachanka, mind you, Tim. Another shot comes around the corner. Dash bringing it back into a 2v2. Starting to feel a little bit winnable here, but Uno relied so much on those shotmakers to do the work for him, but they just ran in and just killed him. Didn't care about the fire, took a bit of damage. Blaz at least gets the second one back. That will save this round for G2, and Spiker, he's got 2 to bring down with 15 seconds on the clock. It's looking very unlikely. Alamal will just run for the hills if he finds Blaz going down, but Blaz ain't giving it away. Collects his 3rd of the round, and G2 hold on.
That's great play from Blaz there. The kill that I particularly liked was when he was naded out of that corner. So it's a tactic that we see a lot since the change of the nades. They will detonate 4 seconds after they bounce off a surface. So you send it in, you let it bounce. You know if there's somebody in there, they're going to have to move. It gives them that opportunity to get out of the way because you can't cook the nades anymore, but you're basically guns up, ready for them to move. But that works both ways, and Blaz has proved that there. He was switched on. No panic in him thinking, oh, I just need to get away from this nade. He's thinking, yeah, I need to get away from it, but they're probably going to be challenging me from meeting. That's why they've sent this nade in here. And he spins around and gets the reverse kill. Just not a big thing, but just really nice kill for Blaz.
I wish we had that run in from Bay. It was so funny to see, like, Uno just at crouch, waiting with the Schumacher in place, like, yeah, you can't run on me, the spot on the floor, and Bay's just like, I don't care. Yeah. Runs in, puts him down, yeah, Blaz gets the trade, but playing a little bit too close there, Uno, I think. And we spoke about Chanka a few times, Tim. For me, it's about the gadget's great when there's a default plant spot you want to keep fired out. It's not good when someone wants to run through it because you take about 15, 20 damage. It's not a big deal to worry about. And a bit too much over-reliance there on the operator that has then come back to bite them. Down to the base up we go. G2 still 2 rounds behind, mind you, and Wildcard looking to get that first round on the board.
G2, as I said, I think they need one more, get it to 5-4, and they'll be happy with that. They start looking then at the match as being winnable. Wildcard, where I said that round 7 was a critical round for G2, I think this is a critical round for Wildcard. Get yourselves onto that match point, give yourselves an opportunity for 3, because otherwise you've gone through an entire rotation of sites not getting a win on the attack, and it's going to start to become a mental block. Again, that just says to me that maybe they're not droning enough. Maybe they don't have the intel, Des. They're sending in their utility. They don't know that Blaz is inside of Visa and he's just going to shoot the ex-Kairos pellets off. The Blackbeard's going to go into challenging him. Blaz drops away, but meanwhile, Baby Shark continues his onslaught, takes a bite out of Doki and finds us now 5 versus 4.
Really good playing in behind Dash as well. Of course, being on that Blackbeard, hard to kill him, but player stuck behind him, the Havana. More than lethal and able to find out one. Doki, I think, overstaying his welcome a little bit whilst his teammate had already dipped away. If that was miscommunication there where Doki thought they were staying to fight it or not, but he's been caught out and punished for it as a result. Baby Shark on that hard breach gone, but there is still, of course, Thermite and the Ace available.
Swapping mags! Yeah, they've still got the utility that they need here of Wildcard. 1 minute 39 left on the clock, so plenty of time as well. But it seems again like there's maybe just a little bit of uncertainty. They've got 2 at the rear side, 2 have moved over to the front side. Where is this push going to come from? Where is the execution going to happen? The diffuser going, how are you going to create that space? Where are you going to get the kills? Feels like, again, just a little bit of sort of need to rotate has caused the problem for Wildcard.
Doc could be there forcing a couple of players back. Speak about this operator all the time. So good for forcing roamers away or getting punished by a team that is more than happy to capitalise during the duration of that phone call. Into a 4 versus 4. The final phone call comes out now, but they've got a bit sideswiped here, Tim. Still a good trade, though. Yes, Blaz gets rid of one, but Kansan is there for the response. Now 3 versus 3 as the last of these phone calls go down and Kansan sees his man. I don't think that they know here. I don't think G2 know that Kansan's crossing towards site at this point, Tim, but didn't have the diffuser. Now knows one's coming in behind. Right idea. And the swing comes through and he just knows what's coming. He's a bit too smart for this one, Tim. Knows the challenge is coming in from the other direction, but Loira, he's out of dodge, so he don't want none of that smoke.
Kansan is so good in those sort of 1vx multiplayer situations and making the right choices and reading when things are going to happen. I'm going to take the opportunity to get in there and maybe put this diffuser down. He's made it stick, and G2, they're in big trouble, Des. They've got 40 seconds to do something about this. Loira, Alamau, you can't sit behind shields. You better get moving.
Alamau's come down. They need to get rid of Bay. Oh, Bay's got both down the long corridor.
You don't get rid of Bay, Des. Bay gets rid of you.
Slaughtered there. It didn't matter. They were lining up for a 2 versus 1. Made it all too easy for him to get 2 kills, Tim. G2 now truly on the ropes. Wildcard, one more round. And they'll send G2 into that duel to decide if they get to stay here in Rio or if they're going home.
A lot of people wouldn't have thought that we would be seeing G2 in this position, I'm sure. They came in with such confidence, extended mag card, piling everything on this, 13 bullets reloaded, looking to catapult themselves up to the top of the table. But right now, they're going to be fighting for their very lives in the tournament if they can't get 4 rounds in a row. No more mistakes. But the problem is, as much as there have been some G2 mistakes, it's not just about them, Des. It's about Wildcard. And Wildcard at a point there, when they'd split, I was a little bit concerned they'd split. They had 2 at the front side, 2 at the rear. And it just didn't feel like they had too much confidence in it. It was kind of like a half, like, you know, we'd been pushing Rhea, that's not really worked, and, you know, we didn't know that Blaz was in Visa and was going to challenge, and it all felt like they weren't a bit too confident with that rear-sided push, so sent a few rounds to the front, but then all of a sudden, Kansan just goes big in the middle there, and he's just such a round-winning player for them. He's in no man's land, really.
That's the difference, though, right? Kansan was by himself with 2 players looking to 2v1 him. The fact that he wins that completely G2. If he loses out to that 2v1 flank, which is the right play to make by G2, it's just that Kansan's this good that he can isolate out 2 1v1s. They win that, diffuser's down in no man's land, G2 probably go on and win the round. So a lot of that is on Kansan and the capability that he's got. We've known it for a long time. He's had a great tournament so far, and that domination continues today.
Yeah, and his good decision-making just continued. I've created the space, I'm now going to use it. I'll go in and get the diffuser down, and brilliant stuff. And I tell you what, G2 are helping themselves.
I mean, Blaz has been one of the saving graces for G2 at points throughout this game. He's now offline. You start feeling very concerned for the European side. The Wildcard are about to roll over them in this round.
Uno 0-9 at the minute. It's been a tough game for him, but you know, I don't like to highlight it, but it is these things that make the difference at this level.
He has 7 kills across the whole event so far, Tim.
It's these things that make the difference. Yes, there are players on teams who are going to get fewer kills than everybody else, but I feel like we're in a world in competitive Siege where even your IGLs, your support players, need to be getting 4 or 5 kills a game at least. We can see Uno gets himself off the mark with a Nitro, and it couldn't have been better timed, but Kansan is there with 1 onto Loira, 3 versus 2, and we are heading towards that 1v1. There's a real possibility, Des.
They've just taken the conquest of that mirror window and using it for their own now. You've got Doki underneath, and I believe Uno's the same, who are trying to hold off. Got to recover the diffuser, mind you, so it could be a little bit of a torrid and scrappy affair until that comes around. It's about playing as a team here, I think, for Wildcard, and not letting yourself get picked off and caught out by 1 or 2 players from G2 that are just off on the fringes somewhere.
Dash, just low health on that Blackbeard, a saving grace for G2 potentially as the vertical work continues. I think just a little bit of a concern about a potential flank coming up yellow stairs. It's not actually happening, but Wildcard obviously felt that they'd heard something. G2 were moving away from that position. Right now, Uno Doki just trying to hold on, trying to burn a bit of time, but that's the big problem for them, Des. There's a minute left to go. This is, it's too long to just soak up the pressure as Dash takes down Doki. It's all up to Uno. Can he 1v3? No, he cannot. Baby Shark, who else, finds the final kill and takes G2 into a 1v1 for survival.
The specific players coming into that team as well. Loira and Bay in this 1 versus 1. 2 great players to pick out. Yeah, Loira took up in the entry for the Bay's had a wicked game today as well. what a 1v1 it could prove to be.
So as a reminder of how that will work, it's a 1v1 on Chalet, no shields. If G2 are able to win the 1v1, if Loira can come through for them, it will mean that they are reset to 0 bullets, and then they gain however many the round difference is. If he wins 3-1, for example, they will go on to 2 bullets. Still leaves them in a bad spot for tomorrow, but at least they survive inside of the tournament. If Wildcard win, then they eliminate G2, and with that eliminator card, pick themselves up an extra bullet on top of what they've already won.
I want to know what they're going to play. That's the big one for me that I'm very curious to find out, because at least as it stands for G2, we've seen a lot of Dokkaebi, of course. We saw a little bit of Vigil back in our last one. I haven't really seen Loira run around on those 2 operators. He's definitely not a kind of Dokkaebi player. I haven't really seen him run around on things like a Vigil at all. Not that you normally would anyway. So I'm like, okay, what's he got in mind? At least it's high spirits. That's the key thing to know. You need the confidence of going into a 1v1. But it's certainly not a great situation to be in, knowing that whether or not your team stays in the tournament or goes home, it's all down on you in the next 5 rounds.
Tell you what, weirdly, spirits seem a lot higher amongst the G2 team than the Wildcard team.
Yeah.
Wildcard, you're fine. You won your game, boys. You've got your points. They're safe. Nobody's taking them away from you. G2, they were kind of all smiles and ready to go. It's, you know, you've got to have, I think, that bit of bravado, that bit of confidence, haven't you? I'm sure they're not feeling that necessarily, knowing that they're on the verge of going out of the tournament, but you've just got to go in there with confidence. We saw on the B stream, of course, we had a 1v1. Rek against Kobe. Rek was able to go 3-0 in that 1v1. Absolutely dominated. So, you know, we've had both kinds. We had Ion versus Soldier. It was 3-2. Couldn't have been closer. Sorry, it was against Ryder. Couldn't have been closer between the two of them. Which are we going to get here with G2 and Wildcard?
You give a few minutes to get set up as well, and of course, once your team leave the booth, it's a very weirdly quiet place, Tim. So used to having your coach around you, 4 players around you, having a laugh and a joke, someone to speak to, whereas now, you're all on your own. And like we said about the pre-game, it's like a reality TV show. You get to watch them sweat. We get to sit here and enjoy the drama of it.
That's exactly what we're here for. Like I say, especially after how good the last one was. I wasn't hoping for one here. Like, if it happens, it happens. You know, you certainly don't ever, you know, wish for any team to be losing a match, but unfortunately somebody has to. And just from an entertainment perspective, I'm here for it.
I am here for it. It's fine as much as he was a few minutes ago, Tim.
No.
Now the reality
now the teammates have gone and you sat on your own, you just got your own thoughts. You know that G2's future at the Reload competition is on your shoulders. It all starts to get a bit real at that point, I think.
Bay looks like he's about to absolutely club him as well. He looks so ready for it.
Bay's just like, yeah, he knows. The thing is, like I said, the pressure's not on him. His team are safe. They've won the bullets that they've won. They are done. They are secure. Cannot lose them. The only thing on the line for Bay and for Wildcard at this point in time is that extra bullet. And every point counts, of course. But it's not the end of the world one way or another, is it? Whereas it literally is for G2.
Then we're getting Fox in to come and join us for this one as well. So we had Lax in last time around. I said that we'd get Fox in for this one too. Always good to talk to about 1v1s with a pro, someone who's not played some of these situations themselves before. Normally, admittedly, during a map, Fox, but this one, well, it's not quite during an official match, but it's still just as important.
First off, how's it going, gentlemen? Great cast, great cast. Yeah, I was really surprised with Wildcard's performance. It was just amazing the way that they were just isolating G2. That was the issue we were talking about, was just G2 giving too many 1v1s. But now, situation that favors G2 is a 1v1. So Loira would be the player that I would pick on G2's side, especially I feel like he's the most mentally well-rounded. And when it comes to 1v1s, mental is the biggest factor.
It's, like you say, that's the thing. It's everybody can, all of these players can win a 1v1. All of these players can win a gunfight. It's whether you can do it in what is also a completely unusual situation for them. You know, I asked the same question of Laxing, you know, how do you feel it'd be as a player sat there all of a sudden, no team comms, absolute silence, just you and your thoughts?
Hang on, boys, hang on a sec. Where are G2? They're not even around for their boy to win his 1v1.
They're already on the shuttle.
Peaced out, they're gone.
But to answer your question, Tim, I mean, the silence is probably deafening. It's probably very scary to be in this situation if you're the one that's on the losing side, just because you have to sit there. There's nobody to banter with, nobody to get your head out of it. I mean, Loira, like I said, would be the best player on G2 that I'd want in this situation, but you'd think the more you think about it, the more you try to prepare for the situation would be the better situation, but it's the complete opposite. The less you think right now, the better.
Just go in and sort of let it happen, let it, muscle memory take over and see how it goes.
So again, the operator selection that I'm really interested to see is like, what do they roll out with? Because we saw a lot of Vigil
again, or
we could. Again, it's the same map playing on Chalet again. Of course, it's worth stressing. So it could be the
no
same
shields
sort of vibe.
as a reminder.
But don't forget as well, like different regions, different players here, different experiences. They'll probably bring along all kinds of stuff that you'll see over the day. I don't imagine this will be this is the third one versus one we'll have had now. I imagine we'll see more before the day is out too. I think we've got potentially
SSG
3 elimination games here. SSG being another.
Yeah.
Loads that you can still look forward to and see the variety of what gets brought out. And I'll get him underway in just a couple of minutes. Oh, there you go. Uno's come back at least. The rest of them, they don't care. They're gone. They're on the shuttle already. They're out of here.
That's the beauty of the 1v1 is there's no right or wrong way to play it. We've sometimes seen a lot of Deimos. The IQ in the last one you guys did was such a beautiful touch at the end of it.
Fantastic play.
There's so many great ways that you can see it. I actually had a chance to speak to Cloud9 after their 1v1, and they said that they had some interesting ideas of maybe playing Soulless, waiting for the plant to go down and then shooting people through the floors, adding the buck, just trying to drone them out in sight. There's so many ways that you can go about winning a round.
I'd love to see a plant now. That's the one thing we haven't seen in the 1v1s yet. I would love to see somebody take the opportunity to get in there and get a plant down. I think that would be crazy.
These are all back.
G2 have arrived.
Just took a little bit of chill time. Step outside, obviously talk about that last meeting. You can speak about this on the desk afterwards as well, Fox. What did you think about the game itself?
I mean, I thought it was great. I really liked the way that Wildcard was using unique operators that we haven't seen so much. They had pulse scanner callouts that were getting kills. When's the last time you guys saw a pulse scanner kill? It's been a while. They were using the sense to be able to take aggressive positions. They really had a good understanding of the meta, constantly shifting things, and especially with the new ban system in play, there wasn't one operator that Wildcard was crutching on at all.
G2 looks a bit lost on how to deal with that as well. I said it coming in, it's one of the maps that both teams enjoy. It was G2's most successful one over the last 12 months. Wildcard wanted to play it a lot, haven't banned it away this tournament yet so far. Here we go though. I think we're loading into Chalet now, gents. This 1v1 can get underway. G2's position here in Reload is on the line, and it's all on Loira's shoulders.
Absolutely, that as a final reminder of what happens here. G2, having lost the game effectively, go on to -10, they go below 0. So they go into a 1v1. It's a thing that can only happen here on day 3. If Loira is able to win this, then they will reset to 0 and gain any bullets for the round difference that he wins by. If Wildcard win, G2 are eliminated, and because they've eliminated them, Wildcard get an extra bullet from the 3 that they have already won. Bay has gone with the Vigil.
I'm more surprised by the pick on the other side. Laz here, Fox. Man's really going for it.
Yeah, it's an aggressive pick, but you can use the potential plant in a smoke to be able to draw out your defender. So yes, you may think, oh, the perfect answer for Bay is to just wait out smokes, but you also got to think about the fire extinguishers that could be shot. We saw one in the lobby. They could give you a little bit of an advantage, and then if a smoke goes down in sight and you're able to plant a diffuser, then it's just that much harder. I'd expect the plant to come down probably in the little games area because there's not really anywhere else that you can go from if you're a defender.
If you got him off the rip, that would have been absolutely spectacular. So at this point, Laura, not forgetting about the cameras that need to be taken out too.
Right.
First smoke coming on through. He didn't want to go direct towards sight here by the looks of it. Got to be careful, of course, because just up above is Bay.
Loira straight in there. He's just got the smoke out, gone straight in. We're just going to have a spray through the floor with the SMG. Loira is going for the plant. This is what I wanted to see. An attacker getting in there, getting aggressive. He's going to be successful. Bay has allowed that to happen. He's now playing back into it. And Loira has played it beautifully. Just stands in the middle of the smoke, draws him in, and then slams him as he drops.
Bay was still looking at the first smoke that went down, thinking he'd be in the default plant spot, but Loira changed it away once he realized that he had eyes on, completely changed it up, and he's turning around there, Tim, and kicked him out of the building. I love it.
And that's the mental game. I mean, we talked about it. He's just going to go in. He has the potential to plant because you don't really know if the glass is going to be there. He used the bearing 9, so maybe there was a thought, oh, maybe it's going to be a Hibana. We don't necessarily know if it's glass. Bay has no idea. And once the diffuser's down, he dropped right into the smoke. Unfortunate for him, he had no clue that it was going to be a glass in there. But it looks like G2, or at least Laura, was really prepared for this 1v1 because that was a start to finish genius strat to use that glass for the plant.
Yeah, Loira read him like a book on that one. Interestingly, he's gone for the Ella. Now, I don't think that's a pick that we've seen as of yet, but it kind of leans into one similar that we saw. We did see the Fenrir picked earlier in the first 1v1 that we had. So, again, a similar sort of concept. I'm going to play inside of sight. I'm going to get them because not mine's out, and it's going to give me a little advantage in the gunfight if I need to take it.
It gives you that protection because we're seeing Bay swap off of the Dokkaebi, but if he was to stay on the Dokkaebi, makes that call and he tries to run in, go for a contested 1v1 or a potential Deimos, the Ela gives you that bridge of a distance to where he can't just full sprint after you.
I love the Twitch here as well. One, you get the 2 extra drones, even more information. You still got the smokes that you can plant inside of if you want, but most importantly, it doesn't matter what operator this side is playing. If you're bringing along these traps or little dangerous gadgets that can do some work to you, at least for some of them, you can destroy it with the Twitch. So actually a very versatile operator, decent weapon to play with as well. It's good thinking from Bay.
Interestingly, Bay is just working in from the opposite side of the map here, so he's giving himself plenty of room to go through. You've always got to remember, attackers generally have the advantage with long-distance gunfights as well. They've got the better scopes, they've got the guns that are made for it. So again, maybe just trying to engage at distance here.
It might seem like a slow playstyle that Bay's going for, but information is key. He knows that any single default cam could spot him out. There's no teammates, so he's using the Twitch to get rid of the cameras, so he is completely unknown to where Bay could be. He can come up any single staircase. That's why he's using the Twitch, to give him the illusion of just mystery.
The smokes as well, of course, and coming later in the round. Loira's just dug in deep at this point, just waiting for him to push in, because we saw this a little bit last time around with the Fenrir, like being able to remark on once someone steps forward and pops off one of those gadgets, well, you know where they are, you know where they're coming in from, and that's when your opportunity to swing can come through. So I think it's good from both sides, actually playing it very slow, very patient, very careful.
Yeah, I think Loira's more than happy to back himself here, essentially. It's, I've got my minds out, they're going to signal where he's coming from, and I'll swing, and I'm, you know, quite happy to take the gunfight, very much so. Bay is moving in now, so we could have a coming together very shortly. Bay's just dip back into mud. I think, again, just holding a little angle. Doesn't know at this point exactly where the Ela is located. That's going to give away a little bit of Loira's position here. Doesn't quite see the man through the holes that he's made, but Bay definitely progressing towards sight, but then changes his mind, comes back across, gives himself away. But Loira can't land any shots.
He's got to do what he can here. Off towards the left now. Bay straight in that line of sight. Not, of course, that Loira knows, sees his man, and should have had his head there, but Bay has just dipped away at the last second, and Bay gets the reverse. Lands the headshot, and Loira's gone.
What a close shot. I mean, he almost had him on that first pre-fire. He was so confident that he immediately reloaded. He thought it was over there, but that was just the overconfidence. Bay, cold as ice. He didn't move. He just held the angle down. And I love the two difference in play styles. First, Loira going for an aggressive fast plant, then Bay bringing a slow and methodical approach. I love the back and forth because all Loira had to do was just sit in sight, let the Elas trigger, and then make a peek off that. But he didn't. He went for the early aggressive fight. Maybe he should have won it, but unfortunately, Bay came out with that one.
I'll come back to what we said earlier as well, in our last 1v1 is, don't forget that this still means something to Wildcard. It's obviously that best of 5 that you run towards here. The better outcome they get, if they eliminate G2 out of this, then you are laughing. You still get the 1 bonus point at the end of it, or the 1 bonus bullet in the chamber that you can use. And given how tight it's going to start being over the next couple of days at the top of the table, every bullet really does count.
Of course it does, yeah. Every one makes a difference. And as you quite rightly say, every round, the problem for G2 is every round that Wildcard win takes a potential bullet off them, one that they can't win anymore because it is based on the round difference. And tomorrow, if they survive, is going to be a difficult day. Like you said, they're going to have to pick somebody who has a large amount of bullets and therefore is a top team. They're going to have to pick somebody like that to allow them to lump on it and hopefully get themselves enough to keep themselves away from elimination.
And the mental game is so important here. We have to acknowledge it because, yes, G2 have not looked the best throughout the tournament so far, but still, out of all the teams to start eliminating teams, Wildcard to be one of the first few to be able to eliminate him.
No, he's got him for sure behind. No, Loira's got him. How has he let that one happen? Bay's got the jump on him. He knew where he was. And Loira spun and got the freebie.
I think that must have been in Loira's mind. You know yourself sometimes when you're playing, as you're putting that drone out, you kind of think, I'm near a door here, I'm near a window, maybe there's a jump out. And I think Loira has had that in mind. And as soon as he's putting that out, his brain registers the impact nade sound. Bang, I'm straight out of my drone, and he reacts to it. Absolutely beautiful stuff from Loira.
Wow, that should never happen, folks.
No, there's only one position for the impact to come from. Obviously, it's going to be behind him, and Bay just looked the wrong way. It was just unfortunate. unfortunate for him, but that is the common drone spot. You're going to tuck yourself in that corner. So just a little bit of a misread, a little bit of the mentality where you could imagine that's the common spot to drone. So Bay's probably going for that jump out thinking, why would you put yourself in the common spot? Put yourself in a different spot to throw me off. A little bit of an overcook, but good reaction.
On the replay, he looked right first was the key thing.
Yeah. Oh, a little double bluff there. Again, Loira may be thinking he's going to think I won't go to the common spot, so I'm going to go and sit in the common spot. And absolutely brilliant stuff from Loira to get G2 2-1 up. One more round needed. We haven't had a defense won yet. It's been 3 attacking rounds that have been won. Will the trend continue? Bay, very much a slow, methodical approach last time around. This time going to be bringing the knock now. An interesting choice.
I love the intelligence from Bay on his picks. He's not just picking an operator and sticking to it. He's droning out the site, seeing exactly what Loira is doing so he can respond to it. The knock won't really give an advantage against an Ella. He might use the nades to clear out the utility before he goes for that fight. But again, Bay understands that Loira's best friend right now is information in these 1v1s because there's so much map to play with. So as you limit the information, switch up the different looks, he might go a little faster now because he has the knock as opposed to the twitch.
You've seen both players, at least at the start, when on the defense, flicking through those cams to see where the spawn has come from. Of course, they're not going to see that. Not that it matters too much here, as Loira was still busy getting a lot of setup work, but even now, 30 seconds in, he's still busy on that. Just making sure it's locked up nice and tight here inside the site, really making Bay have to sweat for everything he can possibly want in this round.
It's almost like playing secure area, isn't it? Just get yourself battened down inside a site, get yourself some reinforcements, and let them play into you. We can see on the silhouette there that Bay has now got himself inside of the map, sending the drone in carefully towards site, just looking for any snippet of information as he's about to find out exactly where the Ella is. But of course, Loira now has the opportunity to move to relocate. Bay is going to send another drone in to see if he can pick up where, and I think he maybe just sees a pair of feet there that gives him something to work on, but it seems as simple as move into games and try and win the gunfight.
I mean, information is key, and that's what Bay's trying to get down, but Loira's probably, hopefully, going to swap it up. Earlier, he lost his same round by over-peeking, and he's going for it right now.
He's off towards the other side here as well. If he gets around behind Bay here, this could be massive. Bay, of course, has got to get in. Of course, the barricade also going to help out here, the information it gives. Still dug in. I think Bay probably suspects that something has happened. Also has time to get back on his own drone. Going to see nothing here, and surely that starts sending off the alarm bells. But Loira, he's on the move here. The swing comes in, and Loira wins it out. Wins the 1v1, 3-1, and keeps G2 here at Reload.
A huge move from Loira at the end there. Just took some courage to say, you know what? I'm going to grab a hold of this. I'm going to go and find him. I know where he is, and wins out that fight.
And the slow approach didn't work out for Bay. Sometimes you just have to play the 1v1 as a 1v1. Don't overcomplicate it. That's what ended up losing Bay that round. Loira was just playing aggressive, playing off of the confidence. He didn't even need the Ella drones.
A high IQ play, you might say?
A high IQ play. High IQ.
Loira was pretty all over that one. To be fair, dominant performance, can't fault it.
So G2 survive. They will move on and play again tomorrow. They will have another opportunity. They go into the draft at the end of the day. They also walk away with 2 bullets. So because they were so far down, the dual card, the win resets them to 0. And then the 3-1 scoreline means they won by 2 rounds, which gives them 2 bullets. And that is what they start with tomorrow.
They're going to be playing through to Friday if they hang on and survive tomorrow. That is a guarantee, because the safe for tomorrow, you beat a team that's got 8 bullets, and that's even assuming you do that. You get to 10. That's not enough to go through. You're going to have to play into Friday and try and do the same again.
Yeah, it's do or die now, especially since that dual card's no longer in the deck. If they lose again, then they're on their last life right now.
Well, Fox, thank you very much for joining us. You'll be on the desk in just a moment to break this one down for us. So we'll go to a break. When we come back, Fox and the guys have got this one for you.
How they say it's not the destination, it's the journey.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
with the Spiker from Wildcard, and you guys did pretty well. Let's talk about that new roster. It's your first time playing with them in the official tournament. So you just won 2 games. Okay, you lost it to Team Falcons, which we pretty understand. You know, it's old BDS, but how are you feeling right now with this team?
We're feeling really good. You know, we've only had like a month of practice, and we feel like our game yesterday versus Falcons was a lot closer than the score showed.
Okay.
We lost a lot of rounds that we feel like were in our control, and then we kind of threw them away in the later rounds. So we felt really comfortable in every game we play, and we're just tightening things up in the late round. That was our main goal today.
Only 1 month of practice? What, really? And you are doing this well. If you had more time, maybe you know, would have won against Falcons. Who knows?
Yeah, and especially with Dash and Shark, half of the practice we had, they were in France still, or Dash was in Brazil, so they were practicing on like 140 ping. So the practice wasn't, you know, super productive, I guess. And so we've only really had like 2 to 3 weeks of practice with everybody like actually on playable like ping. So we're happy with the progress we've made, and we're looking to keep it going.
Okay, congrats on doing that, because you know it's pretty hard to practice with your team and Dash win in Brazil and all of that stuff. Also, what are the best takeaways from Wildcard? I mean, what do you see the best in your team right now?
I think that we're starting to get really good at adapting mid-round to what we're doing. Dash, the more comfortable Dash gets with his English, you know, the easier the rounds are, because earlier on it was mostly me calling a lot of stuff, and now as time goes on, it's becoming a lot more of a team effort with both Shark and Dash being able to get more comfortable in language and just, you know, talk a lot more mid-round.
Yeah, that is going to happen. You know, just keep speaking English and he will get better. Why didn't you guys use the extended mag like G2? I want to know that.
Well, G2 was in a tough spot because they were already...
What did you just say?
I trolled. I should have used it.
That's so hindsight, though. But G2 was in a tough spot because they already, you know, were really low on bullets, and we were already still in a comfortable spot at 7. So our minds is, you know, we win this game, we're at 10. We still have 2 more games to play, so if we can, you know, we can use it later on if we need to, but we didn't feel like it was worth the risk at this point in the tournament for us.
Cool. Thank you so much, Spiker. And yeah, we have to keep an eye out for Wildcard. Only 1 month of practice. Yeah, keep an eye out. Desk.
Oh, that's what they can do with 1 month of practice. Imagine if we got an extra month of practice. God damn, that would be a hell of a team.
Go next.
Right.
Go next.
Right.
Anyways, GG Go Next. That's what we had. Speaking of Go Next, we got a 1v1 right after that game. G2, G-Who, yada yada. I was talking about this with Guz and Xenox in the backstage, just saying, hey man, maybe Lawyer would be the best pick to have for this 1v1 if they can kind of handle the egos, and that's exactly what we got.
You know, I'm gonna be completely honest. I didn't get to catch shit as much as I wanted to, but Fox, on the other hand, he was casting it. So why don't you break that down?
Yeah, no, I was casting it. I think it was just a simple way to put it is Bay overcooked. I think he was thinking too much about it, whereas Lawyer was just playing the situations. I liked the avenue that Bay was going, bringing the Twitch, stopping denial, bringing Knock to stop denial. But it didn't go out in their favor. The jump out on defense, nobody could really win on defense until Laura was in his final defensive round. And he wasn't even using his gadgets. He was just setting up the site for a perimeter. He just went for the pushes, and he won them more often than not. So I like the way it went, but it just goes to show thinking less is the strategy in 1v1.
I'll ask for the rating from Des and Ace for the casting after
lag sounded bad.
After we're done with this.
I know you did great.
Anyways, our matchup, of course, it started off with G2 Wildcard on console, and it's where G2 fell. They didn't just fall. They tripped and rolled over a hill that is hundreds of feet high.
As I said, Milos, getting into this match, I don't think G2 was actually putting a lot, you know, of effort into who they were actually going up against. I think they believed that it was going to be a landslide of a match going against Wildcard. But like I said, they don't know those little idiosyncrasies of what Wildcard brings to the table, how they move around the map, how aggressive they can be. And like Fox pointed out, they were doubling up on G2, finding those gaps, finding those openings, and just punishing G2 almost in every single scenario. And Spiker said it best. When they were playing against Falcons, they struggled in the late rounds. Today, they were focusing on being far more tight in those late rounds, and it's sure enough, I mean, a 7-3. It doesn't get any better than that.
I mean, every single G2 fight was a 1v1, so it goes to show why Laura won that 1v1, because when it comes down to it, they are great players, but the teamwork wasn't there. But Wildcard, on the other hand, every single gunfight they were going for was those 2 2-on-1s. It was so well played, start to finish from Wildcard.
Look at that cost. When we're talking about teamwork and efficiency and just being effective across the board, everyone is above 60%. That's an insane cost rate. That means everyone is putting more than enough effort across the board, making it work, ending at 7-3.
And I'm really loving the creativity from Wildcard. I said it in the 1v1, but the way that they were using such a plethora of operators, it wasn't just one static group. They weren't just six-picking one operator. It was constantly swapping it up. Pulse, Sense, Ying, Grim, Blackbeard. It was every single round was a new look that Wildcard was giving them. And that's just not something you see from a new team that's only had a month of practice, constantly adapting like that. So that's really impressive, to say the least.
To me, I'm looking forward to seeing them actually competing in their home region and then potentially in future LAN events, because this is a lot. This is even saying, hey man, we don't even have, like, Dash still perfecting his English for our calls during the round. So it seems like there's a lot more potential that Wildcard as a team still have hidden in the back, and I cannot wait to see what more is in store for us in the future. However, for G2 fans, don't you worry about it. If there's one thing G2 fans have been just relying on and living on for years now, it is pure copium. And don't you worry, because G2, Loira specifically winning that 1v1 means that they survive. And he won by 2 rounds, so it gives them 2 bullets back in the chamber. They'll have to play with everything very close to heart. Extended mag is done. You cannot use that at all.
No, they needed every single bullet. They're in a tough spot, absolutely, because only having 2 bullets where you're going to be seen on the bottom side. Of course, they'll be able to have some type of opportunity to pick one of the teams, but they're going to have to go for a big team if they want to be able to catch up eventually by day 5.
One of the most experienced players on Wildcard is Kansan. Do you want to talk about him, Fox?
Absolutely. I mean, this was one of those plays where Wildcard was abusing their teamwork to be able to go for 2v1s, but it was the genius from Kansan with that Pulse. When's the last time you've seen Pulse be this useful in the last years of Siege? This was a beautiful 2-on-1 where they get the scan through the wall, he communicates it to Dash, they go for that aggressive pick, they get the 2-on-1, easy kill, and then they completely run back. And that's the creativity from, you know, a veteran player to bring that Pulse. That's something that, you know, we used to do back in the day. I haven't seen I haven't seen the new generation of players run the Pulse just because they don't like the UMP, but it's a good gun. It's a good gun. And Kansan made it work today, and that Pulse was really deteriorating the rest of G2 every single time. They would find that one individual player, isolate him, get the pick, play it simple.
Play it simple indeed. Our blacklight highlight for this matchup, which is it? We have passed the halfway mark in the day. The detail brought to you by blacklight. What do you got for me, boy?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we already talked about Kansan with the Pulse, but now we just got to talk his heads-up play on a roll where, you know, you don't see Kansan all the time, but this is then they're pushing into kitchen. He's trying to figure out the best course of action here, what needs to happen here. Bomb is down in a terrible spot. He's the only one on this side of the map. He knows there's one engagement here. Good heads-up play to immediately pull that 180 up, transition back, try to take this gunfight onto Loira, but he knows that he needs to get this bomb. He ends up grabbing that bomb, does a good job rotating. His teammates are now in garage, they're set up. He knows he can go for that plant. And the reason why that's the detail, because that is the defining moment in that round. If he dies there, bomb is down, and then now it's a G2 round, which easily could uplift them, give them the right step to get back into the swing of things, but he plays it beautifully, and we're talking about upper echelon players and talented players through and through. That is Kansan, 100%.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure to go through things today. We're not done just yet. We still have 2 more games on the docket. However, we talked about Baby Shark as a young player going from France to North America and competing there. However, on the G2 side, Laura did the opposite, going from Brazil to EU to play for G2. Let's follow him and his journey.
Hi, I'm Laura and I play for G2. Yeah, in this tournament in Rio, I really expect us to get in the finals, to show the world who we are again. We were not so good in the last tournaments, and I think we are missing this. We need to give everybody the joy of cheering for G2 again. When the fans ask me for more, in my head is because I need to give them more. I like this feeling, to be honest. I like to be asked a lot and give everything they want. I like to think the pressure is a gift, and it used to help me when I'm playing, when I'm on the tournaments.
Looking to crush the party. I think G2 wins. G2 for sure.
I decided to move to Serbia because when I joined D2, I obviously needed to move to Europe, and the other Brazilian in my team, Alemão, he was already living there. I was living in his apartment, not anymore, thank God. But I'm still in Serbia, and I think the biggest difference is the culture, the way people are. Here in Brazil, we usually talk a lot, we're so like happy with each other, we talk to everybody, always a nice mood. In Serbia, people are more closed, you know, don't show much their feelings. Yeah, it's hard, but maybe more because of the job. Like when I live there and I have this job, usually I'm just on my apartment. I don't go like out, I don't go to much parties. It's also good because I can focus on my job, and when I miss my parents, when I miss my friends, and I come to tournaments like this, like we are now in Rio, and I see everybody again, it's just special moments. We were in my city for the past 10 days in São Paulo, and it was so good to see my friends, to go to the places I used to go when I used to live here. My family, right now they live in USA, but my dad's coming to the tournament. I really hope we are there so he can see me in the finals on the stage, and that's why I'm playing for it. That's why I'm here working every day to have these moments, because it's a perfect job.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Welcome back, everybody, to the show here. Reload in Rio. It's all about survival here. For most of our teams, things have gone relatively okay. We've had our first elimination a few hours ago, and now we stand on the cusp of Falcons versus M80. However, before we start with game number 4 for today, let's have a look at our bullet standings. Cloud9 and Elevate and Furia are leading the pack. PSG Talon are out. G2 are hanging on by 2 bullets, and the spread is quite equal here, Davide.
Need more bullets. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, to see C9 and Elevate top in the charts is definitely a sight that we have never seen before. So it's a good surprise. I'm really loving the new system so far, just as a little tester event. I love it, absolutely.
Yeah, no, I know we talked about, we already sent one team home. G2 was on the cusp of going home. Thankfully, Loira came in clutch and kept them safe, but for how much longer?
For how much longer is the question. They will at least be able to survive until tomorrow. Again, G2 fans and G2 as players, sometimes Copium is really pushing them to the next day. Loira was a great man to have for the 1v1. He's already a champion in 1v1. Is in the game itself, in the official matches. Why not put him in a situation he really needs to clutch up? And because they won by a differential of 2 rounds, that's how they got 2 extra bullets loaded in for tomorrow. We'll see how they'll end up using them later on today during the draft. However, Falcons versus M80 is on the docket now. And first up, our team Falcons. You used to know them back at the Invitational in Boston as Team BDS. Here they've come in with some issues, I guess, with day 1, but they're looking to get back in the swing of things.
Yeah, I mean, they got new flair. They're now part of the Falcons, so shout out to those guys. But, I mean, these guys are still, they aren't as hot as what we may have seen them in Boston. They did come to start this tournament out losing to Loud 4-7 on Sky, but then found success yesterday against Wildcard 7-3. But the only thing that worries me is realistically that game was a lot closer than what that scoreline has to tell if you were to watch. So I'm still not convinced that this is the Falcons that we need to be seeing, especially this late right now, where it's only going to get tougher as this continues on.
So now their status, how much have they loaded in for this matchup? They start off with 7. They've loaded 6 bullets in total. And you might be thinking, oh, no extended mag. Yeah, that card was not played. They'll be left with 1 bullet should they lose today. There is a logic behind it. That is an extra card we will discuss in detail tomorrow, but that is a survivor card where you get yourself an extra life and extra bullets if you play it intelligently, and this is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, definitely given logic there. I mean, they can accumulate a total of 13 bullets by the end of this if they get this win. Personally, given how strong this roster is, they took 2nd place throughout the entire year at every big event, would win across the other region every single event. I thought for sure this is where they would test themselves, throw the extended mag in, and gain a total of 19 bullets, putting themselves at the highest so far that we would see any team today possibly get.
Now, the big crowns of Rainbow Six have evaded Team Falcons for a long time now, but there's a crown that they've been wearing so far here at Reload.
I mean, it's that 4-4-4-4-4, but they're clutch kings in this scenario. We have round 7 of Shaiko going absolutely nuke. Everyone saw this, and we talk about IQ. Shaiko has it. He has the mechanics, he has the IQ, he can understand the situations that he puts himself in. A beautiful 4K and an unwinnable round. Then, Friday, the clutch king, realistically, statistically proven to be the clutch king. Another scenario where, on the other end, it's not as aggressive as Shaiko's. They're coming to Brid, and Brid plays it so smart and methodically and baits out this last kill, forcing 2 rounds that were very unwinnable, but brought it back to allow them to find the success and close out that game against Wildcard. And it's clutches like these that can keep this team alive, but it's certainly not something you want to rely on.
I mean, we should have asked Pengu what he thought about Shaiko after that clutch, but that being said, those clutches were very smart, very well played, but I'm still a little bit worried because that game against Wildcard was so close.
He's back in! Fabian's back in! What is this man doing? Get him out of these chairs. Every single time we turn the camera on the M80, we see Fabian is, oh, not me, I'm not gonna play this one, guys. And he's just waiting for the moment. This reminds me of a certain North American coach in the day where people would have certain theories and ideas of what was going on in there. Anyways, that's Fabian, that's M80. He's behind the squad. This North American team has been completely revolutionized after the disaster of SI25, and they're doing incredibly well.
I mean, he's an old man now, so his legs probably hurt. He needs to take a seat before he has to stand up behind everybody.
He can dance.
He can dance, and what he can do is think, because that is the key to M80's success right now. Day 1 was a super close game. You could not be upset that they lost to W7M. But day 2 against Talon, a 7-0, a monstrous defeat. They got every single opening kill, and that comes down to the strategy. Hot and cold inside the server, being able to outthink his opponent. The preparation of Fabian outside of the server to be able to get his team ready. All together, they can isolate individual players. They know where the gaps are going to be. They get that opening kill, and the rest of the round is that much easier.
Kowalski, status report. Let's take a look at what M80 have for us in this game. We're receiving it right now. They start off with 8 bullets. 1 has already been loaded in, and they played the flawless card, of course, that you mentioned, the 7-0, that gave them an extra 2 bullets to put in their back pocket. They're looking pretty.
Yeah, they don't want to risk anything here. That's why they're only risking 1 bullet. They're going up against Falcons. It's a formidable opponent. You know that it could go either way. So in a situation like this, if you lose, you can then pick your opponent going into tomorrow. If you win, they're in a pretty decent spot to still making it through with 2 more days left to play. And against a team like Falcons, you don't want to risk too much and end up being on the bottom side of things just because you got the confidence off of a 7-0. Sometimes you have to be realistic, and that's what M80 is being here.
I think realistic, more like kind of scared. I think putting 1 up when you have a reserve of 8, definitely you're playing too safe in my opinion. I think you're getting more into your head than you need to. I think given this roster and seeing how Falcons have been playing, you heard Justin talk about on Wildcard, he regrets not playing that extended Meg. And if this is another scenario where Falcons can't seem to find their footing and our clutches can't save them, where you could see M80 win, if they threw an extended Meg and put down a few more bullets, they would find themselves higher on the chart. So I think they're playing it way too safe.
But with that regard, if M80 is as good as they say, they beat Falcons, then anybody who they pick tomorrow, they know they'll be able to make it to the main stage event. But if they lose it, then they don't get to lose an immense amount of bullets and find themselves at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Now this man on your screen right now, hot and cold, he's had a fire lit under him, and he is ready to rock. What's going on with him, Fox?
I mean, this has been the event for IGLs to step up, and Hot and Cold has been stepping up. He was the best player in the server yesterday against Talon, and he is the brains behind the operation. So I'm happy that we finally have an event where we can give flowers to the IGLs, because it's not often you get to see your IGL outperforming the rest of the team, and he is a pivotal part inside the server on figuring out which player we're going to isolate, how we're going to get this advantage. Not only that, but he was one of the main players getting that advantage for his team. He did amazing yesterday. He was 8-1, +7, and he's just been firing on all cylinders, leading his team through the charge.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about yesterday and the performance they had, it was against PSG, the first team eliminated. I don't want to give them too much credit yet, but what I will say is in that game against W7M, when that timeout happened, when we heard Fabian talk to Hot and Cold, how they wanted to transition, sure, it did end up still losing 7-8, but it was that bounce back. But I want to see this much early on in the game than late into the game when they're in a round deficit.
Absolutely, and some teams don't even use them, and sometimes you're thinking, what is going on? Anyways, our map for this series, again, a best of 1. We got 9 maps in our competitive pool here in Rainbow Six Siege. What do we get? Is it a map with updated lighting here for Siege X? I'd be very happy to see Consulate one more time. We are confirmed. I'm getting the news right now. It's Cafe Dostoyevsky.
Ooh, a map that neither of these teams have played just yet, but Falcons do enjoy this map. This is going to be a map based off aggression. The attacks are going to be so important and so pivotal that you can find success, and when you get to that defense, just lock it down. Do what you have to, play the basic fundamentals, but attacking, that's where everything's going to start.
That's what worries me for M80 in this situation, because we just talked about how good M80 is at isolating over-aggressive teams. Falcons is not that team, and Cafe is not a map on defense where you're overexposing and giving up free picks, because it's so small and it's so linear. So most of the time, you're playing off of each other. So this is really going to come down to the IGLs, to the brains on M80, which is something that we've never really said before, brains on M80. And now they finally have it. So this is going to be a good expose on if they will be able to reach that level of a team that deserves to contest against all the other teams.
Nothing like some apple juice.
Yeah, that is actually not an alcoholic beverage for many reasons, but Fabian does not drink alcohol, and I can confirm personally. that's how it is. But hey, apple juice to get it all started. You're all right for it. Speaking of getting started, let's have a little drink and share it around with our friends on the desk. Des and Ace, Jens, how are we doing? First of all, what's the rating on the casting here since now you got Fox with you?
I'll give them both 10 out of 10.
Both a 10 out of 10.
Hey,
Absolutely.
no, they're just being nice. I don't think I was that good.
I'm gonna hear something later on like, yeah, you suck.
I was more impressed by Fabian stood there drinking a beer.
Well,
I don't care what you say, Milos.
I mean,
I
you
had a beer
sit down
before this game as well.
You have a pint while you watch Rainbow Six. That's a great time, huh?
Why not? I would normally at home. With the boys?
The casters are gonna have to drink after casting with us because we don't get to their level.
Yeah, but by a pint, I mean a pint of nice, wonderful, fresh mineral water. Gentlemen, please, all yours for the game.
Thank you very much, Milos. This is the game that when we looked at it at the start of the day, I was like, this feels like the game of the day. Two real titans coming together. M80 very much a team, massively improved and leveled up. Falcons, as we all know, second at every event last year, won EWC. They're kind of the team to beat, and you feel that if anyone's going to do it in the current shape they're in, it's going to be M80. They haven't really had to prove themselves yet. A very dominant 7-0 yesterday, a very close game against W7M on day one that, you know, to be fair to W7M, look like one of the best teams here as well. This is going to be a proper top-tier game of Siege.
I think it will be very good. I think both teams, I look at it maybe from the other perspective, I think both teams have got questions to answer yet. There's still a question mark for me over both of these teams. I look at M80, you know, you say, yeah, dominant 7-0 yesterday. It was against a team that got 8 kills throughout the entire game. Like, it wasn't a big test for them.
That's what I mean, is we haven't really seen much
No,
of them,
this is it. W7M did get the win against them. I look at Falcons, you know, they lost to Loud, but then were very dominant against Wildcard, who've just been really good against G2. So you kind of, you know, look at all the interplay of the different results, and there's a question mark for me over both teams. But what I do know is that there is no question of is that both of these teams can deliver absolute quality in the server, and I'm hoping that they both show up and do exactly that today, because like you say, it will be an absolute classic. We've got Monte Demos gone. That might be slightly targeted at Shaiko there, the second one of those bans. And Azami and Mira will be our defensive bans made by BBS.
Double Architect bans coming out. I think on a map like this, where unless you've got really good attacking prowess as a team, you can get stuck here. The number of teams that I've seen struggle to basically get around on this map is absolutely crazy. I think taking away the Mira and the Azami here, not letting you lock down, for example, inside a piano, not letting you have the double mirror set up in storage up the top, just all these little things like that should make things a bit more flowing for the attackers. Not that Falcons need them to help on the attack, but it's definitely going to make things flow that little bit better.
M80 going to kick things off on defense. It's going to be reading to avoid that top floor, which very often is 50-50 at best for the defenders, so they're going to take it down to the mid floor instead. I would imagine we will likely see Kitchen following this, and then maybe even Manning, they might leave the top floor out completely.
Old school this as well, looking in towards that Aruni and Castle set up the pairing coming in, really demanding prone utility from the attackers. And I remarked on this a couple of days ago, of course, we had the reduction in the number of flashes from 3 down to 2 a while ago now. It does mean that with things like Jaeger and Wamai getting stronger, you might see more combos like this coming out that aim to try and lock you out of areas of the map. Now, this won't be the end of the world for the side of Falcons to get through. They can chew through these things. Of course, they can make use of the Roteros, they can make use of the many flashes they've got, drones to chew through those laser gates, but the Mute and the Mozzie pairing coming in, it's just all about slowing down Falcons. So I like how M80 are trying to grind this to a halt a little bit, and that's when they can take control of the round.
Yeah, 4 of M80 up on the top floor at the minute, so very much invested in that vertical defense and making sure that they keep hold of it for as long as possible. It's so many angles can be fired from up there to soften up the site. Very difficult to stay inside of there if you don't have that top floor control. Solotov is going to be mindful of red stairs, but ultimately will be looking to challenge in towards Piano. We're just going to see Kino drop himself away from Cigar Shop a little bit, and in fact drop himself back down onto that mid floor and look to maybe offer a bit more support towards site.
Yeah, keep it nice and slow so far for Falcons, as you'd expect. The Vatera that we remarked on getting rid of that castle wall, looking in towards Cigar. That was the key one for me, because it just means things should be a bit easier to move through. It's harder to see members of Falcons play around this part of the map, and Shaiko probably hung himself out here a little bit too long. He's been punished up on that new Balk, taken offline, and Leakifact quick to follow too. We mentioned about them slowing the round down to them and taking control of it from there. M80 doing just that.
Yeah, they're doing really well. Falcons have barely got themselves inside the map. Solotov is the only one really that's in there and established. The others have died as they've tried to. Nitro goes out, going to do a lot of damage to Solotov. Doesn't quite find the kill, kill, but effectively the damage is done because now he has to be very cautious about any gunfights he takes. One bullet is going to do the job, so he needs to make sure if he's going into a fight, he's going to win it. Users moves in to support on that top floor, just looking to make sure that everything's clear, which is M80 have now dropped themselves away. Nobody left up on that top floor, but at 5 versus 3, they're sitting pretty right now. That was a
I think you were trying to say sitting pretty, right? It's that double combo, yeah, it's a mess. I can completely go on with that one. Happens to me all the time too, don't worry. But they are, you're absolutely right. They've got the 2 kills they need. They've stepped back, playing as a team. You can see the crossfires they've got set up. Yeah, there's 2 or 3 players here hanging around the bottom of white, just waiting for anyone on Falcons to step forwards. Sure enough, they're thinking about it. But even they look a bit stuck, Tim. 20 seconds in, completely stalled out by this heavy intel denial set up. The cast on the laser gates wasting time. A couple of picks that came through early on. They're very much out of time on this one, and no matter what they can try and do, I feel they're going to have to flourish something special here. They might get 1 kill for themselves, but Hot and Cold's on for a triple. Kino close out as well. M80 with a very, very confident round 1.
Well, the desk had a discussion about Hot and Cold before coming in here and how as RGL he has really led from the front for this M80 team. Had a great tournament, putting up good numbers, and he certainly seems to be continuing in that trend. Not something that Falcons are going to want to see because it'll be very difficult to control him if that continues on. 3 in the round and very comfortable from M80 for the first one. I mean, it was their first choice side. We would expect that. You know, Falcons need to get themselves into this one. The main thing that Falcons need to do, it might sound a little bit silly, is get themselves in the map. Get in the map, get a little bit of control, give yourself something to work from.
Shots from Hot and Cold as well.
Yeah.
It's one thing worth noting, to be fair. It was touched on one of the co-streams yesterday. For Hot and Cold, like one of the IGLs that never really gets talked about as much as maybe you should be, because looking back over the last year or so, Wanted, of course, had a stellar finish at SI just gone. Won the major about a year ago, of course, in the C9 Beast Coast. There's been a lot of things over the last year that actually Hot and Cold has been very, very involved in, and maybe it's time he is given his credit here. He's a hot IGL, one of the ones that we're seeing around the world, constantly putting up good results. And if M80 carry on the way they are, that combo of him with Fabian behind the wheel at the same time, it's proved to be a real terror of a team as the year goes by.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of those players, Hot and Cold, you've got to put in the bracket of you don't stick around at the top level for this long unless you've got what it takes.
I think it's because he's quite quiet as a person. You don't hear him. He's not a shouty kind of IGL. He's not that kind of guy normally. So maybe it's why he doesn't get spoken about as often as he should, but can't ignore his accolades.
You don't stick around for this long, you know, without continuously and consistently delivering. Gunnar is going to pick up Leakerfact, talking about consistency. M80, consistency of entry kills so far, and Leakerfact getting dropped in the very early round again. Not fantastic start for Falcons.
Getting absolutely slammed here, and it's not good to lose your heart breach early on. Yes, you still got Breeder with the Salmons, of course, if required. And that means both of those Salmons, for at least 2 of the 3, need to go towards that hatch above their head. Not again ignoring Tim, that once more there's been a good response from M80 in terms of the lineup they've brought. We've got the Kai, we've got the Tuberau. Really good stuff to lock things down, slow the round down, and see Falcons just grind to a halt.
Let's not forget as well, Falcons weren't necessarily going to be playing M80 today. There was a situation where they could have been playing Team Secret, but Team Secret came out with the chicken card.
How was my chicken sound effect?
It was excellent. I thought there was a chicken in the room for a second. Just for a second.
Say that now until they start spouting wings and laying eggs. And you'll believe there actually is one here, Tim.
Not again, Des.
Come on, Tim, do your job.
Why not? 5 versus 4. M80 have got themselves a good advantage and they're just looking to build on it now. But again, they're doing the same thing. They're controlling the game. They're getting the entry and then they're dropping back. They're not giving Falcons those fights, not giving them the opportunity to get that manpower leveled up. And you can see, yep, they're getting pinged out, but they're already moving away. M80 are a step ahead. Gavene is a step ahead as he takes down users. 5 versus 3. And M80, they just look super cool, calm, and collected.
It comes back to what I was speaking about, just slowing the game down. Just grinding Falcons to a halt, not letting them make the kind of plays they do, because think about what we've often spoken about with them, and I'll talk about the operator again, Tim. You're sick to death of hearing it. Dockerby is this team's bread and butter. 3 players are in the top 3 most played attackers, and for good reason. They make a phone call, they move forward as a unit. Problem is, phone calls are good to a point when you're coming up against Mute and Mozzie setups, when you're being denied back by Goyo canisters, when you're having hatches held away from you for 2.5 minutes of a round. There's not an awful lot that you can do when that call actually goes off. M80 have just got this perfect balance at the minute of knowing how to play against Falcons, and I don't know, I don't really see a way how they get through this unless they can go off absolutely massive. But even here, look, there's 3 players all involved. 1 player dies, there's 2 players there swinging for a trade. Beautiful stuff.
M80 are just ticking so many boxes where Falcons are not right now in these first couple of rounds. Are M80 managing the rounds well? Yes. They're going in there, getting the entry and then dripping away. They're choosing when to take the fights. Good stuff from them. Also, are M80 trading well? Yes. We've just seen it. Solotov picks up a kill, takes down Kino, but immediately there is a response there. He is brought into a bad situation in order to get the kill. Diffuser takes down Brede as well. Also, are they using the utility well? Yes! Hot and Cold gets a Nitro kill to finish the round onto Shaiko. M80 are ticking a lot of boxes. Falcons they've started out sluggish here. They're not really in the fight. They need to get up to speed quickly because this one's going to run away from them, mark my words.
It's hurdle after hurdle after hurdle is the most important part because even there, like, there was a lot to work through on the top floor. They got down to the second floor, and even at the end of the round, you saw it. They're stepping into the window and being shot from below. They hadn't even thought about kitchen all round. They've also got a player willing to swing from inside a fireplace to guarantee a kill onto this player. So it's just like, no matter what you do, there is always a response. There's always a C4 below. There's still a Goyo canister that's up exposed to the window. Hot and Cold enough to move. He was just like, yeah, I'll just stand here and wait and pull the trigger when you tell me. It looks very pedestrian so far from Falcons. M80, they are making this so difficult for Falcons to work their way through. And I think after this round, you may well see a tap timeout coming in. Because Falcons look lost here on Cafe.
Yeah, they really do. Like I said, M80 just beating them in every department, essentially. I think one important thing here, it's not the absolute everything in the round, but Falcons need an entry kill. They need to get in here, get that first pick, give themselves a man advantage, and start the ball rolling for themselves, because so far it's been all M80 in the first minute of each round.
And let's not forget, coming into this, the top of your screen, Falcons have put up 6 bullets on this game. They lose this, they go down to 1 bullet. That's a horrible spot to go into with just 2 days left to play.
G2.
Yeah, how terrifying is that?
You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Horrible. And at the same time, as you can see, M80 have only put up 1, so the max then go up to his 9 here. Max they can drop down to his 7 if they lose.
Twitch
Wait for a spicy tomorrow, that's for sure, though.
This is going to be spicy. Twitchtron will get some value out of it before being taken out. Just manages to pop one of those Goyo canisters. This is at least a little bit better from Falcons in respect that they haven't lost anybody inside the first 40 seconds. Now it's a case of go and get that entry kill. Go and give yourself that best foot forward into the round. They've done some good work. They've got some utility cleared out. They've got that breach over to give access into bottom white stairs, and they can start working to maneuver these M80 players. But Kino is going to be in a critical position in this round. He's the one playing off over in VIP. We'll keep an eye on him, but if Falcons don't clear him, going to be big trouble.
It's the same story, isn't it, though, right? Even with extra roam clear on the go with the Jackal, with the Dockerby, they're really trying to say, cool, let's deal with these fringe elements that are causing us a lot of bother. Let's get those players offline. But even here, halfway into the round, they haven't managed to find a single wanted. They've gone through one of their phone calls. All Jackal tracks still in back pocket. Next phone call about to become available. M80 can, again, continue to give them absolutely nothing to work with.
Yeah, Falcons doing some work up above now. Users with the Ram are just able to think about starting to open up. I think there you go. He's just going to drop that boogie drone down, but being dealt with again. Impact nades. M80 using utility well, ticking a box.
And still got the Echoes to play behind. You've got Goyo canisters, 3 smokes. They've got so much stored. Tim, given we're coming down to the last 60 seconds, this is where that big utility starts to become really serious. Shaiko at the very least finding 1. First smoke out now, trying to isolate fights, and they've done just that. Leaking back's having a torrid time. Who isn't though? It's Shaiko onto a second in the round as Hot and Cold falls. Use this into another, and for the first time, it feels like Falcons may have a round cooking here, Tim, unless Gunner's got something to say about it.
Much better from them. They've found a couple of kills, and they've been able to get themselves rolling. Like I said, get that entry. Shaiko goes in and does it, and then they start falling one after another. Gunner manages to find Shaiko, but the damage is likely already done. Brede steps in, manages to get the trade. Falcons get their first round, and that needs to steady the ship for them. Get them into this one and start a chain reaction.
Almost played it slower themselves, their Falcons. Slowed things down, didn't try and get an enforced control of areas of the map that they didn't necessarily have access to. Like, nothing really happened around the site itself outside of the ceiling being opened up. Even that last kill, it was inside a bakery with the players still outside the building. Both teams almost kind of trying to slow down to a walk here and match each other as best they can. Falcons, it feels like, maybe have figured something out here, but it's the next 2 rounds for me that are really going to be the defining ones. Next couple of bans, it's the Falcon the IQ team. I'm pretty sure a lot of that is going to lean towards wanting to make use of the Valkyrie, but of course the IQ and that being taken away, very much complementing each other as a ban.
Yeah, just it shows how big a part of the game that obviously has been so far. You know, one team battling to try and use those cams, the other trying to make sure that they can't once and for all. Moving towards round 4, Falcons looking much better in round 3. Very quiet through the first 2 rounds, but they just had that spark of Shaiko getting that opening kill onto Diffuser, and it really did just ignite something under them for the rest of the round. M80 had a little bit of a flourish from Hot and Cold, managed to get involved, but it just wasn't enough ultimately. And like you say, Falcons not rattled, they still took their time, they got into the positions they needed to be in, and they used what control they had well. So back to reading we go. Now that we move into round 4, we can start that side rotation again. And we're going to have, are we going to have as heavy a top floor presence? 4 members of M80 were up on that top floor last time around. This time, it's just 2.
It's much more mobile, I think, as a Roam 2. Gunnar, particularly on the Vigilance, what I'm looking at. They've dropped away from playing the Aruni. They're no longer playing the Castle. Not wanting to keep themselves out around the map as long, but for those that are out there for now, they are also supported by the Mute and the Mozzie. So again, slowing Falcons down, forcing them to a bit of a walking pace. That's what I like here, seeing that we've got the Ying on side from Yuzu. So I remarked on this in an earlier game. It doesn't always have to be tossing those Candelas in towards the site. Sometimes it can be into rooms around the map if you're trying to clear your way through. Just to force players back, and that is what this is going to do. My main concern is that M80 give them a far few too many rooms to clear, and Falcons can't get through them.
Diffuser just lined up here looking for his opportunity. Obviously, we know that going out of the windows might not be the best idea anymore, but he was just looking to see if he could get that line of sight, if anybody would push far enough back to give him the opportunity, but they don't. The Yorkar drones just flying around, trying to get a view on anybody right now. M80 are just looking for intel. They're just looking for any shred of information they can go on, because Falcons aren't giving them much. They're still playing things slowly, playing it methodically. We're going to have the Candelas going in. Nobody's going to follow that in. It's always a little bit of a concern for me, is that one. I think if you're going to expend that utility, I always ask, what are you getting for it? What have you traded that utility for? And in this case, not very much.
So trying to force players back is the main thing they're after here. This is still, don't forget, a big focus on top floor. They've gone through nearly all the Candelas. They've had a call come out. The second one's about to come out too. If they can get away with this and stay alive, it would have been crucial. However, they did not. And now in comes the Dokumi from the backside too, trying to catch the third player, but this gets himself alive and escapes. Really good push from Falcons again. It's very measured and very slow. Gaveni, though, getting one back on the other side. Not bad for M80, but Falcons are the ones with the numbers advantage.
No, just removing that site presence that Likafak had managed to gain. Gunnar needs to be careful. He's going to run into the line of sight of Shaiko. M80 absolutely no idea that Shaiko had been able to wander in there. 4 versus 2 now. 50 seconds left to go. Top floor control. Falcons have everything they need to win this round.
Except information, Tim. They don't know where these last couple of players are, and they could really cause a bit of bother. Gaveni getting rid of one, knows there's a second outside, and Fireplace lines up, Hot and Cold into another. Tim, at this point, they could be giving it away if they're not too careful.
Hot and Cold just opening himself a line of sight, gives away his position in doing so. We see the challenge coming in from Solitov, but he doesn't fancy the angle, just dips himself away a little bit deeper back towards Red Stairs. 20 seconds left to go, and Falcons from a 4v2 are now in a position of having to rush, having to get themselves inside a sight, having to do something, anything, but they can do nothing as M80 just cut them down one after another. Hot and Cold and Gaveni have given them an absolute masterclass in the 2v4. Solitov, he doesn't have the diffuser. He can't find the last man. M80 played that beautifully.
It's almost like we said it just before that play began, Tim. They had everything except for information. And what I love about M80 is they didn't dig in deep there and go, oh, we'll play together on White Stairs and we'll hope for the best and just hold here. No, both going off separately. One in towards utility to challenge on towards Snow Door. The other one, as you saw, rowing in towards train and picking up 2 kills out there. Beautifully played, man down situation. Falcons will be kicking themselves for not being able to convert that, but they just had nothing to go off of. Beautiful.
Free. Hot and Cold played that out. Both of them did, to be fair. Hot and Cold and Gaveni played that absolutely beautifully. There was no panic in them. Hot and Cold just super calm inside of dining, knows that Shaiko is going to give him the opportunity, and he does. And it's just the way they read Falcons like a book, knowing exactly where they were going to push and pressure from. 3-1 start for M80. They are looking good.
They're cooking, Tim. They're looking real.
They really are.
It's again why I was excited coming into this game to see the potential both the got. Really feels like we hadn't had the chance to see the best of both, and at least that's how it stands now for Falcons. I don't think we're going to get to see that best just yet today. Of course, there's always a second half to a game of Siege. Could be phenomenal on the defense for all that we know, but for now, what matters most is M80 look hot.
I think NA have looked really good at this tournament. Actually.
They have. They had a great day yesterday overall.
EU are pretty much down at the bottom of the pile nearly when it comes to performances that we've seen so far. NA, you've got SSG, you've got M80, you've got Dark Zero, all playing extremely well. Cloud9 have managed to jump up to the top of the table.
Shopify Rebellion aren't even here, and also another top team from NA.
Indeed.
They could be very scary come the next event.
Very scary in terms of international competition at the minute. Wildcard as well, the performance was just from them against GT.
Yeah,
excellent.
True, they look fantastic. Good time to be an NA fan, that is for sure.
I might be an NA fan.
Oh, really?
Might be.
Weird that. For your whole life or just now?
Just for a little bit.
First phone call coming out. Haven't really seen the success from those that we're used to seeing out of Falcons. And again, I think that's down to M80's game plan. They know how they use this operator, and they always have an answer. Solotov on the book, taken offline. They've still got the shield to play with, Tim, but losing that vertical destruction, that's a big deal.
Yeah, it is a big deal, especially when you're trying to attack onto the mid floor.
No
manages to pick up Gunner though, but Kino is there again. I've already said M80 great on the trade game, and they continue to do so. That's going to be the Flores gone as well. You've lost your vertical option in, but guess what? Those Rotero drones that could have done the same, they've just gone as well.
It's fantastic stuff. Just again, there's always another player there. We've remarked a few times that they've had 2 or 3 players gathered together to force a trade out when they lose the first man. They just seem ready for everything that comes their way, and Falcons, it feels maybe hard fully expecting everything that's coming at them. Bit of a dance with death here. Users getting into a 1 versus 1. But now at least, I was going to say winning it out, but no. Gaveni's there for a kill. Leakifak at least is nearby for a trade, but I think you'll take the 1-for-1 there, Tim.
100%. The trade isn't really important there. You've taken the Blackbeard off the board. Now all they're left with is the Dokkaebi and the Hibana, and it's not really going to do them many favours. You know, yes, the call comes in, but given that they don't have the Blackbeard to chase people down, it makes it much more difficult to do anything with that information. It's, you know, the information is already redundant. The call has stopped. Players have moved. That's it. Done. All you've got to go on is what's in front of you and whether you can take those fights and win them. And right now, M80 are not losing many fights at all. They're doing exactly what they've done so far in this game pretty well, and that's managing the round, sitting back, forcing Falcons to go to them.
Now Leakifak knows there's one on white. I'm pretty sure that's Kino as well, who knows that he's been spotted. Doesn't need to overextend here. It's enough for him to just sit on these stairs and create a bit of pressure. Hyoko Blast coming out as one steps in towards side. There's still 2 players to contend with. And there's also, I was going to say, a C4 from below. Maybe not required. This Diffuser finds 1. Diffuser finds 2. Falcons still left trying to find a way into this game.
You could see it in the movement of Bride and Leakifak at the end there. It was so diffy. There was just nothing they could do. Yeah, they know somebody's on white stairs. Yeah, they know somebody's in dining. Okay, go and do something about it. Because M80 are covering each other so well. They've got every angle. They've got crossfires established. And you just can't move through because, oh, you're getting stunned by a yokai drone. We've seen you. We know that you're coming. M80 looking electric right now. Falcons off the pace.
The fucking solo move, guys. Okay, we have to play together. The round we won, it was together. We said 3, 2, 1, go, and we did a 3, 2, 1, go, guys. So we have to continue to play this shit. Okay, if we are kick cam, guys, give the info. You are too dead. Give the info to the others, guys. Okay. Just please chill the com and play basics, guys. Yeah. We have the info, 3, 2, 1. You want to do this? Yeah, 3, 2, 1, go. We do this, we push them. And we say, we have to push from everywhere, all together. So just, let's do it. Okay?
Allez les gars,
let's go, guys.
Let's go. Chico. Ready.
Okay, guys, and don't be cheating or anything. When we win 1 round.
Fair enough. It's a weird time to call a timeout at the end of round 5 when you've got 1 to go. But that's how desperate it feels. I don't know if they're down 5-1. It's very unlikely they manage to call things back in the second half.
It's also worth reminding everybody at this point as well, with the new banning phase, there are new rules for the coaches speaking to the teams as well, and there is an opportunity at the halfway mark. When you go back into that banning phase, the coaches are allowed to speak. They're not allowed to do it on the 4th and 10th round bans, but at the beginning of the game and at the halfway mark bans, they are allowed to have a chat with the team. So, like you say, a little bit of a, you know, seems like a bit of an emergency, like rip the cord, we need to try and stop the rot here, because it's becoming a big concern for them. But again, you know, it's kind of similar to what you were discussing earlier, Des, when a coach is having to interject and talk about basics. You know, when we call 3-2-1, we all have to go together. You know, surely that should already be there. You know, should that really need saying?
You'd assume not, but I know sometimes teams can just get a bit lost in their own heads.
Get a bit deep in it. I get it. I do get it.
With that, for sure. I mean, the things we were referring to earlier on was Joker trying out the PSG Talon, where it was like, yeah, these are rudimentary things you're now speaking about with Siege, and it's like, should you be at the event if you can't have a conversation about more advanced concept things that are really holding you back? Fair play, PSG Talon did play really well today, even though they've been eliminated now, and of course they're our first team going home. It is what it is. Need to get this round on the board though, otherwise that drop timeout was an absolute wash and they won't be able to make use of it, of course, in the second. And I'm looking at M80's lineup to me. Again, it's all about denial. Looking towards the Kai and the 2 Brow together, looking in towards the Mute and the Mozzie. It's trying to grind this round to a halt. So even with the 3-2-1 call, we all push at the same time. It's all well and good saying that, but if things are locked out or you haven't got any information about what you're pushing into, M80 can still pick up kills for free.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, you know, maybe, I don't know, is it a lack of confidence? The kills aren't really flowing at the minute, so when that call comes, oh no, it's too difficult a challenge. I don't know. We will see whether Falcons are able to turn it around. This is their final attack. I'm sure they'll be happy to get at least a side switch and get onto defense. Nitro comes out, not going to find its mark. Halfway through the round, Falcons have got a number of players inside of the map. Solotov and Shaiko are in there. They can start working towards site, towards pressuring Piano, trying to gain a bit of ground, just tagging out that utility as well that's preventing them from moving forward.
That's what worries me a little bit, is they've had this phone call come in just now and no one has moved. Nothing has happened off the back of that phone call coming out. So
what are you getting for your utility?
What is the point here? Because again, this is what this team is known for. They play off the back of the phone calls. It has always been their thing, yet nothing has really happened there. They're a little bit stuck by this wall on trying to get through. They've got the hard breach of Brede on side to chew through these if they need them, but that wall remains electrified. They can't force these players back to him.
Managing to work at White Stairs. Gaveni shuts down Shaiko. Lukafat is going to drop himself away. They're aware of his position. Kino manages to pick up users. It's as easy as that for Diffuser. 5v1 as it all falls apart for Falcons once again. They are staring down the barrel of a flawless round, and M80 convincingly taking this first half. And from M80's perspective, they are playing really nice Siege. It doesn't surprise me of a team with Fabian in charge of it. It is organised, it is structured. They are, again, performing in so many different areas.
The key thing there is there were 3 players all watching that single doorway where 2 players from Falcons tried to go into one at a time. You had Kino was actually inside a bathroom, Gaveni inside a storage, and Diffuser sat on lumber. It didn't matter what you tried to achieve there. Even if you got a kill, you were guaranteed to get traded out straight after. They're just ready for everything. It's almost like they know everything that Falcons are going to do before Falcons even think about doing it. And even with that tack timeout, they can rescue nothing. Not forgetting again, Tim, how many bullets they put up on this game. They will go down to 1 bullet if they lose this, and that's the way that this game seems to be going. They look lost as well as being very close to losing the game overall.
Sometimes, we always say it does, there's 2 halves to a game of Siege.
I don't know.
And sometimes we do see a significant shift of momentum at the half. I'm not expecting that just yet until Falcons prove me wrong and show me otherwise, because it's not just about momentum here, it's about, like you say, that confidence in each other, playing as a team, having trades, affecting each other's deaths, not pushing into 1v1, 1v2 fights all the time in bad positions. It's almost like Falcons aren't playing their, and we know they've got them, they're not playing their plan B, their plan C. It's like they're coming up against a problem and right, we're just going to have to push into it and we all die. Rather than switching it up and saying, right, well, what else are we going to do? What's plan B? What are we changing to?
This is the thing at this level as well, like half a second can be the difference because fair play to Falcons, they had the right idea, right? Bring down the winner to try and get Kino, who's inside a bathroom. They had the swing around from Shaiko, hoping to catch Gavin inside a storage. They had a player coming up white to try and get rid of Diffuser, but the timing was just all over the place and it always ended up being a constant 3 versus 1 breaking out for the side of M80. Anyway, here we go for the second half, Tim, and we're starting things straight up on the top floor here as Falcons. I know you've got a bit of a love affair for this site.
Hit it.
I'm just worrying here for Falcons that you don't really give a whole lot for the other side to do. They haven't got to worry about clearing top floor to go and hit the first floor or clearing the first floor to hit ground floor, things like that.
Are you worried I'm right, Des?
How do we play it?
Are you worried I'm right about the top floor?
Oh, we looked into a bunch of stats together and I said I generally agree with you. I think most teams did look at it very favourably when the stats said you shouldn't be playing there. It was like 20% lower as win rate than all the other 3 sites.
Generally, and I'm talking over years, I don't know, I haven't checked recently for what the exact stat is at the minute, but talking over years, it is generally a 50-50 side for defenders, and there are sides.
I think it's less than that usually, mate.
Yeah, well, I'm being generous. Like you say, yeah, it can quite often dips down to like maybe 45% for the defenders. There are other sites like Reading and Kitchen that will generally sit around the 60-65% mark. You know, they're just much better sites, generally speaking. But teams love it, you know, for whatever reason, teams do love this top floor side. But like you say, so I can get both sides of it. So, you know, from an attacking perspective, like you say, there's less to do. You don't have to clear loads of areas. You just need to be aware of anybody playing underneath, which Solotov is at the minute. But aside from that, you've got less to do. But from a defensive perspective, you also don't need to stretch yourself very far. You can lock yourself down. You've got bathroom, you've got your cocktail balcony, and that suits a team like Falcons. We know that Falcons aren't a heavy roam team. They like to turtle up, they like to lock things down, so it does suit a team like Falcons. It's not to say that they can't get it done, but just with the way M80 are playing at the minute, I don't know, I think they can cut through any defence that's going to be offered.
This will shock you, Tim, but over the last 180 days, it is the lowest defender win rate in sight in the game. On the map, 46%. If you're curious, the most defender-sided is Kitchen with 65%.
It's usually about 45% for top floor, and the others are generally at about 60-65.
So I worry here for Falcons, at least as far as the numbers go, but truthfully, you can watch how this game has gone and get the right idea. Smokes are down, Glaz is in come the Candelas at the same time. It's a good set-piece play coming out of the team, and they are going to absolutely slaughter Falcons here. Get rid of at least a couple, however, they do lose one in the process. Solotov fighting back and taking down Gavin on his way through. Oh, look at that, Shaiko does what Shaiko does best! Picks up a 3, can't quite get the 4th, as Gunnar shuts him down. He's got 2 more to pick up all by himself. Leaky Fat below and Solotov up on the same floor. Gunnar's got to win this 1 versus 1, and then things get really interesting, but no! Solotov with the shutdown, and Shaiko has saved that round for his team.
And this just goes to show the sort of thing that you cannot legislate for when playing against Falcons or watching Falcons. I can come in with all the hard stats, Des, and I can tell you it's a 45% win round site, and you can look at it and say, yeah, you're right. But ultimately, you can't plan for something like that from Shaiko. What a beautiful 3K. Absolutely destroys them and just spins around on its head. And the thing is, this is a team that's full of players who can do that. And that's why Falcons, you know, are able to rescue and win many rounds that they shouldn't. In all honesty, M80 wins that probably against almost any other team at the tournament from that exact position. You know, M80 go on and win that. But what can you do? Shaiko just spins on 3, and that's the job done.
Shaiko has a Shaiko moment, absolutely pops the hell off. Yeah. Really well played, and it does keep his team going for now. Otherwise, they'd be staring down the barrel of a 6-1 scoreline, and that would not be pretty, given they've put 6 bullets up for this game. Now we go though to the more defender-sided site, and this map though, Tim, is going to be down into that first floor inside a kitchen service.
5 seconds remaining.
Lots of work for M80 to do. I think we will see, as I said, Falcons are a team that don't tend to want to roam too heavily, but I think we will see a map presence from them here. If I'm looking, we've got Solotov up and around pillars, but they're quite well spread across the ground floor as well. So definitely some work for M80 to do, but that's going to begin with getting rid of Solotov. He's sort of playing up and down at the minute. He is back up on that second floor, so they need to make sure they're dealing with the Valkyrie, and then that's going to allow them to get in for any verticality they want. They've got Book on side, so Gaveni will be looking to get some vertical options into sight, but Could be a terrifying execute here. You've got the Sens and the Blitz. Imagine that utility going at you.
Yeah, pretty horrible at the best of times. And you've also got the switch going through and just like taking things away from you now that might help on the defense. Particularly those F-Nats are the things that M80 want to see taken away. If anything's going to impede them here, it's going to be those. And they step in looking to take those gunfights and you see nothing. That's when Falcons will find themselves shining brightest. So get rid of those first and foremost and then worry about the rest that follows. Of course, Vault cameras also to be respected. And they are currently scattered around the map. But you're right, Tim. Sense is the main one I'm keeping an eye on here. Hot and cold. Key to the kingdom in his hands.
Opening up those lines of sight from Dining. Does see one underneath.
Oh,
does
beautiful.
he see the Nitro? Yes! Gaveni does! It looked for all our life like he was going to lose his, but somehow hits the shot onto the explosive. Almost expected that throw to come. And just going to keep himself alive.
Beautiful stuff. Like you say, that's the moment that can turn around up and side down as well. You lose out on the butt there, the vertical destruction diminishes. Suddenly you're having a very different conversation, but for now they keep on going. They're in here. Tim, I love this. Completely cutting off this part of the map in its entirety, and it's been slammed inside a small bake. All the distraction that was going on through the main door has cost them here. Kino now down onto his backside, but 2 players on Falcons have fallen by the wayside. Full control to M80.
Solotov does manage to fight back, getting a big double diffuser onto Breeder. Can Falcons find that hero moment again? 2 versus 3, 50 seconds left to go, but Kino is down, so effectively 2 versus 2. Solotov with the 3rd, and that gives Falcons a net advantage. They close out the round, and again, dig deep to get it done. They are starting to find their feet and look better on defense, Des.
Round by round, they're warming into it, Tim, but it's still that 2-round deficit they've got to close over at this point. M80, their attacks are looking good. It's just Falcons when it counts most are having a player step up and go big. It was Shaiko in the previous one, Solotov in this one.
Diffuser was a little bit late there, coming in through Wedding, and we were watching the perspective of the player behind Bakery, behind counter, and I was like, hello? Like, you're rushing the blitz in, the Sense screens were out, but he could see, and I thought he's going to swing and get 2 of you here, and then all of a sudden Diffuser appears just a couple of seconds behind things, maybe, and managed to get his man, but it still wasn't enough for M80. Struggling now, they've got themselves on the attack. I mean, it's often the way here in Siege, you know. I can be critical of Falcons in the first half all day, but they're on the attack. They were struggling a little, but now they've got on the defense and they're able to play their game. They're certainly settling in a little bit, and I know M80 are really going to want to win this round, get themselves 6-4, and at least have a couple of opportunities to get this done.
Attackers are moving out to
Not forgetting as well that they do need it, that timeout's available. Not that I think they'll need to lean on it, to be fair to them, because again, I think both of their attacks there have been really good. They've played them out really well. It's just come down to a couple of hero moments from Falcons. And I remember saying this about G2 back in the days of old. It was like, yeah, they're winning rounds, but if it comes down to a player netting a 3K or a 4K to get you over the line, it's probably not a sign of a round that you'll be able to win. Again, Lightning very, very rarely strikes twice at this level of play. So far for Falcons, they have found it twice. Will it strike a 3rd? I don't want to say they need it in this round, but M80 can pull themselves together and pull off another excellent attack then. My God, are they going to need it?
Gaveni doing some serious work there, just to ping out all the black eye cameras, destroy the ones that he can. Boogie Drone is going to be used to open up that hatch so that M80 can start pushing down from the rooftop.
Bit of an interesting one. You look at that and think, well, that's a waste of a boogie, isn't it, really? But there's nothing else on side to deal with it. And given it's the only hatch, they really need to chew their way through. They're probably thinking it's not worth investing any more than that. Now they're leaning towards making use of those other 2 boogies to get themselves all the vertical they need on this top floor. But that top floor is the key thing they've got to fight their way through. Solotov, for example, is dancing around inside a piano. You've got Breeder and Cocktail. Shaiko's up there as well. There's a few players, but Tim said, forget about it. We're going direct to site. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. They're inside a train and looking to get their way in towards Fireplace here. A C4 comes out but finds no one.
Yeah, getting majorly aggressive, pushing forward and taking ground. They now need to solidify what they've got, get themselves established, and then apply pressure to the players on site. But the problem that M80 might find they've got here is they haven't dealt with that top floor. You've still got users, you've still got Shaiko, you've still got Solotov up there. So it might not be plain sailing to just walk on into site and put the diffuser down.
Yeah, I think Solotov's going to be a real pain for them here because the hatch inside the piano is open. They can see when they try and make a push towards Fireplace and deal with it. They're going to have to try something a bit different, and Tim, that's exactly what they've done. They've pushed through and back out and gone in towards Red Corridor instead. Kino's the one sniffing around down here, as you saw his outline a second ago. Could be in a good spot here to bypass Solotov entirely and make some magic happen.
They know that they know the verticals are being worked above. They see it happening in front of them, and it just seems like a little bit of indecision might be catching them. Kino kind of back and forward at the minute, waiting for something else to happen, and it was for Solotov to be taken out, but ultimately Solotov's going to win that fight, takes him down. Gunnar manages to find one on the reverse, but they've let Leakerfax slip the net. He steps up, takes down Diffuser. Advantage Falcons once again, 4 versus 2 as Users picks up hot and cold, and right now M80 go from being able to win everything in front of them to struggling to buy a round as they continue to be cut down by a resurgent Falcons who take round 9.
That is a great round to watch back if you want to see why you need vertical control when attacking into a site. It's not even the fact that there were players necessarily there looking to challenge the vertical angles, but the constant threat of it from Falcons kept M80 having to figure out what to do next, and they looked very stuck when it came to hitting Red 90. Kino was sat there, not really sure where to go, and they started paying the price. But here we go, attack timeout.
Now we abuse the fucking Azam emoji and stuff. I swear we even
Okay. I'm sure Matt's a great IGL and he's saying fantastic words right now.
Guys, what mistakes we're doing now is just in our own heads. It's nothing about the strategy or the approach or the game plan. We know exactly how they're going to play and they're doing just what we predicted. It's on our heads that when we are playing fast, we slow down for some reason when we get to step 1. And then when we're playing slow and we're doing something strategical like the 2 first rounds, then we take the step and then we speed up when we have man-power advantage. We need to calm ourselves down. 5 deep breaths every fucking round. And then listen to Matt. He called something fast last round, we didn't. Just relax, deep breaths. Again, this game doesn't matter to us. We get 1 point, we lose 1 point. Who gives a fuck? Let's go out there and beat them.
Let's stop.
Come on,
playing,
guys.
Let's stop playing reserve.
Big balls.
Okay?
Come on. Big balls. Big balls.
He's nothing else if not a motivator, isn't he, Fabian? Yes. And he's very right. As we said, like the attacks have looked good. They've just, bar that last round, admittedly, the last round, it was a cool idea, but then it all fell apart when they got into training. They were like, cool, what now? They had no idea where to go next. But the prior two, I thought they had good ideas. They just hit hero moments from Shaiko and Solotov, and you can't do much to plan for that. It happens, right? So I would agree with him. More of the same, but chill. Chill. You're in control. You're still in the lead for now. You've got 1 more round to go here before Falcons have entirely caught you up, and it feels like they're there for the taking.
Yeah, they don't need to force it. Like I said, you know, it's 1 bullet reloaded, win or lose. We move on to tomorrow. Just go out there and do what we've planned to do. The problem is, like you say, you're trying to legislate against players like Solotov, Shaiko, just having these huge moments. We've seen both of them do it, and they will continue to do it, and I think that creeps into your mindset sometimes as well. You know that the round can look won, but it just doesn't mean that it is. So moving on, we're going to be back up to that top floor again for Falcons now. I talked a lot of numbers, Des. 45% win rate, just below that for this top floor side. They've already won 1. They would certainly be defying the stats to win it a second time.
Like I said earlier on, right, it's the do you dare expect lightning to strike twice? It was Shaiko back in that round 7 that went nuclear with a big 3K on Lumber to solo win the round for his team. And M80 had the right idea. It's sort of what I was speaking about with Falcons back in the first half. They were in a good position. They had 3 players. They knew what they were trying to do. They were challenging White. They were challenging onto Pixel. They had Breeder on the window repel, trying to hit Backroom. Their timing was just slightly off, but it was the same story there that let Shaiko get the first kill, used the same ad to kill the second, and for the third player, switched over to his pistol to then collect the last. It was, I don't want to say easy for him, but with him, he only needs half a second to make a play like that happen, and they gave him that half a second. It's fine margins at this top level of play.
Gaveni getting the drone in there, just being cautious of the Mozzie Pest, of course, but he can get it into the spot that he wants regardless and start feeding that intel. There's another one ahead of them as well. Just want to start seeing them do something with this information. That's, I think, been a little bit of a slow process for M80 the last couple of rounds. You know, get that intel on a location, and then they're being pushed, they're being pressured, and you're doing something about it. They're moving in behind the Monty. My question is, are they aware of Solotov underneath? He played here with the Valkyrie last time around. The Valkyrie now, of course, was banned out before the start of this round, but he's down there with the Mozzie instead with the Nitro. They are going to avoid that damage, and now Solotov has lost his potential impact because all they have to do is monitor those stairs. Gaveni does find Shaiko, but it is a trade. They both go down 4 versus 4.
Not the end of the world. I mean, taking out the Azami and those recharging Keybers, of which I think only 1 or 2 would have been left anyway. Not the end of the world. It's more about hot and cold here on the Monty that I'm keeping my eye on, though. He's gotten towards this Pixel spot, and they've again got here. and then stopped. There was a lot of gap. There was no one in bathroom, no one in storage. Lots of room they could have taken as a team, but they've looked a bit unsure of themselves, Tim, and look a bit stalled out. You've got Gunnar over on the east window at the same time here. Right idea, and they know that he's on the rappel. They see it all. Oh my word, Likifak is out there and he's found his man already. That's not something you're going to see an awful lot of, but he's got away with a freebie there, Tim. Solotov might fall elsewhere. It's down to a 2 versus 2. Kino and Hot and Cold against Yuzus and Likifak.
Terrible timing there for M80, just trying to go to that window with the impact nade as Likifak was on his way out. 2 versus 2. Is there an opportunity here for Hot and Cold to put this diffuser down? He's got users around him that needs to be dealt with. That's the big problem for him at the minute. We've got a little game of ring around the roses with the bar back storage. Man, but users goes both ways. It's Likifak who manages to pick up the second. It looked like it was users for both. But still, a great play from Falcons, and they've managed to hold on to that top floor site. That's 4 rounds in a row now.
Maybe not in the cleanest fashion they would have liked, but a win is a win. Closing out the 2 versus 2 and bringing things all square. Falcons just showing they can dig deep when required and win out these crucial moments, whether it's a big multi-kill from one player or a great 2v2 being played out like that.
That must have that. So unfortunate for Gunnar there. He just goes to look at that window and catches one right in the face from Likifak's shotgun as he decides that he's going to go out and have a little look. You can see the energy really. I've said this about Falcons a couple of times over the last year. I've said it at this tournament. They, I think, sometimes really are an emotional, energy-based team. They're one of those teams, if somebody gets right on top of them, you kind of can see it having an impact in the server. They play worse and worse, and it can get a little bit quiet sometimes. But when they manage to have that spark and get that energy back up, you just know that they are absolutely lethal.
Lethal for sure. I think M80 now, you've had that timeout. Slow things down, calm it a little bit. That's failed. Can they now pick themselves back up without Fabian's intervention coming in to help them any further? Are leaning towards the Rower in this round, Tim. Not seen it brought along all that often, but of course we've heard a few teams at this event already say, oh yeah, you're going to see a lot of that operator getting picked up because it allows for some really, really nice set-piece plays that you can use. Of course, that means they're going to go for an all-in execute at the back of this. I don't really know, because knowing that we're attacking on the downstairs, I can't think of too many places where it's like a guaranteed lockout to mean you can get in towards site, for example.
No, I think that we're likely to see a panel onto, say, bottom red double door that goes into wedding, for example, just to give you a little bit of safety of trying to open this wall up the door that we've just seen there briefly on the Twitch door. Something like a Rara panel on that door enables you to open the wall with the ace that they've got on Gaveni, and then, there we go, that's exactly where they've played it, and it just allows them to force that counter player out of position. They're going to have to wait until it becomes active, and then the defender needs to get close enough to be able to shoot the target, which will open it up, but it's too late, as exactly as I said, they've got that wall open now. It puts users in a sticky spot.
So the Vulcan campus has gone off, which will delay a little bit of time inside of there too. Trying to do what they can to hold on, but everything's been blown open now. Sure enough, that Rower has been opened up. Waiting for their go sign here. Sure enough, they step in. I don't think they expected users to get the cross that he has here, and he's got away with it. Unlucky with the Kiva. Being challenged here as well, not yet taken down. But my God, is he wasting a lot of time and hitting a delicious 2K. Hot and Cold going. Gunnar finally in with the trade, but the numbers are with Falcons once again, Tim.
Users certainly serving up some delicious treats from the bakery counter for the Falcons fans. Absolutely decimating M80's attack. He would not be moved. 2 versus 3 then. It's Brede, Shaco, Likifak that now just need to hold on. They've got a minute left to go. They have a numbers advantage. They can just hold their positions. They've even got one above. This is going to be really tough for M80 from here. They know that there's one inside of court check. That much would have been pretty much presumed, but Falcons have given them a freebie. Shaiko, he strays into the line of sight of Gunnar, 2v2.
You could look to plan here as well. They're just not too sure about that red double door and if they can get away with this. But now they've got the cover, Tim. They could make this happen as long as they're careful of red itself out towards Coat. He should be able to just stick this, though. This is looking good. They could recover this, Tim. And now that the fuse is down, everything turns on the other side. Brede had 2 smokes in pocket. That is... Oh, you can't let that happen, Tim. They've slipped up here. They've let M80 grab the bag here, and they might be able to run away with it in round 11.
You can just see at the minute Leakerpack is kind of struggling. Which way does he go? Does he come to Wedding? Does he push back into site? He's really not sure. Breeder just trying to force them back and does. Beautiful use of the smokes to provide cover. Gets the shotgun shot, and now it's all up to Diffuser to hold on. He's got to go 1v2. He switches to the pistol. He gets one. Surely he can't do another. No! He can! Diffuser wins it out with a pistol. 1v2. Unreal from him.
After seeing Falcons have multi-kill after multi-kill, it was time for someone on their side to step up, and Diffuser did it when most required. What a round that's turned into.
That's got to be up there with the play of the day. We've had many big plays today, so I'm not saying it's necessarily the one, but it was certainly something special. Absolutely beautiful stuff. You just wouldn't put money on anybody with the pistol in that position, realistically. Diffuser had a great day yesterday, and he's come back and really done the business for his team there.
Oh, just magic.
Absolutely beautiful stuff.
I'll come back to it. Brady had 2 smokes in back pocket, man. If they even suspected the Diffuser was going down, just toss a smoke and hope for the best. Bit of a slip.
Oh, it's an absolute robbery, is that right?
It is.
It's an absolute robbery from M80. It's brilliant.
Smashed and grabbed. Falcons have now got to win this round to send us through to overtime. Otherwise, they can say goodbye to 6 of those bullets in the chamber. They'll go down to 1. They'll be bottom of the table. It will not be pretty.
Well, they will come as far as, well, sorry, as close as they can to elimination without heading into yet another 1v1 today. We've already had 2 out of 2. It's not a possibility in this game, as I say, because Falcons have only reloaded 6 but have 7, so they will remain on 1 bullet no matter what happens. But it won't be pretty for them. Tomorrow's going to be a difficult day because, as I said about G2, the problem that you've got, if you're going into tomorrow on a low bullet value in your reserve, you start having to take risks because you can't play a team, you know, Falcons can't afford to play G2, for example, because G2 only have 2 bullets, so that limits Falcons to only be able to reload 2. They need to go against somebody with more, a better team, so that they can reload more. They're putting themselves in a real bad position, and Diffuser doesn't make it any better for them. Continues the 2 at the end with 1 at the beginning, and all of a sudden Falcons, they are facing a loss and looking it right in the eyes.
Oh man, I mean, Leakerpack as well being caught out for free. For free? Diffuser was just sat in the window, and it's a player at that caliber, you'd probably expect someone to be around there, maybe not that quick, but losing out on 1 gun so soon, it's a real stinger. Right idea from Gunner, though. He's also lurking on the milk and has found a second without having to do seemingly anything, Tim. 2 of their players here have picked up freebies. It's a 5v3. They can play this as slow as they like. They've got Hot and Cold and the Monty. There is just no way they should be losing this round now.
Yeah, Falcons are really struggling for intel here. They just don't know what's going on, who is where. Like you say, that's 2 that have been caught out and killed with absolutely not even a hope of a response. They have no idea that their attacker is there. 5 versus 3, M80. They need to listen to what was said during that time out now, Des. They just need to play the game at the pace that they know that they should. Kino gets a double. This is all but over.
They've absolutely bottled it, Tim. They thought they had to make something happen with the jump outs. Found absolutely nothing. And Brede, he can be that guy. He can be the GOAT, Tim, sometimes, but I don't think he is stopping a 1v5, including a Monty, from closing this out and taking 6 bullets away from Falcons. Sure enough, they close in style with a flawless round. M80 take the dub. Falcons career down to 1 point.
That tactical timeout really doing its job from Baby, and there was a great 2v2 that ended as a 1v2 for Diffuser, and then a really solid final round. M80 just had that big blip in the middle. They started out so well, and then when they switched the halves, got onto attack, they just couldn't find their mojo there, but ultimately locking it out and looking impressive overall.
Completely agree. They dropped a bunch of rounds. It came out to hero plays from the other side. M80 looked for me on those attacks. Looked good. Fabian stepped in a few words of wisdom. Look, you're starting out slow, then you're going fast. You're starting out fast, and then you're going slow. Just stay consistent, chill. Even said this game doesn't mean anything to us. It's worth a single bullet. Don't sweat it. from ulting. They've still managed to find the win at the end, and that is what counts.
They stopped sweating it, and they got the win. And like you said, that is ultimately what counts. It's bullets in the reserve at the end of the day.
It does. Well, we'll go to a break. When we come back, the desk will break it down for you. See you in a few.
Yeah, that was a pretty tight game for M80, and you did the clutch of the match. What type of info did you have at that time?
Not much info. I was just winging it that they hopefully didn't have any info in sight, and they didn't. The Goyo looked very lost. The smoke looked lost, and I made sure it happen.
Cool. Cafe, it's a perm ban for M80, and you guys just played very well. But also, Falcons, you have a lot of games to analyze from them. It was such a smart move from M80.
Yeah, so the old Beast Coast core, we always loved Cafe. We beat them in Manchester on Cafe, and I was going like 2-10 or something, so I knew if I had a good game, this should be easy, and I'm just happy we got Cafe.
And the score was 5-1 for you. What the hell happened that you just kept losing and losing, you know? Tell me.
Yeah, it was rough. We lost like I think 3 or 4 rounds straight. Just small mistakes, missed drones, hero plays by them. Very lucky, honestly. It should have been way easier than it was, but we made it happen, and that's all that matters.
Yeah. Also, Fabian told you to be just relax, be calm, and that worked, right?
Yeah, it definitely did. Fabian's a great coach. All of his adaptations have worked. His comms, like he just knows the game so well, and it makes the game so much easier.
Thank you. Being calm is the key to success, to winning a game, Milosh.
Damn. My loss, your loss?
Hi, my name is Milosh.
Can't wait for the, you want to host?
Welcome back. That was a great game from Team Falcons and M80. M80 almost lost it back there, but they were able to close it out. Huge 1 bullet for M80. Really well needed.
2 bullets.
2 bullets. Need more bullets.
You missed the spot. Well, not too shabby. I will say, I thought you were gonna make a fun, make a little joke at my expense, but thankfully you did not. However, there were a few jokes being played at Falcons' expense in this game by M80.
I mean, I think the biggest takeaway, we were talking about whoever's going to start on that defense, the attacking is going to be the hardest one. And sure enough, Falcons were the one that started on that attacking half, and they couldn't find their success. They were struggling. But that was mainly due to the fact that M80 was doing a very good job at moving around the map and having that gameplay to back it up, and that teamwork, that they were constantly doubling up. They were constantly forcing Falcons to unwinnable gunfights, or just not in a situation where they could even trade. So really hats off to M80, and like Maria said, this was their permaban. They swapped it out, they got Fabian in, they pulled it out here, and I think this was a wonderful time to showcase what they can do on Cafe.
I mean, defense was the reason why M80 won, I have to agree. But at the same time, if we look at both teams' defenses, the way that M80 was playing was way more team-orientated. It felt like they were closing out rounds because they knew exactly what Falcons were going to do. They would either drop the diffuser in a very bad spot for Falcons to be able to plant, they dwindled the time down, whereas Falcons looked a little frustrated when it came to their defenses. They were trying to brute force their way through a lot of rounds. It didn't look like the communication was there. They were bringing it back, but still, the amount of rounds and diffuse plants that they were able to give up should not be happening from a team that we expect from
Especially at that caliber.
Yeah, exactly.
And M80 will be very happy with that victory. Now, let's get a quick update on Team Falcons' status. What is going on in the spot where they are down to 1 bullet? That will start off tomorrow with that 1 bullet. However, this is an extra rule that, again, we're going to repeat tomorrow, but there's an extra card that does get played automatically, one of the passives, which is if you start the day on 1 bullet and you survive until the end of it, you get an extra bullet to play around with in that final day. But it's looking like where if Falcons don't make a big play with an extended mag maybe tomorrow, they might just be out.
Yeah. I mean, it's smart of them to try to set themselves up to activate that Survivor card, just because, yeah, they didn't risk their full amount of bullets, just enough to be able to activate it. But at the same time, you don't want to find yourself in that position where you would have had to. It would have been nice to be sitting pretty with a win, yeah.
Well, hearing how confident that Diffuse was in that interview, saying that they should have got that done faster, which I don't disagree, but I still want to say Falcons did do a good job on the defense. But I'm sure they're kicking themselves in the butt because this was an opportunity that I said, had they just put up a few more bullets, risked that, took that chance, they would have been walking away here far better than what they currently are. And again, only gaining 2 points from such a heavy-hitting matchup, that kind of stings for me. Like I said, I think they played a little too scared.
But it does put them in a position where they beat Falcons. They're slowly getting better and better as the tournament progresses. they'll be pretty comfortable regardless of who they play going into the next day.
Gentlemen, our blacklight detail for this penultimate matchup for day number 3. Well, what do you have? Is there a player? Is it a play?
It's a player. It's Diffuser. I think this is a clip that everyone is going to be talking about. It is his 1v2 clutch with a pistol. By the way, I don't know if he was out of ammo with his primary. That DMR is super strong. But again, Diffuser, we heard in the interview, did he have any information? Did he know where they were going to come from? Did they have information on him? He said he hoped not. Sure enough, they didn't. He said that Goyo looked confused, and he played it beautifully. He played it meticulously as well, peeking from one angle, taking out the Goyo, rotating back to the right side, engaging that 1v1 with that smoke. I mean, masterclass performance on Diffuser, and especially being such a young, gifted player like this, to have that mentality already and that high IQ plays, I mean, it's a recipe.
The fascinating part of that clutch was his positioning. As you see, he takes the first gunfight, slowly shifting. It doesn't matter if he gets the kill or not. He's focusing on each individual, putting his body in a position to where only one person can see him at a time. So he's never exposed to both people at once.
Well, even then, he started outside in Bakery and worked his way through the rotate hole and then got all the way back.
He made a play. They knew he was going to be in Bakery, so he made a play. He didn't know where he was. Worked out. Pistol, though, I'm assuming he had no ammo.
That's what I'm
It's rare that you have pistol plays that are really shown or having any sort of big impact on a round. Back in the day before, this is for those that played back in our days, in year 1, year 2, you remember the pistol recoil before it was completely overhauled. Yeah. If you were a pistol player, you actually had people where every region had specific pistol players where they were known for their skill in controlling the visual recoil of the pistols. And that's a long time ago, but it is still a skill that is worth having and maybe practice once you need it. If you're low on ammo, switching to your secondary is faster than reloading.
It is, and it kind of reminds me back when Bert would always do that. Bert would always resort to his pistol, even though he had a full magazine ready to go in his primary. So like I said, I want to give the benefit of the doubt. He was out of ammo, and he just made something flashy.
Made a play.
Yeah, gentlemen, I mean, every single event, we look forward to the grand finals day because we get to hear from our game director, Joshua Mills. We have a Blackbeard that is literally part of the dev team, not just the dev team. The game director of Rainbow Six is literally Blackbeard. But we don't have to wait till Sunday to hear from him this time around because Maria actually caught up with him for a quick interview. Let's have a look.
I'm here with Joshua Mill, the game director for Rainbow Six Siege or FearX, right? You are a true legend. I'm completely crazy that I get the chance to interview you. Do you see yourself as a legend? Because I see you.
No, I don't see myself as a legend. I'm just a guy. I mean, honestly, I'm a nerd like any other developer who just loves what they do and has an incredible team behind the game. And that's it. Yeah, I'm no legend. I'm just a guy.
Well, we are here for Reload in Rio de Janeiro. So, do you like the trip to Rio? Do you love the vibe?
So that's how I was going to describe it. No, honestly, I love Brazil. I was here with Sao Paulo, and that was incredible. I don't love the flight out though, because we're up in Montreal, so it took a while, and it was a long one. But no, the city, the food, it's been awesome here. I managed to catch a bunch of stuff last time when I was here in Sao Paulo, but just arrived last night here in Rio, and already it's awesome.
It's also lovely to hear that you love our food. There's any food in specific that you like in Brazil?
It's going to be a really generic way of saying it, but the meat here is incredible. Yeah, okay.
I know that.
Okay, good answer. Because I mean, that wins me over. I'm a country boy from back in Canada, so meat and barbecue and stuff like that is our thing, but it's good here.
Yeah, I love also barbecue and, but right now you have the experience to see competitive players playing CJX for everybody to see. How do you feel about that?
Honestly, it's incredible to see it live, going out there with the Reload event going on right now. Luckily for us, they've had access to this build for a little bit, so I've seen some of the feedback coming in behind the scenes. But now seeing it live and seeing the community start to see this stuff and find the different things that are going on, it's really awesome. It's it's a lot of hard work coming together, and just seeing the action play out and like how damn good it looks on stream has been fantastic. So.
And everyone around here is really having such a great moment. You just saw them just, you know, laughing and shouting. So yeah, it's really good. And also, do you have anything to say for the audience? That's your time to shine. Some words.
I wouldn't say it's my time to shine. I think it's Siege's time to shine. SiegeX is just around the corner. This is an incredible opportunity to see what we've been cooking. And yeah, tune in to Reload. It's going to be sick.
Agreed.
Available now.
Now, here in Siege, we're all about positive change and making the best out of what has been given to you in your life. And some people do it better than others. Their circumstances definitely impact on them. One of the people that have had massive transformations as a person, but also physically as a person, is Call Out. And I know that personally of what going to the gym and eating well really can do to your body. Call Out has said that this had a massive impact on him, and I want to hear exactly what it has to say directly in our piece of content.
My name is Seth. I'm 25 years old. I'm a coach for Space Station Gaming. Kind of going back to, when I was playing American football, obviously to play the position I played, the coaches took it very serious. So they're like, got to get you to this weight. By the time I was like 17 years old, senior, so I got around 270 or so. That ended, and with that, obviously no more two-a-day workouts, so there was no morning lifts and then nighttime practices, and kind of just stopped working out in a way, kept eating the same, so I blew up to like pretty big, about 330 or so, and I eventually, I was playing, didn't really think much about it, just consumed the game, 12 hours a day, just grinding it, and then eventually I got the position to coach. Charlotte came to me and they're like, hey, I want you to come out here and coach our team, and looked at those players, they were really young guys, and I was like, if I want to be an example for these guys, I've got to get myself in good physical, mental shape, and that's what kind of sparked the whole idea of like, I got to do this now. Starting out doing something like that, right? First of all, having a reason, like a why, is the most important thing, and then after that, setting a specific, measurable goal that's realistic. Write down, talk about, here's the plan, how we're going to do this, and then just stick to that plan every day. You get small wins as you go, and then keep the goals progressing after that. I think as a coach, a lot of people in esports and think that I'm the best. I don't think that, I'm better than anybody, but I do think I have a decent understanding of what good leadership looks like, and I think the number one component to that is being an example. So being the best example you can be, and then modeling what you want your players to be like, is the most important thing. And I think that you have to maintain that mindset of, I want to be elite in everything that I'm doing, so that way they strive to be elite in everything they're doing. And then as you achieve each thing, you make sure you're looking at like, okay, I achieved this, here's the next step. Having that discipline is probably the hardest thing to do. Knowing that I'm in control enough of myself that if I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it, is very liberating. I think that brings a lot of joy, and it honestly decreases a lot of anxiety too. Because if I tell you or I tell somebody else like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do everything I can to do it, and I know that, and I can trust myself enough to do it.
A big inspiration to all of us, and there's many such inspirations here in Rainbow Six, either coaches, players, talent, staff, whatever it may be. We're all on a long life journey, I hope, knock on wood, and hey, we change for the better. That is always what we try to do. However, we got change for the better that's happened for our next two teams. We talked about SSG here with Call Out, but up on the block is FearX versus SSG. Before that, let's take a look at that scoreboard. Where does everybody rate so far? Cloud9 is still at the top this time, leading with 14, even with the round differential being at -2. Things are just shaking all around, David.
Absolutely. I mean, teams that struggled a little bit throughout the first few days are finding themselves jump to the top because of how important that extended mag card is. And it's just teams taking advantage of the cards dealt to them. And I think that is beautiful to see, especially the ones that took the time to get comfortable with the new format. And obviously, it just goes to show, I believe all of these teams deserve to be in the position that they are right now.
Yeah, and again, there's a lot of strategizing that goes into how many bullets you truly want to reload and put up, because realistically, like we saw in Midi, they beat Falcons. They had a decent amount of bullets in their reserve, but they only put up 1, where had they put up 5, had they put an extended mag, they would be at the top of the leaderboard right now. So everything is about strategy.
Exactly, and actually I will tell you about one strategy that, or at least 2 of them here, that enters for Team Falcons. You'll see them all the way at the bottom. One advantage that they'll have and is of course the card that they can use tomorrow. That's the Survivor card. It'll give them an extra bullet should they survive the day. However, being all the way at the bottom means that they're the ones that get to pick first, and an opponent has to pull a chicken card to get out of a game against Falcons. So that's an extra, I wouldn't say an advantage because they're in a terrible position, but it's a bit of a silver lining.
And that's the big one too, because right now there are some teams that I think Falcons definitely are going to shoot for once that draft happens. But the reality is there still are a lot of chicken cards that have not been played yet, which I feel going into today, going into tomorrow, we are going to see chicken cards being pulled out left and right.
Yeah, Falcons is going to look for a team that has already used that card just to make it that much easier to secure a jump back into the standings.
Yeah, and because you're first, I mean, there's only so many. You can force all your opponents to also use their chicken cards, but they won't be able to use it at another time. You force that advantage to be played in the draft, and of course the draft will be happening after this matchup, as always, at the end of our play day. However, let's focus up on BNK FearX, and this Korean squad has been topping the chart, something that is unbelievable to think about if you've been looking back, but their changes, these harken back to the Damwon Kia days. We've been repeating it every single time, but we're always so excited when an APAC team does well.
You know, BNK, FearX, what are you going to call them? I call them KDT, the Korean Dream Team.
Hell
I mean, this is the roster that is doing it all right now. They built this roster bringing back kind of what we were talking about, that old Damwon of Coded, Woogieman, and Rin. And you look at Woogieman specifically, being the new player that gets brought into this roster at an 84% cost. And then you just look at everyone across the board. Everyone is very even. And this is what you want in structure with a team, and just the fundamentals and just the foundation. They got it.
Now let's take a look at how much they have actually loaded in. Our team status is up and ready. They have not played a single card. They did play Chicken. They were the first ones to actually use it in the day one draft. However, they've put in 3 bullets out of their 9.
Yeah, so, you know, I think they're playing a little safe here, which, you know, I don't know where that confidence isn't instilled yet, because you just beat G2 yesterday. Sure, G2's not playing, but you beat G2 7-1, so why not go into this matchup today and put a little more on the line, accumulate those, because we're seeing these teams that put up so little and they get their win and they just gain not a lot.
Yeah, they get to the top and then they want to slow play it, secure their spot into the next phase, but sometimes it's just not how it works, and obviously the later the days go on, the more the pressure builds up. So they want to be able to get themselves a couple more bullets. If they're able to get themselves to that 12 marker, which they would if they win, that would be a comfortable spot to be in. So they don't want to risk it too much, because SSG has also looked pretty good.
Well, let's narrow down that nozzle. What do we highlight from FearX?
I mean, you got to look at some of these stats here from these guys. You know, we talk about this being the Korean super team right here. They are second current, well, as the day started, they were second in bullets, so that was already off to a good start, but they are the 5th highest rated in overall attack percentage, and on defense, they are the 2nd highest rated team here so far, which in both of these rankings, 5th and 2nd on the attack and defense, they are higher than SSG.
Yeah, it's very impressive to see, because we haven't seen a team from the APAC region really have defensive stats like that, and those attacking stats, attacking is way harder than defense.
It is.
So to be that high up is an impressive task, and that's something that we've always known, that we said personally was from APAC. That original Damwon team was always the scariest, and to now see them regroup and find that similar success makes me question why they haven't done it sooner.
Yeah, I mean, close to 60% win rate on attack is huge for anybody. But anyways, let's move on to their opponent, Space Station Gaming, on the other end. They've been blasting off so far here in Rio, and they're looking for more. Noyers has been a player to watch really throughout this entire tournament, but can they bring the heat one more time against FearX?
I mean, we'd like to hope so, because yesterday, SSG against DZ did not look too hot, and it doesn't worry me fully, but it starts to settle in. Is this the same SSG that we're going to be seeing? The one that shows up one day and the next day they're gone? We'd hopefully not, but when it comes to SSG, they have all the pieces to the puzzle, and the entry is the most important part for them. And against DZ, that's not what we saw. Their entries had issues. I just want to see them be able to adapt on that faster. If they're learning from their mistakes, that'll be the first thing that they fix today.
So SSG, what's their status? Have they loaded any bullets? What cards are they going for? Extended mag, Davide.
Yeah, they put it all. They put it all. This number, they put it all. When I heard this number, it made perfect sense, because obviously SSG isn't going to give that respect outside of the server to FearX. It's a team they believe 100% that they should win against. FearX did look really good yesterday, so it is going to be more of a fair fight than the amount of bullets SSG is putting up, but still at the same time, the confidence is there for them.
Brother, if they win, they got 20 bullets.
Yeah,
That's insane.
Yeah, they're definitely going to find themselves in a very good position if they can pull out that win. But like I said, a lot of teams have been sleeping on teams here at this event from across all regions, especially the APEC region. That's where everyone usually looks at them and be like, you weren't that competitive. I'm going to take an easy win. But again, this is a best of one where APEC teams absolutely thrive in this environment.
Well. But there's this man right here. He's a bit of a loudmouth. What is he bringing on the server, Davide?
Not much. I mean, we talk about sleeping teams, and somebody who has been sleeping so far is Ashen. No hate. Ashen is an amazing player. We know what to bring. We know when he gets loud, he's feeling confident. He plays well. But against DZ yesterday, this is what I was talking about. The entry was the biggest thing. Attack is that situation that SSG is known for. They're dominant on attack, but against DZ, it wasn't really there. I do think the map console had a big effect to it, but one thing that SSG needs to focus on is if their entry method is not working, they have to be quicker to adapt. That's where they were slow against DZ. Ashen is a big proponent of that.
I think the comfortability part and the ego pick of going against DZ is actually what countered Ashen specifically and the team as a whole, because you're playing against people that you're so used to, whereas I definitely can see Ashen finding more success going into this matchup where they both haven't played each other yet. They both don't know what they can expect outside of the prep that they have, but what we know that's most important isn't the prep that goes into the game, it's being able to adapt on the fly.
And gentlemen, it's time to unzip that fly and reveal our map for this series. Our best of one is Clubhouse for SSG versus FearX. That's a classical.
Oh yeah, that's
the thing that we say the most with Clubhouse.
You don't take a team that you're or you don't take a team that you're better than to Clubhouse because it's a very default map. That being said, North America is one of the primary regions that dominate on Clubhouse, especially that old SSG roster. They used to be very good at it. Also, with the Jaeger changes, you can now successfully hold Rafters, which we haven't seen too much. So obviously, I think Clubhouse is a good map for both teams. Honestly, I feel like the confidence is going to take SSG on this one.
I'm gonna have to agree. I think it definitely is a bit of a risk to bring a team that you feel that you are better than, especially putting up so many bullets here that you can accumulate. But again, I am confident that they can get this done. But again, you are going to need to be on top of it, and I am really going to be watching the bans that SSG is going to try and throw out towards FearX.
Now, one thing I really want to see, because we haven't seen it at the event so far, I need Ashen to get loud, because when Ashen gets loud at every other event, he starts turning up. We have not seen him be loud at this event, and obviously, it kind of reflects in his performance.
I think because we're in Brazil, he's got to keep it down, because there was a bit of a fight that almost broke out in Montreal over this. Anyways, gents, let's say a quick hello to our casters here, Des and Ace, who join us one final time today for our final and fifth matchup. Gentlemen, re-hyped up? You got charged? You're all charged back in and ready?
Oh yeah, had some dinner, loaded up, refueled, good to go. Not quite in like the screaming territory. Did you hear SSG like shouting before the game earlier?
Yeah,
they were loud.
Really wrapped up.
They weren't shouting the server before. They were damn loud, Milos. I think they're feeling this today.
Absolutely. You know what? I'm very much looking forward to it because this FearX looks incredible. This SSG and how zeroed in they are on victory is also really cool to watch. So I'm just going to sit back, relax, and enjoy the cast with you two. All yours.
Thank you very much, Milos, for the last time today, indeed. This is one of those things that you look at it on paper and think SSG are really throwing the kitchen sink at FearX. And FearX have played well. But part of me wants to look back at the last two results. They played against G2, less said about them the better. They played against Kag on day one when Shuriken didn't have his gear and had the worst game thing I've ever seen him have. I'm not saying they've got to this stage through 3 wins. Clearly they're looking good, they're playing well, but is it enough to bring down SSG, a team that are getting better year on year on year? I'm not sure, so I don't blame SSG at all for putting it all on the line in this game.
I'll say the same as I said to you earlier off, Casters. I've got a feeling FearX might just run out of road on this one. I think they played fantastically well so far. I think it wouldn't surprise me to see them qualify still. Yeah. I just think SSG might be a step too far at the minute, especially with what SSG have done with that reload, going all in like they have done with, you know, the 8 that they're allowed, the extended mag card, everything is on this one. They are looking to basically qualify themselves here and now. It's the same tactic that G2 took. And we all saw how that went.
Imagine a small world where FearX win this and SSG gets sent into a 1 versus 1.
Well, Des, we've had 2 possible 1v1s today that ended in 1v1s. 100% record to keep here. Could happen.
Could be very, very spicy. Anyway, our bans are done. Double hard breach ban coming away. The Thermite and the Maverick taken offline. And of course, on the other side, you're going to see the double electrification ban coming out, I believe. Indeed, we have, which would mean walls aren't impossible to get opened up. Should be able to get that job done pretty comfortably.
Yeah, it'll be likely going to be seeing a bit of Ace, bit of Hibana, I would expect, as our hard breachers, because you always want to hard breach something on Clubhouse. There's always something that needs opening up. And given that they're going to be attacking down into the basement, that in this case is going to be the hatches. SSG going to start, no doubt, with a roam clearance, get that entire map under their control. As I say that, I see Mephi running straight upstairs with the mute. Jammer's going down, actually reinforced Jacuzzi wall as well, which suggests there's definitely going to be a top floor presence here from FearX. Occasionally teams will choose to turtle up downstairs, but doesn't look like that's going to be the one. They want to burn some time and maybe a couple of lives along with it.
It's a bit of a homage back to the SSG of old. I'm sure any long-time watchers will remember the SSG roam. It's a bit different in terms of look, but overall it's pretty stable. Yes, there's no Vigil, there's no Mozzie on side, but I think that's more added security for the site itself. What I am enjoying is seeing that castle down that ground floor, trying to at least lock things away, not expose as many angles to SSG as you might normally see. Got the mute to block away a bunch of the drones across that top floor. Capcan scattered across the top floor as well to catch them on the full roam clear. Really now the question comes is, does SSG want to play this game of clearing the top floor or just try and go direct to site? Because I don't think you can go direct to site when you've got 2 mines of the glow cannons just trying to block you out. Ben just start things out though, they're going to start taking at least something away. It's good boy off the board, a response immediately though as Ashen on that Blackbeard is now gone too.
Beautiful kill from Newers there, just watching that angle through the CCTV wall, catches Woogieman as he moves across. Mephi did a little bit of damage with the kill onto Ashen, but a late trade comes in from Benja to leave us now in a 4v2. SSG have barely stepped inside of the building and they've got 3 kills, but Corton, he's going to shut down Newers, leaving us now 2v3, and I tell you what, FearX are not scared. They're not backing down here. They are continuing to fight every single fight put in front of them. Rin, I thought for a second he was going to stray into the path of Benja, and he does. Gives him the 3rd, and that's going to be SSG 3v1 now.
Looking a bit too cozy there in this first round, I think, for FearX. Sure, it might have started out a little bit difficult. Now with the C4 catching out from Mephi onto Ashen, but they've really composed themselves. Benja especially, just sitting and waiting for that 3rd kill to come on through. And Coated has now got it all to do with half a round still to play. For SSG, this feels like it should be an easy 1-0.
Yeah, it really should be at this point. Like I say, Coated low health, back in sight. An age to try and survive. SSG just need to not overdo this one. They need to push at the same time. Don't give him any 1v1s. Make sure you're pushing in numbers, and they should be able to walk in and put the diffuser down if they so wish. But there's a good chance that they just look for the kills here. You can see they're starting to say, oh no, Fultz has gone in. He's going to start putting this down. There's no cover on Moto Door. They need to be careful. They know exactly where he is now. As soon as he made that noise, they know he's going to be coming from Moto. They're watching these angles like hawks now, just waiting for that opportunity. Fultz relocates through into Arsenal, and surely as he steps around this corner, Corton is not going to be able to do anything. No, he won't. Benja, 4K in the round. SSG, 1-0.
Yeah, I love it from Fultz as well, just acknowledging, all right, I know that he's around Moto. Let's rejoin up with the other players on my team here and plant safely off towards Arsenal instead. Very, very cozy for them. And a good start as well to the round is the most important thing to touch on. You know, there could have been a lot to work through there with the castle barricades going up, the roamers out there, the Capcan traps. They made light work of it. It made it look a bit too easy almost there. So FearX really trying to spread their wings in round 1, have been very quickly shot down by Space Station. Round 2 is going to be in gym and bedroom. So a bit more of an air quotes normal round to follow here.
SSG then looking very, very confident, I think, inside of round 1. Certainly not phased, really, by anything that FearX brought to the table. They dealt with that top floor roam really well. Lost 1 or 2 along the way, but that's honestly not the end of the world. So long as you lose those lives while putting your opposition in bad positions and taking theirs as well, then you're absolutely fine with it. We've got Ying being brought along here, which is obviously going to dictate and direct the execution. So keep an eye on Newers. Positioning.
I thought for a second we were really going to see to get the fuse locked in there by Fultz. Would have been a big gamble, but it could have paid off. And instead looking towards Ashen being on the Bravo is the main one I'm looking at here. knowing that as soon as you see a Maestro, the immediate response is going to be something like the Brava, 100% the way to go. He had, of course, the Kali also as an option that dropped away from that in the end. So everything really relies on Ashen here to help deal with a lot of this utility scattered throughout the map. And also one to consider is how they deal with Coated mirror windows. They did, again, have that Kali. It's been taken away. No Twitch on side. So they're going to have to do something here around getting in below and shooting it out or finding a different way to dispatch them. Smoking them out is also an option. They've got 4 smokes in back pocket. So they have come in with the right ideas here to tackle the lineup coming out of FearX.
Lots going on already, getting that CCTV wall open as it was left off, so it was a simple case of a Rotero drone. We have the Hibana going to work as well. I think FearX are going to find themselves under pressure quite quickly here. Mephi needs to be careful. He's just in behind that Kiba barricade for the time being. I'm not sure how aware of that SSG are. They will be now that a drone has gone across and seen him. That's going to leave him in a risky position. J90 finds one. Can he find the second? No. Mephi manages to cut him down, but Benja is there. Who else? Make that 5 in the game so far, and SSG, they've got control of that cash side.
Right play from Rim there, came in to support his teammate once he was being pressured, and they could have got away with a couple of kills on that. Benja might just go down here to the environmental, and sure enough, Woogie has got his kill from it. Wonderful stuff. It was a great little bit of set-piece play from both teams. FearX with the right idea, SSG with the ones that were coming away with the kills inside of cash. However, Benja trying to be, I think, a little bit too aggressive there. Pushed forward a bit too quickly without his team. He's paid the price. And now we're stuck in this 3 versus 3 with half the round still to play.
Pretty sure that that Brava drone just failed to complete the hack onto the Maestro cam before it was taken out. Ashen unable to sweep it in behind the tool chest there to keep it safe. And that's going to mean that that Maestro bubble remains in place for FearX to use.
I was watching onto Rin and Mephi because they had a Vault cam inside of construction, one inside of cash. In fact, it's still there as well. They see everything that happens in this part of the map right now, and it seems SSG haven't got a way to catch them out. So if they move everything onto the south balcony, which it looks like they're trying to do now, this could be a bit of a blind spot that can sting.
I think one problem that SSG have got is that it's a bit one-dimensional at the minute, is this attack. They know where they're having to go in from. Fultz manages to get inside, but New has dropped into logistics and got taken out. They didn't really have any other angles. Fultz gets cut down, FearX stand up to them, and they had opened the jacuzzi wall at the beginning, as we saw with the Hibana, but there was nobody playing there. And yeah, there's such a thing as phantom pressure, but there comes a point whereby FearX are going to say, I've been stood in front of this wall for 30 seconds with no challenge. There's nobody here, so they know that they can ignore it. They had reinforced, unusually really, reinforced logistics through to construction, so they knew that they didn't need to worry about anybody coming through there unless they heard a breach go off. All they could do was drop the hatch. So at that point, FearX know with 3 of them left, this is going to have to come from windows or from bedroom door. At the worst case scenario, it's going to be somebody dropping the hatch, and they were ready for all of it. They could just front up and face that one direction, and it worked out for them. I think SSG just needed a second realistic angle of attack there.
I spoke about it coming in that I want to see today. You know, FearX really all that the kind of like cooks up to be at this point, beating CAG, beating G2, the question marks around those two teams and the circumstances they were in still leave you wondering if FearX the real deal now after being the meme team in the competitive circuit for so long. You know, often they were the punching bag of everybody else on the international stage, but that round there, for me at least, was really well played. Supporting each other was the key one. Seeing Mephi and Rim playing together, and then the remaining 3 players locking down to try and defend things out, and actually Jim and bedroom itself, and doing so successfully does show that there's actually quite a bit coming about this team now, and it's a really promising thing to see. Here we go though with another downstairs defense after losing the first one. I can't imagine we'll see a spread of defense this time around. FearX probably going to dig in deep down in the basement itself and let SSG come and figure out how to crack this egg wide open.
Drones running across again. It's something that SSG have done well so far. Every time that we've seen FearX trying to hide somebody away or keep somebody off the radar, there's within seconds been a drone at their feet, spotting them out, moving them around, and SSG continue to do that. Benja just holding the long angle. If you're wondering where that is, he's inside of Jim. Open the hatch and you can see down onto main stairs. So FearX just need to be careful that they don't extend too far up there. It's a difficult angle to use. Give it a whirl, have a little try yourself, but you'll have to have the reflexes of Benja if you want to catch somebody coming up or down. You don't get much of a sight of them.
Every time we talk about doing things at home and, oh, you try this at home, take it into your ranked games, I feel like I'm watching an old school cooking program where it's like, and here's one that I prepared earlier. You can try this yourself anytime. You'd be a great host of one of those, Tim.
Do you think?
Yeah. You're so encouraging and motivational. Like you could make watching paint dry something exciting.
Right, at the minute, it is a little bit like watching paint dry in this round. We've not SSG not making much progress here. They've barely got themselves inside of the map. They're just watching angles, trying to deal with these main stairs. I take it back, SSG. It's not that bad. But they need to get moving here. Halfway through, they've still got a player on main stairs who hasn't been forced away. Mefe is able to just keep himself in position, and SSG is still playing around these 2 top floors, not really opening up any verticals yet, not really applying. I go back to that metric I use sometimes. How bothered are the players in sight? And right now, they're not very bothered.
Not bothered. Don't care. Not care. For now. I mean, you can speak about the ADSs on the desk earlier on. We're talking about how that's going to change for playing Catwalk here. It's also for playing main stairs. It's demanded a lot of utility to come in from SSG. They finally cracked one, but Nuas has gone down in the process. Not taken offline just yet. Should be able to be recovered by his team, but we're down to about 50 seconds here, Tim. We're only just starting to ask the question of what the hell's going on site. And so for now, FearX digging back and just waiting to see where SSG come in from.
Yeah, exactly. Quite late in the round here, SSG. I think, like I said, you know, just taking a bit too much time on those top 2 floors when they had them in their control. Get involved, get stuck in, start opening hatches. Yes, they had to deal with Mefe on main stairs, but it didn't take all 5 of them. So a couple of people deal with Mefe, everybody else gets on with everything else, because otherwise you get to this sort of situation where you've 20 seconds left and you've got to go. Benja, he just starts walking in, but he's going to be cut down by a good boy. And they don't have long to hold on here to FearX. Ashen has got himself inside a sight. Fultz now has the space to Spark putting the diffuser down. This is anybody's at this point.
And Rin's going for the back there. No idea he's on blue, and he's got rid of Jane. I know, so it's a 2 versus 2, but you're against the blitz. Now down to half HP. Going to try and get Wildcard off the back of this, but has got to be so careful. Wasting time might be the answer. Both are going in towards blue. The side swipe. Rin's found one. They get the second as well. Yet again, FearX defending fantastically well. Playing off trades from each other and working as a team. Great stuff to see.
Yeah, I think SSG were just a little bit too slow, a little bit too methodical at the beginning of that round. It meant ultimately that they were trying to execute with 15 seconds left to go. They did a good job of getting that done, of getting the diffuser down, but it just left them, you felt, scrambling a little bit in that 2v2 at the end. They weren't quite in the positions that they might have wanted to be, and FearX were able to take advantage of that. So next round, SSG, they just need to come out, I think, with a little bit more sort of pep, a little bit more energy about them, get in and give themselves more time. That's 2 rounds in a row. They've kind of done the same thing there.
I think I should go back to our previous game for M80 when Fabian had his time out. He spoke about, you know, we're going slow at one point and then we're going fast, and then we're going fast and then we're going slow. We're changing up our dynamic. Here, Benja gets his first kill, starts his march thinking, cool, I can get a few more kills here, but gets baited into it, and he knows that he's stuck in no man's land, that walking down this hallway might not be the best idea, and it's an easy kill to come through. Similar story for Rin, who was up towards blue, gets a freebie onto Jane I know, because SSG, despite all the excellent drone work they've done, had no idea that he was down there. It's very rare, at least from my experience of watching FearX over the years, casting them, of course, back in APAC North in the day, all the way through to today, to see them be able to pull off a play like that where it feels like they're in a losing situation or a very, very tough one when a team is putting pressure on them and still recover it into a win. That was another really good defense. I'm super impressed by what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, they've looked very, very solid. You know, I said coming into it that I was concerned FearX might run out of road in this one, but they are certainly showing an ability on the defense to get their rounds won, and you need to do that on Clubhouse. You need to be looking at 4 successful defenses realistically, but FearX are well on the way at the minute, and SSG, like I said, the thing is, by reloading as heavily as they have with those 14 bullets and knowing there's a 1v1 waiting for them if they don't do this, every round that FearX wins, that mental pressure will grow.
That's the crazy part, really. Coming in and putting everything on the table. Like, FearX know that SSG are hyper-confident they can win. Imagine if they don't. We said it at the start. It feels like a small slither, but what if they do? There is, of course, the second half of the game to get through, and FearX are going to be made or broken by their attacks is the key thing I'll stress. Yeah, we've already seen it today. Like, think about the M80 game against Falcons earlier. Both teams had fantastic respective halves, and it took a while for M80 to warm up enough to get the win in the second half. So don't count SSG out yet, of course. Still plenty of Siege to play here. Only seen those 3 rounds, and another ban coming on through, of course, with the Capital and the Azami being taken away here. Will alter the game slightly, and hopefully leads to some interesting things happening in the second quarter.
4 pellets having to be expended to get the castle barricade open. They do have a breach on that CCTV wall, but this is something I spoke about yesterday. I'll speak about it again now. It's a very limited breach that they've got opened up, and obviously when you've got the thermite band out, it makes things a little bit trickier. They do have the ace on side. I'd like to see that expanded. We've seen teams struggle to fully control CCTV with such a small breach on that wall. It gives defenders a little bit of an option. It's less of a risk to try and maybe get in there, to try and maybe make a little rotate, make a little play. As it is, SSG, they're stacking up on the other side now. That's just going to be phantom pressure on CCTV wall. But again, FearX have done a very good job so far of recognising when that is the case and knowing that they can still play in that area. Colton is alive on Garage Catwalk. They could do with dealing with that. Even if they're pushing in from construction, it could still be a real problem for them.
It's funny because without the Jaeger or the Wamai on side here, actually Catwalk is quite easy to get control of, and they've got the tools to do it. Yeah, the Capital's been taken away, but it shouldn't feel too difficult to get in and make this happen, especially if you wanted to rock a shield, for example. All of them are available, but they've not bothered with it, Tim. As you say, they've gone for construction, they've gone for the main breach. Benja again being sniffed out here, taken down. J9O the same, and just when it looked like we might see something cooking from SSG, FearX bite back.
Pulse goes in, looking for that plant. SSG, very objective focused so far, but he has to dip away because the Toxic Babe canister is perfect. However, the response from SSG is even better. Ashen, Fultz get one apiece. Fultz can go back in and have another go at that diffuser. It's now up to Mephi. 1 versus 3, just battling, circling, trying to find anything to get them back into this, but it's unlikely. With that diffuser stuck, a good scrambled attack from SSG at the end there to get in and get that diffuser down. Newers with the final kill. SSG this time finding a way.
It was just that, Tim, real scrappy because they were forcing their way in through the smokes that were down. It was just absolute chaos for a time. But to give it to Newers, he was the real impact player for them. Then 2 big kills actually playing inside of construction itself and staving off that aggression that will come in towards the diffuser. It's at 2-2, but FearX are calling in attack time out here, Tim.
I want to play. That's not a problem. I want to save for the last defense. Okay? Yeah. So next round just Furia. The last defense, let's use safe Mira, okay? Because Mira open. And look here, I want something really strong to you play here in church, you know? Yeah. I want to Lin play Goyo with impact in safe Mira, so Lin Goyo, right? Yeah. And you play Warden. So why? Because if they flashbang, you Warden. Yeah. If they use Hibana or Ace to break the Mira, Lin have impact. So church really strong, understand? Yeah. And a good, in that case, I think Good Boy can pick something free new, understand? Because you can play shield in AK, and if Good Boy wants to pick Castle, fake double Castle in bar.
That's really interesting. That he's gone specifically to Good Boy and told him, I want you to play here and do exactly this in our last round. Not the next round, the last round. Very prescriptive.
It's always interesting to see, we've said this before, the different approach of coaches as well. And, you know, at times they're coming in and managing energy or, you know, trying to calm the team down or hype them up. Or sometimes it can be very specific and focused strategic advice like that, where they, you know, literally right down into the detail of a round. And obviously the coach, as part of their job, is judging what is required, which is required in that tactical timeout at that time.
What also found really interesting is, of course, he spoke in English for that whole thing. There must be a good few players in the team that speak good enough English to understand what he's saying. Of course, they've worked with Dart for quite a while now as well. There's definitely a piece of that that's going to weigh into it. But it's interesting when you think about how that would go over on PSG. Talon are often they need a translator on the team who, thankfully, one of the players, I forget which one it was, spoke pretty good English. Fabian could give his feedback, and then that player would translate across to the rest. It made things tough at times, though, trying to get your point across. But yeah, clearly that's not so much a problem. It's an interesting thing to know.
Round 5 then, on we go. Going to be heading back to
That was
Jim.
Mephi, sorry, I've just realised. Mephi, not Mephi. I was looking at the in-game like, arrangement on the leaderboard and it was different. So it's Mephi that was, sorry.
We're going to be heading back to Gym and Bedroom. Straight away, the ace charge is lined up. J9O's going to have to give it a little bit of arm from there to get it, but he manages to reach no problem. Impact EMP goes out. No wonder. We know SSG like the Jim. He's definitely got the arm on him. Get it over there.
That's going to do its job. All being opened up. That should be applied. In case you're wondering, well, guys, don't they know that the site is actually the other side of the map? Yes, we are in Gym and Bedroom, but this extension out towards Cash and CC is really common because without taking over Cash and CC, you don't control the window that is inside of CC. And with that window, you gain full control of the south balcony, making it really hard to attack from. Asher, I think, has just been deleted just outside of Garage there by Kotadu, who's having a bit of a sniff out of Gym window itself. So a cross-map kill which is going to take away a little bit of this pressure. But again, SSG really needs to get control of this part of the map. Otherwise, they've got very little to attack from. You can't attack from construction to the east. You can't use the balcony to the south. So all you're then really stuck with is like a Logi drop or a pushing through Jacuzzi wall. Neither are great options.
Well played by Newers to clear out that catwalk. That's just going to give them a little bit of freedom, but elsewhere, Fultz gets picked up. Benja falls to Mephi, and again, SSG just losing body after body around the map. They now find themselves 2 versus 4, both out on the catwalk, red stairs, having to work through Cash, and they're going to be restricted basically to going in through a single bedroom door. And FearX, it's not going to take them long to realise.
I just love the immediate response from FearX. Every player back to site as soon as they started losing that. Mephi might be in a good spot here to give a little bit of challenge. And sure enough, they're stepping on through. It's a bit of a slaughter though as they're stepping in. It might be a trade. Jane I know being the one that's lost on the other side, and Newers has got it all to do a 1 versus 3, a shield in his hand, and time to work with, Tim. But I don't see a world where FearX, given how they've played so far, let this one go away from them.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. Again, we're seeing their team play is great. It's fine that Mephi lost his life there, because what he was doing was, you know, he was the flame for the moths to fly towards. He was the one attracting them in, and Woogieman said, just bring them in, and I'm going to swing around this corner. He gets one, and then, yep, they just need to deal with the Blackbeard later. But again, great communication, great teamwork from FearX. We can see it active in the server. The thing is, if you're an SSG fan, you're an NA fan, don't worry too much. SSG, they've looked good for the couple of rounds they've won, and like I said, a 4-2 half on Clubhouse is pretty much expected. It's par for the course. FearX will do well to get that 4-2, but the real acid test, like you said, Des, is going to come when they get onto that attack. That's when we're really going to see how this match will go. SSG, if they can come away with this and go 3-3 on the half, they'll be mentally lining this one up for the win.
Sure, I mean, FearX feel, I imagine, pretty good right now. Again, it's 3 rounds where I've seen them play out a real good round ending as a team. Like, being willing to back away when you've got the man advantage and looking to play off a trade of each other, not getting sucked into a kill. It's showing a good amount of experience that I really didn't expect that I would see. And it's very, very surprising, very, very pleasant to see them playing as well as they are. This is that last round now that is on the downstairs. We've seen FearX try different flavors of this site so far. Of course, one being won out due to some excellent play in the close, the other one being lost out on the roam. I imagine that means they'll default back to playing a more defensive setup. And remember what I said earlier, like we spoke about, now with the coach, Dark, stepping in and saying, Mephi, here's what I want you to do in this last round. We're at that point now. Let's see what the impact is.
Benja is having a good game so far, 8-4. Get himself straight up and involved. Looking to get on into map and start with that same angle that we saw last time around, just looking to watch those main stairs, see if he can catch anybody on the way up, on the way down, clear out. I mean, Benja knows all too well just how impactful those environmental elements can be. Gonna take that one out, maybe having flashbacks there that he doesn't want to get involved with them again. Woogieman is going to take down Ashen though. That's the blitz gone. There's big opener for Woogieman.
I still have flashbacks of you going, the Woogieman, every time he did anything back on the damn 1 Kia days. Up to now D+. It is very weird as they remarked that SSC this roster now all together as one. For years we said, wouldn't it be interesting if FearX and damn 1 Kia, obviously now known as D+, came together and formed a bit of a super team in Korea, and it feels like now we are starting to see that iteration. It is 3 of those members from that old roster, plus good boy Mephi, the 2 younger players on this team that have shown a little bit of magic, and it's looking good today.
Looking at the entries so far, that's FearX starting to get themselves involved. The first 4 rounds all went to SSG, 3 of them in fact to Benja, but Courted and Woogieman have turned the fortunes of FearX around over the last couple of rounds for those entry kills, and it just again always gives you something to build on. Good progress from SSG aside from losing that early body. They've got the hatch open, they're starting with the vertical pressure a little bit. It's certainly quicker than it was last time. That's what I criticised them for back in round 2, was taking a little bit too long to start getting that access to site. They were fighting main stairs, which was fine, but there were too many bodies applied to it. Hatches weren't being opened, and FearX were able to just sort of sit around and wait for that final 20 seconds to come, whereas this time they've been moved a little bit. There's a little bit of pressure. SSG at least letting them know that they're there, but Rin just having a look, swings and gets a beauty into Moto to take down Benja. Knows that there's another coming, sees one on main. Rin is just fighting everywhere, Des.
Got to be careful here about, I was about to say about the explosion about to go up in front of his face. Not that it matters, because Jane has killed a teammate. No, not like this. That's a surefire way to lose the round of 4 versus 1. FearX once again hold on in the face of aggression from SSG, and with a great bit of team play, have made this one a guaranteed close, a 4-2 half. They'll be delighted with that.
Is it just me, or does it feel like everything's just going a little bit wrong for SSG?
It is, but I think a lot of that is actually brought about by FearX and how well they've played. They're honestly really impressed with that half. I'm very much a believer. I'm interested most of all to see, like I said earlier, how this half goes though on the attack.
Yeah.
Because
I think we're going to see a very different second
Saying
half.
it's easy to defend is a lie, but I think it's easier to look good as a defending team than it is to look good as an attacking team. And on the attack here is where you're really going to see the nuts and bolts of this team and where things could fall apart. Equally, where SSG can be stronger on the defense versus being on the attack.
Looks like we're going to have very similar bans to begin with. Yep, 2 hard breach. Not both of the electrification ops though. FearX deciding that they don't want to play against the mirror, so they take out Kaid and they do leave a good wall denial option for SSG should they want to take it. Down in Church and Arsenal they won't be too worried, but when we get up to that top floor, that's where we might see a little bit of bandit being brought along just to slow down FearX in terms of any breaching work that they need to do.
Probably far more bothered by the prospect of the hatches being electrified than individual walls. Think about Cash CC, for example. The bandit trickling onto the wall, you can sort that out from below. There's options to deal with the bandit. Difficult ones brought about by dealing with the Kai, unless you really want to commit towards playing something like a Thatcher. Now, the one thing to keep your eye on in this round, Tim, immediately, bottom left corner of your screen, Woogieman is bringing the Fuse to the party. Love seeing Fuse in situations where there's a lot of Jaeger, Wamaya just choose that utility like no tomorrow, and equally where there's a lot of deployed utility, full stop. And I think here, knowing there's a Scoffos on side, that you've got the Goyo deployed down, you've got FNATs, Kiba barriers, mute jammers, there is so much that he could take out, but he's not stuck it, he's just changed away last second. Why do you do this to me, Woogie?
I love it when they do that. You go through a full explanation and then with a second to go they move off it. It's like, yeah, thanks guys.
Mate. Different shield to bring along, I guess. Really want the Blitz. And I don't blame them. Blitz, as we've seen, fantastic. This comp, though, to me, just screams a bit of pace to it. Like, they've got to get some vertical control going, but with things like the Dokkaebi on side, with Rim being on the Nook and also the Woogie on the Blitz, that's a lot of pace that they've got here. So they can hit them hard and fast, but they've got to clear utility first.
Ashen's taken up a really aggressive position in Freezer there. I think he's just sort of stepped forward, stepped back. It almost looked like he was thinking about going out of the door there. He's not going to go for it, but SSG certainly not giving FearX anything in this map. They're going to have to fight for every inch. They are ready to challenge them anywhere at the minute.
It seems like a lot of their defense is focused around Kitchen as well, right? Like,
yeah, they really don't want to give them Kitchen.
And I was going to say, I didn't really see many players from FearX focusing on trying to get to that part of the map, so it was like, are we putting the focus in the wrong place here? But phone call coming out. Oh, and he's found Ashen as he's tried to get through. Coated has literally just rounded out to the side of the building, stood in the window, and just shot him in the back. That is ridiculous. A second as Benja falls down. The Scott Post News has gone. SSG are absolutely crumbling before the Koreans.
Oh, we did wonder, yes, we did wonder how FearX might look once they get onto the attack. And the answer is not good for Newers and Ashen, because FearX are looking pretty good so far. Trying to use these verticals a little bit now. 1 minute 25, still plenty of time left on the clock. They've got SSG completely forced back to site. They now need to just choose their positions that they're going to try and hold. Although, saying that, where is Benja? No, Benja's returned as well. He's inside a church. I couldn't quite see him.
Benja's dead.
I couldn't say Benja's dead. Sorry, that was my mistake. Yeah, his please player card should be dulled out.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's what
on the right screen it's off, or the left one it's on. Yeah, that's.
Yeah,
I can see your confusion.
Our top down it's off. Oh, good.
I can tell you for sure, Ben.
I looked. I thought I can see a Scorpos shell in church, but it's not.
Woogie was tucked in. My God, they've ran at him there, but it doesn't matter because by the time they finished trying to kill him, look at what's happened. Jane I know has gone down as well, so it's a 1 versus 5 here. Fultz. There we go. Wow. Oh, it's a lawless round.
We said we weren't sure what we'd get out of FearX, and they've just answered it.
Yeah.
Flawless attack.
I mean, that's a good way to make a statement to kick things off there. SSG looking a bit lost here, Tim.
SSG heading for a 1v1 to keep themselves in the tournament, Des.
Never thought I'd say SSG have to 1v1 FearX. Let's listen to this timeout.
For this, we're going to adjust, fellas. I want to ramp down like the extensions early right now. If we need to consolidate, and just play snappy in those hard zones there. But let's try to consolidate, actually make them do something right now. We're too spread out and they're just able to hit walks. We're extending too much.
Cash, Jim.
Cash, Jim, then back to basement. And then, like I said, don't be afraid to lay off, play consolidated. And then when we do, though,
Cash 2.1.
Don't just give them the space for free once we do consolidate. Be snappy in that hard zone, so look to make plays off the utility dump. Let's get after it. Keep cheesing too. You see the opportunity.
Yeah.
Alright, let's crank.
This one, I bring Jaeger, and then yeah, for Raptor hard zone.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm painted, so you have to do hold.
Well. Don't push out too far because you're getting clapped by FearX, was the summary I took from that one.
Yeah.
Bit more consolidated, a bit more compressed, bring it in. Let's not give too many holes to FearX.
You know, give each other the opportunity to impact on deaths, for example, get those trades. Don't find yourself in a 5 versus 2, 5 versus 3. You know, give yourself those opportunities. Be kind of within striking distance, if you will. Should FearX manage to get in, they're going to go to cash and CCTV. It's maybe a little bit of a gamble here because, you know, we've seen this site really drop in popularity over the last couple of years, really. Yes, there's sort of a limit on the hard breach in the Ace and the Maverick are gone, but the Thermite is still there, and all you really need for this site is a good breach, a good old breach on that CCTV wall. Get somebody out there on rappel, take control of Catwalk. You don't have to overcomplicate attacking this site. And so, you know, I think by going here, you kind of maybe offer FearX an opportunity here to get a round done, get Catwalk, get the breach open, go in and put that diffuser down.
And they're looking to make it pretty simple as well.
Monty,
pretty
Capitan.
straightforward. Yeah, absolutely. Of course, you've got Drano No, who's dug in on Catwalk here with 3 ADS to the Jaeger at his feet. But I think when you've got the Monty on side here, start your march on board. Yeah, absolutely. The Thatcher Moore's trying to deal with banter, I expect. Some trying to bandit trick. We spoke about this earlier on. You ban the kite away. You generally feel like you can deal with the bandit here with the soft flooring, for example. But keep an eye on where FearX set up because I think it's going to be inside a garage and probably then coming onto the main breach. But right now, at least, Mephi is, of course, you can see, well, the other side of the map's where it needs to be.
If FearX are smart here, they keep one of those EMPs to deal with Catwalk because they can take out all the Jaeger ADSs with one of Thatcher's EMPs, and then if they time that correctly, the Capitao bolts go on, and J9O is going to have the same problem, but also he's the Warden, so the EMP grenade's even going to stop his gadget working. If FearX cotton onto that, then it could be big trouble for SSG.
So that they're just completely ignoring because they've got so many tools to make this work. You know, sure, they've got the Warden that can see through smoke. Well, there's a Glass on the other side that can do exactly the same thing. For now, at least, got a lot of time to get lined up. About halfway into the round here, have got themselves the breach opened up. Have got a lot of drone work on the go at the same time. Newest for now, Tim, is completely dug into Harry Potter underneath these garage stairs. Do a lot of work. If they don't find out that he's here, Boogie could lose his life and they lose the Monty for free.
We can push forward!
Do they know?
It kind of hangs in the balance at the minute. They're aware now, of course, of Warden's position up there, but like
they don't know about
still
him.
not aware of the one underneath. That is going to be the big problem. They're kind of leaving him alone. Woogieman's actually dropped away at the minute as the Glass of Mephi has gone as well. I think FearX are just stalling out a little bit here. It should be a pretty standard attack, but kind of just rotating around, coated with a big kill though onto Venger. That might just get things going, gets himself up onto the roof, but no, FearX are still readjusting, still moving around, and Newers has moved away from underneath those stairs, so that maybe just provides an opportunity now. But with 45 seconds left to go, FearX don't have all the time in the world.
They don't look too fussed yet because they've still got a bunch of utility. They're sat on 3 of those smokes, plus Capitao to work with. There's a lot they can get done. Woogie's also got Catwalk being challenged here, which is the main thing they want, because now the smokes can do what they need to do inside of site itself. As long as he doesn't die here, this is fantastic. And sure enough, things are coming on through. They're falling like dominoes inside of site. Tim, look, there is just one left, and he's taunted him with the shield as well. Woogie knows what he's done. All he had to do was keep the Warden busy so he couldn't look at the smoke, and his team could execute off the back of it. Wonderful stuff, and FearX again pull off a fantastic execute.
I said at the beginning of the day, we've got G2 and SSG.
Coated in chat. So sad, Warden. And good boys come in. 0 bullets soon.
I came in saying G2 and SSG have both gone with the same tactic. They've, you know, thrown everything behind today. And yes, it could leave them in 1v1s, but I don't think we'll see it happen to both of them. However, I think both G2 and SSG have made serious misjudgments today.
This is class. I never thought, Tim, I would see an era where FearX are starting on SSG and taunting them. Literally laying it on thick in the same way that SSG have their teams for years now. It's incredible. And again, it was the awareness. Like, it looked nervy for about 5 seconds or so, about the 30-second mark. Like, okay, they're taking a long time here. They wanted to know where Nua's was, and once they forced him to move by getting the kill onto Benja, that's when they're like, okay, you know where all 4 players are? Here's the plan. You distract the Warden, we execute sight with the glass and smokes, and this is done. And that's exactly what they did, to perfection as well. FearX look absolutely fantastic.
They do. They're doing everything right. Like you say, they're taking every opportunity that's in front of them. SSG have felt really pedestrian today, Des, you know, by contrast.
They have.
We heard in the tactical timeout, right, you know, playing around the map isn't working, consolidate a bit more. And I'm not being critical of that, absolutely. You know, that's sometimes what you need to do. But the fact is, that's because they haven't been out there winning gunfights. They haven't been out there burning time, taking utility. They have been pedestrian. They've been a little bit slow. We saw it on the attack. I commented on it when they were attacking and they were trying to deal with Mephi on main stairs. It was just kind of holding angles for a minute 30, hoping he'd move into them. And it took a while to start dumping that utility, and ultimately they got the kill, but he did a good job of burning a lot of time. And right now, SSG, you got 4 rounds to find without a mistake, or you're going to a 1v1.
This is looking absolutely spectacular. Put respect on the name of FearX. They could end up with a 7-2 here. Very few would have respected that. In fact, we were sat in the green room earlier, like, so how many rounds did FearX get? We're like, 3, maybe 4 at a push. Nah, they'll take all 17. It'll be the other side that walks away with almost nothing in their hands. Coatsy may have gone down first here, so a slight reprieve for SSG. But it's just the one, at least for now.
It's good for SSG. The last 4 rounds, the entry kill has gone to FearX. So getting that for SSG, getting themselves that foundation is something, but forget about it as Ashen gets cut down by Mephi from underneath, and that levels things up. 4 versus 4 now. FearX, they want this done here and now.
He's having a torrid time this tournament, and he can't even catch a break in this one, Tim. Deimos underneath from Mephi as well, sniffing out where faults might be, knows that it's inside of the bathroom. And think about last round, Tim. They want to know where 2 or 3 players are before they make their move. They've made a sprint here towards main stairs, brought down Mephi, forcing at least it down to a 4 versus 3. They've got the numbers advantage, Tim, but for how long?
I think SSG win this round from here, surely. They know that one's coming from Hatch. They've tried to get that utility in a couple of times. It just hasn't really worked. They haven't got any value, but then look at this. Good Boy gets 1, starts thinking about getting that diffuser down, but no. SSG managed to stand tall, find 3 kills, and get themselves into round 10 at least. 6-3 now to FearX. SSG, could the comeback be on?
I don't want to cause alarm, Tim, but there's a question
however
that I'm sure you and probably the chat also really want to know.
Who's in the 1v1?
Who's in the 1v1? Do you have a guess at who's in the 1v1?
You're not... It's not Ashen.
It's Ashen.
I think Ashen's a great player, but I don't think Ashen's having a great tournament. And there's going to be a lot of pressure on him in that situation, given how he's played so far.
Yeah. Who do you think he's against?
I'd say maybe Good Boy.
Close.
Rin?
Mephi.
Okay. I was going to say Rin's another dangerous one because we know how good Rin can be in those 1v1 situations.
One of the young gunners on FearX. Yeah, Mephi would step up. It'll be him versus...
Look, Ashen's capable of winning it, 100%. He's just been very quiet at the tournament so far. It's continued today. You've got Benja on 9 and 7. He's been playing well. You've got Newers who's been playing well. I don't know. I mean, look, ultimately... He'll be judged by the outcome. We're not in a 1v1 yet, but if we get there, I'm talking like we're right there. If we get there, he'll be judged by the outcome. It doesn't really matter whether I think he'll be. It's different to playing in the 5v5. He might have been quiet here. Maybe he lights up a 1v1, but I don't know.
I think Mephi's going to style on him, mate. That's the problem. Anyway, that's if we even get to that point. SSG could yet win 3 rounds back to back. It would have to be 4 in a row when they won the last one. Send it to overtime and then win it in overtime to even avoid that and walk away with that 14-bullet reload they've got in the chamber. It would propel them right the way up. However, it's not looking too likely, at least from this perspective. Again, looking at this lineup, Tim, and guess what? This time round, they stuck on the fuse. Woogie's bringing it along, leaning into also the Glaz and the Ying. They're cooking something in this round.
He was just gently opening up a little bit of that window with the shield. Doesn't want to The thing is now, SSG, they're obviously going to be playing cautious. You're not going to want to give FearX anything too easily. Certainly not an entry kill. We've seen the last 6 rounds go in favour of the entry kill. The only ones to overturn an entry kill yet and win the round have been FearX. So SSG don't want to lose that first body.
I mentioned about the fuse earlier, waxed lyrical about it, and then didn't see it get picked up. Well, you're seeing it used for exactly that now. The first charge drops into blue just to clear away everything that it can. There's a mute jammer in there, there's a Goyo cannon that's been burnt out, so they're chewing through utility piece by piece. Need to keep on working their way through this floor here, dropping a couple more down. One more inside the motor to again clear things out. Not forgetting, Tim, they'll also get rid of probably the environmentals, assuming, of course, the charge lands onto it. But they've just shot this one out the hatch, so only 2 explosives went off, and both into the back corner of Moto.
Yeah, we saw that fire extinguisher just surviving there, so that might provide a little bit of cover for a second or 2 if needed when the attackers look to push on in. SSG for the time being have a presence out in Dirt Tunnel. They hold inside pretty well at the minute with the ones that they've got left. Out in blue, got a position at boxes. Ashen wedged in the corner with the Azami.
One goes off there.
They've done well at dealing with the fuses as well. A few of the charges have been shot out before they could do too much damage. Nitro will be deployed, don't think it does any damage. See that wall getting opened up now. Is the push going to come immediately here from Muggy Man with the shield?
Well, he's got to know because Mephi's also dropped him behind on the glass, trying to hunt down Benja, who's inside of the smoke, should get himself finished off here any second. I don't think Mephi realises that off towards his right, Benja is tucked in close. Benja knows that he's there though, maybe he can do something with it. Wuggy going to fall elsewhere, Mephi taking a few tags down as well, but it's a trade back the other way.
4 versus 4 now, 35 seconds left to go, so plenty of time for FearX. They don't need to rush it. 1 for 1, Coated picks up J9. They now have the advantage, but here comes Benja. Low health though, as is Ashen. 3 versus 1 now, 1 down, 2v1 effectively. Can he hold on? Can Benja rescue his team? Or is it going to be up to Ashen? It's up to Ashen as they're going to a 1v1 net.
Put respect on the name. FearX showing up. And as you can see on your screen, it is a duel. If you're still confused about how this works, because SSG had 14 bullets on the line, they only had 6 in the chamber, they fall below 0. Today, when you get eliminated, you go into a 1v1. Best of 5, literal 1v1 between 2 players on each either team. The thing it then boils down to is if you win, so if SSG win, they stay in the tournament and they'll have between 1 and 3 bullets still to play with. However, if FearX win, SSG are going home and Ashen stepping up against Mephi.
I mean, we've seen both outcomes from the 1v1s. We saw PSG Talon, of course, going home. They were unable to get it done. It was close. It came down to the final round. We've seen G2 rescue themselves and fight another day. We've seen both of the possible outcomes. Which is it going to be here, though? That is the big, big question.
Now this is time to put pressure on IGL, hey?
I mean, the thing is, I respect him, you know, Zaja, I respect him standing up and saying, I'm going to be the one, I'm going to do it. You know, I fully respect that. Anybody who can put themselves in that pressure situation, you know, take the responsibility of the entire team on their shoulders, it's a big thing to do.
Good luck, man. No one to IGL here except yourself and your own gun skill. That's what it will come down to. Again, for FearX, there's no concerns here. The most they walk away with is an extra bullet. They win this one and they eliminate SSG. You get 1 bullet for doing so. So they've moved themselves up by another point and very firmly still near the top of the table. I think behind only 1 or 2 teams, Tim. It'll make for a very tough day for them tomorrow against some potentially really big teams. But with how they've played today, I'd be actually considering them taking down a couple of other teams here that many would consider a mainstay must go to the finals on Friday.
I very much doubt FearX will get picked early in the draft.
I don't think so either. Like now, after seeing this compared to, again, the last couple of days against CAG, where Shriek wasn't really at his best, didn't have his gear. Yesterday, G2, there's less said about G2, the better right now. Today, they've absolutely styled on SSG there with confidence. I think they're looking like a fantastic team. Getting ourselves set up. It is on Chalet as a reminder. Can't play Shields, another reminder. And it is a best of 5. We had one go to 3-2 earlier. I think on the B stream we had a 3-0. We then had a 3-1 in our next 1v1 that took place. Gonna get
I love these. Absolutely love these. I really do. They're fantastic. And this one, I'm sure, is not going to disappoint. A reminder for everybody of the rules specific to the 1v1. It will be played on Chalet. There are no shields to be selected. You can't take Monty, Blackbeard, Blitz, or the Fuse shield. And it's just 1v1, 5 rounds. If SSG come away with the win, they rescue themselves, they reset themselves to 0, and then they gain however many bullets is the round difference that they won by. If they were to lose, they go home, and, of course, let's not forget, FearX will pick up yet another bullet as the eliminator.
So we've had 2 analysts on today. We had Lax in for the first one. We had Fox come on for the second one.
I think we could...
Who else is there less to bring?
I don't know. I think we could find probably quite an exciting addition, you know.
Yeah. Oh, is it Merce something? His name begins with M.
Everybody always loves to hear him on the cast.
You wanted someone exciting.
Oh, here he is! Milos!
Unfortunately, nobody exciting was available, so I chose to sub in.
You sell yourself short, Milok.
It's a pleasure to be here with you, gentlemen. Always an honor to join one of the best to ever pick up a mic in esports and really talk about this 1v1, honestly, because I've been sitting around just watching both the 1v1s that happened on Ace Stream today. Every time something happens, we're just jumping out of our seats. I just don't know how you guys hold on.
They're so fun. It's just like, I mean, to be fair, earlier on in the 1v1 we had, the second one, it was just big brain all over. Like, it wasn't even close. The first one, though, was ridiculous.
I love the IQ clutch at the end. Honestly, it was great adaptation. Like, okay, you want to bring a Vigil? I got something better for that.
Yep.
Yeah, I really smashed that one. But
like I said, I think we're going to see a 1v1 meta develop. People will be having 1v1 tournaments, getting prepped for these events in case this happens again at any point. I love it.
We've already heard of the players. We've already heard about the players like having little tournaments like within their own team to kind of prepare for it. And because the thing is, it's a completely new strategy. It's a new set of tactics. It's a new set of ideas. Like in a 5v5, you'd never see a Glaz just rush into site with a smoke, put the plant down, stand in the middle of it, and get the, But Lyra did that, and so it's having those ideas. It's having those, new ways of thinking about the same old map that you used to playing in 5v5.
Mephi's absolutely buzzing. Already in the lobby, he's there, fist bumps like, hey, and then Asher not even in the game.
Honestly,
yet.
I wouldn't want to play against any of FearX in a 1v1 because I just feel like they've got that kind of wild attitude, that spirit to just be like, yeah, let's go.
And I am actually surprised that Ashen is the one that's picked here. If I'm being honest, Ashen has not had the best few tournaments over the past 6 or so months where, yes, he's a big motivator within the team, at least how we see it on the outside. We know on the inside there's also a lot of mechanics that kind of move around. But when it comes to putting those numbers on the board, that has not been the case for a while, and that includes reload. We actually talked about it on the desk before kicking off the game. So I'm kind of surprised because Mephi, it's someone you could always rely on when it comes to gunfights, right? But it seems like for 1v1s, and this is just off of, I'm pretty sure this was the inspiration, off of watching Jinxie streams, where it's 1v1 tournaments. There's a lot more to it than just pure gun skill, which Mephi might have an advantage in, but maybe Ashen, there's like 7D chess that's happening in there.
There's a lot going on.
And psych him out.
Like you say, you mentioned the performance there. You can't get away from it. But I fully respect him as IGL for stepping up and taking that on for his team. Not leaving that responsibility to anybody else.
Well, there's been lots of crap talk in the chat from FearX, during that game aimed at SSG. It was carrying on a second ago saying, enjoy playing home. Yeah. They're ready to go full send on this one. Now, this is big brain, to be fair. Mute on the start. We spoke about the value of drones earlier on. Of course, blocking those away with the mute jammer, and also the fact that there's a Dokkaebi on side makes that and renders it largely useless.
Yeah, you can just stand in your mute jammers. This is why we saw a couple games ago where mute was banned in the very beginning of the round on purpose to prevent this sort of play.
I like the shotgun play as well. We spoke about when we were using the Vigil earlier, we saw that, and it's that one-shot kill mentality. If Ashen can play in a way to draw him in close enough, that's what Ashen's got to do here. He's got to play it smart. He's got the SMG secondary, but he's just got to bring him in, just draw him into a nice close encounter. Then that is super dangerous for Mephi at that point.
Well, he's gone away to a Jackal, so at this point it does change things up. Of course, Jackal's slightly different now, but still extremely effective, and might not be an awful shout because Ashen, as you can see, has dropped way down into the basement, largely abandoned the site itself and just said, all right, come find me. Do we get to see a planting? Because you're gagging.
I loved it when Lyra planted. I thought it was a great play.
You want to see more? It was genius, to be fair, baiting it out with the two smokes that went down. I loved it.
This is that significant recoil control that you have to have with the SMG-11 at distance. But again, that bulletproof cam is such a smart play because you can play so far back in the basement, but you still have point of view over one of the two staircases that you really have to watch out for. Otherwise, going into Snowmobile from here, just by the fireplace, you know what's going on immediately.
Ashen just thinking about having a little creep up the blue stairs. He's just holding. Again, he's playing in them tight positions. He's got SMG in hand, but if he comes blue stairs, he's got the opportunity to flip to shotgun and take that tight angle. But he's going to hold himself back now with the SMG and just wait.
A key tweak, I didn't think about it with Jackal. You don't see the feet, no footsteps are made until the round has begun. So in the prep phase when he was already downstairs, Mephi's probably a bit like, where are these feet, man? Like, what's going on? Where has this guy been? I just can't find him. And so Ash has played a good game so far, but now we're starting to get to the point where they're starting to square up. The SMG at range, as you mentioned, is so crucial. It only takes one bullet to hit the headshot. Neither team or neither player at this point landing it just yet, but right sort of idea. Here he comes, Mephi almost out of it. Down to a single bullet, and Ashen rounds on him and takes him down.
Great positioning there by Ashen. Takes the first engagement, knows that he can play around the wall, and then swings just wide enough to catch the Jackal before he can react. In that fight, it's either you go for the headshot and you get lucky if you're the Jackal, but on the other end, you just have to sit one bullet anywhere on that body, and it is all yours. Beautifully done by Ashen. I've been silenced at this moment.
Well, this is it. We said that he had questions to answer. He's just come out in the first round and done exactly that. Now, what we've seen over the last couple was that the same side seems to be winning quite regularly in these. So at the beginning of the day when it went 3-2, it was all defense. It was almost, until the last round, it was all defensive wins until Ion was able to pick up that final attack. Now, we've got Ashen already winning out the first. The question is, can he come in and now get himself an attack? I like how he played that. He was super cool. And I tell you what, given how he's, we've said how he's played, coming in with the SMG, that's some confidence there. There's certainly showing that Ashen is well up for this.
Tell you what, it's the real race towards the Korean operators as well. Now you've got Dokkaebi coming up against Vigil in this round. Oh.
There's some ops that are just built different for these sorts of 1v1s, right?
Oh,
it's not something that we can think of in a regular 5v5 meta, right? But in this case, you have the Dokkaebi, you can play the calls, the Vigil's kind of nullified here, so you have to just be more, I guess, smart about where you rotate because you have to deal with those drones that are set around power.
He knows he's inside of mud. That drone that's been tucked in on that 90 for a second has seen everything. He's heard everything. He's seen where he's gone. And I think he'll know that he's lurking around this area. Does he know that he's gone down? I don't think so. But he's on the hunt here, Tim.
Yeah, that's the thing. Mephi's maybe just managed to escape there. He's switched across to the Bosch G. He's ready for that one shot. Give it all. Ashen's going to put the diffuser down, Des. He's going for it here. Is Mephi going to push? Surely he hears it. He knows it's going down. And he managed to
He plays a trade! It's a trade! But the diffuser's down, so SSG win!
The attacking side always wins once the diffuser is put down. Had it not been put down, it is an immediate victory for the defense. And in a tight situation like that, oh my God, Ash.
Wow.
I cannot believe that they both hit that shot at that time.
Headshots for both as well.
Just looking at the players as well that were just like, what's happened? What's happened?
Wow.
Wow. You know, even in a 1v1, playing the objective is the smart thing to do. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought it, Milos?
That's an IGL focused on the objective.
Get the plant down. Give them something else to think about. We will, when you come in for the next round, Ashen obviously now on a little cushion. A 2-0 lead, SSG. Looking like they might be able to breathe a sigh of relief.
The important part of this is round differential. Should SSG win all 3 rounds, they get back 3 bullets that they can play with later on.
Time out, please.
We do have a technical pause, that is true.
Mephi needs to collect himself a little bit here, like the first
one. The thing is, that must be so lonely. 2-0 down, no teammates with you, just sat quietly waiting.
I bet you don't actually mind, because normally during a tech pause, you can't talk to your team anyway. So you're sat there like, nah. Now it's actually just you. Just
it seems so stressful for everybody involved.
What are you doing this moment? You're just watching on. This is like when you're stuck in that 1v1. You're watching your teammate that's trying to clutch it out for you, and you're just like, clear comms. If I say anything, it's going to ruin the moment, and then they clutch it out, and that's the celebration you look for. But in between, there's that dead air that you do not say a single word.
So, what happens now? SSG win this round. Ashen takes it at 3-0. They don't go to minus, what was it, 10 bullets or something that I said earlier?
Resets to 0?
Yeah, resets.
Resets to 0, and they gain themselves 3 bullets. It'll be a great spot to have going into tomorrow, because a bunch of other teams have faced elimination. They'll be ahead of other teams. A 3-0 is a strong spot to be in. If we see this go all the other way, and instead Mephi pulls it back to being a 3-2, well, SSG, they are going home.
And, in terms of FearX, if SSG do get the win, if Ashen finds that one more round, it doesn't really affect FearX too much. The fact they've won the map and the fact that the bullets they've already reloaded, they're secure, they're done, they're won, their score is on the board, it is what it is. The only thing they're really playing for here is one additional bullet. If they were to eliminate SSG, then they get the eliminator card, which is +1 bullet, which, hey, I've said this before, you get to day 4, day 5, that one bullet might make a big difference. But other than that, it's not like FearX go out of the tournament or anything. They're safe, they're secure.
It's on the line here for SSG. Again, those 3 bullets, if I'm not mistaken, currently G2 will be the lowest rated, so they would pick first at the end of today in the draft. But SSG would be either second or third, and that gives them some flexibility because it's not like every single team on the other end is going to be forced to use their chicken card.
Falcons are also down to 1 bullet, aren't they? Falcons really scraping the barrel.
G2, SSG, like they're all going to be down there.
It's crazy. And they've got to pick a team to face tomorrow. Like, who do you pick?
The thing is, like I said, they've got to pick the teams who've been winning because they're not restricted. They're not restricted to reloading based on how many bullets they have, but how many bullets their opponent has. So they want to be able, really, to come in with a 7 and 8. They need to be putting big numbers up there. So they need to play one of the better teams who has enough bullets to allow that. If they go and pick somebody else who's on 3, they can only reload 3 bullets themselves, and it's not going to get them anywhere off the bottom of the table.
Well, here we go. Ashen's got the right idea, as this is the side of the map that Mephi has spawned on. Will he catch him?
Surely not!
Ashen! My heart! Not now, not now. Mephi counting his lucky stars there. Survives to fight another minute.
I think that shot might have ripped the backpack off his back. That's how close that was.
Oh, wow. Okay. Imagine now you're probably going to see Mephi taking things a bit more chill. Of course, both rocking the Boss G here. 1 bullet can be what decides it. Or more like will be what decides it. Who hits it first?
This is our version of the 1v1 Rust, and this time it's SSG that has 3 bullets and survival on the line for it, and it can all come down to 1 bullet! Only 1!
Mephi just getting back on the cams before continuing to move in. Having a little look through sight. Doesn't see anything. Ashen currently positioned in blue, as we see. Waiting for that push in through the door. Mephi's going to get back on the phone call, not the drones. Will that give the position of Ashen away? He's happy. He knows that the challenge is going to come with the phone call. He takes the first shot. Can't find him. Cannot find the second. Mephi hits it and brings FearX 1 round back.
It's straight into the chat with a question mark as well. Okay, so we've seen Ashen dominate in the first, a trade in the second, and Mephi's cleanly won out in the third. Patience is a virtue, and he's come out on top. Now what?
You pray to the holy stars, my man. Like, at this point, if you're trading 1-to-1 and you're getting so close where shots multiple times are whizzing right past you, it is a testament to calmness under fire for both of these 2 players.
He survived the Boss G shot twice.
You feel like Ashen just went a little bit soon there. It was really well played by Ashen. As soon as that call comes in, that's Ashen saying, he probably knows where I am anyway, but I know he's going to push. I know he's going to push on the back of that call, so I'm going to get into a position to challenge it. And then he just takes that shot too soon. He's trying to preempt the movement. He sees a little bit of Mephi, and he thinks he's probably going to strafe across. He's playing a numbers game, probability-wise. Yeah, he probably strafes across here, and I catch him, but Mephi didn't. He ducked back in and just left Ashen on the back foot. Mephi takes the shot, takes the win. And it is now 2-1. SSG.
I got a question for you both.
The 2 bats at the cherry.
Reverse sweep, yay or nay?
Honestly, I'm believing in FearX. I think they're an incredible. Although I want to see SSG live on, I think FearX just have all that it takes. I love watching this team.
Mephi.
Yes.
That's got what it
but
takes.
FearX in general.
Tim, you think the reverse sweep the 3-2, or are you thinking actually SSG closes out?
No, I think Ashen's going to win this.
All right. All right.
He's on the Deimos. I think that's a great pick, although Mephi on the mute is going to make that difficult, of course, because he'll be able to avoid those tracks. But even still, I think Ashen with the gun, Mephi's not got as good a loadout in terms of taking a one-on-one fight. Ashen's got the weapons for this one. I think he wins it.
Just waiting for them charges to come online so we can get using them. So I'm tracking down Mephi where he might be waiting. Of course, not forgetting that you can still be tracked even when you're away from a jammer. If you're standing on a jammer, then it will fail. Otherwise, it will catch him. And of course, he can run into one to disable it momentarily. So it's really down to timing here, or maybe just a straight up gunfight. Ashen was ready and waiting and is just trying to bait him into moving here so he can pick up a freebie, but it's not going to be. And now both players, of course, being aware of each other, at least for a momentary second. That's that jammer going down that I mentioned. Has now disabled that. No track to go through.
At least some verticality. Ashen here takes out the cam. This way, nobody can really tell exactly where he's. I'm saying nobody, really Mephi in this case. You lock in, you use the tracking for the right moment. The grenade around the corner goes for the fight. Baby, the kill! Ashen, are you kidding me? Oh, no!
A serious big brain play from Ashen. He got the deflection off the door frame, and it just left Mephi in such a tough spot. He was tracked, he couldn't move away. Ashen was going to make the challenge anyway, but it's ultimately the nade that closes it out and keeps SSG alive at reload.
Ashen haters, where you at? Because no one had faith he could win out this 1v1, but he has done a good job there. Gets 2 bullets for his team.
He was solid in that.
SSG, hang on for another day.
Why worry about previous performances? All it takes is what you've done here and now, and Ashen has closed that out fantastically for the North American side.
Milos, you don't normally get to do this from the desk. Why don't you throw us to a break from here?
It's been so long since I've done that. Well, Des Ace, that was an incredible 1v1 we just witnessed. SSG hold on for a bit longer. Let's take a quick break. When we get back, it's the big brains on the desk to break it down.
more duel today, and if it wasn't for Ashen, this guy right here, SSG, would be eliminated from Reload. So, were you under pressure? You know, your whole team relied on you.
I'm not gonna lie, I was just pissed off. I was pissed off, so, you know, I took the anger from the game that we lost and then, you know, just channeled it and, you know, beat them, so, yeah.
What did go wrong in this match against FearX?
Yeah, I think we had a good game plan and everything going into it. I think just our team play and coordination just wasn't there. It was almost as if we were shaking, which was bad. So, yeah, I think that was the main thing.
SSG went all in today. Was that because you wanted to secure a better position today rather than tomorrow, or just because you were facing FearX and you didn't expect that much game from them?
I think we were confident going into it. I think it was just another thing for the MOG, right? Just, you know, just throw it all in, you know, see what happens, right? And so it didn't go our way, and I know we're still here, so, you know, anything can happen from now on. So, yeah, we're going to learn from today and see what happens. So. Winning
this duel boosts your confidence for the next match. Like, yeah, you know, you're just playing here because I won that duel.
Well, yeah. Next duels, let's just say I got a lot of tech in my pocket. So, you know, yeah, I got a lot of strategies. I've been practicing them leading into the event. So, you know, I'm prepared. So.
Is there something else you were working with SSG to, you know, just get better for the next rounds?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is honestly just learning from today. I think today was pretty piss poor from us in the way that, you know, we coordinated, especially our team play and just communication. So, you know, we just got to take it on the chin and then go next. So.
Okay, congrats. Now you get some rest. You did a pretty good job. And you, Milosh, could I rely on you to win a duel against Ashen or no?
Maria, for you, I'd win any duel. That's for sure. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, back in the studio. SSG might have lost the game, but they remain in this war. They live on for another day, for tomorrow. In this 1v1 that we saw, Ashen brought the heat. I was shut down there. Yeah. I doubt it.
Yeah, you know, it's been a little interesting from every single 1v1, every player's approach on how they want to do this 1v1. In the first 1v1 that we saw, it was pretty quick pace. The second one was and then this one kind of was drawn out. They were taking their time. They were working around the map. Ends up going in Ashen's favor, saving his team, keeping them alive here after that huge risk they took with the amount of bullets that they were possibly going to take, but couldn't, but they are still alive.
I really like Mephi's approach, especially the Deimos on the garage basement. Yeah, a lot of creativity from him and trying to counter Ashen, but so far from what we've seen in the 1v1, the player who's thinking less and just playing the game in a 1v1 fashion is always the one that's coming out on top. So maybe that's the go-to next 1v1. Don't worry about it, just shoot.
And it worked out just fine for SSG here. That was the plan the whole time, right? It's not to play with our heartstrings at all. Now, let's zoom out for a moment and get back into the matchup that led to that 1v1, and it was FearX running the show, Gabe.
Yeah, you know, you heard Ashen there say, you know, he was mad going into that 1v1. They felt like, you know, they didn't play to their best potential, and I'm gonna be completely honest, and I tweeted this, and I have to say, seeing this game unfold and kind of seeing SSG get caught off guard by how FearX was playing reminds me back to when me and Fox played that Damn One Kia roster back at SI 2021. They almost played this identical in terms of style where you feel you're safe, you're comfortable, maybe I can rotate, maybe I should get back to site, and then that is exactly where FearX just pounces and capitalizes off of because they catch you off guard, but they are so quick and so reactive to follow up on the next move that is bound to happen. And again, given the result, given the end performance from this team, it is a very well-deserving recognition from everyone here that you don't mess with FearX.
There's no excuse. It's not on the map. It's not on the way SSG was playing. FearX just beat them plain and simply. Their aggression now mixed with a little bit more strategy. I do think the new iteration of CJ has made things a lot more comfortable for them.
Again, you look at that cost. Everyone is above a 70 or at a 70 and higher percentage. Everyone on this team is putting in that work, and this is what I was talking about. They were the 5th highest rated in attack. They were the 2nd highest rated in defense. All of those categories, they were higher than Space Agents. This is the performance that is keeping this team alive and making them look goddamn good.
CJX, FearX. That's what we're getting out of this.
I like that. I like that.
It's the X factor. I know Intero's watching and he knows exactly what this means. He's one of those fans from back in the olden days. His back hurts, that means. Anyways, very impressive to see this sort of performance from FearX. They get away from this with 12 bullets in their back pocket to play for tomorrow. They're in a pretty comfortable position going into day 4. At this point, I'm just thinking history is repeating itself. There was no Sonics back in those days at SI in Sweden to knock out FearX. This time, SSG can make it. NA teams aren't able to crack them. And SSG, even though they survive, they're only left with 2 bullets.
Yeah, it's not really a place that you want to be because SSG going into tomorrow, you could say, oh, they lose, they can pick an easier opponent. No, if they want a chance to make it to the main stage, they can't be at the bottom of the bullets. They have to pick a middle of the pack team that has more than 8 points so that they can risk 8 points against them. And then they have to do it the next day to be able to have a chance to make it to the main stage.
Yeah, they make it even harder on themselves by not having that extended mag. They used it here. They unfortunately couldn't get it done. And like you said, they have to pick the middle echelon or the top echelon and try to accumulate as many bullets as possible going into day 4.
And no more dual card either, so no more lifelines.
Yeah, your lifeline is done. That can only be invoked once. However, our Blacklight detail, what do we have for our final matchup of the day? Of course, brought to you by Blacklight, one of our many sponsors here at Reload. What are we looking at?
Yeah, this is round 8. I mean, I just have to, talk about how well they instill fear into their team. You gotta ask for it. This is a scenario where you don't see a lot of APAC teams kind of trash talk or taunt the other team, but this is exactly what you're seeing here from Woogie Man, QEing left and right, knowing you aren't winning this, Jack. You don't even stand a chance. Coton typing KKKKKK. They're in Brazil. They are memeing on him, and that's not something you see from APAC teams. So I love that this is the energy we're seeing out of FearX, and I hope that the others can kind of do the same.
Yeah, it's the confidence that we're seeing out of FearX that we've never really seen out of an APAC team, to be honest.
Absolutely.
And they have the momentum steaming. So sure, at the start of the tournament when you saw FearX at the top of the leaderboard, you'd be, wow, FearX is up at the top of the leaderboard. But now, it's safe to say they've earned their spot.
I don't want to call it too early. We're not there yet, but it just fills me with hope when you look back. Okay, when were the last 2 times that we saw an APAC team really perform to this level? It was first up back in your days.
Fnatic and Nora.
Fnatic, Nora Rengo, mostly in that time, back in your days on Reciprocity on the other end of that SI bracket. But also, we got to see Damwon Kia. And who has kind of taken that role? It's pretty much that same core minus Yas, who, of course, is on PSG Talon. So all I'm saying is, I'm riding that train. I got tickets all for the Korea hype train. But we're going to have to look back at more hype moments from today. It is our end of show recap, where today we're going to focus on 1v1s because we had a lot of them. Yes. That's number 1. But 2, this sort of thing is only possible on day 3 of Reload. And these 1v1s have never happened in the history of competitive Siege. PSG Talon were up first on the block here where they played the 1v1. And unfortunately for them, things did not really work out too well because they got knocked out. They're out.
Yeah, I cast this one, and as I was saying in this, Ion had the right strategy and how he wanted to approach this 1v1. Granted, it did go down to the wire, but just watching how well Ion was quickly adapting what he wanted to do, especially in the last round, bringing the IQ to find out where that vigil was and challenge off that IQ scan as I'm talking about it now. Genius. And then it forced them to knock out Talon while also gaining an extra point on top of the ones they already put up prior.
Oh, that IQ play was gross. And I love seeing teams or players, I guess, in the 1v1s rather. Every round they're adapting to what they did the previous round. And all the 1v1s that we had today were so diverse in the way they were played.
Well, there's one moment that we were able to capture. There was somebody lurking in the background behind PSG Talon. Who is it? And cock-a-doodle-doo. Yes, it was Pengu! He was watching behind the team, of course, known for being part of the squad. And unfortunately, it kind of blew his mind what had happened there with the IQ. And I think all of us were Pengu in that moment.
No, I wasn't. I, word for word, said exactly what Ion was going to do in that situation, and it played out beautifully.
You teed it up. Maybe Talon should have had Pengu step in.
Next time. Put him on SMG 11. Anyways, next up was the Scars 1v1 in their matchup. Scar was invoked against Cloud9. At the end of the day, surprise is still here, Davide.
Yeah, honestly, Kobilax didn't look too hot, obviously. I had a chance to talk to him after the game, and he was very confident in the match. And then when it came to the 1v1, he was like, I don't know, before the day, I was smoking all of my teammates. They decided that I was going to be the one to 1v1, and it did not feel good.
Now, you've talked to him, but we also had somebody else talk to him and record that interview. Let's see what he had to say.
one of the first duels that ever happened on SiegeX. How do you feel? You just played and you won, so it must be pretty exciting.
I mean, at first I thought, I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't prepared for it. He was definitely more prepared than me. He had some mirror strats, holds for Shaq. I mean, I'm not Shaq, but he had some crazy ass strats, I'm not gonna lie. But I mean, at the end of the day, it was a cool experience. I mean, it's different in Siege, something never seen before. Would have been better if I sent him home of the 1v1, of course, but he did smoke me, but thank God we came back 3-6, and then God let him win the 1v1, so it's all good. We both came out winning.
Were you nervous at all or no?
No, I wasn't nervous at all. No, not at all. I knew we didn't lose anything. I was just playing it just to get extra points, but nah, I wasn't nervous.
And you also didn't practice before?
A little bit, but not like him. I could tell he ran a couple scrims.
But it wasn't that much because you just won, so, you know, what matters?
Yeah, what matters? I mean, he could get that. He could get that.
What was the biggest difference between playing with your team and playing alone?
I mean, just the comms and just knowing where people are at and just playing around your teammates. And I don't know. I mean, half the time I didn't even know what he was doing because usually you know what people are doing. You know, and I don't know what he's doing. He's just literally doing random stuff. But, I mean, it was a cool experience. I wanted to experience it at least once. It was fun. I liked it.
Okay, so Cobb, did you volunteer to play it or your team said you are going to play it?
So our coach made us do like a mini 1v1 tournament. I came out winning the tourney, so that's how I got chose to play it. That's how it worked out.
Okay, it makes sense.
And I got smoked.
That was the worst Kobe that could have seen out of it. And you know what? At the end of the day, that's just kind of part of the game. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. However, speaking of losing, G2, they also went into a 1v1. And they're able to survive a tiny bit thanks to plays like this. Loira, a wonderful pick to save them.
Absolutely. They definitely look like he had a strat and understanding of what to play. And unfortunately, right here, Bay got unlucky. But every step of the way, Loira had a good understanding, and this is what I mean by just playing the gun skill. He wasn't necessarily worried too much about what operator he was going to bring. Out the gate, he brought the glass to be able to plant in it. That was one of the first plants that we saw all day. And then he was just playing the Ela in the site. And that was the difficulty, is when you overthink it too much, like Bay did or like some of the other players did today, you don't really worry too much about what's happening in front of your screen. And if you just get a good timing, you hit the shot, that's all that really matters at the end of the day.
It's true. I mean, when you put too much emphasis on something that you already know is going to be in front of you, and you try to, put in all these different factors, it's just a 1v1. The guy that's in front of you, that's all you have to focus on. You don't got to focus on all this nuanced stuff.
Now, that dual card was only possible to invoke today on round 3, day 3. So that was a great experience. If you enjoyed it, please let us know. We want to hear everybody's feedback. It's the first time we ever run a SiegeX tournament officially in competition, but also with the format that we have here in Reload. However, let's take a quick look at our scoreboard, because coming up after this is our draft. We kind of need to situate ourselves at how teams are looking like at the end of round 3. That is the column you're looking at. Davide, who's standing out for you?
I mean, Cloud9 easily, because off of day 1, no one was really expecting. People were kind of disappointed with Cloud9, but just bouncing back, obviously, because of the circumstances of today. And I think everything stands out to me. The teams that are usually going to be at the top of the leaderboard are always finding themselves kind of in the middle right now.
Why? What do you think?
They didn't use the tournament rules to their advantage.
They didn't strategize accordingly. That's why you see Elevate and Cloud9 at the top, and they don't have a green in the positives for those round differentials, but it's because they strategized and they risked it for the biscuit.
Indeed, we've used that sentence multiple times, but it makes sense, and every time it makes me more hungry for more games. We go to our second page, and you see PSG Talon are grayed out. They are eliminated, which means we're down from 20 teams to 19, and there is a rule within the rule book about how things function when you have an odd kind of system and numbers, and we'll talk about all of that and more during that draft and how everything's going to work out for the future 2 rounds. But this means now that Falcons, Space Station, and G2 will be the first 3 teams in that order that get to pick who they want to play against, unless the other team chickens out.
Again, I'm expecting a lot of chickens being pulled out going into this draft, especially when you name those 3 teams are going to be the ones that are going to be choosing first. Yeah, I can for sure guarantee we're going to see chicken cards today.
Absolutely, because those teams don't really have the freedom. I mean, they can if they want, but they don't have the freedom to just pick the team above them.
Right.
G2 and SSG can't play each other because there wouldn't be enough bullets to go around to send those teams back into the top of the leaderboard where they wouldn't get eliminated tomorrow or eliminated on the final day. So obviously they have to pick an equally as good team with enough resources to go around. So the games will be even closer tomorrow.
The risk is not just about a single biscuit. You're trying to look for the entire buffet here to save your ass and get you into round 4 and 5 and deeper still, because come Friday, that's when the quarterfinals happen, and this system kind of goes away. It pulls off into the quarterfinal system that we are used to in single elimination. Gentlemen, what a day we've had, full of 1v1s and exciting moments. All 3 of us also got to cast.
True.
So that's one thing.
That was a plus.
The analysts were way better at it than I ever have been. Anyways, we will take a quick break because when we get back, it'll be time for our 3rd ever draft. We get to have all of the players surrounding us in the studio. Let's see who's trash talking and who's picking who in just a bit.
Welcome to my favorite part of the show. It's draw show time, baby. I'm here with Lax, I'm here with Fox, and we're about to have some good fun here as our teams draw out who is playing who tomorrow. Gents, you looking forward to this?
I'm pretty excited. I'm really excited to see who the teams at the bottom end up picking because it's going to be great games regardless, and so much is on the line.
Yeah, and the three bottom are very scary opponents, given they might not have had the best performance, but they do find themselves in a very nice spot to be able to pick their opponents to try to muster out as many bullets as possible going into tomorrow.
You see here a rep from each team, of course, except for PSG Talon, as they have been sent home. They have been eliminated, but everyone else is here. And what I've loved about it, every draw has come with its own custom-made bit of smack talk. Can't wait to see what they're going to say to each other, and we've all been anticipating it. Probably a lot of chicken cards being played.
Yeah, most likely the chicken cards will be being played, and I love the atmosphere in there, especially when a chicken card does get played and everyone goes, and making fun of him. It's pretty funny. I love the energy.
I mean, it's very rare you get, 19 people, 10 people, just an excessive amount of players together as coaches. So the fact we're able to do it here, it really creates for an exciting moment.
Well, Falcons are our first team up, which sounds dead weird to say. No one thought they'd be the team getting to pick first down here at the bottom of the table, but that's exactly where we find ourselves, gents. Lax, they've got the pick of the field here, bar one or two that they've already played already, for example. Who do you think they should go for here? Bearing in mind, they've got a far serious
That's
bullet.
what I'm saying. You need bullets here. They do have the extended mag still, so they are in a good position. But if I am Falcons, I think you go for familiarity in terms of BDS, Fnatic. I think those are some very good options that you can still get a decent amount of bullets. Maybe not Dark Zero. I think maybe those bottom three right there with Fnatic, BDS, and Keg.
You don't go for the juggler here. You think Fox would go like a Cloud9 or an Elevate, or dare I say it, a FearX? Maybe not after today?
Well, absolutely. You can go for the big ones, but like Lax mentioned, having the extended mag means that you don't need to risk it if you think those teams actually have the potential of beating you. Because I agree, if you stick to your own hometown and you pick a team that you know you're better than, I mean, Fnatic, they've had their ups and downs in the tournament. So I think that they would pick them, use the rest of their ammo, use their extended mag, and that would put them just in the same spot as Cloud9.
Well, the most gorgeous man in the arena is on standby to find out who Falcons will pick. Let's go over to Milosh and the guys now.
Well, thank you very much, Jens. Unfortunately, the most handsomest one here is all the way on the other end. That's Fabian. But I'm sitting on my own. I'm not part of any team. I'm just here to tell you that this seat is now officially mine because PSG Talon have been knocked out of the entire tournament, which means we have 19 teams remaining, an odd number, and that's going to cause some complications, but the system is already foolproof and all set for it. Now, before we kick things off with our first pick, Monsieur here from W7M really wanted to tell me something. So what did you have to say?
I just want to know one thing. Who have big balls to pick the Titan? Who is Titan? FearX, bro. Who gonna pick FearX, bro?
The real Titan so far has been FearX. That is true. And since we're on the topic, why do you think you've been so good? Because the first day, everybody was making the joke, haha, chicken card, yada yada, but you proved everybody wrong.
I think that's the best point, right? I used the cards in the right time. Maybe it was that.
Maybe it was that. You know what? We're going to think that was exactly your plan from the beginning, right? We shake on it? Very good. It was the plan from the start. So we have to go all the way down to this side. If you were to follow me here, on to Falcons. They'll be the ones to pick first. So come on up. Come here. I was going to hold his hand and take him up, but it's okay. Come on over to my side. Now, Team Falcons today, you played it hard, right? You put in 6 points, though, instead of all 7 or playing anything more complicated. You're still left with 1 point. Was it the strategy to play it up to that, to get that extra potential bullet tomorrow?
Yeah, that was the strategy we planned yesterday. We knew if we lost the game, we could be in the first position to pick. So yes, that was the strategy.
So even if you lose, you had something that you were winning at the end. God damn, these guys are so much better than that. Than ever. I wish that was the case inside the server. What can I say? Now, the question is, who do you want to play against? Is it FearX, if you have the coolness, at least this is what W7M has been saying, or is it somebody else that you have in mind?
I want to pick Cloud9.
Cloud9, please join us here and we'll ask the clear... The question here is, how you been doing? Because today was a good day, eh?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, I think we trolled a little bit, but, I'm happy we got the points.
You got the point. You're pretty comfortable with them at the end of it. But the question is, do you accept the challenge that Falcons are laying in?
I mean, I seen this coming. I like the strategy they're doing. I think it'll work, but sadly not against me. I'm out. I'm using
One more time.
I'm using the chicken card.
Oh boy, the Pollo card, the chicken card is in play. It's in. C9 will dodge Falcons, which means you have to go back to your seat. Simple as that. It has been played. You do a pretty good chicken impression, right, Fabian? We got it. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, you never left the desk for us.
I've always been here. I will always stay. Nobody can get rid of me, no matter how much they try.
Oh boy, did we try. Anyways, it's a fun time. Now you get to pick somebody else for Team Falcons to play.
I think it's time to pick FearX.
Oh, there's the cojones you were. This is now the question, Dark. You were looking so happy today. The question is, are we going to pull the card or not?
No, I'm really fine. Let's follow play this. I think this last night, I just thinking that because in that time I can say no, and I know we're going to be other time to happen. So yeah, it's time.
It's time. FearX, ride the lightning, ride the high. They'll be playing against Team Falcons tomorrow, gentlemen. What a time we're having.
Really feel like
I don't agree. I don't agree. Given how well FearX has been playing throughout this tournament, you're setting yourself up, I think, for failure. And given how well, not how well, Falcons have been playing horribly compared to what we usually see, especially back in Boston, I just feel like there could have been a better pick. I don't think FearX is it.
I feel that's a landmine waiting to happen, right?
Yeah, that's one of those situations where if you would have looked at it on paper, you'd be like, oh, Falcons is going to win. But after the first 3 days have gone on, I don't know. I favor FearX in that situation.
I've just been told that Falcons could end up on 15 tomorrow, though. If they play everything, take the 8 plus the extended mag, they can get themselves right up there and potentially qualify tomorrow.
Listen, they could have took 13 today, and they couldn't get that done. They found themselves now at 1 in another situation where you're going against a team that seems to be just an unstoppable force.
It's going to be scary, but guess who's next? It's G2. Let's take a look at who G2 could pick to face off against tomorrow. And, of course, find out if more chicken cards come about. But, guys, again, largely got the selection of the field. Fox, who do you think is a good pick here for G2?
I think it's the easy call is going to be C9, just because C9 just used their chicken card. They're at the top. I know a lot of teams are looking at them, licking their lips because they're a brand new team, and it's their first event, and they've had their ups and downs. But, again, it could be a similar situation. I don't know. I think G2 is going to pick C9.
In a crazy world, I agree with that, but at the same time, I could possibly see an Elevate challenge or even a Team Liquid. As history repeats, G2 has done a very good job against Liquid, so that could come back.
Have you watched G2 this event?
Yes, I have. Trust me.
And you think they should
unfortunately,
pick
with my eyes open. I wish it would have been eyes closed.
Nah, they don't pick Liquid.
I wish we could have a real analyst up here. Milos, let's go over to you and see what you think over there.
Yeah, I thought at some point you were going to ask more like G-who, but you ended up saying G2. Fair enough. We have the question to answer coming up here. Ramalho, G2 representative, to have a little chat. I feel like a broken record at this point. What the hell happened today?
I don't know, bro. We have a lot of problems right now. I think the most of ours is our communication game. We are trying a lot of things to see what's gonna be the best approach for us in the future and the long term. But yesterday, I told you our comfort zone is in the lower bracket. But I also forgot that you still had the 1v1 to play, and then I forgot that we had that. Then if you lost today, we would play we wouldn't play again, but then we're still gonna play tomorrow. Then tomorrow is gonna be our last chance, and then I think tomorrow I hope we play with no pressure, because right now I feel our team is playing with the words in our shoulders, so I think yeah, that's it.
It's a bit too much pressure, but Ramalho, I will say regardless, if anything, on a positive note, all you have to work on is your aim, your teamwork, your coordination, your communication, and maybe at the end of the day, G2 can survive through the bracket. But my question to you is, who will you pick to face off against?
Cloud9.
An easy pick here, as the analysts were also saying. The chicken card was already used up. Were you expecting a G2 pick?
Yeah, that was best case scenario for us.
Best case scenario? The man's on the verge of tears here. Why?
I knew Falcons would pick us, so I'd rather not play them. I think they're on a kind of downhill slope, so I think that they're just a better overall matchup for us right now in this situation.
Fair enough, a downhill slope and a Cloud9 all the way up there. There's a 9-point differential pretty much between you two, so I'm looking forward to it. All has been accepted. Gentlemen, please shake your hands, and that is it. G2 versus C9 for tomorrow.
Just saying, I'd rather go with familiarity than have to go against randomness where you don't know against Cloud9, especially when you're playing like shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if we look at this and just think regardless for G2, there's no matchup on that table right now that feels sensible given how they've played, right?
I mean, on the bright side, if you're G2, you know that regardless of you win or lose, you're going to enjoy the vacation while you're here.
Well, gents, I tell you what, you're going to love talking about this next team. It's SSG. Let's see who they can face off against next and who they might choose. What's your thinking based on this? Do you go for familiarity and go for an NA team, or do you go for an Elevate?
No, SSG goes big or goes home. They're going to go for Elevate.
Today and almost went home.
Exactly, but Ashen saved them. So I think now they're still going to do it again. I believe they're going to go for Elevate, but I think Elevate will probably use that chicken card, which would leave SSG to then probably go for Wildcard.
Yeah, I was going to exactly say the exact same thing. I think Elevate is a very good option. I don't think they want to test the waters against some of these bigger sharks in the water, so I do think they go with Elevate. If Elevate pulls the chicken card, then I think that does go back to home territory of Wildcard.
They go with the baby shark.
Ooh! Milos, please save me from this.
I don't think anyone can save us from anything that's happening right now. This is when the show usually devolves into pure madness, and I'm here to relish in every moment of it. Please, SSG, would you like to join us on the stage? We have so many Brazilians. Might as well just have an entire Brazilian show at this point. Now, first of all, there was a kind of big play yesterday planning. We're going to put all these bullets down. We're going to see what we can do. At the end of it, it didn't work out. What happened in the game from your point of view?
Well, technically, they just play better. They were better today, and they deserve the win.
I mean, the 1v1 Ashen, I would not have picked Ashen first, but why specifically him? Was there like a process that you went through to decide who saves your ass?
No, technically, we just trust him that will demolish anyone in 1v1, and he did.
I've yet to see him demolish anybody outside of it, because usually there's just a lot of screaming and nothing much happening on that end. My question to you then, who do you pick to play against tomorrow?
Well, we pick our fellow Brazilian friends from Elevate.
Elevate, please join us on stage. The question is simple. Do you accept the challenge?
I'm out.
Our chicken card, our second one for the day, has been invoked. Get out of here. Get out. Go. Get out of here. Man's crying. Okay. You can't look at your phone or talk to your friends and see what you do. I'm sure you have 17 plans. Who else do you choose?
So we pick Fnatic.
Fnatic, please join us. Come on over. Come on over, Grubby. Come on over. Do you accept the challenge?
No.
Oh! A second chicken card has hit the stage, friends. What do we do? I feel like Gustavo Fring at this point. This is our own little chicken shop. Who else?
Wildcard.
Wildcard, please join us. Please, for God's sake, let's have some games tomorrow. What do you say?
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Hell yeah. Big dog. Big dog, big dog. There we go. We got a game for tomorrow. How you feeling after today in general?
Well, today we played really good, and we scrim these guys all the time. We play them a lot on game day, so we know exactly what to expect out of this game, so I'm feeling confident.
An AVNA matchup, please. Gentlemen, shake your hands. SSG versus Wildcard tomorrow.
I couldn't quite tell if we've got a show on the go here or we're looking at a chicken coop, gents. How many are going to get played here on one go? But we've got our match. We were saying Wildcard should be the one, and now we've got it lax.
Yeah, I mean, we both predicted correct. We didn't see the Fnatic in there. I don't even know if you saw the Fnatic in there, but it did go back to Wildcard. Like I said, they didn't want the bigger sharks. They want
baby shark.
Stop it!
I mean, thankfully that they didn't get Fnatic and use the chicken card, because Fnatic only had 6 bullets. So it's going to take both days of back-to-back full risking 8 bullets.
It's the risk now, right? Because you can get mat 6 tomorrow, others can play the 8 and they can get ahead of you. Then suddenly Friday starts looking like a real torrid affair.
Absolutely.
You meant to talk at this point.
Oh, I didn't know who you were looking at.
Yeah, I thought you were going to go.
I was already just thinking of the next pick of what a team could be. I mean,
you're so excited about the next pick. Let's go to it. Scars for our next pick. Let's see who they can possibly pick against in this one. Lax, since you're so keen, who would you take here?
Yeah, I mean, Scars,
not FaZe is the answer.
Scars, you're in a rough situation here. You are not looking great, and you need bullets. So if given their performance and what they're looking like, I think you go with the easy option here and face your brethren and go against Keg, in my opinion, just to get a few more bullets. And then you go into the next day after that if you make it through, and then you have to challenge one of the top dogs.
You think that's bold enough, Fox?
No, I think Scars is going to go for Elevate. They just used their chicken card, and obviously, Elevate has had their ups and downs in the tournament. They got a lot of bullets today, but, we saw them struggle a little bit. Scars, but any team they play, they probably will
still
lose.
have the extended mag, though. That's why I'm saying. That's why you go for an easier opponent, Keg. They know. They can understand. And then you pull out that extended mag, you can get a decent amount of bullets and set yourself up.
How about we go find out just how smart they are if their brain is as big as yours. Get over to Milos and see what Scars are going to do.
Yeah, it's time to see what we have out of our fourth team. Please, Scars, join us. Scars onegaishimasu. Please, also joined by Victor. Shout out to our Japanese broadcast all the way in Tokyo. Hope you guys are having fun. It's been a while. The question for today then, survival. What's going on? What's the setup for tomorrow? What's going on in your head and as the team?
生き残ったんですけれども、明日は本当に大事な一日なんですが、どのようなメンタリティがあるんですか、どのような感じでしょうか。
そうですね、この日、次の日、勝てばなんとかつながるんで、その日のために調整してきました。
So yeah, if we win tomorrow, we're gonna survive. I think we're gonna go through if we win tomorrow. So that's what we're like just focusing on right now and adapting to.
Okay, well, you're thinking about tomorrow. I want to bring you here to the present. The question is, who does Scars pick to play against tomorrow?
はい、ピックお願いします。
Elevate, joining us on the stage. You're done. You already used that chicken card, so you're accepting it whether you like it or not. What do you think of Scars on the other end?
It will be a good game. That's it.
Good game?
Good game.
Is there anything that you think they're really good at that maybe you and your players would be a bit afraid of?
No. I think no.
Okay. Simple as. Sometimes it's only as simple as that. Gentlemen, please shake your hands. Scars versus Elevate, brought to you tomorrow.
It's all right, mate. I know you were wrong on this one, but it's okay.
I'm disappointed. They still have that extended meg. They could still make a lot happen.
He really wanted them to pick CAG.
Yeah, I think it's their best chance given their performance here so far.
Who knows them better than anyone else other than themselves? It's going to be CAG. Why would you let that happen, right?
I just can't remember a time I've been wrong, to be honest. I knew they were going with that.
If you look at your predictions from the beginning of this tournament, you'd see that you've been wrong.
Well, better late than never.
Well, gents, this will be a really interesting one because FaZe are next up. Never thought we'd be talking about them getting to pick a team, but today they have dropped down the rankings to just 3 bullets. Fox, who do you think they're picking?
I think FaZe would probably go for M80, honestly. I don't know. I want to see FaZe go for like Furia. I think that would be a really big call. FaZe went for Furia or Loud, but I feel like they'll probably go for M80.
As well as they played today, I actually think that would be a smart call.
I mean, they need the bullets. In any situation, they're going to have to put up a fair amount and also possibly find themselves going into a duel tomorrow.
You go for a team that you know, though, in Furia and Loud, or do you risk it for a biscuit on M80?
I think you risk it for a biscuit and go with a different region.
Domestically, FaZe is very good against Brazilian teams.
SI World Champions. They could take on anyone. I don't think you want to go against Familiar.
But we know what happens to teams when they win SI. That form can sometimes disappear. Let's go over to Milos and see who FaZe are picking.
Yeah, we'll see if they'll stay unfazed, and obviously since they are the 5th to pick, the question is things have been a bit shaky. There's a lot of questions to ask. Please, FaZe Clan, would you like to join us on stage? Now, how do you feel after today? A bit of a rough ride.
Today was unfortunate because we have any problems like synchronization or communication, but whatever less than yesterday. So let's see tomorrow.
Yeah, as always, GG go next, right? Well, that's the question. Who is the team that you'll pick for tomorrow? Fnatic. And, well, the chicken card has already been used, so no, was it kurczem? How do you say chicken in Polish?
Kurczak.
Kurczak. So no kurczak to be played. You have to accept the challenge. Anything you'd like to say then to FaZe Clan? Just remind you, they're the world champions, no biggie.
It's gonna be a good game, to be honest. I always prefer to play against the better teams, so it's gonna be a banger game. But we'll see what happens next. I mean, it's only a video game at the end, so everything can happen at its siege as well. So one mistake, we might have a better day as well, and you might beat them out. Never know.
He sounds too cocky for a guy way down that board.
Well, let's see. Let's see tomorrow.
Let's see tomorrow. Gentlemen, please shake your hands. Fnatic versus FaZe Clan coming tomorrow.
To be fair, Groovy can sound as cocky as he wants because they are above FaZe, which again sounds like a weird thing to say. Again, FaZe down there on 3. Does this feel like an easy win for FaZe?
I think so. I don't want to write off Fnatic, but when you look at FaZe and how well that they have played, in general through historical moments, I think that this should be a game that they can accumulate some bullets, go into that next day, follow it up with another game, and they still have the extended mag. So we don't know what they're going to go into tomorrow and do to try to accumulate.
You pop that mag tomorrow. Surely you pop the mag tomorrow.
I think so.
Yeah, and you don't have to write them off. I'll do it for you. I don't really like the way Fnatic's been playing right now. It's just very disgruntled, very solo. And Sathis once said to me outside, I think it was yesterday, and he was like, well, if we don't win today, then, you know, we don't really know what we're doing. So, you know.
I mean, that's your answer then.
And look at how that went down, eh? It'll be a fun one. Again, it's so weird seeing at the bottom seeing FaZe at that point down on 3. Like, if things do go wrong tomorrow, they could be out of here. It'd be crazy. They'd be in the elimination
But that's
game.
the thing, though. Like, when I'm looking at these predictions and what teams I think, it's best of ones. That is a 50-50 any case scenario, which is why we're seeing teams, even in this situation, where realistically, best of threes, a lot of these teams are going to be sitting at the top.
It's going to be one of those bonkers ones. I mean, looking across those first few games, we've got a couple of seconds here while we get set up for the next one. Which of those jump out at you as the spiciest of those games, Fox?
Probably Falcons, FearX. I'm really impressed with how FearX has been playing recently. So in my opinion, I think that's going to be a real make it or break it for Falcons. Because if they take all those bullets, they'll be sitting good going into the final day. If they don't, FearX is
they're out here. They're gone.
I mean, I'll say something a little different because obviously that is the best one. But even for me, I'd say the Scars versus Elevate. APEC versus APEC now because Elevate is now an APEC team.
Technically.
So Elevate's going to get a little taste of what they're going to be experiencing later down the road.
CAG had a great time demolishing them as well. But here, our next one's ready. Let's take a look at what options we've got up on the screen here for our next contender. It's CAG. Who do you pick here? Because things are getting hard now, gents. There are no easy opponents.
Who do you pick?
Who would I pick here? I would honestly lean towards Secret.
Yeah, I think Secret.
I think you take the 6, you bank the 6 there. Like, Secret looked a bit wobbly today as well. Like, this feels like the time to capitalize on that, get yourself and go for day 5.
Or, based on what happened at SI, do they take on Furia in a best of 1, where they beat them in Boston?
Honestly, I could see that happening, but I agree. If there's a team that they should pick, I think they pick Secret because all the other teams have looked very solid as opposed to Secret. They've looked a little shaky. Furia would be a big...
I'm going to pray for Furia. I'm just going to pray for Furia just for what happened at Boston.
All right.
I think the confidence is going to be there.
All right.
Well, there's a little bit of debate here on which way they go. It's either top or bottom. Let's go and find out. Milos.
It's still a hazy picture at this point, trying to find out who plays whom. So please, I'll call out Cyclops to the stage. Cyclops onegaishimasu. Please join us on here. How are you feeling after today as a team? You're somewhere in the middle of the board. Do you feel a bit better than yesterday?
テーブルのなんか真ん中のチームみたいなんですけれども、どのような感じでしょうか。チームとしてなんか気持ちはどうでしょうか。
どういうこと？
なんかチームのだいぶ真ん中の方なので。
まあそうですね。なんやろ。まあ結構自分たちが選びたいチームを選ばれてしまったんで、まあなんか強敵になると思うんですけど頑張りたいです。
So yeah, we're in a position where we can pick our own team. So I think it's very a strong position to have. So we're good.
You know what they say, always look on the bright side of life. And the question is, who do you pick for the next matchup?
Team Liquid.
Team Liquid, come on in. Hanmum on my heart here, my friend. First of all, how are you feeling after today?
I'm feeling great. We played FaZe Clan. We won the match. It was a great match. And yeah, I'm feeling great. The team is very good.
It was good to get out of El Clasico with extra bullets here on the board. My question to you is, do you accept the challenge that CAG are putting down?
Why not? Of course.
Hell yeah, there you go. Why not, of course? But why do you say that? Are you just so confident after today?
Yeah, of course. My team is very good. Their team is not the greatest. We're going to win the match.
Your challenge has been accepted. Are you ready for Liquid?
Of course.
Oh, there we go. Of course, gentlemen, please shake your hands. It's Team Liquid versus Cyclops at the Gaming Osaka.
Well, gents, we were all wrong, and they say that 2 wrongs don't make a right, and 3 certainly don't either. But that is one hell of a matchup. What a challenge for CAG.
You didn't need a translator for that. That, of course, he sounds confident that they can take on Liquid, and I'm kind of glad that, they're taking a risk here. They want to get these bullets. I personally Personally, I would like Furia, but Liquid will do.
Yeah, they didn't take the easiest, they didn't take the hardest, they took a good middle ground. Liquid did look really good today, but at the end of the day, I mean,
best of
guys, best of ones, anything could happen. Liquid, first day, did look a little shaky. It makes a lot of sense on the pick.
Well, guys, BDS are up next. And a few months ago, this would have been a very scary prospect talking about BDS in this position, but it's a different team. One thing I will stress here, of course, is whoever doesn't get picked at the end of this gets the bye tomorrow.
Yes.
They can still get through with a bunch of points tomorrow. You get the average of all points put into the chamber tomorrow. It can be a great day if you don't get picked, and we're getting towards that now. But for now, if you're BDS, who are you picking here? Familiarity and Secret, or are you going for the big bucks?
I think they're going to choose an NA team. I don't think, given where they're currently at, this roster that was just made, I don't think you want to challenge these heavy hitters in Brazil, especially W7M. So I think they're going to avoid Secret, but they're going to try to go for a Dark Zero or M80.
Yeah, I think they'll most likely go for M80 because M80 didn't look as strong as Dark Zero, so to say. I don't think they go for Secret either because I would say right now, matched up against them too, I think Secret takes that one. So I think it's one of the NA teams. I'm going with M80.
Well, let's go and find out what BDS are up to. Milos, over to you.
Yes, indeed, here I am. And let's take a look then. BDS, Lilun, no more phones at this point. We have to come on in. If anything, I can tell you what the messengers are saying. They're saying, you got this, girl. It's okay. Come on over. Come on over. Now, how are you feeling after today? You know, you're nearing that middle of the pack. What's going on?
I'm actually pretty disappointed about how some of the team choked so hard to end up that low. I was expecting to be lower than that. So
look, I think we agree EU sucks, but what has been the biggest surprise for you today watching all the games?
The biggest surprise?
Yeah.
I would have said G2, but no, it's not even a surprise. Probably Falcons.
Ow. Ow. Two friends that have shared many, many years, camera and off camera, and here we are. Well, the question is, who do you pick to play tomorrow?
Loud.
Loud. Loud, no Rainbow Six. So that's what we've been hearing for months. Will you accept the challenge and be loud against BDS?
We accept.
Very good. Now, you seemed very confident through it. Why? Did you see something that you can exploit in BDS?
Good luck. You need this. Sorry.
Good luck, you need it.
Well, I guess you'll need it as well.
Really back and forth. Anyways, please, my friends, shake hands, and there it is, BDS versus Loud. Let's see what that gives us.
That's just like your mom kind of come back, was it? Like, yeah, good luck, you're going to need it. Oh, you'll need it too.
You're going to need it.
I mean, I don't think they will, to be honest. BDS have looked a bit shaky today.
Yeah, I think BDS is going to need it. I don't like that pick at all, I'll be honest.
I think a safer pick, like I said, was either sticking with their own region or going with NA, going against Brazil. And Loud specifically, they're still a very strong team. And look at them, they're at 10 bullets. So I don't think this was the best choice out of BDS.
I will say BDS came in today with not risking that many bullets, and the ideology they've had when it comes to what teams they pick and how much they're risking hasn't really made that much sense to what other teams have been doing or what's the best course of action.
Yeah.
Picking Loud stays on track with their ideology. It doesn't make much sense to what
Loud
think
choice
they should do.
Stop it now. Let's take a look at what Secret could come up against tomorrow as well. Who they could pick away in this one.
Well,
being honest for you guys, there are no easy games left.
It ain't no secret.
Yeah, ain't no secret in these chambers.
They're picking NA. They have to.
Yep. So
I think they pick Dark Zero, realistically.
Honestly, I could see them pick W7M, but I think they're going to play it safe today so they can get a win, and then hopefully one of the
pick an NA team. Pick an NA team if they had to pick one. I think Dark Zero.
I mean, you both split on that one. I like a little split decision here. Milos, let's go find out the truth over there. Who are Secret taking on tomorrow?
We'll find out the truth about Secret. We'll uncover what's been happening there in just a moment, because when I said EU sucks, Mr. Grubby over here from Fnatic shook his head. He's like, oh man, what is he doing? Why?
I think it's only bad tournament for the EU players, and maybe a bit of unlucky, but we'll see. We'll see on the next tournament. Maybe it's true, but I wouldn't say so.
Talk is cheap, my friend. I watched Boston. I watched with my heart being ripped out of my body. What's the saving grace for EU?
Hard to say. I don't know, actually. I don't know.
It's desperate. If even Polska Guram cannot save us, we're going to have a really rough time through it. So, Twister, come on over here from Team Secret. Did you want every space? You can't play against yourself. To be honest, we're always playing against one another. Or, I guess, ourselves. We're always in one another's heads. Anyways, today, how are you feeling after the play day?
I'm feeling very satisfied actually. I think that the team showed up inside of the server and just some small mistakes that cost us the games, but all good games are like that, so not sad at all.
Okay, well, I have to thank you for a good matchup that we got to witness on our end in the studio. The question is, who do you want to play against tomorrow?
M80.
M80, it's easy here. Fabian, big guy. Do you accept the challenge?
Of course we do.
Okay. Thank God. I had my hand on the chicken card, just ready to go. Of course you do. You're comfortable. What really gives you that sort of sense of, yeah, we got this?
So you ask Ruby what could save Europe. We're very close to him right now because he's up there on a mountain. Jesus is the only thing that can save them because we're gonna beat the shit out of Secret.
You know what? It's good. It's good to have you back. It's good to have you back. A bit of truth here that we got used to. Fabian is looking to knock the lights out of Team Secret and EU in general. So far, he's been pretty successful. If anything, if M80 end up winning, EU wins anyways, technically, right?
I mean...
Are you on A now?
No, I'm Korean, so I moved regions.
That's fair. That's fair.
I want nothing to do with those losers over there.
That's fair. Korean food is better anyways. Anyway, since this challenge has been locked in, what do you have to say to Fabian? Because he clearly doesn't care what you guys have to think.
Oh, pretty much. Falcons lost to Loud, we got Loud, we beat 10. Now Falcons just lost to M80 and we'll beat 10 as well. Simple.
Easy peasy. That's how the math works, right? Anyways, Fabian, Twister, please shake hands. M80 versus Team Secret locked in for tomorrow.
What are we saying, guys? It feels like an M80 lean here. Oh, to an analyst.
I mean,
I'm always right.
Fox was right. Well, you weren't right about the KEG picking Liquid, or no, the FaZe picking Fnatic. But I will say, you were 100% right about the M80. I guess it makes sense in some aspect, but even then, I think it was going to be a tough matchup either way.
There are no easy games at this point.
No,
I mean, speaking of games, by the way, the last one's actually locked in because of how the remaining three teams can pick each other. It can't go out any other way. It has to be DZ coming up against Furia, which means W7M get that bye tomorrow. They get to the day at the pool, guys. They can go on the beach if they want. They can take it easy.
Well, unfortunately, you're talking about the pool. It's going to be raining tomorrow, so no one's getting that. But they do get a break, and they get free points after the end, well, free bullets, I should say, after the end of the day.
And that's great for W7M. As for Dark Zero going up against Furia, honestly, out of all the teams that will have a good shot at playing Furia, I would say Dark Zero probably has the best out of the rest of the teams in the tournament.
That is a bold claim. You really think DZ have got the best shot?
I really think so.
Look, even your boy ain't backing you here.
I really think so. The play styles just line up.
Right, hang on a minute. Hang on. Right, we got another talk with you in a minute. We're going to go to Milos while we sort him out. Milos?
Yeah, I'll sort this out. Don't worry about it. We have 3 more teams left here. Mr. Kenny, you got the best seat in the house. Everybody was just kind of blocking you in the camera. Now, Dark Zero, feeling good about today?
Oh, it was a fantastic game against W7M. I'm sure that people at home love watching it. Unfortunately on the wrong end of the result, but overtime, close game. We can take lessons from it and move on.
Well, moving on we shall, because you already played W7M, which means there's only one option for you to go for. Are you ready for it?
Oh, I love it. SI revenge for Furia. We'll see.
We'll see. Furia, please. What's going on? We're checking rule books now. You read a lot, don't you?
No. I
have
not read since Horrid Henry in about year 10. No, that's way old for Horrid Henry. Maybe year 6, year 5. That's a British book.
Any books that we might be privy to?
No.
Fair enough. I didn't really ever read English literature. We're trying to just... we got it done. Very good, very good, very good. All is sorted. You're accepting the challenge. I mean, he's looking for revenge. Are you ready for it?
Yeah, so we need to check the rule book. They say we can't use the chicken, so we play. If they wrong, we use the chicken. But let's see what the rule book say.
Okay. I mean, to me, who's left at this point? It would be you, them, and W7M, and you already played them.
Yeah.
Which kind of...
saying if they chicken out of us, so they play W7M.
Uh-huh. Well, that's why we have admins. They say don't do math on stream. That's a good thing. Don't do any sort of adminning unless you're that on stream. So we wait for the okay. It is good. Confirmed. There it is. Confirmed by our one and only Gabriel. It is set. Furia versus Dark Zero. What do you have to say?
It's gonna be a good game, of course, and they play very well. But in the last time we won, and we gonna win again.
Easy peasy. You want revenge, eh?
Of course. Revenge is sweet.
All right, gentlemen, please sit on down, which means we are down to 19 teams. You know, it's an odd number. There's one team that gets a bye. They'll get an average of all of the one bullets at the end of round 4, which is tomorrow. And in this case, the ones that nobody ended up picking are W7M. You're always the start and the end, my friend.
I just will stay on the swimming pool or watching the war, you know? Just this.
It's a beautiful city, Rio, right? You have a great view over here.
Beautiful city. Beautiful city. I will prove.
If you were to look at all the matches from for tomorrow, looking into them, is there a game that you really would want to watch whilst you're in the pool?
All the games. I like to watch all the games. For me, all the games is good.
I'm going to ask then the admins to set up a TV for you up by the pool so you can chill and watch all the games. Hell, maybe I'll join you at some point in time. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Imagine just sitting back in the jacuzzi, having fun with the friends, watching Siege, maybe having a cold drink. Yeah, some ice cold water. Anyways, that was our draft show. Thank you all very much for joining us today. One more time, please, ladies and gents, clap to yourselves. Thank you for joining. Yes, it is an official meeting, as we always have it. Our games are locked in. We'll have all of that posted on social media in just a bit. Check it out. We love you so much. See you tomorrow.